Odd things have always happened to my family. As a child, I was raised by my grandparents on the hoops of a reservation. There was no question to there being spirits on a reservation. My grandfather came from a long line of medicine men. Although he doesn't practice medicine, he says he remembers everything he witnessed while he was learning to practice. Something scared him to death, and some things he says are very comforting. He says it was a practice of good versus evil. Some ceremonies were so intense that they were physically attacked by apparitions. Large, small, white, sometimes gray or black images. He says the spirits are present all the time, as if waiting for the right moment to strike. He always said if I was harmed in any way, I shouldn't point blame to anyone or anything. He said to express in words, "You aren't getting the best of me," just loud enough for me to hear it. Even when whispered, it was a means of protection. He said sometimes late at night, family members that have passed away would come knocking at his window, mostly his brother. He said he knew when it was his brother and when it wasn't. His brother gave him a sense of happiness or protection, but the others came with evil intentions. He said that all encounters are warnings and signs of bad things that are about to happen, or when sickness was about to fall on the family members. He said he knew when evil ones were around. When they came to his window, he would feel a cold breeze, then a strong sense of fright. Chills would overwhelm his body, and then a split second before he saw or heard anything, he would be paralyzed, completely taken over. The chills got worse, and when he would try to yell, nothing would come out. Sometimes he said he felt like he was dying and feeling every bit of it. Of course, this only time this happened was when it was pitch black in his room. Sometimes they reached in for him, from outside his window or from right underneath his bed. He said it wasn't the same feel as someone grabbing you physically. Their grasp pierced right through to the bone, much like a snake wrapping tightly around you. Only every bit of the inside would also feel constricted, right down to the bone. We always had traditional singing gourds hung up around the house. These were used for funeral wakes. Almost every time a force was present, it was through a dead family member. Even if it was just a dark shadow, the dead were used as portals to reach the livelihood of our people. He said the gourd served as a warning system. If a force entered our house, the gourds would rattle like crazy, much like an alarm system, protecting the house from theft. He said this would cause the dead to return to their resting place. It was a reminder that the person was dead, and that he was only causing distress. The evil using it had no way of evading or entering our house. If the force was strong enough, the gourds would not work. He said if that happened, we would all experience cold chills and a sense of fright. He said you'd have to feel so scared you wouldn't want to move, and that if you didn't convince yourself to move, it would only get worse, and that one person would be taken as an outlet for the family. Sickness or death would fall that person. To this day, I've never seen or experienced anything of that nature, but deep down inside, I know it's all true. I've heard the gourds go off, but never felt anything. My grandfather says they still visit him. I love my grandfather for everything he has shared with me. He says that all of this is only fair warning, and that this happens to everyone. Some just don't notice. The next time you fall or get in a fight, just think, who is really behind it all? I could go on, but I think it's best to stop here. Okay, Here's a story I heard from my dad. My dad used to work at a warehouse at the Goodyear facilities in Akron, Ohio. There were stories floating around about various ghosts and whatnot associated with the various buildings in the planned campus, which, if you ever visited Akron, sprawls over a vast area. Anyway, one of these stories involved a ghost that followed you through various warehouses as you walked and was never seen, only heard. My dad was always working swing shifts at this plant, very little seniority, and so he was there at all kinds of wacky hours. One night in the winter, he was working the midnight shift in one of the supposedly haunted buildings. There was only 4 guys in this particular building, and my dad, being the rookie in the place, was given all the crappy jobs. At about 3 in the morning, my dad's supervisor instructed him to go to the 3rd floor of the building, back in the oldest part of it, to pick up some fluorescent lights, because the small storage area in the machine room was out of them, and they needed to replace a few. So, being as superstitious as you can be, my dad was sure he was gonna see a ghost in that very dark, very scary old building. Up the dark stairs my dad went, one by one, sweat pouring off his face, even though this part of the building was barely heated. When he finally reached the 3rd floor, he felt a little stronger, probably adrenaline. So he bravely pushed open the door to the adjoining room between the stairwell and the storage room. This room used to be a rubber cutting room. It wasn't used for anything anymore, since manual rubber cutting was no longer done. There were a few large containers sitting around, but for the most part, the room was empty. There was a thick layer of dust covering most of the room, except for a small path where people walked to get various items from the storage room. Spiderwebs everywhere, and the occasional squeak from a disgruntled rat were just enough to give my dad the total spine chills. But he pushed on, being a man, and not supposed to be afraid of anything. He started walking across the abandoned rubber cutting room towards the storage area, when very faintly he heard footsteps behind him. Whirling around ready to fight, he peered into the dimness. Nothing was there. He assumed it was his nerves, which he had worked into a frenzy by this point, and he turned quickly, embarrassed, and continued towards the storage area, when sure enough, more footsteps. He slowed. They slowed. He sped up. They sped up. With his heart racing, he slowly turned around. Still, nothing was there. Drenched with sweat and scared nearly to tears, he bolted towards the storage room, his feet pounding heavily on the thin metal floor. The footsteps were even louder now. Every step he took, another step followed, not an echo, but right behind him. He made it to the storage room, fumbled with the lock, ran inside, and slammed the door behind him. The room was very small. All he could hear was the pounding of his heart, threatening to blow right through his chest. The only way out was the way he came. After calming down a bit and smoking about 5 cigarettes, he was feeling brave again. He grabbed a large box of lights, decided to fling open the door, and run like hell as fast as he could cover the 50 to 75 feet to the stairwell. Getting up his nerve, he grabbed the door handle. He slowly turned it. As soon as he heard the click of the latch opening, he flung open the door and sprinted towards the light in the stairwell. There were the footsteps again, closer than ever, right behind him. That's when it happened, tripping over something. He sprawled headfirst into the darkness. Total quiet met him. Darkness and quiet. He slowly rose to his feet, putting one hand behind him to help him get to his feet. Once again, The footsteps crept up behind him. That's when he finally got the guts to look in the direction where the footsteps were coming from, and what he saw astonished him. He saw an old man wearing an eye patch and had a cane in his hand. He had suspenders and overalls on, and a blue hat on that resembled Mario from Super Mario Bros. The guy only appeared for about 30 seconds, but it was long enough to notice the presence. The figure disappears. He rose to his feet and walked back to his coworkers, never telling any of them of what he found. Years later, he still tells stories about sending the new rookies up there in the middle of a dark night when all is quiet to walk across the metal floored room to get light bulbs that aren't really needed. It all started when I was about 10 or 11. This story is very true, by the way. We had moved into a new house in northeastern Wisconsin. Let me explain where my room was. There was a porch, and then the door into our house. To the left was the kitchen, to the right was the laundry room. And if you were to go straight when you entered the door, there was a staircase. It led to the attic, where my room was. The staircase was not very long at all, 12 steps to be exact. When you went into the attic, there was a bathroom if you went straight. My room if you turned left, and to the right was a living room with a TV. One night, while I was laying in bed trying to sleep, I heard creaking up the steps. I thought it was my cat or one of the dogs, so I wasn't scared. I counted the number of steps I heard. There was 12. I noticed it sounded like a person coming up. I remembered every creak the steps made. I looked at the staircase, which I could see from where my bed was. I noticed some sort of dim light from the top step. The lights in the kitchen were off, and so was the upstairs light. I hid under the blankets, hoping for it to go away. I listened closely and heard 12 steps going down the stairs. Every night from then on, I heard the steps. One night, after I heard the steps going down the stairs, I got out of bed and looked at the bottom of the staircase. It was very dark, but I thought I could see a crumpled figure. Then a few days later, I saw a figure in white glide up the same staircase. It actually looked like a floating sheet and sort of resembled the Grim Reaper. I would start to see a lot of different types of spirits moving along the staircase. The last one I remember was a floating head that darted down the stairs. 3 years later, we moved into a new house in Indiana. One night, my mother told me that a little boy had died in the house in Wisconsin because he fell down the stairs. She didn't want to tell me when we lived there because it might frighten me. To this day, I'm still very haunted by that. Back in September of 1982, my boyfriend of 4 years named Keith and I were visiting his sister Julie, her husband, and family in Orneco, Minnesota. He was 17 and I was 21, an odd age range, but he looked every bit my age and was mature as well. Sitting up late, we were talking, and for some reason, we got on the subject of death. I asked him if he believed in the afterlife, and he said that he did not. He believed that when it was over, but he knew I believed, and I asked that in case there was an afterlife of any sort, and that if we were able, that if one of us should die before the other, that the one who died would come back and watch over the one left behind. He agreed. As time passed, Keith needed a space, and I gave it to him, reluctantly at times, to the point where we would get into heated arguments, and I would move out of his house, where we lived together with his father. In June 1983, On a windy, extremely hot Wednesday night, Keith died in a fire that consumed their trailer house. I hadn't been with Keith for about 3 months, as our breakups and makeups were getting more sporadic. I recall trying to hitchhike to his place that night, 12 miles away, but as I stood on the highway for what seemed like 45 minutes, I just wasn't getting a ride. It was strange, because I hitchhiked the highway regularly and never had a problem getting a ride within 5 or 10 minutes. But that night, it was mostly humid and so hot that within minutes of leaving my apartment to go to the highway, I was soaked with sweat, like I had just taken a shower and didn't dry off. So, I went back home. The next day, my sister contacted me, saying that Keith had died the night before. I was devastated. My whole world fell to pieces. I spent the next few days with Keith's dad at Julie's house, preparing and attending the wake. At the wake, I was alone in the viewing room with Julie, and everyone else was downstairs visiting. It was a closed coffin service, but I had written a letter to Keith and wanted to place it in the coffin. But due to the extensive damage to Keith's body in the fire, the funeral home director would not let me see him. So I decided to put the letter in the small groove between the top and bottom halves of the coffin. As I was putting it there, a gust of wind came out of nowhere. It seemed to come right from the groove where I was about to place the letter. It was so strong and sudden that I screamed. People came from downstairs to see what the matter was, and I told them I had seen a mouse. No one in their right mind would believe me, and besides, maybe it could be explained some way I could not figure out. The night before the funeral, I was having a tough time trying to sleep due to the emotional turmoil I had faced from hearing the tragic news. I couldn't stop crying, and I was absolutely devastated. Just then, I felt a cold breeze brush past my face while I was still laying down in bed and hysterically crying. I then felt the weight of the bed getting heavier, like someone else was sitting on the bed. I screamed Keith instinctively and laid up in bed. The bed instantly felt lighter, and I could have sworn I saw a small ball of light move around the room before disappearing. During the wake, I had a 110 camera and took several pictures of the coffin. These pictures I will have to retrieve from Julie, as I've gotten married 6 years ago and gave my photo album with Keith to her as a means of trying to let go of the past and move forward into my new life with my husband and daughter. But when I do, if I can't figure out how to scan them and get them on here, I will send them in. I believe I have something here. Also, in closing, I realize the depth of the promise we made to each other that night, just months before Keith died, and have spoken aloud, hoping I will release him if we're bound in any way, that I release him of his promise and set him free several times in the past few years. Thank you for reading. In this story, my wife and I had moved, and we rented a 60-year-old plus house because the landlord allowed pets. My wife had misgivings about the house from the first day we viewed it, but she agreed to move in. We lived there for 6 months, August 1997 through January 1998. She had a strange feeling about the staircase, as if something bad had happened or would happen to one of us. I couldn't blame her, for the staircase was dark with no railing and carpeted so that it could be easy for someone to fall down the stairs. She also swears she heard old-time music playing in her bedroom late at night. I never heard it, and I don't believe it was our neighbors. She also said she would see people out of the corners of her eyes when she was alone. This hadn't happened to her before, and hasn't since in our new house, which we have lived in for 9 months. The strange coincidence is this. One afternoon, I was in the bathroom taking a shower when I saw movement about the size of a human move across the floor in front of the sink towards the door. I thought it was my wife, so I opened the door, but she wasn't around. About a week later, we were talking about how cold and where the house was. My wife told me, in addition to the music and odd feelings, that when she was taking a shower, she had seen movement in the front of the sink going towards the door. I told her that the same thing had happened to me. I thought that perhaps reflections off moving cars in the street in front of the house could explain the movement, but it wasn't sunny when I showered. At this point, I was freaked out, so in addition to poor insulation, bats in the attic and mice in the walls, we had ghosts. We moved out within a few months. It started when I was just a little girl. I would see things in my room at night, movement, shadows, in dark forms. I was told that it was a dream and I should not watch scary things on TV. Now that I am 29 years old and I'm not dreaming, I know this for a fact. The ghosts started to intensify when I was pregnant with my first child. I was 21 and still at home. I would wake up in the night with a feeling of being watched. Afraid to open my eyes, I would anyway, and the same man would be there, looking over me, without an expression and cold eyes. I tried sleeping with the light on, but this did not stop it. I knew it could not be a dream, because it was the same image every night. My son was born, and we moved into our own place, about 8 blocks away from my home. The man did not appear for a few months, but he did eventually show himself. Frightened every night as to what I would wake up and see, my husband worked out of town during the week, so I had my best friend come stay with me. I warned her that in the night, I sometimes scream because of what I see. Hesitant at first to believe me, then the screams came, and she too was a believer. My friend eventually moved into her own place. What happened next, I can't explain. My friend has never experienced any ghosts or such, but one morning, while lying in her bed, she felt something jump up on it, like a cat would. The only thing is, she didn't have a cat. Before she knew it, she was frozen, as if someone was lying atop her and restricting her movement. The incident left as soon as it came, but she was well aware that this was an event that she could not get over. She moved shortly after. The stranger thing was that the man I'd seen for 4 years was gone. Had he been the one at her house? Did he move on with her? I will never know. I've never seen him since. My husband and I eventually bought our own home and began to move. The last night in our apartment, I awoke to at least 6 to 8 apparitions above my bed. The spooky thing was that I was pregnant with our second child. It was as if they came to say goodbye. We got settled into our new home. Incidentally, it's 3 blocks from our apartment. It was about a year before the first incident. We knew when we moved in that the lady of the house had died here. That is who I expected to see, but quite the contrary. It was a man in police dress, like you would see at a funeral or graduation. His image appeared in the mirror next to my bed. He's the only one of the many ones that I've seen here. Now I only see an image once, and never again do they appear. Some months, it is every night. In some months, none at all. Just when I think they are gone, I wake up and scream. They never touch me or try to talk to me. They just stand there and stare at me. The lights can be on or off, it does not matter. I think that my younger son is experiencing the same thing, but I do not know how to ask him without scarring him. Some nights, he sits straight up in bed and cries and points with terror on his face. I look, but there is nothing there. All I want to know is if I'll ever be able to go to sleep and be confident that I won't wake up screaming. Thank you for your time, and hopefully someone out there can relate to me. I've had numerous experiences with supernatural entities, but one that sticks out in my mind happened to my brother and I about 2 years ago. I have a cleaning service and clean many buildings at night, but the case in point occurred at a clinic in an older district of South Fort Worth. One night, my brother and I were finishing up at this clinic. I have a habit of walking through a building before we lock up to be sure everything is secure and the lights are off. My brother was in the lobby area of the clinic, preparing to leave, when I informed him I was going to check the building. There are 4 hallways in this clinic, with many examining rooms, so I proceeded to walk the building. About halfway through my walk, I heard another pair of steps, about 10 foot or so behind me. I assumed it was my brother coming to help me, so I started talking to him. At the last stop of my walkthrough, there was a break room. I reached in to turn off the light of the break room and turned around, facing back towards the direction from which I had come, expecting my brother. What I turned to was not my brother, but the upper torso of a male figure, somewhat see-through and misty white. I blurted out a few choice words, and the figure was gone. After this experience, my brother as well heard many strange things as well as the figure of a female. I was talking to one of the doctors one day in the receptionist area when I noticed the picture on the wall. Instantly, I recognized one of the people in the picture with the figure I'd seen. A cold chill came over my body at this point. I pointed out the picture to the doctor and asked who this person was. The doctor stated that he was the doctor who founded the clinic in 1929 and had died in 1985. I thought to myself, I knew doctors worked a lot of overtime, but this was going to an extreme. In the mid-1980s, my wife and I bought a home in Hanover Park, Illinois. It was a neglected house, which had a hard time selling and was being rented. The owners lived in a different state, and the tenants let the place go pretty bad. We saw a lot of possibilities, and the price was right. So we moved in, and things were, to put it bluntly, bad. The place was filthy. There were spiders everywhere. The gas wasn't on in late October, and it was raining continually. So I'm sitting in the living room area questioning my sanity when I see this blob of haze, a little larger than a basketball, round in shape, start moving across the living room about 7 feet away and just sort of floats into the dining room and out the patio door. It just went through the door and out of the house. I'm like, am I seeing things now? Or was that an apparition? It was weird because I wasn't scared. It was more like, wow, what the heck was that? We finally got the place in shape, and it turned out to be a nice home. We had our first child just before moving in, and it was nice to have a place of our own. I never mentioned the apparition to my wife, lest she think I was really losing it. A few months later in the spring, other things started happening. My son, who was now a full year, would wake up in the night, laughing deliriously. My wife thought it was hilarious. I never mentioned what I'd seen to her. She couldn't figure out what was so funny. I remained tight-lipped. This happened on a regular basis for about a month. And then one day, she calls me at work in a panic, saying that Chris, our son, got out of his crib and was sitting on the floor playing with his toys. Fine, except Chris couldn't walk just yet and definitely lacked climbing skills. So how did he get out? If he tumbled out, he would have most likely had been hurt or screaming at the very least. To this day, we don't know how, and he has no recollection of the event. Other events included the TV turning on at night, a strange happening of voices in the night, strong flowery odors, a feeling my wife once described as having passed through by something, and the car shutting down in front of the house once we moved out. We sort of visited, and when we passed the front of the house, the car just shut down. It restarted with no problem, and had no problems before, or any time soon thereafter. Weird. I was dating a guy when I was 14, about 5 years ago. His house had been built over an old well. The story goes that in the early 1900s, 2 children were playing near this well, and the little girl fell in, and her brother tried to help, but fell in too. Their parents didn't know they were missing for a while, but by the time they got there, it was too late. Well, they moved, and another house was built over it. My boyfriend's closet was built over this well. One night, it was raining really hard, and he was playing his guitar. A bolt of lightning struck right outside his window and lit up the whole room. About 10 seconds after that happened, we heard children laughing. I looked in the corner of his room and saw 2 children standing there, staring at us. I just sat there and stared back. They stood there for about 30 seconds and then vanished. After that, you would find things misplaced and then find them later. He came home on several occasions to find his room messed up. He would pick it up, leave, come back, and it would be messed up again. We broke up soon after that, and I've never heard about the children again. When I was about 15 years old, my dad became the manager of a pub. I won't say the exact pub, as he does not run it anymore. The pub is located near Sheffield in England, and is on a county road. The pub is converted from a farmhouse and barn. To get to the pub, you come off the country road and follow a small track, only about a half a mile, until you reach the car park. The first night we stayed there, we all slept in rooms as the pub was also a small hotel, with about 6 rooms spread over 2 floors. The first night, I stayed in room number 3. When we started to go to bed, the family dog wanted to come into my room, and it laid on the carpet and would not move, even when my dad was shouting at it to leave. The dog did eventually leave, to go and sleep in the corridor, but soon after my dad closed his door, I opened mine again to let the dog in. Now, this dog is a Rottweiler with a head as big as a boulder, but the poor thing could not get any closer to me and really did not want to be on its own. I should mention that my parents divorced, and at the time, I only saw my dad on the weekends. So the next time I went to stay there, I stayed in room number 4, just to set the scene. If you come out of room number 4, to the right is an emergency exit with a push bar to open the door, which leads to the fire escape stairs, and to the left leads to a staircase, which leads to my dad's room and a spare room that was not being used at the time for little more than storage. Eventually around 3 a.m.-ish, I turned the TV off but kept the lights on. My dad started leaving the dog in the pub area downstairs, and blocked the door leading up to the bedrooms. I think he didn't want the dogs in the bedrooms, as he wanted to start letting guests stay in the rooms. I was not comfortable at all in the room. I did not want to turn the lights out, and I tried to keep watching TV. Eventually, around 3 a.m.-ish, I turned the TV off, but kept the lights on. My dad had started leaving the dog in the pub area downstairs and blocked the door leading up to the bedrooms. I think he didn't want the dog in the bedrooms, as he wanted to start letting guests stay in the rooms. Anyway, the dog was going crazy, barking non-stop. I was far too scared to go down and see what was up. I then started hearing the emergency exit bar on the door outside my room rattle, as if someone was trying to open it, but they were not pushing hard enough to open it. Then, I heard footsteps really loudly running down the stairs from my dad's room, and I saw shadows pass under the door of my room. I felt relieved. I thought my dad had come down to go and see what the dog was barking at. The next day, I asked my dad what the dog was barking at last night when he went down, and what he said sent shivers down my spine. He said he had no idea. He had never heard the dog and never went downstairs at all during the night. After some research, I found out that a woman many years ago had slipped down those stairs and fell down them, breaking her neck, and she died instantly. There was one instance when my dad's partner, her son, and I came home, and the pub was in darkness. This actually frequently happened as well. The lights would go out all by themselves, and my dad, who previously was an electrical engineer and more than capable of rewiring a house on his own, could not figure out why. Anyway, we come home. I can't remember why the pub was closed, but it was. We just had a quick scan around to check no one had broken in. Don't forget, the pub is in complete darkness. There's no lights. And right at the back of the small restaurant area, we could see a man sat at one of the tables, just staring at us. He was just solid black. Other things started to get lighter. The flowers on the table, for example, and the chairs, but this figure remained solid. We panicked and ran upstairs and stayed in one of the rooms till the lights came back on. It was not a burglar. The next morning, we checked everything, and everything was still in its place, and all the doors locked. The kitchen area of the pub was a big room, which was the old barn, and that was the worst room of the house. You could constantly feel like someone was watching you and walking past you. Whoever was watching felt angry, as if they were annoyed because you were there. No one wanted to be in this room alone. My dad had a few waitresses and bar staff leave because they felt very uncomfortable working in there. Again, after a bit of research, we found out that the farmer who lived in the farm hung himself in the barn, which is now the kitchen. And to be honest, I don't think he left. Objects would constantly go missing. Spoons would turn up again bent out of shape. And get this, the whole kitchen was cold. Even when we had cookers on, we still had to wear jumpers in there. My stepbrother and a family friend were staying in room number 7, the storage room I mentioned earlier. During the night, one of them, Neil, thought that the other, Jim, had gotten up and was leaning over him as if to check he was okay. And to make it a bit more confusing, Jim had thought that Neil had gotten up during the night and leaned over him. They both said that they were half asleep, but through their haze, could see a figure standing above them looking down. A few other things happened, such as a football came rolling down the length of the pub to where me and my stepbrother were sitting. It literally then stepped on the spot, about a foot away from us. No one else was in the house. The back door to the pub was locked at night, but every morning we would find it open, but the lock was still in the locked position. The actual bar that locks into the socket was still sticking out. There is no way it would have opened. The lock was new and undamaged, but this kept happening. This happened about a month before my dad moved out. Anyway, my dad eventually gave the pub up. His partner didn't want to stay there. The dog was never the same. It became a very tame dog, but it did start to get a little better after my dad moved out. Okay, so I've always fancied myself as to be a little in tune with the paranormal. I had an experience this weekend which sort of confirmed this, as my daughter was with me and experienced the same thing at the same time, so I know I was not imagining this. A little history first. My grandfather's sister passed away at the age of 93. She still lived in the house that was purchased by their father, my great-grandfather, in 1903. It is on the historical registry in our town, a very old beautiful home which has been in the family since then. She was born and raised in this house, married and lived in this house until the time of her death about a week ago. Her father was killed in a train accident, and her mother also lived in the home until she died. After the memorial service, my daughter and I went over to the house to get the food ready for family, which was coming over after the funeral. We were alone when we walked into the house, and I immediately got a feeling of a presence with us. My hair stood up on my arms, and I really felt like somebody was in the room with us. My daughter looked at me and asked if I felt that. I said that I did and confirmed it when we both stopped talking and closed our eyes. You could really feel it. We got really spooked, and I told my daughter that if it was someone with us, it was indeed family and that they would not hurt us. About that time, an overwhelming scent of lilac perfume permeated the air. It was the weirdest thing. My daughter smelled it, as did I, and we just looked at each other in disbelief. It lasted for about a minute or so, and then dissipated. At this point, I was totally freaked out. I called my aunt in Texas and told her what happened. She told me that was most definitely my great-grandmother, as she wore that type of perfume and was indeed a real lady who had tea on the porch every day at 2. It was about 2 when we entered the house. She also said it would make sense to her that she contacted me, as I was the oldest female heir to the family name. I know now that there are things that cannot be explained, but this has really gotten me shaken up. It just makes me wonder what she was wanting to tell me. A side note is that her son has recently mortgaged the family to pay his mother's hospital bills, and they could possibly lose the house. Do you think maybe she was trying to contact me for this reason? Guess I will never know. This happened to me while I was living north of Great Barrington, Massachusetts, somewhere between 1966 and 1969. We had moved there from the Midwest when my dad changed jobs. We're living in a very old house close to an ancient cemetery. The house was 3 floors, not including the basement, enormous, and once had a vandrel all the way around it. The attic was huge, dark and mysterious, all floored with rough floorboard. It had a tiny window near the chimney and a trapdoor in the ceiling leading out to the roof. My parents forbade me and my siblings from going up there and never told us why. My bedroom faced south, the front of the house. It was the only occupied room in that upstairs wing. At that age, I was between 12 or 14 years old. The old house gave me a galloping case of the creeps. Even on the brightest days, parts of the house could be dim and drafty. Winters are very cold and dark there. At that time, the house was heated with forced hot water that came up from the basement furnace. As the steaming hot water traveled its way all over the house, through copper pipes and baseboard radiators. The noise was phenomenal. There were only 4 thermostats for the entire house, so at the far end of any hallway, there would be a sharp cracking, banging noise as the cold pipes and surrounding woodwork expanded with the inflow of heat. In the middle of a cold, dark, windy night in January, the sound could wake you out of a sound sleep, heart pounding and hair on end, as it echoed all over the dark house and up the staircase. Their church down the street had an ancient clock tower that struck every hour, adding to the strangeness. Sometimes, I would awaken with the start in the middle of the night, feeling as though someone was watching me as I slept. It would be a long time before I could go back to sleep. It was on one of these nights that I had a dream about a little girl, standing at the foot of my bed, watching me as I slept. I say dream because to this day, I'm not sure if I was awake or asleep, having fallen asleep before this happened. She looked to be only about 8 years old and had long, shoulder-length dark hair that was braided, plaited, and tied with ribbons in a hairstyle I'd never seen before. She was wearing what looked to be a pale pink dress, so formal that it looked like some sort of party dress. It was pulled up at each side with large satin bows at her hips and all kinds of fancy laces, buttons, ribbons, and what looked like little puffy sleeves at the shoulders that went down to her wrists. The skirt stood far out, full on either side of her, and went past her knees. It looked as though she was wearing lacy pantaloons, white stockings, and old-fashioned little shoes, like slippers. She held her hands folded, cupped over the other, on her waist. The overall effect would have been very beautiful for a little girl, but what struck me were her eyes. They were large, dark, and looked like she had circles under them. She was so thin, and her face didn't look at all healthy. I could see her cheekbones. She was not smiling. She was very serious and sad. She just stood there, watching me. I was too afraid to say anything. Then she slowly bowed and made a slow, graceful curtsy. It was a beautiful gesture, like something a ballerina would do. She slowly stood erect again, slowly walked to the closed door, turned its knob, and went silently out into the hallway outside my bedroom, closing the door behind her. That's all I can remember. Long after this, I was outside the house, almost directly below my bedroom window, where that massive veranda had once been. There were low-growing coniferious bushes of some kind. I was exploring around when I tripped and turned my ankle. I sat on the ground where I fell, rubbing my ankle and trying to find the rock I'd tripped over so I could dig it out and get rid of it. The rock was large. As I dug away at it with a stick and kept digging deeper, the rock kept going down and stopped about 8 inches under the earth. I dug all around it and realized it was a tombstone, about 18 inches long by about 10 inches across and maybe 3 inches thick. I was able to lift it up and check both sides of it. The surfaces were blank and laying face down under about 4 inches of soil. I left it alone. My parents said they didn't know anything about the tombstone, so I decided I wouldn't tell them about the little girl in my dream either. It was about this time I decided to try and figure out why they didn't want us up in the attic. I went up there when no one was around to try and see what I could find. There was absolutely nothing up there from what I could see by the dimness of the one bare light bulb that switched on with the pull chain just within my reach. I'd also brought a flashlight so I can see into all the corners. Nothing was there. I was about to leave when I noticed something sticking up out of the insulation material that had been put there decades ago, for the ceiling of the floor below. I dusted the layers of debris off of it, and stifling a coughing fit, looked closely at what was in my dirty hand. It had once been a hat box covered in rich yellow silk. The remains of a crushed hat in what I now realized was a Victorian style was still inside. It had been richly covered in the same shade of yellow, almost golden silk flowers. It was designed to fit a little girl. I went farther into the corner and found nothing else, but my foot scraped the heavy dust and uncovered something lying flat on the wooden floorboard. It was a round metal circle, with more round metal rings inside of it increasingly smaller diameter to the very center, which was open. It was an open space, about 10 inches across. There must have been more than a dozen of these graduated metal rings, each separately covered in what had once been white cloth and sewn with 4 long pieces of heavy cloth tape from the outer ring to the smallest ring in a large X. I had no idea what it was. I put both things, the crushed hat and the hat box, and the strange ring thing, back where I found them. Sometime after that discovery, my parents were at an antique store in Great Barrington to look at furniture. While they were occupied, I went to a lady who worked there and described to her what I had found in the attic beside the hat. She said the strange ring thing was a set of hoops for a little girl's hoop skirt, and they were common in the mid-1800s. They would have been the era in which the house I was living in was built, I thought. So, something happened to a poor, sick, lonely little girl living in the house back then. No one would tell me about it, and I never learned anything more than what I mentioned here. But she had visited me late one night, in my dream, and evidently didn't want to be forgotten. We moved back to the Midwest in the summer of 1969, and never came back to Massachusetts. My parents found a house to rent in a beautiful location off the Appalachian Trail for an extremely good price. Half of the house was fairly new, and the other half was very old, put together with wooden pegs instead of nails. The first odd thing we noticed was that one area of the lawn, which was enclosed by a stone wall, was constantly sticky and covered in flies. Then we started to hear balls bouncing and what sounded like children running up and down the hallway. Every night the front door would open and close, followed by the door into the kitchen and around the corner to the side door going out. My dog refused to go into the old part of the house and would urinate if we forced her. Things continued to escalate to the point where canned goods would fly off the shelves. My brother's closet door would slam open and shut rapidly, and we'd be woken up by faceless children. My father refused to believe anything was going on and always had some rational explanation for it. That is, until he was asked by the landlord to replace the floor in the living room. When he opened the hatch to access the crawl space, a fireball of electricity shot out at him, which he ignored. But when we went down the ladder, we found a small dirt room about 4 feet high, and it was a stone slab approximately 6 feet long, with a groove carved around the edge and forming a sort of stone spout at one end. The next day we came home to find 4 of our birds with their necks snapped in their cage, and a mirror flew off the wall at my brother. My parents packed what would fit in the car, and we moved to a campground until we found another place to live. Whatever was in that house, I don't believe was a ghost, but something evil and dangerous. It all started when my fiance and I bought a new house. It's actually a few houses down from my mother's home, where we've also had chilling tales. Our houses are directly across the street from an old cemetery. Upon moving in, we had odd things happen. It started off where my dogs would stare into my dark hallway, always around 3 a.m., and growl and raise their fur. It always gave me a sinking feeling. I was taking a shower not long after the dog incident, and something touched my shoulder. I ran out of the shower, soap in my hair and eyes screaming.
My fiance said the look of terror on my face made him think someone was in our house and caused him to panic. A few weeks later, I heard a low whisper while in the shower, and I ran out in terror again. The icing on the cake is about to take place. I was out on my back porch, cleaning and organizing things, when on my back door, I heard a loud slam on the glass, so loud I expected it to shatter. I ran outside, couldn't even speak. I was so horrified, and again, my fiance thought an intruder was inside. There was nobody around. We live on a dead-end street in good neighborhood. I wasn't expecting a human to be the cause. Fast forward to a few weeks later, and we decided to put a fence in the backyard to keep my dogs contained. Upon building said fence, my fiance unearthed a gravestone in our backyard. It was dated from 1851 and appears to be from a young girl. I have a photo on my phone. After finding the gravestone, things escalated. I would be on my treadmill in the bedroom, and something would touch my shoulder. I started seeing shadow figures and hearing creepy, low voices. My animals usually picked up on a presence too. I had the majority of the experiences, but I think it's due to the fact that I'm the woman of the house, and she's looking for a mother figure. I own a duplex and rent out the other half. My past two tenants and current ones all had their own ghost stories and said it was haunted. I mentioned my mother's house is a few houses away, built along the same cemetery near my house. Well, she called one day after getting home from work at 11:30 at night. She was almost in tears, saying she entered her kitchen and said she's heard the creepiest voice that sent chills down her spine. She's lived on her own for 20 years and wouldn't even enter her own house. She was horrified. My fiance and I came right over and went through her entire house, but nobody was there. When I was a child and we had just moved into that house, she called the police before because it would sound like someone had a baseball bat and was beating on the outside of the house. But of course, nobody was ever there. I still live in my house with the gravestone we unearthed. The gravestone is still leaning against my house. I wasn't sure what to do with it. I didn't want to just desecrate it, so it's leaned against my house in my fenced-in dog pen. We also dug all around looking for a body, but I suppose didn't dig that deep, and we didn't dig the whole yard up. For all I know, there could have been a body in my yard. It was from 1851. It's quite possible the family buried their child in their yard. It's also possible the graveyard expanded to where my house is. Athol used to be a hotspot back in the 1800s. That pesky graveyard was taking up prime land, and folks wanted to build here. Just another thought of mine for why I have a gravestone in my yard, and all these creepy experiences. I can't remember the exact date. It was almost 25 years ago. I do remember it being in the summer, though. I was about the age of 8 years old. My parents had a family friend pass away, and since they didn't have a sitter for me, I had to go along. I was afraid of dead bodies at the time, understandably since I was a child. I just sat at my seat and waited until my parents decided it was time to leave. I distinctly remember a brunette woman coming up and talking with me. She was wearing red heels, black tights, a black dress about down to her knees, a red and black suit-looking shirt, and she had on earrings and a necklace. I cannot recall what they were exactly. I don't know why I can remember this woman so well, or why I can almost perfectly recall her exact outfit. She just stuck out in the crowd. She asked me what my name was. I told her Josh. She then asked me a few more questions about how I knew the deceased. I told her he was a family friend. She then proceeds to tell me that she is his wife. I thought maybe it was his daughter or another friend of the man's. She was a lot younger than him. Her exact words were, "I know we will be together again very soon." At 8 years old, I didn't know better. I was brought up to be friendly to strangers, and I just talked to her. Too many people around for her to try and kidnap me. I do remember everyone looking at me funny though, and giving me dirty looks. I didn't know why they were doing this. We sat there and talked a good 15 minutes or so. Someone must have said something to my parents about me. I remember when my mother told me they were leaving, she was griping at me that I should stop talking to myself. I told her I wasn't talking to myself. I was talking to the man's wife, who had died. She was talking to me. We still kind of mention this today and share a chuckle over it because even she says she remembers saying this. Josh, that isn't funny. That man's wife died. It was about 11 p.m. I had just gone into bed and turned on the TV. And after about 5 minutes, the TV turned off by itself and the telephone rang one time. It then felt like someone put their arm under my pillow and my head and shoulders were lifted up about 20 inches or so. I then yelled, "Oh God," and I was instantly dropped. Another time I woke up in the middle of the night and smelled a strong smell of urine. It was so strong smelling that I had peed myself, so I jumped out of bed and checked, but I hadn't. I then went to the bathroom to pee, and I saw a puddle of some liquid on the floor in front of the closet door. There was no reason for liquid to be there. I got paper towels to clean it up, and you could smell that it was strong urine. This worried me. I thought, did I do this in my sleep? It happened again a few nights later with the strong urine smell, and urine on the floor at the same spot. Sometimes I would get a whiff of urine throughout the day. I asked a friend that came over to smell me and tell me if I smelled like urine, and I didn't. I told him what was happening, and after a few days later, he brought me a book. He said he read the back of it, and when I did, I started crying because it said, if you smell urine in your house for no reason, that you have a demon in your house. Some people told me they saw a black shadow in my dining room, and some other weird stuff would go on from time to time. What got me was this was a new house that I had built. I sold it after living there for 5 years. I was very careful not to talk about moving because I did not want this thing coming with me. At one time, I did demand it to leave, and things did settle down somewhat after that, but I always felt like someone was watching me. It creeped me out when I would take a bath. Thanks for reading. I've seen or experienced ghosts or spirits most of my life. My family is from a small town in southern Louisiana, where just about everyone I knew either saw ghosts or had a family member who experienced such. When I started telling my parents about the things I felt, saw, and dreamed, I was encouraged. One of my parents would always say, "Oh, your uncle sees this ghost. And don't forget about your Aunt E. She lives in a haunted house and talks to spirits all the time." So when my most recent experience happened, I was not surprised. My aunt died on January 18th, 2016. She was 96 years old. And although it was sudden, I was happy that she didn't suffer and had lived on her own up until 2 weeks before her death. She was the last relative of my parents' generation, both having crossed over many years ago themselves. I'd been feeling rather blue to say the least, but I returned to my daily routine within a matter of days. On Friday, January 29th, I was driving home after a long week. I was on a very wide and busy street. I stopped at a stoplight at a major intersection. While I sat in traffic, I experienced the most delicious aroma of a cheeseburger. I could smell the patty on the griddle, the yellow-orange cheese, the hot, salty yellow peppers, the yummy pickles, and the bun on the griddle, as well as the crispy French fries. The aroma was so great, I said out loud, "Boy, if the burger wouldn't be cold by the time I got home, I would stop and buy one." And that is when it hit me. There was not a single burger joint anywhere in this area, so I smiled and chalked it up to a visit from my aunt. But my visit wasn't over. I got home and started to relax into the evening. I went into my bedroom and my cat followed, as he usually does. When I sat down on the side of my bed, I observed him to jump up in the air as if he was playing with a string of some sort. This went on for about 2 minutes. I just sat there amazed, wondering what kitty he found so delightful. Then it hit me. My aunt liked cats, but my mother loved cats. So again, I smiled and chalked it up to my aunt. Had also brought my mother, which was her sister, both of which loved cheeseburgers and pastrami. And my mother decided to play with my cat. That night, I slept well and happy, and I think that kitty slept well too. It is nice to know the spirits are always with us, even when they take form in the mundane.
The Job Corps in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I was a student there in 1973. Since then, there has been a lot of renovation on the buildings, but when I was attending the Job Corps, it was pretty much the same as it was when it was an orphanage. One night, actually at 2 a.m. in the morning, when I came back to the dorms after babysitting, I had to walk across the campus to get to my room at the far end of the campus. While walking down to my room, all was very quiet in the dorms. Out of nowhere, I hear what sounded like children laughter in the distance. It was very faint, but I could definitely hear something. Yet, through the faintness of the sound, you could still hear shouts of glee and anger, as little children would do on a playground, if that makes sense. This happened behind the little chapel that was there, but the sounds came right there from behind the old chapel, and while I looked and squinted, I didn't see anybody there. I thought to myself at the time, why would parents allow their children to play so late outside? It was cold, and it was dark. Meanwhile, my hair was standing on end, and I tested the wind to see if the noise was carried from another place. Noises can carry long distances. There was no wind at all. At the time, I didn't know that the Job Corps used to be an orphanage until the next morning, when I was talking to my friend about hearing those children. This service worker told me that she used to work there as a service worker for the orphanage. She told me the voices I heard were probably the little children that died of broken hearts while she had worked there. Her face went pale as she told me that the children she thought were treated cruelly. There are two versions of this legend that I know. It's called the Devil's Footprint. The first is about a construction worker that was aggravated with a boulder that would not budge. The man stepped on the boulder and said, "I will give my soul to the devil, this boulder will move." By the next day, the boulder had moved, and there was an imprint of a human foot and a hoof print of the devil. The man was never seen again. The other version is about a farmer that was having a terrible harvest. He then said, "I will give my soul to the devil if I had a bountiful harvest." Indeed, the farmer's harvest was bountiful, and he made plenty of money. The farmer was quite pleased with himself, until the day the devil came to collect. The farmer refused to give the devil what he wanted, and a chase ensued. They ran all around the farmer's land, and the chase ended when they reached a cliff. I believe the footprints happened when they had their final fight at that cliff edge. I've heard many stories about the devil's footprint being haunted. My fiance told me about an occurrence that happened when he was there with his brothers when he was about 13. He said that his brother was contacted by a ghost, according to him, and his brother swears to this very day he was standing in front of the church doors, and being a rebellious young man that he was, he attempted to kick the doors open. At the moment his foot hit the door, it swung open and knocked him off the steps. Now, you may be thinking that there was probably someone on the other side of the door playing a prank, but keep this in mind, the doors open inward, not outward. I also know someone that was there very late at night, and she swears that she saw hooded men walking the edge of the woods. I myself had an experience of sorts. One night, a friend and I decided to go find the place. We drove and drove, and we couldn't find it. When my friend was so sure she had driven too far, she turned back. We figured we better wait until daylight to look for it, so we turned on the road that we thought would take us home. And what did we see? The old cemetery and that unmistakable white church. Of course, we freaked out. My friend swerved and barely escaped going off the road. By this time, we were both feeling a little unsettling feeling in our chests. Now, whether this was due to some unwelcome presence or fear, I'm not certain. I'm assuming the latter. However, needless to say, we didn't stop there that night. My name is Bobby, and I was checking out your website, and I decided I should send in my own story. We live in Grosse Pointe Shores, Michigan. This event happened on Monday, August 15th, 2005. One day, my brother named Vince was on the computer at about 4 o'clock when he heard a scream. He ran upstairs to find me and my older brother named Sam. Vince asked what was wrong, and we asked him what he was talking about, and he said he heard a woman scream, and we said nobody screamed. We were also the only ones in the house. We got scared, but eventually thought that Vince was probably hearing things and forgot about it. But a week later, me and Sam saw this website and decided to check if something was haunting our house. We checked everywhere, but found nothing. But just as we were about to give up, Sam said to me that we never checked the attic. This was the first time that anyone was up there in the attic in a very long time. We got to the attic door and opened up the hatch, and a ladder came unfolded from the top of the door. We started climbing up the ladder and got to the attic, and it was all dark. I felt the wall right behind me and found a light switch. I flipped the switch, and a dim light turned on. There was this old rocking chair rocking back and forth, the one that my grandmother used to have before she died. We totally forgot that we had gotten it and threw it up in the attic. Either way, we were freaked out. After about 2 seconds, we heard a scream so loud that it knocked me backward against Sam. We climbed as fast as we could down the ladder and shut the attic door. We were so scared that we didn't tell anyone except Vince about what happened. We checked the time, and it was exactly 4:06. We now know that Vince heard the scream from the attic a week earlier. All we know about the people that lived here before us is that they were the Andersons, and that they were an old couple that lived here and raised their kids here. I don't think it was my grandma's spirit, because she was always a gentle soul and wouldn't scare us like that. Anyway, after all the kids moved out and Miss Anderson died, a short while after that, he sold his house to us about 4 years ago. I believe Miss Anderson was the one who screamed. I guess she was mad that we stole her house from her. When I was a freshman in high school, my parents moved us from the city in central New York to a big, empty house in the country. Little did we know that the house is haunted. So many things happened there that even my skeptical dad began to believe that we were sharing the house with someone or something else. My best ghost encounter occurred in the middle of the day. I walked into the bathroom and saw, from the corner of my eye, someone that I thought was my youngest sister. I said, "Hey, Lori," but she didn't answer me. Annoyed, I turned to find out what her problem was, only to realize that it wasn't her at the sink. An old woman with gray hair up in a bun, a pink flower dress, and a white apron was drying her hands. She turned to look at me, and then she disappeared. We weren't often frightened of the ghosts and missed them when things seemed to be quiet for too long. We would lament that they didn't like us anymore. One day, I was in the house and I went into the shower. All of a sudden, there was a huge noise. I thought a plane hit the house, or at least there was a terrible car accident outside. I jumped out, grabbed my rope, and went to investigate. I found nothing out of order at all, so I got back into the shower. Not 2 minutes later, I heard that huge noise again. I jumped out, shaking this time, and checked everywhere, but again, there was nothing to find. I decided to skip my shower. I had a ghostly nightmare about this house before even moving in. My family moved into the house, and from day one, things were creepy. People before had moved out in a hurry, and their family broke apart almost instantly in 4 months. They all spread to 4 different places. When we moved in, we all got terribly sick within the first month. My mom had a life-threatening experience. My sister ran away. All the pets in the house died mysteriously with no known cause of death. My parents divorced. All of this happened in only 4 months. I walked into the house after school one day, and I heard my name being called. I knew no one was home because none of the cars were in the driveway. The voice calling my name sounded exactly like my mother, and I looked all around for her, even though I knew that she was presently in the hospital. Within the next few days, and a few more creepy paranormal events, all 4 of us left in just as much of a hurry as the one before us, leaving most of our personal belongings. We all split, each of us in a different car, to different places away from each other and away from the house. I will never go back to see it, nor would I wish the haunting of the house on anyone else. Hello. I lived at this house from 97 to 99. It was in Atlanta. My family and many of my friends were witnesses to the occurrences. Voices, electronics malfunctioning, dark figures. It happened day and night, but mostly at night. It is an older white home near the river, and for a while, we had a rat problem. The plumbers had left a hole under the bathroom sink. The rats, who were fond of shiny objects, left 2 human molars, complete with silver fillings, on the bathroom floor on 2 separate occasions. The back of the home had a foul odor, off and on, and the crawl space had been cemented over. I'm an investigator for the state, not a hysteric, but the place made a believer out of me, my family, and half a dozen friends. My then 4-year-old son complained of the man in the mirror with a string around his neck. Voices were male and female, also a small child. I've often felt the crawl space needed to be examined, just never could figure out a way to ask the officials to do such. I truly think that there is a body or bodies under that house. Myself and a girlfriend watched as a man-shaped shadow moved across the dining room wall into the kitchen where the light turned on. Well, we're checking out, if you can get the new owner's permission. So when I was about 17, my family had just moved back to Canada from living in the USA. It was a bit sudden, and being a family of 6, it was a little bit of a scramble to find a place to house all of us before the snow hit. So, My mom and dad decided to live in an old house that my grandpa had on his property, just for the duration of the approaching winter ahead. The house was my great uncle's, and my grandpa skidded from my brother's property to his place. Now my grandpa has 2 quarter sections, and this house is tucked way back away from the main house, so the powers ran from the main house, and with it being so far away, there is no running water. This house is old, so to add to the running water, there also isn't heat, only a wood stove. Just to give you an idea of where we were living in. Me, being a 17-year-old, I often stayed in town and didn't stay there very often. I specifically remember the first time it happened. I was in my bed. I was the only one who would stay downstairs. With the wood stove, everyone wanted to sleep upstairs since it was warmer. So I was just starting to fall asleep, and I started to feel the room get really heavy. I remember the feeling of not being alone. The doorway didn't have a door on it. It only had a beaded curtain, and I could feel it standing there. I then remember having the feeling of total fear rush over me and froze into my core with it. Then, it moved closer, and I felt the bed move and someone crawl right beside me, not in a way that was super noticeable, but in a sneaky, slow, sloth-moving type of way. I specifically remember wanting to vomit with fear. Then, I felt it, the feeling of an unshaven face rub against mine. I scrambled out of bed, holding my blanket, and ran up the stairs to my parents' room. I was so out of my mind with fear that I couldn't even scream. I slept on the floor with my dad's side of the bed. The next morning, Mom was wondering why her 17-year-old daughter was curled up at the foot of her bed, and I told her what happened. Later that morning, we walked over to my grandpa's house to have breakfast and go chat. My mom brought up my wild story. My grandpa and grandma silently listened, as my mom was laughing at the last bit of the story. My grandparents got really serious and turned to each other. Apparently, this has been an issue in the old house, and they didn't want to tell us, hoping we didn't acknowledge it, then it wouldn't bother us. I can honestly say it didn't feel angry or upset. It just wanted to cuddle. I didn't stay there much after that. I moved in with a cousin in town. When I was 6 or 7 months pregnant with my son Anthony, I had a terrifying nightmare. I believe this nightmare was a portal to the afterlife, that what I saw was in fact a ghost trying to communicate with me. Every night I would sleep with the bedroom door half open and also had the hallway light on, just because of the weird and bizarre events that would occur in this old home. I'd always thought I'd hear laughter during the day, sounds of doors opening and closing, and other little things that made me convinced my house was haunted. One evening, I swore I saw a small dark shadow figure float into the kitchen from my bedroom. It happened so fast, I didn't have much time to process it. My nightmare was very similar to this experience. I was convinced that I woke up in my bed before. At least at the time I thought I was conscious. I was glued to my bed, couldn't move at all, virtually paralyzed. I started hearing strange noises, like a gargling coming from the hallway outside of my room. I remember struggling to open and close my eyes. All of a sudden, I was able to focus my eyes and move my head where I could see that the door was open. I saw this little girl standing in my doorway. She was a black shadow from 5 feet away from my bed. She approached closer to me, all while I was still paralyzed and couldn't move. The black shadow whispered, "Don't be scared, I'll be home soon." That's when I woke up, sweating and screaming. Even after realizing it was a nightmare, I could still feel the presence of the shadow in that house. The same girl from my nightmare. I thought it was a bit ridiculous, because I knew at that point, my mind had just conjured this up in my head, even with all the previous signs of ghostly activity. What's even weirder, a few days after I received a call from my sister, she was very emotional because she announced to me that she was having a child. The reason why my sister was so emotional was because she had tried for years and years to have children, and she was never able to. Her doctor even told her that she was never going to be able to produce a child. I bet you the shadow from my nightmare came back as her living child. I was never able to find out the history of this house or who lived there, but I can bet you that the little girl used to, and she told me that she was coming back to life. I've noticed that you don't have any ghosts listed for the University Calgary residences in Calgary, Alberta. I had a strange experience in the residence tower called Randall Hall. I'll give you some brief information. There are 2 identical towers, plus some apartment-style residences that were built in the late 1960s when the university was founded. They are both 7 stories tall, with a central communal lounge and 3 hallways radiating out like spokes. Each hallway has 11 rooms and a bathroom. Originally, they were built as a female dorm and a male dorm. I spent 3 years of my university living in Randall Hall. The room that I shared with my roommate was in the co-ed hallway of the 6th floor of Randall. This kind of applies because we shared all facilities with guys. Toilet stalls, urinals, sinks, and showers were all communal. Think Ally McBeal. And we often had guys hang out in our room. Let's just say that there were quite a few of us engineers on that floor. I started the year living in room 661. One night, I awoke frequently, and I could have sworn that there was someone in my room, sitting in the chair at my roommate's desk. I passed it off as being asleep, but the next day I did ask my roommate, "Were there any people in our room last night?" All she said was, "Yeah, I thought that one of the guys had come in during the night." Weird. Anyway, a little later in the year, I moved into room 557, on the same side of the hallway, 2 doors down. We started noticing that in the common room, which was a large open area in the center of the spokes, one of the elevators would often come up to our floor on its own accord, open, close, then go back down to the main floor. Sometimes it would stay on our floor with the door open for almost an hour before going back down. My real experience came during reading break. I guess your guys' equivalent to spring break, only we have ours in early to mid-February, and most people leave, because the skiing's awesome in the Rockies, only a few hours away. In our hallway, the only people not gone was me, my roommate, the girls across the hall, and the girl at the end of the hall, on our side by the fire escape. To start my real story, I'll give you guys a little explanation about how our room was laid out. If you walk into the door from the hallway, there's a closet on each side that extends about 2 feet into the room, that goes all the way to each wall. No doors in the closets. The room is approximately square. My roommate's bed was against the left wall, with her desk against the window, directly across the door, and the chair between her headboard and the desk. My bed was against the window, with the headboard against the right wall, with my desk along the right wall. I awoke one night, because I swore that the door to her room had opened and that one of the guys from the guy's wing had come in. He had gone on a date that night and was a close friend. I looked over at my roommate's bed, and it looked like this guy was whispering something to her. I found it kind of creepy though, that instead of crouching by her bed like a normal person would do, he was standing with his legs straight, bent at the waist, with his face about 2 inches from hers. Now, I got kind of pissed off because it was the middle of the night and this guy had come in to tell Lauren about his date. I wanted to see what time it was, so I sat up in bed so I could see around my desk to my alarm clock, which was on a dresser in the closet. It was 2:30-ish in the morning, so I turned my head to yell or whisper strongly at this guy. Then I realized it wasn't who I thought it was. This is the creepy part. He stayed bent over my roommate in the same position, but slowly turned his head to look at me. While he was turning his head, this grin spread across his face. One could interpret this grin as malevolent. I sure did at the time. Then he slowly stood straight up and took a few steps backward towards the closet, folded his arms across his chest, and looked at me with the same scary grin on his face. It was strange because really, he had no facial features. Nothing of a face that I could see, except for this grin that I could more sense than see. Well, that was enough for me. Like any 20 going on 6-year-old, I dove beneath the covers of my bed and stayed there all night. This was very hard to do, since the heating is very efficient in those buildings, and most of the rooms are usually hot enough to be in shorts and tanks in. Anyway, I didn't sleep again that night. After a week or so, thinking about this experience, having insomnia, and sleeping with the light on, I have second thoughts on what was going on there. I think that yes, he was intentionally trying to scare someone, but only out of a sense of fun, because he knew he could. I think he had my roommates in his target sights, and he had his face by my roommates, waiting for her to wake up with this ghost face 2 inches from hers. Well, you could wake my roommate up with a cherry bomb when she's sleeping, never mind waking to a ghostly presence like so many of us do. Instead, I woke up, and his grin was more of a finally someone's awake that I can scare grin. So that was it, other than the knocking, which is actually quite funny. It was about 2 days after my experience when all 3 of our rooms got simultaneous knocks at 5:30 in the morning. My roommate got up to answer the door and scared the crap out of both her and the girl directly across from her by opening the door at the exact same time. Also, the girl at the end of the hall had her head out of the door, asking if someone had knocked. There was no one in the hall, and no way someone could have left without us hearing. The door into the central common room was on a mnemonic hinge and made a whining noise when you opened it. The door to the fire escape at the other end makes a crapload of noise, which echoes through the floors. The door to the bathroom also has a mnemonic hinge and bangs when it closes. Anyway, to close this outrageously long story out, I worked for housekeeping during the summer because the residents are rented out like hotel rooms. I didn't go back home in the summer. I was talking with the cleaner from the 6th floor while doing laundry one day. She related that she has had experiences with this guy over the last few years. She was cleaning a room after move out and had the door propped open with the garbage can. A guy poked his head around the door, looked her in the eye, kicked the garbage out from in front of the door, and slammed it. There was no one there when she went to look. There are rumors that a guy got really stressed out during exams in the 80s and threw himself off the roof into the parking lot. I've not substantiated his claims, so who knows. I do know that the roofs are now off limits to students, whereas they weren't in the past. The cleaner says that he is quite shy and is only seen during summer, Christmas, on reading breaks, never when the residences are filled with people. This isn't the first time I've told someone this. Normally people don't believe me because I'm only 14, but I swear that everything I'm about to say is the honest truth. My first experience happened 6 years ago. My friend was sleeping over at mine. We couldn't sleep, so we were just talking in the dark. Well, it wasn't that dark because I had the curtains open. I remember it being a few minutes past midnight. I also remember thinking my friend had stood up because there was a shadow on the wall opposite us, but she was still lying down. But she too had seen the shadow. It had no features and was only head and shoulders. It was where my light switch was. We both looked outside to see if anyone was there. Nothing. So we started to really freak out and close the curtains as quick as possible, and when we reopened them a few seconds later, it was gone. I have no explanation for this. I definitely wasn't dreaming, and neither of us had imagined it. Later on that year, I was alone in the house watching a video. I stopped the video to get something to eat downstairs. When I came back, the video had been took out from my video player and was on my bed. My next experience happened maybe about 5 or 4 years ago. I was on the computer, and I was the only one in the house, as my brother was out and my mom and dad were out working. I didn't have any music on at the time, and the TV wasn't on either. Basically, things were silent. I heard this voice coming from downstairs calling my name. It was definitely a woman's voice, maybe in her late 20s. I wasn't sure at this time. I really started to freak out. It lasted for around 5 minutes, and then it stopped. The next couple of times I heard it really scared me. The last time I heard it, I was home alone again. The TV was on mute, and I was on the computer again. The voice came from right next to me. It shouted my name into my ear. It shocked me so badly that I actually screamed so loud that the people next door heard me. Since then, I haven't heard it, but recently, I've been hearing music playing in and outside of my house. Also recently, things keep happening in my room. Like I keep feeling cold spots, and a lot of the time, I feel like I'm not the only one in the room. It's really scary. Plus, my TV has been on mute or changed channels when I'm nowhere near the remote. It scares me a lot. It shook me up so bad that I hate being alone in the house. This occurred roughly 20 years ago when I was 19 or 20, and I was sleeping over at my boyfriend's apartment in Spring Valley, California. My boyfriend left for work by 4 a.m., and I was alone in the apartment. This one morning after he left, I awoke on my back to a heaviness in the room. It was still dark, but becoming dawn. I looked to my right, and standing next to me by the bed was this tall black shrouded shadow entity. I was terrified. I could feel its presence surrounding me. Then, it spoke. I was lying there wide-eyed and in shock. I'm not still sure how I heard it. Was it audible, or just in my head? The voice was deep and gruff, and asked, "What are you doing here?" I'm familiar with some experiences with the paranormal, just never had it been so terrifying. I closed my eyes and began the Lord's Prayer. By the last words, "Deliver me from evil. Amen." The room had cleared. I felt the change immediately, and when I reopened my eyes, all was normal again. I told my boyfriend later that day, and he thought it was his deceased grandfather being curious. My boyfriend's grandma was recently staying with him, and she would tell him stories of the grandfather visiting her. Possible, I guess, but I still wonder what the black-shrouded entity was, and what its intentions were. For many years, I had a gray cat named Kitty. Kitty didn't like many people. She mainly only liked me. She always slept up against my legs at night, on the outside of the covers. She loved to be close to me. After she died, I was absolutely miserable. I missed her so much. After a few days, I started getting a glimpse of her walking around the house, out of the corner of my eye. I didn't say anything to anyone for a while. One day, my aunt said that she didn't realize that we had gotten another cat after Kitty had died. I told her that we didn't have any other cats, or any other pets for that matter. She was absolutely convinced that she had seen a cat walk across the doorway in our living room. One night, just as I was going to sleep, I felt Kitty jump up onto the bed and cuddle up against me. I could feel her pressing up against my legs. I tried my best to convince myself that it was just my imagination, but my husband felt her jump onto the bed also. Over the years, she has gradually stopped coming around us so much. She still shows up whenever I'm upset or sick. I guess she just likes to comfort me, just like she did when she was alive. Hello. I grew up in an old apartment building in the Fordham Hills section of the Bronx. When I was about 14 years old, I was speaking on the telephone to my best friend, who lived upstairs on the 5th floor of the building. My apartment was on the 2nd floor. My friend said that she was going to go down to my apartment in a few minutes. As soon as I hung up the telephone, there was a knock on the door. I wondered how my friend could have possibly made it down 3 flights of stairs so quickly. As we hung up the phone that second, I went to the door and looked out of the peephole to see if it was her. There, at the door, stood a tall, young-looking man, wearing a ruffled white shirt, a thick black belt, black pants, and black boots that went almost to his knees. Hanging from the side of his belt was a sword or a saber. As I stared at him, it appeared as though he was looking right at me with piercing blue eyes, even though the door was between us. I then noticed that I could see the number on the apartment door across from mine through his shirt. I quickly ran from the door, realizing what I had seen, thoroughly frightened, and called my friend, asking her to hurry and come down as I was alone in the house. I will never forget it for as long as I live. I did some research and learned that there was Revolutionary battles on in among Fordham Hill. I came to the conclusion that the ghost was a Revolutionary War soldier, probably British from the clothing. I only wish I could learn more. Nothing occurred for the rest of the time that I lived in that apartment. Thanks for having a great site where people can share their experiences. Like a lot of people, I've had friends and family members pass away. One of my best friends was John, who died from pancreatic cancer while still in his early 30s. Many years later, I started a habit while praying. I asked God to help me always remember my friends and family who have passed away, who influenced me, and who are a big part of my life. Then I think of their names and say them silently in prayer. About a year ago, our friend and family priest passed away, and I attended the funeral mass. As I was kneeling in the pews, I felt someone beside me. I looked to my right, and there, plain as day, was John. He was there for only 2, maybe 3 seconds, and then disappeared. I shook my head and looked again, but he was gone. I hadn't thought about John at all that day, and I may never know why he decided to show himself. I know that God puts people into your life for a reason, and I know that even after they are gone, they're always with you. I love you, brother. Thanks for the visit.
First off, I'd like to state that these supernatural experiences were some of the most genuinely terrifying accounts I've ever witnessed. I don't deliberately seek out these types of phenomena, and although I know this may sound cliche, I'm a skeptical individual. I've always believed that accepting anecdotal experiences without evidence can be disastrous for a story's credibility. I mean, it's incredibly easy to fabricate and embellish because it's impossible to prove that an experience, by itself, actually occurred. That being said, I can clearly understand why some will dismiss these experiences as visual hallucinations or an overactive imagination. I don't want to get into the habit of explaining why my stories are valid. I'm not going to waste your time trying to over-explain myself half to death in order to get you to believe this actually happened. Just take it from a skeptic, someone who isn't attached to the paranormal, someone who's consistently dismissive and always writing off these experiences as invalid. This particular experience happened at home. It was a summer morning, and I just ordered a new iPod that I had purchased online for myself. I was so excited about the opportunity to have this iPod because I was dirt broke, poor, and couldn't afford an iPhone, so the iPod was the best option at the time. I skipped out on school that day so I could have it here when it arrived. My parents were at work, and they work long hours, so they wouldn't be home until late evening. We live in the countryside, and our house is surrounded by woods, and there isn't another house between us for miles. The area is still pretty sketchy though, and there have been numerous times where the house had been broken into in the past. So I was waiting all morning for my iPod to arrive, when I finally hear a knock on my door. I thought to myself, oh yes, it's finally here. So I rushed all the way to my front door quick. I opened the door, but didn't see a package, or anybody for that matter. There's a window next to my door, and it's always easy to see who's coming by. Not seeing anyone immediately was strange because, again, we live in the countryside, a cabin in the woods type 2-story home, and I would have been able to see the delivery truck drive by since our driveway is straight and long before you turn out into the main road. I go back into the living room, really confused, but figured it might have been an animal or something. I relaxed on the couch and decided to watch some television. That's when I hear glass shatter coming from the upstairs window in my room. I immediately jump up from the couch and get kind of scared now because I'm now suspecting that someone may be attempting to break in. This terrified me because I'm an 18-year-old scrawny nerdy looking type kid, home alone, and I can be easily overpowered. I was thinking there were multiple people trying to break in, and that glass shattering might have been a diversion to make sure nobody was in the home so the coast would be clear. A second later, I hear the doorknob erratically jiggling and frantically run down the hallway adjacent to the nearest closet was and hide. I had the closet door open just a crack so I could monitor the situation. I prayed to God that these people would give up and just leave, but I knew that wasn't going to happen. I had no phone, no way to escape and make a break for it, and I was counting down the seconds until they would eventually catch me, and God knows what they would do. This is where it gets extremely peculiar. The front door swings open, and I hear strange murmuring noises that didn't sound human, almost if it sounded like pigs squealing. My heart is skipping faster, because I don't know what to think at this point, but I just tried my best to keep quiet so that whatever was in my house didn't find me. A second after, I then noticed these two semi-transparent figures walk, very tall in height, but snow white, into the living room. In fact, it's hard for me to put this into writing, but the figures looked albino, but as if they were covered in snow and just came out of a blizzard. The best way to describe them was that their appearance looked like White Walkers from the Game of Thrones TV show. Even stranger, they looked as if they were dressed as priests. They were so white it was almost blinding, but still dark enough that you could see them. They scanned the living room, looking around for something, but they just appeared disoriented and confused, like they forgot they were attempting to burglarize the home. The moment felt like forever, and the time felt like it was moving by so slowly. I tried to look around the closet for a brief moment to see if I could find a bat or something to arm myself with, just in case they were heading my way and I had to fight, but it was already too late. My idiotic self must have been looking too long through the cracked open door, because before I knew it, they were standing right outside the closet door. The closet door has no lock, so it was only a matter of time before I would be too weak to continue to hold the door shut. I tried with all my might to keep them from coming in. The figures kept banging on the closet door, and the doorknob kept continuously jiggling. That's when, all of a sudden, everything fell silent. The doorknob stopped jiggling, and I felt the force release itself and the pressure wear off of the door. I opened the closet door slowly, and my parents were home early, and the figures vanished. My parents were worried sick about me. Apparently, my dad received a phone call while at work. The call was very brief. It was a man's voice. The only information the man gave on the phone was that he was a priest and that I needed help because I was in danger. The call was so abrupt that it ended before he could respond. My dad then called my mom so they could rush back home. But how did that man know I was in danger? Who was that man who called? I told him that someone broke into our house and left it at that. I also told him that I heard glass shattering upstairs, so we both walked up, and to my surprise, everything was fine. No glass pieces anywhere, and the window was in one piece. Odd. I know for a fact I heard the glass shatter, and I know I wasn't losing my mind because I was expecting a knock. I was sober, and I wasn't on any drugs or medication. It just all sounded and felt so real. I never ended up telling my parents because, again, I'm a skeptical person, and maybe it was only burglars and not something supernatural or paranormal. What doesn't make sense to me is that I know these people were in my house. I saw with my own eyes who they were for a split second, but looking back at it now, I'm super convinced that what I witnessed was paranormal activity. I know this sounds crazy, but maybe I would have been killed and I was saved by that phone call. Or maybe I should just come to terms with reality and just admit that I was actually hallucinating, though I swear it was no hallucination. Maybe I was so excited about the idea of getting that iPod that it made me go insane for a brief moment, and I ended up seeing things. None of this makes sense, and honestly, I wish I was lying. All I know is, I'm not going to be ordering iPods online anymore. I'll just drive into town from now on. I don't know if you believe in God. I can't even truly be sure of that question myself. What I am sure of is that there are forces, things, or entities out there that we do not understand. Things that can possibly harm us, or at least terrorize us. Things that I would love to stay the hell away from, and I would advise you to do the same. Some people, such as my little brother, do not quite understand that, and every day I'm worried he will find himself in a situation he cannot escape. The story I'm about to tell you took place between 19 to 25 years ago, in what used to be a semi-small town called Austin, Texas. My family, consisting of both my parents, my severely autistic older brother Ben, my baby brother Eric, my older sister Eileen, and myself, had just moved back to South Austin from Bay City, Texas. My parents wanted to be closer to the rest of our family, so they bought an old 3-bedroom, 1-story house in a small neighborhood near South First Street. The house itself was ugly and looked like one of those small prisons you would see in some sort of Wild West show, but as for the neighborhood, well, I really enjoyed it. There was a park not too far away called Ditmer, and I believe the huge creek that ran through our neighborhood had the first same name. It was a beautiful place. Everyone had big trees in their yards, and woods surrounded us. I used to love walking around, or just going into the creek and relaxing while no one was around. My whole family liked it as well, especially Eric.
I was exactly 7 years older than he was, but he was a fast learner. He was a bit of a free-range child that never seemed to be really afraid of anything. As a baby, he rarely cried. Even when he had a fever so bad, he had to be rushed to the children's hospital. He turned 3 in that house by then, and he was already walking, talking, and peeing outside. He learned to potty train by watching Ben, who used to purposely go to the bathroom outside to anger my grandparents. My parents said he was the quickest one to become potty trained out of all of us. One day, I was watching a new show called Boy Meets World on our TV in the living room when I heard Eric talking to someone in our parents' room. I'd put on Power Rangers in there for him since that was the only place that had another TV, but I could not hear it playing anymore. What I did hear sounded like the occasional whisper, followed by Eric simply talking loudly. When I walked in to investigate, he was just sitting there on my parents' bed, looking into the mirror at the head of it. I asked him, "Who are you talking to?" with a slight giggle in my voice, and he turned and looked at me as if I just caught him sneaking the cat inside. He then grinned from ear to ear and replied, "No one." I then said as sarcastically as I could, "Oh, really? No one, huh? Liars don't get cookies from the cookie jar." He jumped up quickly and yelled, Okay, I was just talking to Chuck." I was relieved because Chuck had been his imaginary friend since we first moved in. In fact, I think it started when my dad let him watch Child's Play, and instead of being terrified of the creepy little monster doll like a normal person, he became obsessed with it like a little weirdo. He would watch that movie every year when it would come on in October, until he turned 14. So I decided to play around with him and say, "No, you weren't. You were talking to someone else." I was expecting him to say something along the lines of who, and I would quickly respond back yourself and throw a pillow at him, then run away. But instead, he did something that sent shivers down my spine. He tensed up and a look of shock and surprise took hold of his face. Then he looked at the mirror quickly and said, "I didn't tell her, I swear." I did not know how to react. I just stood there, dumbfounded. I then hesitantly asked him, "Who are you really talking to?" He looked up at me as if he was going to cry and said, "Mommy Ego." Then he pointed at the mirror grimly. My body moved almost robotically as I slowly moved to look in the mirror. I saw nothing, so I got closer and started squinting my eyes. Suddenly, I saw it, but it was too late. A pillow smacked me across the back of my head. "Eric!" I yelled as he bolted out the door shouting, "Gotcha." That night after dinner was a different story. Eileen and I were washing dishes when my dad walked in to get a soda out of the fridge. There was just something about that name that bothered me. What kind of 3-year-old would come up with that? The whole thing was just disturbing. Therefore, seeing as my dad was the one person Eric talked the most in our family, I asked him if he had ever heard him say anything about a mommy ego. My dad just looked at me as if it was normal and said, "Oh yeah, I think it's one of his imaginary friends or something." I asked him about her once and all he said was she's a secret or something. That made me feel a little uneasy. I had to know information now. I was still skeptical about the whole thing, and I thought, well, maybe it really is just all in his head, but part of me needed some sort of confirmation that mommy ego was just a figment of a child's overactive imagination. The next day, I asked Eric about her again, a little more sternly while he was watching TV in the living room. He wasn't really fazed by it this time, and mostly kept his eyes glued to the TV. "She's the old lady that stays in the attic," he said vaguely. That caught me a little off guard and confused, so I said, "She lives in our attic?" "No, she doesn't live here. Chuck does. She only comes to visit from time to time, and when she does, she sleeps in the attic," he said. "Wait, Chuck lives here?" I asked. "Yeah, he told me this used to be his house, and Mommy Ego used to visit him too." Now, I was feeling really scared, but I had to know one more thing. "So if Mommy Ego doesn't live here, where does she live?" I said. "Chuck said she lives in the woods by the creek near the dead goat's skeleton. Mommy Ego also told me she sees you sometimes hanging out the creek by the big tree," he said as he looked away from the TV and right at me. A chill went down my spine. To think some creepy old woman was watching me while I was alone. Then it occurred to me, maybe he's messing with me again, and he's been spying on me like some little twerp the whole time. So, I asked him if she was visiting right now, and he looked back to the TV and said, "I don't know, go check the attic in the garage and see." "Come with me then," I replied, in a sort of sarcastic way. "She doesn't like it when I go in there and bother her," he said. "Because she's not real," I found myself shouting. He just shrugged, and that was the end of our conversation. Things got weird after that day. It started as strange little events, but grew into somewhat larger problems. I would come home from school and find all the faucets in the house turned on, or random items in strange places like a pot or pan in the closet, or in the cabinet of the bathroom. Pictures would be crooked, and cupboards and windows would be opened. Sometimes, I would find chairs flipped over, or sitting in the hallway outside Eileen's room and mine. Then I started hearing scratching and knocking noises throughout the house. At night, I would sometimes hear what sounded like laughter or crying. A cookie jar kept falling off the shelf and breaking, and my mom would have to glue it back together, then find it broken again the next day or two, but we were pretty sure it was Eric trying to sneak cookies. At least, until one night, while watching Unsolved Mysteries with my dad and Eileen. It happened while Eric was at a friend's house. The even creepier part was it happened right when someone on the show said they heard a crash. My mom still blamed him though. She seemed to be the only one oblivious to the strange happenings going on in our house. Even my dad knew and was a little worried. About 2 years had passed, and we kind of just gotten used to everything. When something strange happened, it would still creep us out, but no one really got hurt, and it just seemed somewhat normal. We had put one of those large deep freezers in the garage directly under the attic as well, and it was where we kept most of our frozen foods. One day, I decided I was going to get a Hot Pocket. As I grabbed one and shut the freezer, I had an odd feeling I was being watched. Then I remembered Eric telling me about how Mommy Ego stays in the attic. I slowly looked up, but to my relief, all I saw was the opening that led to the crawl space and the usual light that we never turned on or even knew if it worked. I shrugged it off and went to the door leading out. I opened the door and I flipped the lights off, but as I did, my body froze in fear. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw a light coming down from the attic. I gained enough courage to turn my head and see, sure enough, the attic light was on. I didn't know whether I should dart inside and shut the door or check out what was going on. Curiosity ended up beating out fear, and I cautiously approached the freezer to look into the attic. I will never forget that day. As I carefully lurched forward to look up at the light there, looking right back down at me with her chin resting on the right edge of the hole was the head and face of a grinning old woman. Her hair was pulled back and tied up in a bun, and her face had more wrinkles than a shriveled up prune. She had no teeth in her sinister grin, just black gums that seemed to reflect the light. I could not see her nose too well because of the shadow cast upon her face by the light in the background, but what I could see as clear as day, and what I still see in every nightmare I have, is her eyes. Where there should have been white, there was yellow, and instead of a pupil and an iris, she simply had large black dots. Luckily, my bladder was empty because had it not, I would have easily needed to change. I ran out screaming so hard my voice went hoarse. I wish I could say that was the last time I saw that face. I was on edge for 3 weeks after that encounter. I would not go in the garage. I jumped at every noise, and I avoided going to the creek to relax. Those same 3 weeks, not a single strange event happened. Then one day, I decided to visit my friend JC, who lived down the street. We talked about the normal things, but then I decided to ask her if she had seen or heard anything strange in her house. Surprisingly, she did. We talked about what we had in common, and about what one of us experienced, but the other did not. When I brought up the name Mommy Ego, she froze. Her little sister, who was only 2 years older than Eric, had brought up that name before. Apparently, a year ago, she claimed Mommy Ego helped her get a frisbee out of their tree in the front yard. She said she had not heard much after that, but now she was a little bit worried. I went home that night and went straight to my room. I thought about a lot, about what JC told me, but eventually sleep overtook me and I passed out. I woke the next morning to a scream and found that both Eileen's bed and mine were shaking violently. As soon as my mom and dad burst through the door, it stopped. They calmed us down and gave us breakfast. My mom did not believe us, of course, but Dad did. Me and my sister talked a lot about it that day as well, but when I saw my little brother, he walked up to me and said, "Mommy Ego is mad at you," then walked away. I felt sick to my stomach. This thing had left us alone for so long, and now it was mad at me? Why? Is it because I disturbed her in the garage? So many questions and worries passed through my head. But had she truly been mad at me, and that was her only retaliation because things went kind of back to normal, that would have been weird. Sure, the occasional strange event, thing, or noise would happen, but it was the same stuff we had gotten used to before. Another year had passed and my sister and I wanted to have a sleepover with some friends from school. Both my parents said yes, and so it was planned. They all brought their stuff to school so we could leave straight from there, and since we were all walking distance from each other in our school, we simply walked to my house afterwards and had fun. We watched movies, did makeup, curled our hair, and painted our nails. You know, the teenage stuff girls did. At about 10 p.m. that night, we got a loud knock at the door. We weren't really doing much, just gossiping and playing the board game Sorry. I got up to answer it, and there was Eric standing there, and he looked very upset. Before I could ask him what was wrong, he yelled, "Stop it! I know it was y'all at my window trying to scare me. I heard y'all laughing," then stormed off back across the hall to his room before I could even respond. I didn't think much of it, to be honest. I was too preoccupied with my friends, so I simply shrugged it off and went back to my room. We all had fallen asleep about 2 hours later, but for some reason, no matter how tired I felt, I just could not pass over into the world of my dreams. Then I heard a knocking on my window. Baffled at what it could be, I simply remained in bed in hopes it was just something being blown by the wind. Then it happened again, a little louder this time. Then a realization came to my head. It was probably my stupid little brother trying to get some sort of vengeance on us for something we didn't do. I angrily got up and went to the window, and as I opened the blinds and prepared to tell him to go to bed or Mom and Dad would become involved in his little prank, my heart leaped to my throat and terror took over. Standing in the window was an old woman with her hair in her curlers. She had a toothless grin and yellow eyes, with large black dots for pupils fixed on me. My body worked almost mechanically. I shut the blinds and slowly crawled into bed. I just stared at the window. Then I heard a tap, as if someone was tapping their long fingernails against the glass. I quickly hid under the cover and just listened to the tapping until exhaustion took over me and I slipped into unconsciousness. I do not know when the tapping stopped, but the next morning, I was the last to awaken and no one else seemed to hear anything of the sort. I began to question whether or not I was dreaming, and honestly, when I think back to that day, I sometimes still do. About 1 more year would pass and my dad had received a promotion at his job. Since he was going to be making a lot more money, he decided it was time to move. We did not really notice anything weird about this time because we were so focused on packing and getting ready. Our house was in a new neighborhood and was in its final stages of construction, and we were going to leave as quickly as we could. Well, on the final few days of us being in the house, it started storming really badly. The creeks flooded over, and we had a non-stop tornado watch. We had the moving truck, but we could barely load it up and make trips back and forth due to the bad weather. The last day, the rain let up a little bit, and we had managed to move most of our stuff to the new house. I was so excited for this move to be finally over that I could not fall asleep that night. I was thinking about the new house and how I would soon have my very own room in a place with 2 floors when I heard our front door open and close quickly. I looked at the clock and it read 2:30 a.m. Who the hell was up and about at this time? I got up and went outside to investigate, and as I walked out into the front yard, I saw Eric running down the street. I had no idea what he was doing, so I angrily yelled at him to come back, but he kept running. I was barefoot and a little tired, but I spontaneously chased after him, thinking about how much trouble I'm going to make sure he is in for sneaking out. He turned down a street that was more like a cul-de-sac with a very large oak tree in the center. As I turned down it too, I saw him jump into a space between 2 houses that led to the creek. I remember how flooded it was down there due to the storm, so I broke into a dead sprint. I nearly fell down the slope that led down to the water when I finally caught up to him. But just as I took a breath to yell at him, I realized he was not the only child there. He was standing at the water's edge with 5 other children standing around him in a half circle. They were all in dirty, soaking wet, ragged clothes, and their flesh was as pale as the moon itself. As I got closer, I could see their glossy, clouded eyes fixed on the water. Then just like that, I blinked and they were gone, only to be replaced by 5 tires with a wooden cross set in the center. Eric was crouched down at this point, examining the curious structures. "What are you doing?" I yelled. I don't know," he said, confused. "You don't remember running here?" I shouted again. "No, I swear," he whined back. I believed him. I really did. "Let's go home. We are leaving tomorrow," I told him, and we walked home, not saying a word to each other. Few weeks went by, and we were enjoying our new home. We had not been able to explore the neighborhood much though, mainly because it would rain like every other day. On one particular night, it stormed so badly there was a flash flood warning and our power went out. I lit a candle in my room and read a book, but I figured after about an hour it would be better to just sleep until it was over. I woke the next day to my mom telling me she had some sad news. JC's sister had snuck out during the storm and had been found in the creek. She drowned.
India is a country having numerous forts. Many of them have been in existence for a while now and have played a very important role in shaping the history of the country. This incident happened in the early 90s when I was in college. It was December and exams were just over. We had a couple of weeks to go before the start of the new term. 4 of us, namely I, Peru, Nikhil, and Canoe, decided to go for an overnight trek to one of the old deserted forts to unwind, relax, and enjoy nature in general. We had heard some stories of the fort being haunted, but nevertheless decided to carry on just for the experience. This fort is situated around 150 kilometers from Mumbai and is around 1,400 meters above sea level. It is a 6-hour trek to the fort. We started at around 7 a.m. in the morning and were fully geared up to spend the night on the fort. Nikhil had brought a gas stove and other food items required for cooking. We had even planned a barbecue later that night. The weather was very pleasant, and the cool breeze really refreshed us and made the trek less tiring. We reached the gates of the fort at around 1 p.m. in the afternoon. There were a couple of other trekkers like us on the fort. They were very friendly, and we soon began chatting. They told us that they had trekked to the fort a couple of times before, but always left before sundown. When we told them of our plans to stay there overnight, they looked concerned and told us about reports of spirits and hauntings, which were reported earlier. When they found that we were determined to spend the night there, one of them insisted that we stay at the temple located at the entrance of the fort, which was considered safe by locals. The scenery from the fort was breathtaking, and Peru, along with Nico, had a great time photographing nature at its best. After a great lunch, we rested for some time and began looking around. The fort was huge, with a lot of items of historical significance. We also located a pond, which would fulfill our requirements for water, required for drinking and cooking. It was 6 p.m. and the sun had nearly set. Our trekker friends had left an hour back, wishing us the best of luck. We had already kept our stuff near the temple, where we could cook and spend the night after dinner. My friends suddenly had this crazy idea of going to the pond and enjoying a nice swim. Though I am a good swimmer, I was apprehensive since it was getting dark and the waters were unknown. The element of risk involved prevented me from joining them, and I sat outside, enviously watching them splashing around. This is when something strange happened. Canoe felt something grasp his leg and pull him into the water. He immediately shrugged himself free and looked a bit shaken. Though concerned, we tried to convince him that his foot might have gotten entangled in the weeds in the water. I asked everyone to come out immediately so that we could head back and start preparations for dinner. While walking towards our camp, Canoe told us that he was suddenly feeling very cold and started shivering. All of us were surprised to see this since Canoe is a robust guy who seldom falls ill. We quickly prepared a bed for him inside the temple, covered him with a blanket to keep him warm, and gave him some medicine. Canoe was delirious for some time, talking gibberish, but soon fell asleep. We then started preparations for our dinner. The plans for a barbecue were canceled, and we decided to have a simple dinner consisting of rice and lentils and hit the sack. By around 10 p.m., we finished our dinner, which tasted so good since we were all really famished after our long, hard day. The three of us sat down, chatting by the temple, and the topic soon drifted to the hauntings which were reported earlier. Nikhil is a complete non-believer in ghosts and scoffed at the reports. He also told us that he could go to the pond right away, enjoy a smoke, and spend half an hour there without any fear. Despite my pleas, he left us, promising to return in exactly half an hour. Peru and I were concerned about the whole thing, but couldn't help it. We started chatting about the breathtaking scenery from the fort and forgot about Nikhil. Time passed quickly, and when I glanced at my watch, it was 11 already. It was around an hour since Nikhil had left, and we hadn't heard from him. Irritated at his irresponsible behavior and being concerned about his well-being at the time, we immediately set about to find him. As we neared the pond, we saw Nikhil lying near the water. From a distance, it looked as if he had dozed off. When we came near, I glanced at his face. Believe me, what I saw next still sends a shiver down my spine. He was lying on his back with his eyes open, as if in a trance, staring straight at the sky. Fearing the worst, we shook him vigorously to try and get him out of his stupor. Fortunately for us, he awoke and seemed fine. He started sweating profusely and told us what exactly had happened. After leaving the temple, he came to the pond and was enjoying his smoke. He suddenly got the feeling that he wasn't alone. He saw something move in the bushes. He brushed aside his fear, saying to himself that it might be a stray dog who had made the fort his home. It also came to his mind that Peru and I might be playing a prank on him. He ignored the movement and continued smoking. He suddenly felt an icy cold hand on his neck. He swung back instantly and saw that it was a woman dressed in a red dress, horribly disfigured, unkempt hair swaying across her face, and a creepy smile on her face, looking straight at him. He had no recollection of what happened later until the time we woke him. There was an outline of 3 fingers clearly visible on Nikhil's neck, where the cold hand touched him. Without wasting any more time, we ran to the temple. We were relieved to see Canoe sleeping soundly. My watch showed the time as 12:30 a.m., a half an hour past midnight. We entered the temple and closed the door securely from inside. All of us were visibly disturbed after what had happened. Out of sheer exhaustion, we were about to fall off to sleep when we suddenly heard a knock on the door. We did not have the courage to open the door, but the knocking still persisted, slowly at first and becoming more and more vigorous later on. Someone was banging on the doors and windows of the temple. We heard a woman's voice abusing us and daring us to come outside. Nikhil slowly opened the window in an attempt to see who it was. There was no one to be seen, but we could clearly hear the woman's voice abusing us. After around 20 minutes, the banging stopped. Just when we felt that the worst was over, it started all over again. This time, the banging and abuses continued with increased intensity for around 45 minutes before it finally ceased. All of us had become nervous wrecks. It seemed that the only thing which was preventing the evil entity outside from coming in was the presence of the deity inside the temple. None of us could sleep. All of us sat around the deity and prayed hard in such a way that we had never done before. Getting out of the fort safely was the only thing going through our minds at that time. Then, at around 6 a.m. in the morning, there was a knock on the door. This time, it was a man's voice asking us to open the door. Gradually mustering up courage, I opened the window and was relieved to find that it was the temple priest who had come there before to perform his religious duties. He was surprised to find us there since no one generally stayed in the fort after sundown. We related our account to him and he confirmed that a few others too had similar experiences during their stay. He told us that he had been coming to the fort since he was a child, but personally did not experience anything weird inside the fort. Since the start of our ordeal, Canoe was the only person who was sleeping comfortably inside the temple and did not wake up even once. In fact, when we woke him in the morning, he was feeling fit and fine, unlike the previous day. He had absolutely no recollection of our ordeal inside the temple. We quickly packed our stuff and immediately started back. Nikhil was lucky to have escaped unhurt. This incident left a deep mark on him and completely changed his perspective of looking at paranormal occurrences. He recovered soon and the marks on his neck vanished within a week. Canoe still doesn't remember anything from the time we came out of the pond until the next day. Peru and I still meet up occasionally and sometimes discuss as to what might have happened if we had opened the door of the temple that night.
I encountered this entity quite a few months ago, close to the beginning of the month while walking my dog, but the experience stays fresh in my mind no matter how many days come to pass, for it still leaves me uneasy. It was on a clear night with a full moon that I decided to take my dog on a walk due to not being able to fall back asleep. I pulled on a simple jacket to keep me warm in my shirt and pajama pants, let my dog out of her kennel to clip on her leash, and left my home quietly as my family slept. It was in the early morning hours that I had woken up, but it wasn't the first time, so this was a somewhat normal occurrence for me at that point. I thought that it was just going to be a simple walk down the street to the mailbox and back. Boy, was I wrong. It was silent as I made my way down our dirt road. Not even the birds were making noises in the trees as I walked past and would have normally woken them up. My dog Tess would let out an uneasy whine every now and again, but I just took it as her being the scaredy dog she was, and probably was whining about her own shadow. As we neared the end of the street, only about 10 or so feet away from the mailbox, she suddenly started moving in closer to me, and I felt my vision almost vibrate as I turned my head due to suddenly feeling like something was pressing down on me while a loud buzzing filled my head. I don't know why, for it was sort of instantaneous with the sudden buzzing and pressure I was feeling in my head. But I glanced to the side and saw something standing in the bushes on the side of the road. It looked like a man, and yet not. It had no clothes on and was tall with rather long limbs and sickly white skin that just the sight alone almost made me want to throw up. The thing's face is what scared me the most, I believe, for it had no nose but piercing yellow eyes and a leering grin of a smile on its wide mouth that looked like it almost split from ear to ear, though not quite. Other than these features in its body shape, there was nothing else to identify it as a male. Not that I really had time to double check, as it disappeared and the pressure and buzzing noise went away. Once it did, I could hear Tess freaking out as she tried to slip out of her leash while backing up and whining loudly. But I quickly turned and ran back home with her following, then running ahead. Once I was home and in my room, I instantly jumped back into bed and pulled the blankets over my head to feel safe again, as I realized just how much that thing had scared me. To this day, I don't know what I saw, nor have I seen it again, but thinking back on my experience, I don't think I want to. It was Easter Sunday, 1992. I was 7 years old. All of my mom's brothers and sisters and their children had gathered at my maternal grandmother's house, like usual. After lunch, the adults had an egg hunt for all the kids. Anyway, the egg hunt was over, and all my cousins and I were headed to the backyard to collect our prizes. For some reason, I stopped about 20 yards short of the group and stared at the hillside. The back of my grandmother's backyard was, and still is, lined with forsythia bushes. The bushes were not in full bloom, but were starting to bloom. From what I remember about the sun, it had to have been around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Anyway, as I stared into the bush, this white shape, neither solid nor transparent, started forming out of nowhere. It seemed to be spinning while it expanded and contracted. At this time, I became aware that there was a very tall presence behind me, almost touching me. I thought the presence was my older cousin, who was a teenager and twice my height. So I spun around and said, "Lee, look at that," and spun back around. Instantaneously, I realized that Lee was not behind me and never had been, and the white blob was gone. I felt alone again. I looked over and realized my family was some distance off and had not seen or noticed a single thing. I think it needs to be said now that I am very skittish. I'm terrified of the dark and always have been. Just the thought of possibly seeing a ghost or demon or presence scares me. I've always been like that. However, in this situation, I was calm, more than calm. I know at some point in time, I told my mother, grandmother, aunt, and father about this. For a long time, they tried to convince me that what I saw was a cat or a grocery bag in the wind. I always maintained that it was an unknown form. Years passed, and my mother would occasionally bring this topic up with me to see if I remembered anything else. My story has always been the same. However, she pointed out something about 6 months ago that I had never realized. For years, I'd put emphasis on the blob. It had never occurred to me that I had not been mistaken about my cousin's presence behind me. Perhaps I just couldn't see the presence. Then she suggested that the presence could have been her father. He had died when my mother was 5 or 6. My mother and I are practically identical, so much so that in my adult life, I've seen pictures of her and thought they were me. My mother suggests that the presence was her father, just checking up on his little girl. For some reason, this helped put the mystery of why I saw the blob to bed. Now I feel like I understand, or at least have a more complete understanding. I have lived in New Mexico my entire lifetime and never moved. As a result of living in the center of the Southwest, I've heard the story of La Lorna multiple times and in many different versions. I live very close to about 2 rivers, and when I was little, I heard a version of the story where she drowned her children in the river that I could easily walk to. I never thought I would pay much attention, nevertheless see her, hear her, and slightly see, but recently, all that changed. I have 3 friends that are brother and sister to each other. It was summer of 2008 and we were having a sleepover. We had been planning this for about a month, and earlier in the day, we had bought all the food and other snacks we could imagine. We had planned to fire up the grill and make s'mores at about 8 p.m. and just sit outside and have a good time. At every sleepover we have, it seems that the Halloween decorations seem to get taken out of the closet a lot. 8 p.m. came around and we made s'mores in the front yard. It was fun, seeing as I was the first, second, third, and last to set mine on fire. We walked around barefoot on the driveway for a bit. I set the skull on the wall of our patio. After a bit, we sat in front of the door, talking silently. During a small moment of silence and nothing to say, we heard a moan come from up the hill. It sounded outside and very close, but still far away. We ran inside, and in the haste, I nearly got shut out. We were all accounted for, and we ran into my room. When we heard it, it seemed like it was coming our way fast. We all believed it was La Lorna, but we shook it off as one of my neighbors trying to scare us. The 2 streets we lived on had ex-criminals and people with mental disorders everywhere. I eventually noticed that it didn't have the plastic skull with me. About 2 or so hours later, I walked through the dark hallway, switching on as many lights as possible right when I was in my entryway. I looked out the narrow window next to the front door. I saw what looked like a misty shape of a person hovering there. It kind of looked like a woman, but I couldn't tell very easily. It was all very light. I didn't stay to find out. I turned tail and ran back to my room. Right before I got to running half of the 2 feet into the hallway, I looked down a bit and saw my plastic skull right next to the door. I'm still not sure if that really was La Lorna, but one of the friends at the sleepover, the older sister, had heard once before, and the moaning sounded just the same, and she heard her. The other sister with us was hearing bells for the rest of the night. This story goes way back before I was born. My uncle told us the story on one Christmas day, when I was like 7 years old. He told us that when he and his work friends went to a bar to relax after a hard day at work, he saw the scariest thing in his entire life. When he got near to the ravine, he saw a lady in white weeping and crying looking down, standing at the edge of the ravine. So he said, "Are you okay? Be careful, you're going to fall." But no words came out of her. My uncle described her. He said she was wearing a long white dress and she had no feet, actually floating in the air. He could only see her back. After a few seconds, my uncle felt really bad and he started backing up. Her weeping became louder and louder. Then she turned around and my uncle screamed. Her face was indiscernible and she had horse legs. She was part human and part animal. After that, he never walked home alone at midnight around the ravine. He said that, at night, he could hear her weeping soft in the air, and he still gets the chills down his spine. People say that when you hear the weeping lady far, far away, she is right outside your house or near you, and when you hear her really close and loud, it's because she is far away. My mom is a first-generation American. Her parents moved from Mexico to El Paso, Texas, before she was born. The supernatural was very prevalent in both sides of her family. My grandfather claims that we are descended from the Apache warlord Victorio, and that the spirit of Victorio appeared to him and his brothers when he was a young man. My mom had many experiences with ghosts and spirits, but she said that none was more terrifying than her experience with La Lorna. Her family lived in a decent-sized house on the banks of a canal on the south side of El Paso. At the time, the family had 3 dogs. My mom describes all of them as the toughest dogs in the block. One night in the dead of winter, my grandfather was telling my mom one of his great stories when there was a loud commotion in the front yard where the dogs were. The dogs were barking to wake the dead. My mom and her dad went outside into the front to see what was going on. They were joined by my grandmother. They had not noticed this before, but a fog was slowly creeping around the street. The air was chill, but different from the cold of winter. The cold went down to the very bone. The 3 dogs were barking towards the fog, or more accurately towards the canal that was by the house. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night air. My mom described it as the most terrifying cry she has ever heard in her entire life. She says that it lasted for a full minute before finally dissipating. When the scream left, the fog lifted and the dogs returned to the way they were before. My mom asked her dad what the scream was, but all he said was La Lorna and told her to go back to bed. Naturally, she couldn't sleep and instead listened to her parents debate over whether or not to call the cops and report her murder or something. In the morning, when it was light out, my grandfather went down to the canal but unsurprisingly found nothing. When he came back, he told my mom the legend of the woman who drowned her own children and is now fated to cry out for them on the banks of the river where she killed them. And to this day, my mom is convinced that she heard La Lorna on that night so many years ago. Another close associate of mine who has had a close encounter with La Lorna is my former karate instructor and confirmation class teacher. He is Irish and a devout Catholic, but firmly believes in the existence of ghosts and the paranormal. When he was a teenager, he lived in New Mexico, close to the borders with Texas and Mexico. Like any good teenager looking for a rush, he liked to ride around with his brothers after dark and watch for ghosts in the old graveyards. One night, he and his brothers managed to convince a couple of girls they were sweet on to come along. They were sitting in the car in the middle of the desert when a deep fog started setting in. They were unsettled and decided to leave, but the car wouldn't start. Suddenly, he says that everything went completely and utterly pitch black. My friend flipped, but his brothers were frozen in their seats, unable to move a muscle. He yelled, but they still didn't move. He reached over and managed to finally start the car. He was 15 and didn't even have a license, but he drove out of there like a bat out of hell. When his heart finally stopped racing, he stopped the car. He turned to his brother and asked him what the hell happened back there. His brother, with his face still white, asked him incredulously, "Jim, did you not see her?" He shook his head no and asked his brother what he was talking about. His brother told him that when everything had gone black, a strange translucent white woman appeared outside of the car. She looked like a wicked witch. She reached her hand into the car, through the closed window for Jim's neck, but stopped and drew back when she touched it. She then disappeared, and that was when the car started. Jim reached up to his neck and fingered the St. Michael medal he always wore. He firmly believed that the archangel responsible for defeating Satan protected him on that night. Whatever the spirit was, a demon, La Lorna, or some other frightful specter does not matter. Jim is firmly convinced that it was La Lorna and that she was stopped from whatever evil she intended, and he never stops praying to St. Michael. Hi, my name is Michelle. I'm a mother of 4 children, but when this happened, I only had 2. My oldest was 5, my youngest was just a baby. When my second child was about 4 months old, we lived in a trailer park across the street from an open field in Sodus Point, New York. It was supposedly a battlefield in the War of 1812. One night, around midnight, he woke up crying. I heard someone or something singing, or rather chanting to him. It sounded so weird. I couldn't understand her, but she kept singing until he went back to sleep. This proceeded to happen every time he woke up in the middle of the night, up until the night before we moved. Needless to say, he slept with me every night. I was really scared that something would happen to him. I never figured out what it was. Some people tell me it was the ghost of a slave, and other people say it might have been the ghost of a nurse. Yet, other people said it could be the ghost of La Lorna. She threw her children into the water and drowned them, and was condemned to walk the earth until she finds her children. She supposedly steals babies in the night, trying to make up for the children she murdered. It still scares me. It was the weekend after Thanksgiving, Saturday, around 3 a.m. 2011. My sister and I were watching movies on Netflix, enjoying our days off due to the holiday. Everyone was sleeping because, after all, it is very early in the morning. All of a sudden, we began to hear a moaning or crying coming from a woman. It was very loud and it was terrifying. It sounded ugly, like a woman in pain or despair. It went on for about 20 seconds, then it stopped for 10 to 15 seconds. Then it began again, even louder. Told my sister to grab the phone to be ready to call the police because I thought a woman was being raped or being assaulted near our house. I stepped outside, scared, to see if I could prevent a crime. Shouldn't have done that, could have been dangerous. When I got to the front of the house, there was no one outside, yet the crying was literally in front of me. It was a foggy night as well. My sister came out, and the crying lasted for about 2 minutes. We were puzzled. We looked at each other, and we both got chills. We were both thinking the same thing. I don't want to come to any conclusions. I'm Hispanic and grew up with the legend of La Lorna. Many people in the Hispanic community swear that that malevolent spirit does exist, and even say they have heard the cries in their native countries and in Southern California.
Living in Vernon was very hard on my family. My dad decided he was tired of being a parent and gave my mom 2 years to get a job and get out of the house, unbeknownst to me and my youngest sister, of course. My brother left the house as soon as he turned 18, and he was always getting drunk or high, or having relations with certain seedy women. My older sister was caught up in her own drama and had no kind words to offer her younger siblings. So I suppose it's no surprise that my little sister and I had paranormal experiences there. First, allow me to explain the layout of the Vernon house. The front door opened to a small foyer, then the dining room and kitchen, which are connected. The hallway to our bedrooms was to the left, while the kitchen was to the right. Standing in the foyer, you could almost see the entire house, including the huge family room down a couple of stairs connected to the dining room. Now, before I begin, I'd like to explain that I had a problem with sleepwalking as a child. I would go to sleep in my bedroom, then wake up in the living room, kitchen, etc. Sometimes
I even interacted with everyone who was still awake while I was in these states. My first encounter with the entity seemed like just another horrible nightmare. In the dream, I walked down the hallway from my bedroom into the living room. I was wearing the exact pajamas I had gone to sleep in, and the house was exactly the same as we'd left it at bedtime. For one reason or another, I felt the urge to look into the kitchen. There he was. The static man appeared in the doorway between the dining room and kitchen. He was tall, barely touching the ceiling, and he appeared robed in black. Instead of a head upon his shoulders, there was this great ball of static. The sound buzzed constantly. I stood there, frozen with fear, staring up at the static man. After perhaps a couple seconds, he reached out his long, dark arm towards me. Then he seemed to kind of float, closer and closer. The buzzing got so loud that it hurt my ears. I remember closing my eyes, screams stuck in my throat, and then I woke up on the couch in the dining room, facing the kitchen. I told my parents about the dream, but they weren't overly concerned about it. No, for a while, I just brushed off the dream. But I wasn't the only one affected by the static man. Apparently, my little sister, Catherine, was woken up one night. When she opened her eyes, the static man was standing between our beds. He seemed to be looking at her. Catherine, despite her fear, got angry with the man. "Get out of here! God will be angry if you don't leave us alone." Then, in a flash of bright light, the static man was gone. Catherine settled herself back into bed and slept peacefully the rest of the night. It should be mentioned that Kat would hear and see things in the Vernon house. Shadows would play in her peripheral vision, and voices would call our names. One time, when we were playing in the backyard, she looked into the alley behind our gate and saw these kids standing a ways away. They called to her, promising her a good time. She ran into the house and didn't tell me why until years later. For many years after Kat's bravery, I didn't have any encounters with the static man. My mom moved us to Wichita Falls, where she finished her degree in nursing. Dad moved to Albin. We started going to a Catholic school. My sleepwalking stopped completely, and for the first time in years, I was able to sleep peacefully. Everything, for a while, seemed great. A couple years later, we moved in with my dad. My mom was trying to save their marriage. A few months after settling into the house, the static man appeared again. I woke up in a cold sweat. The man was standing beside my bed, leaning over me. All of a sudden, I was tossed a few inches straight up from the surface of my bed. I would later try to recreate this movement on my own. I couldn't get off the surface of the bed from my position. Then, something pinned me down by my arms and legs. I felt hands wrap around my neck and start choking me. Trying to fight off this attack, I desperately looked around, hoping Kat had been awoken. She hadn't, of course, but I did notice that where I felt fingers grabbing my limbs, there were deep depressions in my flesh. After perhaps a minute or so, I was released, and the static man disappeared as quickly as he'd come. For the rest of the night, I lay there, wide awake, shaking and gasping. From then on, every night, for about a year, I was disturbed in the same way. I was completely drained of energy. My grades fell abruptly, and I violently lashed out at my family. For instance, I actually tried to suffocate my little sister with a pillow. Then I started biting, hitting, and cutting myself just to feel something. I'd even tried to kill myself. My mom, sister, and I moved into our current apartment after 2 years of darkness in my dad's home. The static man continued to torment me. I tried to talk to my mom about it, but she kept telling me that it was just a dream and that it was a side effect of my new antidepressant. If there was something wrong in this house, I'd know about it. I have experiences with these things, remember? She said things like this even when I kept with her, and the entire bed shook as the man attacked. Caroline, if you keep shaking the bed, I'm kicking you back to your room. One night, I just laid in my bed crying, waiting for the static man to appear. I pleaded to God for just one night of peace. Please, God, please, God, please. I was shaking from fear and exhaustion. I suddenly felt a wave of peace wash over me. I stopped crying and closed my eyes. When the static man jolted me out of bed, I wasn't afraid. It didn't touch me, didn't buzz. It was the first night in a long time I was able to get a good sleep. Thank you, Jesus, I remember thinking before I drifted off to sleep. Ever since then, the static man has only visited me once every few weeks. I'm not afraid of going to bed anymore, and he hasn't been able to touch me lately. I believe either his power is weakening or I'm getting stronger, somehow. Although I know I'll probably never be rid of this entity, I know he won't be able to hurt me like he was able to beforehand. As to what exactly the static man is, I have no idea. I don't believe he's a human spirit, and he most certainly doesn't resemble any of the nature spirits I've encountered. I don't believe he's a manifestation caused by my medication or even stress, as he appears despite what's going on in my life, and despite whether or not I take my meds. I've tried, and continue to try, to research our old house, but all attempts have proved fruitless. I do know that 2 boys, one of whom lived in the house after we moved, committed suicide for mysterious reasons. Perhaps they're connected, perhaps not. I don't think I'll ever know. Whatever the static man is, I'll continue to fight him, be it through meditation and prayer, or other means if things escalate again. Thank you for reading my incredibly long story. Comments, suggestions are all welcome, as usual. Final goodbye verse static in the air. Users, my story takes place in church. It was my grandmother's funeral, and we were all in our Orthodox church, grieving while the ceremony took place, as you do. Now, my grandfather had passed a year before this. I remember being in tears as the priest spoke about her life and how she is now much happier. As I stared into nothing while looking down at her coffin, it's like my brain had tapped into the world of the supernatural. There he was, my grandfather, standing with one hand on her coffin, looking down at her. I don't know for sure that it was him, because I couldn't see ahead. My abilities are obviously not strong enough, but I just knew it was him. I felt safe and happy. After this experience, we had driven down to the cemetery
to say our final goodbyes. As we lowered the coffin into the ground, the sun came out and shone on our coffin. When we could no longer see the coffin, the sun was gone. I was extremely happy. I knew it was my grandparents saying goodbye for the last time. Ever since I had tapped into the supernatural realm of the world, if I concentrate hard enough, I can see what appears to be static in the air. What is this? Am I looking into it too much? Or is this a common thing first-timers see? I often feel eyes on me in my own house, and am scared to be home alone. I hear footsteps and jingling like change, and I know it probably shouldn't scare me, but it does. Can somebody help me understand the static in the air and explain to me a way I can deal with these felt presences? If you had read my story and or commented below, thank you so much for your time. I look forward to help and advice from other users. The White Wings. As this is my first time at publishing a story here, I thought I should start relatively slowly and also explain some background about me. Up until recently, I've been a dancer my entire life and have always felt most serene stood in the wings of a stage. Funny, really, that this story so revolves around wings in every sense. Being a performer, countless hours have been spent on a stage and backstage, wings, tech booths, dressing rooms, etc. Now, though most of my experiences have been personal, I thought I would start with one that was only about me and not something I actually saw myself. It happened during a dress rehearsal for an annual show that I was about to perform in about 2 years ago. I was in a local theater where I am from in South Wales. To set the scene, I was stood alone in the right-hand side wings of the stage. For non-stagey folks, this just means the small space on either side of the theater stage, where you are concealed from the audience. On the opposite side to me were my teacher and her close friend who acted as our stage manager. It is important to note that both of these women are very spiritual and I believe quite in tune with the unexplainable. There is usually very minimal light when you are in the stage area, as was the case now. I was waiting to rehearse a routine and was also acting as an assistant teacher at the time, so was spending 90% of that dress rehearsal right where I was when this event apparently occurred. There were plenty of other people in the auditorium, but none where I was standing at this time. I must stress, there was nothing but black walls and a few tables behind me, and I was very much alone when our stage manager witnessed this event. She claimed to have been watching me from across the stage as we waited to progress, when she saw a large pair of white wings appear behind me, almost wrapping around me. Angel wings? Butterfly wings? What? I was told this all by my teacher shortly afterwards, a woman whom I was very close with and trust immensely. The stage manager had apparently asked my teacher about me as she was seeing it. Has she lost someone close to her recently? My teacher confirmed that, in fact, I had, and the manager proceeded to explain why she was asking. I have always felt a strong feeling with me backstage since this person passed, and always hoped they were there to watch me, as they always had done. One more mentionable detail would be that a while later that day, while the show was in full swing, the same stage manager said I had walked past her in the wings to go backstage, and a huge gust of wind seemed to sweep after me. This stage has no natural drafts, no windows, doors, etc., that could produce winds, and it is always boiling when you're up there. You'd be grateful for a breeze. So again, strange. I have always wondered about this event and hope that it means my loved one was with me. If anyone could confirm this or explain about any theories of seeing wings, I would be so grateful. Thank you so much for reading. At the end of the hall. Anyone who works in the medical field knows the wise tales, such as opening windows when a patient passes, or they come in threes. Given my background with my house, I tend to shrug things off my shoulders and ignore little incidents, telling myself I'm seeing things. On this particular night at work, it was just two aides, one med tech, and myself, the nurse, on the back halls. Now, you would think that the newly built wing would not have any ghosts contained in that area, but we were proven wrong. Around 1930, I was beginning my med pass. As I went to each door, I made sure to keep my card against the wall so everyone can get through and to see out of my peripherals if anyone needed me. I go into 228 with their medicine, come out, throw away my gloves, and prepare to start pulling meds to the next patient. When I see someone standing in the doorway at the end of the hall, I pause, turn to see if someone needed my help, but no one was there. I continued to pass my medicine, coming out each room, closing the doors behind me. Again, out of the corner of my eye, I see someone standing at the end of the hall in a doorway. I turn to check, and no one was there. At this time, I only had 3 more rooms left. Inching my way closer to the spot, I kept seeing something. When I get to the last room, I go in, do my routine, come out to my cart, and notice the room I was just previously in. Door is open. Now, knowing the history of the patient and knowing I was the only person down the hall, it kind of took me by surprise. But I didn't react. I just simply closed the door. I go to my last room, and again, when I come out, the same door is open. And can you guess which room it was? The exact room I kept seeing someone stand at the end of the hall. So I played nice, left it be, and started wheeling back towards the nurse's station to start my charting. It's about 12:30 now, and all the rooms are asleep. Lights turned off in the halls. My teammates sitting in the living space, so I guess you can say it's pretty quiet, which every nurse never wants the word uttered on their shift. Now, where I sit at the station, I can see down 2A and courtyard, which is relatively new. I'm almost finished with my charting when I started hearing footsteps coming from the courtyard. So I quickly glance over to see if my patients are walking the halls. And nope, sure wasn't. I go back to charting when again I hear footsteps, but this time was a little bit more noise with it. We have a few patients who like to wander into other rooms, so I get up, let my workers know what I'm doing if they need me, and headed up the hall. Stopping outside each room, I patiently wait, listening, and then take a few steps to the next, and so on. I inch further towards the end of the hall, to the room I kept seeing someone stand in the doorway. Of course, I'm thinking, awesome, just my luck. As I start raising my arm to turn the light switch, a loud crash came from within the room. I hoofed it down the hall, not looking back. My coworkers looked at me bug-eyed and saying, "What the f?" As I'm gasping for air, I'm trying to explain what just happened, and of course, they don't want to go check the room. So, we all go, and to our surprise, whole room was cleaned. Nothing on the floor, nothing misplaced, no one and nothing. Want to know the creepy part? A patient had been staying in that exact room for about 2 months and finally was okay to go home a few days prior. That morning of my shift change, we got a phone call saying the patient who used to be in there had fallen in the early AM and had passed away due to severe hemorrhage of the brain. This strange encounter happened sometime at the end of 1983. We, meaning the ex-husband, 4-year-old daughter, and my son, who wasn't a year old yet, and me, the mother, were stationed in Barbers Point, Hawaii. I was getting ready to make a trip back to Ohio. I never really liked sleeping in the dark, but my husband at the time liked the darkness. I remember waking up like I was being smothered by this big black thing. A big giant spider is what I thought it to be. Whatever it was, I touched it when I was frantically swiping it away and screaming. I jumped up, switched on the overhead light, and followed what looked like a black steam cloud from a tea kettle. It went into the kids' room. It went straight to the baby's crib and hovered there. By this time, I was frantic, screaming, and yelling for it to leave. It quickly raised up from the crib and exited out the window. By this time, everyone was awake, and I related the story to my husband at the time. He thought I was crazy. A few days later, my daughter, new baby son, and I flew to Ohio to show him off to the family. And that's where my story ends. Thank you for reading. My daughter came for a one-night visit with some of her coworkers, and she spent the night with me while the others went to a hotel. The next morning, she dropped me off at work and did the tourist thing with her friends, and they were scheduled to leave that night, April 21st. I got home from work around 5 p.m. and did my usual routine. I walked into the bathroom to turn on the small oscillating fan on the counter, and I noticed a battery pack sitting in front of the fan. I looked at it and wasn't sure what it was, then walked into the living area to open windows, etc. Around 6 p.m., I called my daughter on her cell phone to check on where they were. They were checking out the hotel and had to hurry to return the rental car. Then she asked, "By the way, Mom, did you see my battery pack?" So I told her it was on the counter in the bathroom. She sighed, and I told her I would mail it to her the next morning. After we hung up, I went to the bathroom to get the pack so I could put it in my bag, but there was no battery pack on the counter. I stood there, pretty stunned, and I knew I hadn't touched the pack or moved it. I looked everywhere and finally decided I would have to let her know something happened to it. The next day, April 22nd, I called her in Dallas and blurted out, "I don't know what happened to the battery pack. I couldn't find it anywhere." She said, "I found it, Mom. It was at the bottom of my carry-on bag." She said she must have put it in there early in the morning and forgot about it. I told her it couldn't be because I saw it and even described it to her. Well, this was a strange encounter. Now I'm wondering about the holographic universe and dimensions. Thanks for letting me share my experience. It's never a dull moment. First off, let me explain that I am in the military, and we were living in military housing at AMR during this encounter. I was married at the time. I don't recall the exact date, though I know it was early in 2000. My wife and I were home on a Saturday morning, relaxing like we usually did. I was entertaining myself, playing video games and sitting on the couch, while my wife was at the computer desk about 4 feet behind the couch, checking her email. All of a sudden, I felt what I thought was a hand pat me on my left shoulder, as if to say what's up. For a second, I thought I could feel someone standing behind me. Figuring it was my wife, since we were the only ones in the house, I turned to greet her, and there was no one there. And then I also noticed that my wife had not moved and was still typing at the computer. My next thought was that it must have been our cat, China, playing around. So I asked my wife where the cat was. She turned her chair to face me a little, showing me that the cat was laying in her lap. Obviously, I was a little freaked out, so I told my wife what had just happened. She got scared and asked me not to talk about it. Soon after that, I was again on the couch, holding and petting the cat. Unexpectedly, she started to claw into me, while at the same time looking at something unseen that seemed to be right behind me. The experience gave me a chill. I let the cat go, and she ran off to the bedroom. Though I thought it was a bit weird, I shrugged it off, even though I was a bit unnerved. A few days later, I was laying on my bed watching TV, and I noticed that the cat had wandered in the room, so I called to her. Usually she came right to me right away, and she stood there, just looking at me. So I continued to call to her until once again, she seemed to see something behind me. At this moment, I sensed a presence again. The cat turned and ran out of the room. As you can probably imagine, I was a bit tired of it all, so having had enough, I turned my head, looked over my shoulder, and as a reaction said something like, "Please leave me alone." After that incident, nothing more ever happened. First off, let me explain that in Hawaii, you're raised to be suppositious from small kid time. I was always told that if you ever hear someone calling you from outdoors after dark, do not answer, or you will be taken away by some spirit, or obake as we call it. When I was about 11 years old and quite obsessed with supernatural powers, witchcraft, ghosts, and such, day after day, I would hold up in my room and read every ghost book I could get my hands on. In our backyard, we had 2 big mango trees, which for some reason would scare the bejesus out of me. You could not get me to go back there in the dark, even if my life depended on it. One night, while in my room reading, I kept hearing my dad call me from the backyard. Being an obedient child, I answered him. When he called me again, I got scared, remembering what I was taught when I was younger. I went into my parents' room to check and see if my dad was outside, and if not, and to see if indeed it was him calling me. To my surprise, he was on his bed watching TV and asked me why I was yelling for him. I explained to him what happened, that I heard him calling for me from the backyard. He told me to never answer a call from outside, unless I know for sure who it is I am answering, and that he did not call for me. Needless to say, I was scared to death and did not want to go back there, even during the day. All the neighborhood kids would want to go back there and climb the trees, pick mangoes, or play hide and seek, but day after day, I would refuse. Like all kids, though, I eventually forgot that night and went to play with my friends in the backyard. We must have been playing back there all day. I didn't realize until around sundown that it was getting late. I remember the night someone called me from the backyard. The mango trees make good shade during the day, but at night, they make it even more dark. As I was walking very quickly around to the front of the house, I heard my baby brother calling me, sounding really scared. For fear of getting in trouble, I am the oldest with 2 younger brothers. I ran back to go get them. When I got to the corner of our house where I could see the backyard, something made me look up in the mango tree. To my horror, I saw a pair of glowing red eyes. I ran into the house as fast as I could. I just opened the front door and saw my brother there at the kitchen table waiting for my mom to bring him his plate. After telling the story of my encounter in the backyard, my mom tried to convince me I suffer from an overactive imagination. I am positive what I saw was not of this dimension, and most certainly was a supernatural being. It's what we in Hawaii call chicken skin. My family and I were out for a night drive and decided to head to Kiwanala Beach in Yokohama Bay, Makakawa. It is a drive we took many times to watch the sunsets or to gaze at the stars. On this night, we really didn't notice how dark the night seemed. As we entered the park, it seemed as though we were the only ones there. My sister needed to use the bathroom, which is located near the entrance of the park. When we stopped, we noticed 3 lights at the end of the park, about a quarter-mile away. Most locals tend to park there to avoid police patrols, who most times won't go that far into the park. We assume that some locals attracted the attention of some officers. As we were getting back into the car, we noticed that these lights, way at the end of the park, changed from blue to green. Soon these lights started towards us. As these lights would bounce up and down, the number of lights would multiply by hundreds at a time. Each light was only about 3 inches long and 4 to 5 feet off of the ground. This covered the whole beach from the mountain to ocean, which is about 2 to 3 football fields wide. All of the lights move up and down at the same time, each by multiplying by the hundreds. It soon gained on us near the entrance in a matter of 30 seconds. We all got back into the car and quickly left. These lights were about 40 feet away from our car, but we couldn't make out what it was. As we left the park, we passed another car. We were so frightened that we drove as fast as we could to the nearest convenience store and stopped to talk about what we had just seen. As we did this, the car who passed us before heading to the park drove right past us at a high rate of speed. It was later that I found out that it was the Hawaii Po, or Night Marchers. Thanks for reading. Today I have a story for you that is very scary for me, but might be a bit sad. Also, this is fairly recent in memory. I'd say it was about a month ago now. I was chilling at my grandparents' house, which is quite large. I hated, and still do, going up the stairs alone when nobody else is in the house. Alright, so now I'm getting to the point. So me and my brother Tasman had stayed over the night. But during the night, it seemed that I would get woken up constantly to the sound of someone digging their heel into their wooden floor and then dragging it as if they were limping. This was very creepy, as neither my grandparents nor Tasman own a pair of hard shoes. Then I thought back to my great-grandmother. She had a broken leg, and since she was so old, she died because of it. She always wore those wooden-type shoes, so ones that look like clogs, but have a buckle and a heel. Then I have one more strange event that happened to me and my friend Katie. When we were about 12, we were about to watch a small movie. Nobody else was upstairs, and this is really important information. When we heard a little human sigh, it sounded like it was from an old lady as well. We sprinted out of there without even thinking, but it gets even weirder. Me and Katie both sat down to watch that same video again when out of nowhere, the whole room just went white. Like a blinding white, but just for a split second though. There wasn't any cars around, and it was most certainly not the sun. So how? From now on, I'm not going upstairs by myself or with a friend to watch movies, and I haven't stayed the night since. This was all very strange, and I hope that it will not happen anymore if I go back to my normal ways. Thanks for reading.
My following story is about my visit to the famous Fremantle prison, Western Australia in 2009, when I was around the age of 14. I attended the Torchlight Tour with my best friend and her mother. The Torchlight Tour runs for 1 hour and 30 minutes and is completely in the dark. All you have is a small torch that the tour guides hand out to you. The prison itself was actually pretty old. It was created in the 1850s. Back then, I wasn't very informed of the paranormal, and quite frankly, I was a bit of a skeptic.
I had heard that the Fremantle prison was quite haunted and very notorious for sightings of apparitions. I eagerly wanted to experience some kind of ghost for myself to put my skepticism to rest. We toured Fremantle prison because it was my friend's mom's idea. She thought it'd be a little fun outing for us as she liked to keep us entertained and interested. This tour, from what I remember, was around the winter months, so it took place at 6:30 p.m., and being winter, was very dark by then. I had a digital camera, the basic kind, that I had brought along in the hopes to try and capture something out of the ordinary. I'll just note that since this was 5 years ago, I can't remember every single area we were shown, but I have vivid memories of the places I do remember seeing and being in. So if you've ever had a tour and mine seems off as to which areas were entered first, I apologize for my poor memory. I've tried remembering what each area was called, but I'm still unsure and can't be bothered doing tons of reading to research it. We were waiting for the tour group and to be called, as we got there quite early, so my friend and I were sitting on a low rock wall, mucking around just near the entrance to the prison grounds. I remember taking a few silly snaps together and taking random shots of the entrance here and there, reviewing them with my friend to see if we had discovered anything in the photos. Nothing came up, yet. The tour guide yells out for the group to gather and get prepared. He pulls out a large box full of little black torches and says, "These are yours to keep as a souvenir to remember your time here." As each person in the group took a torch, we entered the block. I think it was one of those rooms where they search the convicts, strip them, and give them prison attire to wear. There was a long locker room type bench, big enough for the whole group to sit on. The tour guide told us to find a seat, then proceeded to tell us a little history, what we can expect from the tour, and basic rules. The first room in the building we entered was what I believe to be a kitchen. It had these huge metal type containers, and I don't remember if we were told what they were used for. I took a couple of snaps and followed the group to the next area. I believe the next place we were shown was the courtyard leading to all the other areas of the prison. The tour guide stopped and gave us some more history as I snapped pictures of each section of the courtyard, including a picture of the guide. He then led us to the main cell block, which felt super eerie and cold. Above us was what the prison named the suicide net. As there were numerous cells on different levels, it was popular for inmates to throw themselves off the side and fall to their death. It took 2 years for their government to install the suicide net, so as you could imagine, prisoners were still launching themselves over the railing. As the guide was telling us about the stories, a dummy appeared out of nowhere with a net catching its fall. Most of the group were quite jumpy, as you could imagine. Exploring deeper into the block, the tour guide told us about artwork that the convicts had done on their cell walls. We weren't allowed to take photos of the art with flash on because it can fade the paint. I took pictures of the other cells in the hopes of capturing something paranormal. After we toured the cells, we moved out to another courtyard for where the inmates would go daily to stretch their legs. The next thing we came across was the whipping post in another section outdoor area. The tour guide explained it would be used to punish convicts by whipping them and lashing them, and then covering the convicts with salt. The guide asked for a volunteer, and being the weird child that I was, raised my hand immediately. Giggling like an idiot, I gave my friend the camera and asked her to take photos of me while the tour guide demonstrated the punishment procedure. I remember that I couldn't stop laughing as he was showing the demonstration. In the courtyard, there was a freedom mural that was painted by an inmate. It was beautiful, a sunset behind a beautiful field of lush green grass and tall trees. The tour guide then proceeded to show us death row, to which I snapped a picture before we entered, when an actor wearing prison attire popped out of one of the cells and scared the living poop out of all of us. He then explained the history on death row while each of us briefly popped our heads in the cells before a guide then took us to the gallows. The gallows felt extra eerie. Seeing the rope and the open trap door was super creepy. I took a couple of snaps before the guide stopped us to tell us about the convicts who were hanged. After that, we went to the church. This area felt almost frantic, as if it were full of people, noting that torchlight tour groups are less than 35 people, even though the church was very spacious. I took a few photos of the cross, then sat down on the bench to rest with my friend and her mom. As we took in the atmosphere, I turned around to take more pictures. We got back to my friend's house rather late. The prison is quite far from where we live, and we're extremely tired. Before we decided to hit the sheets, I thought it'd be a good idea to review all of the pictures I had taken. A few silly pictures of my friend and I, a few of the entrance to the prison, and some rather odd photos. The first odd photo was in the kitchen of the big metal tubs. In between the two tubs were these perfectly round, different color orbs, about 4 or 5, some of them transparent and some of them full. They were all different sizes. The next photo was of our tour guide in the courtyard. Above him looked like what I assumed to be the moon, but with zooming in and inspecting further, it was transparent. It almost was like a creamy color. The photo after that was of a random spot in the courtyard, the creepiest of the entire series. There in that photo stood a man in what looked like a white doctor's coat. You could barely see his facial features, but I could make out that he had glasses. He was completely transparent, and only his head, shoulders, and torso could be seen. He had no legs in the picture, but you can see his long coat hanging freely. Next to him was a large transparent orb that almost had like a green aura around it. The rest of the photos had a substantial amount of orbs. It was crazy. Numerous sizes, colors, and transparency. The most orbs were in the church, floating around the cross. Maybe that's why it felt rather crowded in there. Unfortunately, I deleted these phones off my camera after having them for a few years. I didn't feel the need to have them anymore, but I highly regret it now after thinking about my experience the other day. It would have been great to share the photos with you all, especially the one of the doctor. I apologize if this was a rather long submission, but thank you so much for reading. When I was 9 or 10, my family and I took a ferry to Port Townsend. We walked along the beach and eventually began to explore the town. One of the first places we came to was a courthouse and jail turned museum, a single lady running it. I remember it being empty except for us and the lady. The first floor is the courtroom. Go down a staircase, and that leads to the jail cells downstairs. We looked around for a short while, and then decided to go downstairs. As you were going down the stairs, the cells slowly come into your view. Poised inside the cells were lifelike dummies positioned in various poses. If you don't expect to see them, then you're going to be startled. Once we reached the cells, my mom saw 2 evil-looking spirits inside the cells. One of them was an old lady shackled to the wall, with long shaggly hair, staring at her with an evil expression, a terrible, able grin with no teeth. The second was a man. She said he was very nasty looking. My mom later told me she wanted to bolt up the stairs right up then. My experience there was a lot tamer. My dad walked into the cells to see what it was like. When he wanted me to come in, as I tried to walk towards the cells, it was like there was an invisible shield around the cells, and it was preventing me being close to them. At least that's what it felt like. Needless to say, we went to that museum again. The lady in charge never mentioned any ghosts. Either she never went downstairs, or if she did know, kept it a secret. We didn't come across any ghosts in Port Townsend that I can recall. Thank you for reading. When I was 12, which was last year, I went to work with my mom. She worked at Boulder County Jail until I moved. Now my mom was a nurse at this jail and worked nights, so I went to work with her. Being the adventurous type that I am, I went wandering off. I explored everywhere. I went through every building I could find. It was cool. That night, at exactly midnight, I was looking through the little window on a door that leads to the kitchen in the jail. So as I was looking in there, the big metal spoon to one of the pots started turning. Now, with that being creepy enough, the figure of a man started to appear, or at least the outline of him did. From what I could see, he looked like he was maybe in his late 30s or early 40s and was a little bit plump. As I watched the figure turn the spoon to the pot, he looked at me straight in the eye, and then he kind of faded away. I stood peering through that window for a second or two to see if he was going to come back. He never did. A few hours later, at about 2 a.m., I went back to the kitchen to see if he was there again. And he was. But this time, there was another figure in the kitchen with him. This one looked like he was about my age. I stood there amazed for a few minutes. Then both of the figures looked at me, smiled, did what looked like a wave goodbye, and faded. I never saw them again. A few nights after going to work with my mom, I asked her if any of the cooks that worked at the jail had died. She told me this really long story about how he brought his son to work one day, and they both mysteriously died at the jail. She told me the night that I went to the jail with her was the 5-year anniversary for the death of the cook and his son. I never forgot that night, and I don't think I ever will.
This might end up kind of being long, since I'm going to try to cover a lot of what I experienced in my life. I will start with the first thing that I remember. I was about 4 or 5 years old. I was sitting in my bedroom getting some coloring books. It was summer, and the window was open. I heard this noise, and at first, I couldn't tell where it was coming from. I looked towards the window, and the sound faded. It sounded sort of like a lawnmower. Well, I went back to what I was doing, and the noise just got louder. I realized the noise wasn't coming from my window, but from the other side of my room, where the closet was. I looked over and saw this black orb hovering over the molding of the closet. It was moving in this swaying motion, and the noise I was hearing came from the black orb. I screamed and curled up into a ball. I continued to scream until my mom reached my bedroom. She looked terrified and kept asking me what was wrong. Well, my little brain could only assume it was a black bee, which she didn't find amusing. She said she thought someone was trying to kill me because of how I was screaming. From that point on, I read everything I could get my hands on about ghosts. Nothing happened for many years after the first incident. My father was in the military, and we moved from Atlanta to Minot, North Dakota, my sophomore year of high school. I'm not going to get into everything that happened down there, since it was a daily occurrence down there, no matter where in town I was. In brief, let's just say the blacker than black negative things. Everywhere. Luckily, the people that I normally hang out with saw them too, so I didn't feel like I was going crazy. They ranged in height from being 1 foot to over 7 feet. There was one we nicknamed Split Toes. Keep in mind, there were more than one of them. I lived in Minot for just under 1 year, and I'll never step foot there again. On top of the shadows, there were many other things that happened, ranging from smells to noises to the absolute feel of being chased, the fear. My sister even saw them, though it traumatized her so badly she shut down and now says she didn't. Now I know this sounds crazy, but I know there are other people out there that have experienced these things. I know that what happened down there was not an overactive imagination. We all from time to time will wake up with cuts we couldn't explain, or have them appear out of nowhere, sometimes singular, sometimes looking like a tiny clawed hand that hit us, and rarely bite marks. We were told by a friend's mother to wear sage and little leather bags for protection. I still wear one, even though I'm back in Alaska. After Minot, things slowed down a lot. I had a few more experiences with the shadows. After a while, I had enough, though. I yelled at them and told them if they agreed to leave me alone, I would pretend they didn't exist, and it has been pretty much quiet ever since. The last time I had an experience like that was out in Cooper Landing, Alaska, just a few years ago. I left Minot almost 8 years ago. My friend invited me and a few other people to her parents' cabin for the night. We drove out there from Anchorage at around 8 p.m. in the winter. I don't know if you're familiar with Alaska seasons and such, but in the winter, it's hardly ever light out. Maybe a couple hours a day during the time period we went out there. So anyways, we drive out to Cooper Landing in the dark on really icy roads. We finally get out there, and at first sight, this place made me nervous. I was determined to have a good time, so I forgot my initial feeling on the cabin. The night went well. The cabin was set up in a very open layout. There was a wall that went halfway across in the middle of the cabin, with the living room on one side and 3 sets of bunk beds on the other. Come to find out, it used to be her grandmother's cabin before she died. Well, we all decided to go to sleep. My friend and her boyfriend pulled out the futon in the living room and went to sleep. Me and my boyfriend were lying on the bunk bed, where we could look into the side of the cabin where the living room was. We were just talking, and then all of a sudden, we started to hear this noise. It started by the living room, but outside, and worked its way around the cabin. But the noise would continue to come from everywhere it had already been. It was sort of like wailing. It reminded me of what a banshee might sound like. I was really freaking out and asking my boyfriend what the hell that was. He said it was a ghost crying. I looked out to where the living room was, and this thing started to appear, starting at the top and kind of whirlwinding down. My boyfriend saw it and leapt to the bunk bed directly across and was freaking out. I started demanding he go and turn the light on. It wouldn't stop until he did. Finally he did, and the thing disappeared. My friend woke up and told us things like that always happen out there, and we just needed to get used to it. I was really upset she didn't tell me. Neither me or my boyfriend could sleep till it got light outside. Nothing else happened that night, but I have no desire to try my luck again. Since then, I haven't had any encounters with anything that appeared as a shadow. I've seen ghosts that appear like people look, in color, and they don't scare me at all. I'm not sure what the black things are, and I'm not sure I want to know. I do know that as long as I don't think about them, I don't have any problems with them. Oh, I almost forgot. Aklunta is a really creepy place up there. Not the cemetery, but the village, or what's left of it. I only got to spend about 15 minutes out there, but that was more than enough to feel it out. Very bad vibes out there. And as we were leaving, I saw something back in the trees. As soon as I looked at it, it darted behind a tree. It was dark out, so I didn't know what it was, but it didn't look like a person. And when we were driving back to Anchorage, on the outbound side of the highway there was an accident, and this huge bull moose was on the side of the road dead. But none of the vehicles looked like they had hit it. A moose hitting your car would crumple it like a soda can. Well, that's all I have for this morning. Maybe sometime I'll go more in depth about my experience in Minot, but not yet. I don't like talking about it when it's dark outside. It all started when I was about 5. There was a thunderstorm, and I hate storms, so I went to my parents' room across the hall. After the storm was over, I decided to go back to my room. When I got to the doorway, I saw 2 figures sitting in two of my chairs. I had a little table and tea set in the middle of my room, and they were just sitting there. One of them was facing me, and it looked like a pitch black shadow. The other had its back to me. I wasn't sure if it was real, so I blinked my eyes very tight multiple times. The one whose back was facing me slowly turned around to look at me. It was white, kind of fuzzy looking, like the way your TV looks when it gets all snowy in the TV set, and had two black holes where the eyes should be, and an outline of the nose and mouth. I think the best way to call it is a static man. I got scared and ran and told my father what I saw. He told me that our grandfather tends to watch over us. He passed away years ago. He even said he saw this dark shadow hovering over his bed one night, although it was pretty dark, so we could barely make out anything. I later found out that an old couple originally lived in the house before my parents bought it in the 70s. The original house is small, 2 bedrooms, and a kitchen, a small living room. It was only 1 story, and when my parents moved in, they said the old man died. They heard voices a few times, but didn't think anything of it. Then, when me and my brothers were born, they built a basement and 2nd story where the bedrooms are. My bedroom and my parents' bedroom are right above the original part of the house. My room used to be the attic until we built the upstairs. I think the ghosts were my grandfather and the old man, but I keep seeing the same ghosts when I go places. I'm never scared though. Also, we've had things fly across the room, things shatter out of nowhere, hear noises, and I've had experiences where I felt a presence in the room, and then I saw a crease in the couch right next to where I was sitting. I'm not scared though, because I just have a feeling they don't intend on hurting me. It actually makes me feel safer at times. Hi, I've enjoyed your website and wish to share one of my experiences. This is all true, and if you have any comments about ghosts or questions, please feel free to email me, as I'd like to know what it might have been. When I was 12 or so, I had a strange experience. I was playing with my friend in the woods near the Quibbin Aqueduct. This is in Wayland, Massachusetts. We had to take our neighbor's police dog on our adventure, looking for the Indian artifacts. On a hill that was gravelly, I found what I believed to be an arrowhead. After showing it to my friend, I stuffed it into my pants pocket and moved to a new spot with the dog. He began to wind towards some bushes about 20 feet away. I looked in the direction the dog was looking and saw nothing. Figuring it was a rabbit or squirrel, I let the dog off his leash. He began barking and ran into the bushes. My friend joined me, and we called the dog back. He came right away, being well trained. He sat looking from us to the woods and panting. We put his leash back on, and both my friend and I had the feeling of being watched. I reached into my pants to see the arrowhead, but it was gone. I checked the other pockets. Nothing. Then we decided to go home. Both of us creeped out. On our way back, the dog stopped at a tree and looked up, and at least 30 feet up, we saw a piece of bloody fur stuck to the tree. We ran back to the neighbors and returned the dog, not wanting to get laughed at. We didn't tell them about the fur. My friend got her bike and went halfway to me to my house. When I got in the door, the phone rang. It was my friend. She asked if I was okay. I was fine. I told her. Then she'd explained she'd seen someone lurking in the bushes of the only empty house in my neighborhood, and they seemed to be following me. I dismissed it and ate dinner. That night, a storm came. The thunder and lightning woke me up. During a flash of light, I saw a tall, thin figure at the foot of my bed. I think it was a man. He wore all black, a long, odd jacket, and had very long arms. They reached his knees. On his head was a stovepipe hat that was too high and had a wide brim, so his face was shadowed. As I looked at him, too terrified to scream, he raised his arms and pointed at me with the long finger. Another flash of light, and he was gone. In the morning at school before homeroom, I asked my friend to describe the person she had seen the day before in the bushes. She said he was thin and had a weird hat like Lincoln wore. Of course, I was freaked out. I don't know how much later, maybe a month or more, I was doing homework on my bed and heard scuffling in my closet, thinking it was the cat. I opened the door to scoot him out. The cat was not there, but the clothes were swaying side by side. I closed the door and left my room. The next and last time I saw the ghost was at summer camp. I'd been put into a room alone, having had a panic attack over an incident in which I had a dream come true. I dreamt a kid got run over by a van, and a storm came and a cabin was hit by lightning, and kids burnt up. That day, we were teamed up and competing for ribbons. One event was the van pull. A team of kids were pulling a van. A kid fell under, and the van went over him. He was unhurt, but the license plate made a dirty mark on his back. I got scared, and then it began raining very hard. Everyone headed to their cabins. It began to lightning, and I lost my mind. I'd confided my dream to my friend that morning, and as she tried to tell the counselor, I was crying and trying to warn the people about the fire I believed to be about to happen. The counselor locked me in a room, alone. A blast of thunder and lightning hit and blew the outside door open. Rain poured in, and in the storm stood my ghost looking in at me. I screamed and slammed the door shut. Luckily, fire never happened. I never saw the ghost again. I often wonder about it, and as scary as it was, it never hurt me. Please note, I know the story sounds far-fetched, but it isn't. This really happened. Hi, Sam here. I've apparently spoke to a ghost when I was 2 years old. To cut a long story short, I moved to Invicta Road in Charnes, Kent when I was 2 years old, with my dad. A year or so before we moved in, a lonely pregnant woman lived there and offed herself by hanging. Because of the pregnancy in the back room, no one lived there till my dad and I. I slept in the back bedroom. My dad told me that he would often hear me talking to someone at nights in my room. My dad asked me who I was talking to. I said it was the gray lady who sits at the end of my bed. My dad then met my stepmom, and she moved in with us. At nights, sometimes my stepmom and I would sit alone, and she'd hear walking around upstairs and things being moved about. It was so bad, one night, that she went over to her parents' house to get them. They brought their dog over. The dog started growling and barking for no reason. My dad moved me out of the back bedroom to another bedroom when I started to get upset and not sleepiness. Dreams and anxiety are my main feelings I get. I can't walk through a graveyard without getting anxiety, and I also smell a really musty smell that no one else seems to notice. It's so intoxicating that it makes me feel like I'm suffocating, and it makes me feel sick. Sometimes it makes me wonder whether I still have this woman following me. I've had many paranormal experiences since I was a young child. At the age of 4, my mother and grandmother would visit the graves of my father and grandfather, staying all day. I would play with the little girl there, while my grandmother and mother sat and talked. They believed I had an imaginary playmate. Both are now dead themselves. I decided to check the records of the cemetery, and had little trouble since it is a small place. I found one girl that could have been the one that I played with. Her name was Mary Jane Walker, and she died in 1866, at the age of 9 years of age. My husband and I decided to see if we could find the girl's grave. I told him to check the back of the cemetery because that was where we played. He found the grave. I asked Mary Jane if I could take her picture. I took 3 of the grave, and one of my husband, sitting on a tree stump not far away. I had the pictures developed. All the pictures were normal, except for the one of my husband where there appears to be a vortex in it. I've looked for all the usual problems, but can find no rational explanation for this. I now feel that I have proof of my friend's existence. My husband and I rented a home in southwest Detroit in the 1980s that was very haunted. The first thing that happened was when I was waiting for the gas company to come turn the gas on. I felt as though there was someone watching me, and I smelled pipe tobacco. I figured, okay, I'm alone in a strange place. I also thought that maybe the people who lived in the front part of the house used pipe tobacco. I found out later that these people were from India and were visiting that country. They moved out within a week of returning to the US. All the problems in the house seemed to originate in the attic. There was a log cabin built up there for children to play in. It was complete with glass in the windows and a drawstring latch for the door. I was only in there once, but the feeling of uneasiness I felt was real. We never allowed our children to play in it. The attic door had no lock, but my 5-year-old daughter got locked in and was screaming for us to let her out. Although you could hear any noise from upstairs, we never heard her. The door opened on its own. I started to dream about an old Indian woman with a pockmarked face. Since this was a dream, I never told anyone about it. One day, a woman I had become friendly with asked me if my mother was visiting. I told her I sure hope not, since my mother was dead. She said that she saw a woman with long black hair in my bedroom window. This sort of freaked me out, since I was dreaming of that Indian woman, and she had long black hair. One day this friend was visiting me, and we were sitting in the kitchen having coffee and talking about nothing really. She seemed to go into a daze, and I was starting to go up to my attic. In fact, she was insisting that she was going. I got her back to the table and sitting down when something punched her head hard enough to leave a red mark. She left and refused to come visit anymore. My husband and I had cleaned out the basement, but yet my kids found a Ouija board down there. They showed us where it was, and we got rid of it right away. We don't mess with that thing. Things seemed to quiet down for a couple of weeks when the apartment in front of us was rented to a young couple. They started to have problems right away. The keys hanging on the wall would begin to sway. The rocker in the front room would start rocking by itself. At first, things only happened at night, but people decided to contact this thing, and things got bad from then. She would get phone calls, and when she answered, no one would be on the line, except one time. She told me a voice told her to get out. We are Christians, and decided enough was enough. We had to have help. I turned on the radio to listen to evangelical echoes, and called a prayer line for suggestions on what to do. This program wasn't on yet, but another one was, and someone on that program was praying in the spirit. Suddenly from the basement came an unearthly howl. Needless to say, This woman and I got out of the house and waited on the front porches for our husbands to get home. While all this was going on, my husband never noticed anything. One night, my nephew was spending the night, and while he was praying, this thing shot from our apartment to the other one, banging things in its haste to leave. My nephew refused to stay another night. One night, my husband was in bed sleeping, and I was on my way up when I asked the man in the next apartment to go wake him up and tell him to come sleep on the couch. He asked me what was wrong, and I told him I could see my husband in pieces. He did, and the couch was occupied that night. The only thing my husband noticed was that one night we were watching TV, and it sounded like a dresser was being dragged down the stairs. He heard that. We moved from there, and the next place was no better. Whatever was there caused arguments. My nephew and his then girlfriend were constantly fighting, and it got so bad that my husband and I started fighting as well. This was something we normally didn't do. We had the normal arguments that married people usually have, but this was getting serious. Even one of my children was being affected by this thing. It was appearing to her as a little girl talking to her. At first it was nice to her, but as time went on, it was starting to get mean. We had bought this one house, and it might sound silly, but the best thing that ever happened was that an arsonist burned us out, and we had to move. We have had no problems since. I don't believe this was a ghost, but rather a demon, and why it hasn't followed us, I have no idea, but I thank God that it hasn't. I have more stories, but I've taken up enough time as it is. I'm glad that I can finally tell this story without fear of people ridiculing me. There's a place in Smithfield, Virginia called Bacon's Castle. It's not really a castle, just a gigantic plantation home. They give tours there on a daily basis. It was in the summer of 2003 that I went with a summer creative writing group to tour this magnificent home and plantation. As we toured the home, the tour guide told us all of the kinds of stories of happenings and how the house was shifted from family to family. When we went up the stairs, we were greeted by a sudden draft. As my friends and I sauntered through the home, it didn't get warmer. In fact, it got colder. The best part was when we reached the room where the woman and her husband would have stayed. There was also a small cradle in the center of the room. The tour guide spoke of a woman during the Civil War who stayed in the room for months after her baby was born because something went wrong with the birth, and the child was terribly sick. When the child died, the woman wouldn't leave the cradle. She remained there, convinced she had to rock her to sleep. She wouldn't eat or sleep, and eventually, she too died. As I stared into the room, I didn't notice anything. My friend Crystal had asked me if I felt a breeze. When I said I didn't, she said she didn't either, and pointed at the cradle, which was swaying back and forth noticeably. I didn't really think much of it, and after everyone left, I took a picture and then followed my friends up the stairs to the attic. A few weeks later, I was looking through my pictures, and something caught my eye in the picture of the room with the cradle in it. Sitting in front of the cradle was a woman dressed in Victorian-style dress. She was transparent, and a wispy hand had gripped the cradle. I looked even closer, and it looked as though she was smiling. Hello, my name is Ray, and I would like to share with you the experiences that happened to my small family in 1996. We had been transferred to the Houston area from San Antonio and found a 2-story 4-bedroom home in the Clear Lake City area. A real fix-it-upper, and it was the worst looking home in a very nice community called Green Acres. My brother-in-law Robert and her sister helped us for 6 months in remodeling, cleaning up, and making the place a nice home. Robert had sold his own home 2 years earlier and lived in a travel trailer, but missed his home. He jumped in and was happy to do most of the work and was proud of the results. A month after the house was finished, we found out that Robert had terminal cancer and had less than 6 months to live. The trailer was small, and so my wife and I decided to bring Robert into our home for his final days. We put him downstairs in the formal living room, and with the help of hospice, we knew we could help Robert with a peaceful and quiet death. This was not the case. Robert fought hard for his life and was terrified of death because he had fought in Vietnam and had killed many. He didn't know what was waiting for him on the other side. The end came with Robert fighting to get out of bed. The look on his face was one of horror. As per his request, he was left in his room for 6 hours after his death, and then the funeral home was called and Robert left. Or did he? The week after the funeral, things started not being right. Odd bumps and sounds from downstairs. Late at night, our dog would not go downstairs after dark, and furniture being moved. One morning, the living room sofa was standing on end with all the cushions still in place. Dining room chairs would be taken and lined along the living room wall, and mirrors would vibrate. We called the hospice minister to the house, and he blessed every room, but Robert still didn't leave. We did. The house stood vacant for a while, and new people moved in, but their stay was short. Neighbors say 2 families came and left. It has been 8 years now, and just a while back I was in the area and went by the home. It sits vacant again with a sale sign in the front yard, standing in front of the window of the room in which Robert died. As I stood there, remembering our last few months at home, a chill ran down my back, and I quickly got into my car to drive away. I sent a story to the site about 2 months ago. Is it my imagination or something paranormal? Well, since then, some new things have happened, and I found out some interesting information that I didn't know before. When I first sent out my story, I told my sister-in-law Jenna about it. She's a Jehovah's Witness too, but a little bit more open-minded than my mother-in-law. Anyway, I told her what I had wrote, and she told me she had a girlfriend when she was a teenager, about 15 years ago, that lived next door to her. The side where I heard the whispering, in the house where the old couple had died. I believe her family bought the house after the couple died. Anyway, she told her that her friend was a little odd because she had been sleeping with her parents at night, but Jenna had found out later why. One night, she had stayed the night at her friend's house, and they slept in her friend's bed. Early in the morning, Jenna had woken up for some reason and noticed that her friend was squirming a lot and moaning, almost like she was doing the deed with someone, but no one was there. Her arms were at her side. So Jenna thought maybe she was having a dream. Then she thought that maybe she had seen imprints in her friend's body. She got startled with this and woke her friend up and told her what she had witnessed. Her friend got so upset about it that she didn't want to talk about it at all and never did. To say the least, Jenna never got asked again to stay another night. Then there is the other story that my mother-in-law told me recently about my other sister-in-law's house, Linda, which is ironically across the street from my mother-in-law's. in the other house. About a shadow that lingers in her hallway, shaped like a person. They have all seen it, including my mother-in-law. She swears that there is an explanation for this, but even she has admitted that she can't find one. When she told me about the shadow, I got real nervous, and I started to get goosebumps and got real cold. I told her sometime last year when I stayed the night at Linda's house. I was sleeping on her couch in the living room, my back to the hallway. There was a small light on where the fish tank was, so it wasn't completely dark. For some reason I woke up and turned around, and I saw this dark shadow move from the open hallway and disappear into the instance of Linda's kitchen. I was startled at first, but then got up to investigate things, to see maybe it was the shadow of the fish tank, but there was no way it could have been with the position where the tank was. So I went back to sleeping, thinking it was just my imagination, and I never told anyone of that incident. That was until my mother-in-law said something. She told me not to say anything about it to Linda because she gets freaked out about it, and she said she'll still be looking for a logical explanation for it. Good luck on finding one in all 3 houses, I was thinking to myself. But one last thing. Back at my mother-in-law's house, a couple of weeks ago my niece Christine was staying the night, and my niece told me that when she got to the bathroom in the middle of the night, she came out running, screaming, and petrified out of the hallway. She told my niece, crying hysterically, that when she turned the corner to go into the hallway, that she saw a shadow figure walking towards her. My niece went to look, and nothing was there, and my 2-year-old daughter will not go near that hallway at all. One time I went to carry her down there to show her nothing was down there at all, and she started crying real hard, and grabbing my neck, and wouldn't let go, shaking badly. So whatever is in my mother-in-law's house is probably the same thing that are in the other 2 homes. Makes me wonder if it goes on in the other neighbors' houses. I was doing some just for fun ghost hunting with a couple of my friends one night in a cemetery on an old gravel road. 2 of my friends were out in the cemetery looking around, and my other friend decided to stay in the car. As the 2 guys were out in the far corner of the cemetery, I looked to the center of the graveyard and seen something that made me lose my breath for a few seconds. A blurry gray figure floated above one of the gravestones, and then looked to run through the air across 3 other stones, and then drop right behind another stone. After it disappeared, I asked my friend in the car with me if he had seen it too, and he said he did, and he was just as freaked out as me. It was not light that created this, because it was pitch black out there. It was my first, and so far only time, I've seen something like a ghost. Thank you for letting me share my story. I know this one was kinda short, but I appreciate it anyway. Hi, my name is Louise, and I live in Oxfordshire, England. The story I'm about to tell you happened only a few weeks ago and scared me and my friend to death. It was about 9:30 on a Sunday night, and I was bored, so I decided to call my friend Heather. We were talking about the usual, when all of a sudden, you could hear someone on the line breathing. Heather and I both said at the same time, "Do you hear that?" As we listened, it got louder until there was complete silence. At first we thought maybe one of our brothers or sisters were messing about, and picked up the phone on the other end. We both checked our houses, and no one was in there. My parents had gone out for a meal, and my brother and sister were out, and Heather didn't have any siblings, and there's only one phone in their house. Anyways, we forgot about it, and after about 10 minutes of talking, we heard it again, and this time, the voice said, "Help, I'm close." We both really freaked out, and said what the voice repeated it again, and then went. I told Heather that I would phone her later, and about an hour later, I phoned back, and we didn't hear anything for a while until a shriek came from the phone, from what sounded like a girl. We got so scared, and as soon as our parents got home, I told them what happened, and they said maybe our phone lines got crossed with someone else's. We still don't know who was on the line to this day. I know this wasn't very scary, but thanks for reading. Well, I've been a ghost hunter for quite some time now. I've submitted a few areas under the California section of the haunted places. I recently moved to Arkansas and bought a home in April. 3-in-1 rock house with a huge pond on 1.6 acres in Booneville, Arkansas. I fell in love with this house as soon as I saw that it said "For Sale by Owner" sign right in front of it. I called the number, and they were selling it for $48,000. I thought, my God, this is cheap for such a beautiful home. I moved in. I have a 9-year-old son and 1 cat. About the end of July, I started hearing and seeing things. To begin with, I was laying in bed one night, and my 9-year-old and 6-year-old, who was visiting from California, were asleep in their rooms. All the lights were out. My bedroom door meets the living room. I was lying on my left side looking out into the black of the living room, and I heard what sounded like someone walking in it. Now, my sons sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and come sleep with me, so naturally I thought it was them. I called out their name. No answer. Then I thought maybe it was my cat, but then I noticed her laying at my feet on the bed. It really sounded like someone was walking from the kitchen in the living room entrance towards my room. Second, my television is hooked up to the stereo because the speaker on the TV is blown. Well, when I have to be at work at 11 p.m., I usually take a shower around 9:45 p.m., and my 9-year-old goes over to his father's house. One night, I turned my stereo on and put a disc in it, 5-disc CD changer. It was on disc 4, song number 11. There were 2 songs, and it should have switched to disc 5 after it was done with song 12. I took my shower and had the stereo loud enough to where I could hear it. All of a sudden, I didn't feel the vibration of the music anymore. I thought, well, maybe it's at a quiet part. When I got out of the shower, I still heard nothing. I put my ear to the door. Nothing. I went out and looked at the stereo, and it was not on CD anymore, but on FM radio on 100.1. And that is not a station at all. It's just fuzz. There was no one else in the house but me and my cat. That was on a Friday night. 2 days later, on a Sunday night, my son and I were watching television around the same time, between 9:45 and 10 p.m. In the middle of television, the radio goes from auxiliary to FM radio, 100.1, fuzz. My son says, "Mom, what did you do? I was watching that." I told him I didn't do anything. On a Saturday, my son was at his father's, and I was there alone with the cat, and she started going crazy. At one point, she was standing in the doorway of my room in the living room, looking at me. She meowed and took off like crazy into the back bedroom belonging to my youngest son. She came racing back into the living room. Just then I heard a loud boom coming from the room, like something fell. It shook the entire house. My stomach had butterflies in it then, and I got up to go see. My son one tall dresser with small bionicle toys on it, but they were still all on there. There wasn't anything else that could fall from any place. I've always heard pipes rattling under the house since I moved in. Out of the corner of my eye, I always see things dart quickly about. I haven't seen it fall on, but I know it moves quick. I haven't took pictures of my home yet, or of it for that matter. Also, I have a 2-car garage. Sometimes when me and my son pull up from school, both garage doors are closed. In the morning, sometimes the right one is open. I've never really been a great believer, but for the past 8 or so years, since me and my mom moved from our old flat to our new house, I've experienced numerous experiences. The first when I was about 6. My bedroom is the box room, and so it's small. My bed touches each side of the room with the door to the left. I was laying in bed waiting for my grandma, who was babysitting, to bring me water. I looked up at the wall and saw a strange shadow. It was like a side profile of someone's head. I could see the nose, mouth, and hair clearly. It could have been my own shadow, since the only light came from the ceiling, and I was lying down in bed. I watched it for a few seconds, then it seemed to fade before my eyes. I thought it was just because I was tired, and so I ignored it. I had no further experiences until 7 years later, in 2003. I was laying in bed once again, the light off about 12 o'clock at night. I was really tired and was trying to fall asleep. My bedroom had been rearranged so the door was opposite my bed, and one side of my bed was pushed against the wall. I had my back to the wall and was staring into the darkness when I felt a cold breeze on the back of my neck. Thinking it was just a drought, I rolled over the face of the wall. On the wall, probably 3 inches from my face, was another face. I could tell it was a man, and he had a black hood up. All I could see of his face was a pair of cold eyes, and what I can only describe as green paint, a face paint on his cheek. I closed my eyes for a few seconds, thinking I was just seeing things, and when I opened them again, the face was still there. I don't know how long I stared at it, but in the end, I fell asleep, and in the morning, could find no trace of what was there the night before. These sightings carried on for weeks, always appearing on the wall at night. I didn't tell my mom about the face, but asked if I could move my bed back to the original place. We moved it, and I slept peacefully that night. The following night I went to bed about 2 o'clock, since I'd been up watching a movie on television. I got in bed as usual, and rolled over to face the radiator, like I'd done for years, but the face was there again. This time, however, it was more vivid and real. It seemed to be sneering in the dark, and more threatening than before. I rolled over so my back was to the wall, but I could feel the cold breeze that I had felt the last few weeks whenever the face appeared. I pulled the covers around me, refusing to look back at the face. The incidents got less frequent over the weeks, and I believed that the face was going. One night, I was sat at my computer in the corner of my living room. I have a cockatiel whose cage is right next to the computer desk, who was asleep, and my mom was in the kitchen making a drink. I didn't really notice anything until I heard my bird start to hiss and back away into the corner of the cage. Wondering what frightened him, I heard a scraping noise. I looked to the side of the computer to see my glass moving towards the edge of the desk. There was no way it could be moving, because of our house being set on a rise, because it is where it should be sliding the other way. I lifted my hand to stop the glass from falling off the desk. When I touched it, the glass was cold, even though I hadn't had a cold drink in it. The strangest thing was when I went to push the glass back, I couldn't. Something was trying to push the glass. I had to shove it quite hard before I could get the glass to move. When I did, my bird came back to the front of the cage and looked as though nothing had happened. I'd gone to bed earlier than my mom that night and must have been asleep when she came up. Once again, the face was there, but this time, the presence was really strong. My bedroom was icy cold when it normally is the hottest room in the house. Almost 1 o'clock, I wake up shivering and could feel something gripping my arm, but as I come to, it released its grip. I rolled over to see the face once again, but it looked different. The smirk had gone, and it looked more angry than anything else. I didn't sleep that night, and I couldn't sleep in the room, so I spent the night sat on my sofa with the lights on downstairs. When my mom came down in the morning, she was shocked to see me up, but I just said I had woken up early and came down. I didn't want her to know. Later that afternoon, we were having dinner when she asked if I had a nightmare last night. I couldn't recall anything but the face and cold hand, so I asked why. She said she had heard me talking in my sleep, which I had never done before that. She said I was telling someone to get away and don't touch me over and over. Then after about 5 minutes, I was quieter and mumbling things like, "Why are you doing this?" and "just go away." When I asked her what time, she said it was about 12:30, just before I woke up with a hand gripping my arm. I haven't seen the face or had any strange experiences since that night, and I'm not quite sure what happened after. I don't know if I did something to make it all go away, and that was why the man's face looks so angry, but I'm glad they're gone. I still expect to see the face every night, but so far I haven't. I finally told my mom about it all, and she asked if I wanted to have the house blessed, but I said no, although the scary face did no harm to anyone, and it's gone now anyway. I was raised in Missouri City, Texas, which is a suburb of Houston. If you head south of Murphy Road, past Cartwright Road, on the left, you will come to El Dorado Drive. Travel down El Dorado until you cross the bridge and turn right at the first street. Drive down the street until you come to Hampton. There, you will see a very large fence covered in overgrowth. Through the fence, you can see a large home that backs itself to the golf course. This home is known by all who live in its vicinity as the Hampton House or the Cartwright House. The story begins about 40 years ago. Mr. Cartwright and his wife lived in the house and owned all of the property which Quail Valley is built upon today. Cartwright Road was actually named after him. All was well until Mrs. Cartwright came down with a terminal illness of some sort. When Mr. Cartwright was no longer able to give his wife the care she demanded, he hired a live-in nurse. As his wife's condition worsened, Mr. Cartwright began fraternizing with the nurse. One day, when Mrs. Cartwright's calls went unanswered, she made her way into her wheelchair and into the living room, catching her husband and the nurse in a moment of passion. Miss Cartwright died the next day. Mr. Cartwright and the nurse soon after moved away together and were married. He left all the furniture and some of his possessions in the house when he left. After his death, the property was left to his son, which would not live at the house, but hired security guards to keep looters out. My father was a Fort Bend County Sheriff deputy for many years, and has had friends work security at the house in the evening. He said that the guards were paid very well and were given a large cooler of food to take with them into the house. There's never been a security guard that has stayed in the house for more than 3 hours. They've reported the elevator going up and down on its own, sounds of a woman crying, an invisible wheelchair that travels up and down the hallway, leaving tracks in the carpet, and even books flying off the shelves at them. One of my father's good friends is from Ireland, and he says he had encounters with ghosts before and is unafraid. He worked in the house and left after 2 hours. He said he has never seen anything like it. Well, the security guards have since stopped in the past 10 years. The house has never been lived in since the Cartwrights. I've always wanted to sneak into it some Halloween night and see for myself, but since it would be breaking and entering, and hence illegal, I will not. I've never seen anything about the house listed anywhere, yet everyone in the area seems to know about it. I have several stories that I could tell, and I'll probably post another as time goes on, but this is the most recent. In March 1998, my stepdaughter was pregnant with her first child, and at the same time, her father-in-law was in the last stages of cancer and dying. Her husband spent about 3 weeks at a Central Georgia hospital by his father's bedside. He died on March 23rd and was buried on March 25th. She had the baby on March 26th. It was a boy, and he was named after his deceased grandfather. They kept a picture of the man that had died on the refrigerator and had told their son that this was Granddaddy Kenneth. When the child was about 2.5 and talking, there were several times when they heard him talking to someone when no one was in the room with him. Each time, they would ask him who he was talking to, and he would respond with, Granddaddy Kenneth. When they asked him who that was, he would say, that man on the refrigerator. When they asked him what they had talked about, his answers were always about things that the child would have no way of knowing, had someone not told him of them, and his parents never had. It has been a couple of months now since he's had conversations with his grandfather that they know of. I was stationed at Fort Air Base between 1999 and early 2003. During my time, I'd heard many stories and had been witness to something I can't explain. Most of the incidents I heard concerning the old Fort Cook section of the base, including the base lodging office where I worked at, in Quarters 13, which was on General's Row and was used as distinguished visitors' quarters. I encountered something I can't explain at the lodging office one night. Me and the sergeant I was working with that night heard someone typing and moving around in the back offices, which were locked about 6 hours earlier. We both went in there, and there was no one there. Both doors were still locked. Neither of us could explain it, and both of us had heard it. Another night, we heard the same thing and heard a radio turn on. We both ran back there, and once again, nothing. We even looked at the clock that had turned on by itself, thinking maybe the alarm was timed to go off at that time. But the alarm was turned off, and it was not even set up when we pressed the button. And it still flashed at 12 a.m., and it was about 2:30 in the morning, which didn't make sense. Quarters 13, which was our responsibility, since it was the DV suite, was even more troublesome. The people who stayed there were usually colonels and above, transiting through the base, very high-ranking people. People you normally wouldn't expect to hear anything about weird noises. One stands out quite a bit in my mind. A colonel kept calling the front desk, complaining of people walking around in the attic and making a lot of noise. I went over there to check it out. which is about a 5-minute walk from the lodging office. The Colonel was waiting on the porch, and we both went up to the attic to check it out. The door was locked, and after unlocking it, we both went inside. No one was in there, just some boxes. I got a weird feeling while we were up there that someone was watching me, but there was no one in there. I explained to the Colonel that maybe it was a rat or something in a box or something that made those noises. He shrugged and went back to bed, and I'm sure he was as unconvinced as I was. I went back to the lodging office, and talking to my coworker, she told me about the building and the stories about it. Apparently, whatever was in there had manifested itself to the housekeeping staff, as several of them refused to go in the attic. They would never say why, but they refused to go up there. And one of the rooms is also supposedly haunted. I heard this in the early part of 2000. In late 2002, a 1-star colonel died of a heart attack in that same room. I don't know whether to believe what I heard or not, but I heard from several people that were in the room that he had died with his eyes open and a horrified look on his face. I've remained skeptical of hearing this. I figure even if this was true, it may have just been from the shock and realization he was dying. But then again, who knows? Other buildings on the base that I've heard that were haunted were the base gym and the old Martin Bomber building on the base, where B-29s were built during the Second World Conflict. I worked at the gym for about 2 years while at OFET, and I saw something odd one day with my supervisor when we were doing our final checks of the building. The gym is an old aircraft hangar and is nearly 1/4 mile long. We rode around in a golf cart for our checks. This is a 1/4 mile track inside the gym, and all the state flags hang from the ceiling around the track. While we were doing our checks, the flags began moving in front of us, like someone had been running by and jumped and hit it. Except the flags hang nearly 40 feet up in the air, and there was no wind inside. Neither one of us could explain this, but I do know that someone had died of a heart attack while jogging a couple of years earlier. Could it have been him out for a run? I'm curious if you have heard any other stories about a Foot Air Base. I'm working on some research on the base, and I'm wondering if anyone else has experienced something here. I felt compelled to send in a few of my strange experiences that I had at my grandparents' former house. One evening, I was talking on the phone to a friend in the master bedroom. It was nearly 2 a.m, and the room was pitch black, as I was going to get some sleep directly. As I chatted to my friend, suddenly, I saw what is best described as a black cloud about the shape, size, and position of where a person's head should be. It bobbed as if someone were walking by the foot of the bed for about 3 seconds, and then it was gone. I was doing some homework at the kitchen table one evening when out of the corner of my eye, I again saw a black flash that looked to be the size of a small dog run across the hallway floor. When I commented on this, my grandfather, who was living in the room at the time, claimed to experience the same thing all the time. My grandparents' house is set up so that you walk in the front door and all the rooms are connected by a hallway that at one end leads to the kitchen and the dining room, living room, master bedroom, staircase to the second floor, bathroom, and back to the door. It was summertime, and my mother and I were arguing. I was standing at the foot of the stairs and looking at her in the living room. I was making a fuss, saying that I wanted to sleep upstairs, which I had only recently conquered my fear of, and she was telling me that it was too hot up there to do so. Mid-sentence, I glanced up the staircase, and what I saw horrified me. Staring back down at me from the top of the steps was this hazy, cloud-like figure of a human. I believe it was a male. It was only the second time I was ever truly afraid. I was cleaning my room on the second floor one day, and it was very hot, being that it was summer and heat rises, so I opened one of the old weighted windows. It was not an easy task due to old paint, which had practically glued itself shut, and it only budged after I pried it with a screwdriver. I tried to pull it down to see if I needed to prop it, and it wouldn't move, so I carried on with my cleaning. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard the window shut with a loud bang behind me. Again, I opened the window, only this time I propped it open with a paint stirrer. After about 2 minutes, the window again banged shut behind me, this time so hard that the glass broke. The paint stirrer was at least 8 feet across the room. I said, "You win," and ran downstairs. I was a staff assistant in my sophomore year at St. Michael's. What this meant was basically, I watched the doors coming into one of the dorms to make sure that the only people coming in were the residents. I sat at a desk from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. a couple of nights a week. One night, I was making the rounds from floor to floor to make sure all was relatively quiet. I got to the top floor of the building, and that is, of course, when the proverbial strange things started to happen. I began walking down the hall, and I heard the wind howling through the recycling room on the floor. It had been a quiet night weather-wise, so this was a little odd. I passed it off as some random New England weather patterns and continued to walk on. When I stepped in front of the first resident's door, it started to rattle like someone was going to come out. I stopped and waited, but the door just kept rattling, so I moved on. Then, the next door on the other side of the hall started to rattle as I passed in front of it, and then another door started to rattle also. Now there were 3 doors all rattling away, and it only started when I walked in front of them. I hadn't done this earlier in the evening, and I was wide awake, so it wasn't my imagination. What really startled me was all of a sudden, in the midst of all this door action, I had a feeling that someone was right behind me. I turned around me, and from the distance, I could have sworn I saw the fading image of a priest in all black slowly fade, but the doors kept on shaking, and the wind was screaming. So I ran the rest of the way down the hall and back downstairs to my desk. A check of the outside revealed that the weather was perfectly calm. I believe this is the oldest dorm on campus, so who knows what otherworldly beings reside there. The other thing that happened to me while I was there was sort of a strange religious experience, and I'm probably one of the last people something like this would happen to. I was driving home from my then boyfriend's, now husband's house, and heading back to my dorm at St. Mike's. I was at a stoplight, alone in the car, when I heard this deep, low, and gravelly male voice tell me that the second coming was going to happen soon. The voice filled me with dread and danger. It sounded like a lot like a voice that had been altered to sound lower, like when documentaries try to disguise voices of the people they interview. The light turned green, and I drove off. I then looked into the mirror without thinking, and I could have sworn I saw the same priest from the hall, sitting in the back seat of the car. I stopped the car immediately, looked back, and nobody was there. I felt like I was going crazy, because I knew I saw someone in the back seat of my car. About 2 minutes later, I started to think about what just happened, and got very scared. I talked to one of the priests at school the next day, and he felt this was a normal experience within the realm of St. Michael's. Partially because it was getting near Christmas time, and partially because he felt the campus was a center for both good and evil, The good being the chapel on campus, and the bad being the portal that was never shut in the boys' dormitory. He confirmed the story about the pentagram and my location discretion without me bringing it up. I've heard this godly voice once or twice since the original incident, but not to the degree that I heard that night. I once heard of an experience my boyfriend had in that same chapel. He told me that on one occasion he was alone. He walked into the chapel, and under the huge statue, he saw two figures in cloaks praying silently under the statue. He's a complete skeptic when it comes to hauntings, and he insisted that there was nobody there at the time. When I was 7 years old, my parents, my sister, and I lived in a home that was a one-story house that sat way back from the street. My aunt used to babysit us when my parents were away at work. Anytime I got into trouble, my aunt would make me go into a little bedroom in the back of our house, and she would make me stay in there for hours at a time. I never knew why, but I was deathly afraid of that room, and the whole time I was in there, I would hide under the blankets too afraid to move until she came to let me out. One day, while I was playing in the yard, I found out why I was so afraid of that room. While I was outside playing with my toys, I suddenly got the feeling that I was being watched. I looked around me, but I didn't see anybody. I went back to playing, but I just couldn't shake that watched feeling. I turned to look at the house to see if maybe my aunt or sister was around, and I saw a woman in the bathroom window watching me. I know it wasn't my aunt or sister because they both have very dark hair, and the woman in the window had very light-colored hair. I don't know what to do. I was afraid to move. I stayed outside for the rest of the afternoon because I didn't want to go into the house. When my mom came home that day, I finally went inside. I didn't say anything to my mom or anyone about what I had seen. I was worried that they wouldn't believe me, so I kept quiet. My sister and I shared a bedroom, and that night, I woke up to the sounds of cupboards opening and closing, like someone was looking for something, and I heard glasses being moved around and the water being turned off and on. Well, being a little kid, I figured I was just imagining it, and as I lay there listening to this, I looked over at my sister, who was sleeping through this whole thing. The next morning, I asked my mom if she was up last night getting a drink, and she said no, but she looked at me kind of funny. That night, my mom had some friends over, and she sent my sister and I to bed early. My sister fell right to sleep, but I just kept thinking about what I saw in the window and what I had heard the night before. My mom and her friends started talking about a lady who had hung herself in the back bedroom of our house. I could not believe what I was hearing. My mom then went on to tell her friends that she hears noises in the kitchen at night. The next day, as I was playing in the yard, I saw the woman in the bathroom window again. I started to cry, and my aunt got mad at me, so she tried to lock me in the back room again. I was kicking and screaming that I did not want to go back in there, but she wouldn't listen to me. As I sat on the bed, under the covers, I heard the door swing open. I thought it was my aunt to come let me out, so I uncovered my head, but nobody was there. I then started to hear a squeaking noise, kinda like something heavy hanging from a window bar. It sounded like it was coming from the closet. The closet was a really big walk-in one. There was no way I was going to look in there. I just sat on the bed, listening to this noise, until my aunt came to get me. I later found out that the lady hung herself in the closet of that back room. I'm just wondering if anyone knows why she did this and when it took place. Well, that's my story, and believe me, it is all completely true. I'm an identical twin, and often because of this, most people ask us if we share experiences. You know, they say, like on television. My answer is always the same. Sometimes. It's true that twins, on occasion, may share certain emotions, even though they may be miles apart. This is what my brother and I have known for years. But everything changed when my brother and his wife and 2 children moved into my late grandfather's home in Norristown, Pennsylvania. The history of the house is nothing spectacular. The only event of any importance occurred when my grandfather, who had been diagnosed with colon cancer in 1987, decided to spend his final days at home before the cancer took him. He died in a hospital bed, which had been set up in the living room of his house later that year, and from that point forward, various members have lived in the house without any strange occurrences or bump in the night, until my brother Peter and his family moved in. The first week in their new home, my brother was excited as ever about living in such a large home compared to the meager apartment he and his family had been sharing for the past 2 years. Given the history of the house, i.e., my grandfather dying there, didn't bother him one bit, since he was the last person who believed in such tales. Then, about 2 months after moving in, he decided to clean out the basement to make room for his music equipment. He's a part-time musician, and a new washer and dryer my father had bought them as a Christmas present. While digging through the accumulated junk of a half a century, he happened upon a small Bible. Inside the front cover was an inscription denoting the Bible as a gift to my grandfather from my great-grandmother in 1906. He took it upstairs and laid it out on one of the coffee tables so that other family members visiting could see it when they visited. Remember that I had yet to hear of this find, since it only had occurred that day, but that night I had one of the most terrifying nightmares I could ever remember. I dreamt I was standing on the landing, overlooking the living room of my brother's house in Norristown, Pennsylvania, but something was wrong. Having visited the house many times in the past, I vividly remember the layout of how it used to look when I was a child, but in my dream, I remember seeing an end table, which was never there before, on which a book was placed. I was drawn to it for some reason. I slowly descended the stairs, even now, recalling how hollow my footsteps sounded on the hardwood floor as I made my way towards the table. As I got there, I looked down and saw that it was, surprise, a small Bible. Upon opening it, I saw there was an inscription made out to my brother from our father. This is where things got really spooky. I remember hearing my brother's voice behind me say, "This is mine, which Dad gave me. Please give it back." I was too terrified to look around, because even though it sounded like my brother, there was something otherworldly about the whole thing. I finally succumbed to curiosity and turned around. This was, of course, when I woke up screaming something. I don't remember what. I startled my wife, who was then yelling at me to keep it down. The neighbors will think we're fighting or something. Later that morning, I spoke to Peter to tell him the strange dream I had, and that's when he told me about what he had found and who it really belonged to. I was startled beyond words. I told him I would be down in an hour. I live in Parksea, Pennsylvania, approximately an hour north of Norristown, to see the book. Too late, he said. Why? I asked. It's gone, he replied. The conversation went on from there about how he had placed it on the end table, an end table that he just picked up at a yard sale that day, but when he woke up, it was gone. I asked if his wife had taken it, but he said that it was impossible. They had flown back to Texas 2 days earlier to visit her folks and took the kids with her for the short vacation. After going around and around about what could have happened to it, as well as the strange dream I had and what the voice had said to me, in the end, we just didn't know what to say. I guess it was one of those things that will never really be explained. 2 weeks later, his wife and 2 children arrived back home and were in the process of unpacking when she went down to the basement to see how the cleanup had gone. That's when she asked him about the small Bible. What Bible? He asked his wife. Oh, the one in the basement near the keyboard you put there. Looking confused, I'm sure, my brother ran down to the basement, and sure enough, there it was on the door, right where he had originally found it. Picking it up, he read the inside cover again, only this time, there was no inscription at all. Did he imagine the writing to begin with? Did my weird dream that night have anything to do with it disappearing again? I don't know. Neither does Peter, but there's definitely activity in that basement, because what I saw next in the basement a few days later almost explains some things, although it was incredibly scary. I had another bizarre dream. I ended up going back to the basement to retrieve the Bible, only this time, there was a red humanoid-looking creature sitting on a chair reading a book. He had horns protruding from his head, and he looked like an ape crossed with Bigfoot. His face very human-looking at the same time. Frozen in shock, I approached him. He pointed to the book, and there was an image of a car on fire. I woke up in a cold sweat and screamed. A few days later, I got a call from a guy who sounded like my grandfather. I kid you not, it sounded identical to him. All this man said to me on the phone was, "Check on your father, something's wrong with him." I later found out that my dad had been in a car wreck. The car caught on fire. He managed to escape alive. The most shocking thing, my twin brother had the exact same dream on the same night, same exact creature. I guess they say twins are inseparable. When I was younger, I had a terrifying experience with a ghost. I was fast asleep, and then I suddenly woke up. Something told me to wake up, and I just did. I looked at the clock, and it said somewhere around 3:28 a.m. I turned my head slightly to the left, and I saw this girl. I would say that she was in her early teens. She looked very blurry, but she had a blue hue, and it clear at the same time. She was moving in slow motion. It seemed like she was underwater, or something. She had a long nightgown, and it was blowing very slowly. She was holding a short candlestick, and her hair was long reddish brown color. She looked at me, and then I looked back at her. I was surprisingly calm. I got up to tell my mom what I had seen. The next morning, I woke up and I asked my mom if she saw the lady, and she said, "What lady?" Could this have all been a dream? I'm not entirely sure. I've been deeply confused about this ever since. My house has always had extra company. It's been 13 years since we moved in here, and for a while, there were some really odd things happening. I was 10 years old when we moved in, and fell in love with the huge, empty attic upstairs. I would bring my toys and little sister up there to play with. She was around 8 at the time, so we had a lot of fun together. We brought our dollhouse up there and would spend hours making up stories and having fun. I would go up there and read by myself a lot because it was quieter than the rest of the house. Nothing out of the ordinary ever happened while my sister and I played up there, and I felt very comfortable. In the far end of the room were little racks where clothing must have hung before. One day, I was up there alone playing when I discovered this old-fashioned looking gold purse with a painting of a deer and a medal on it, and being a lover of old things, I was psyched. I brought it to my mother, and she said it looked like a pocketbook from the 1920s that her grandmother used to have, sort of a flapper type style. We hung the pocketbook in the back of the closet to keep it out of harm's way. About a year later, my father and a friend of his transformed my attic playroom into a bedroom for both me and my sister. My father had left a quarter of the room where the pocketbook had been found alone, and put up a wall and a door separating the rest of the bedroom from that area. My sister did not like her bed being up against the wall of the back room. Then, what I felt next was unexpected and unbelievable. I was laying there with my eyes open, frozen with fear. I felt as if someone was watching me, but I was afraid to move. I'd never felt like this before. I was never afraid of the dark as a child. My sister said, "Can I please come over and sleep with you?" Now, I usually said no to this and stopped being a baby, but I wanted her to come over, pretending to be reluctant. I said, "All right, but don't hug me," even though I really wanted to be. She ran over and squeezed me, and I squeezed back, and she said, "I'm scared," and I said, "Me too." And then boom, boom, boom. 4 loud knocks right on the wall, which our heads were practically up against. I could actually feel the vibrations from the wall. Then my sister, crying, said, "What was that?" I made it up. I said, "Me." I said, "Don't worry." I was trying to tell myself that it was me when it happened again. Boom, boom, boom. We both jumped up and ran downstairs at this point, into my parents' bedroom, and my father went up to see if there was anyone hiding up there. No one was. However, my sister refused to go back up there and slept with my parents. I, however, went back up there scared, but mad that my favorite place was trying to kick me out. I felt almost betrayed and hurt, so I stayed up there for the whole night, refusing to leave, but hoping it would not try to scare me. It didn't. My sister would make attempts to sleep up there later, but would always run downstairs at some point. I couldn't blame her, since most of the time I really wanted to join her, but never would. Over the next several years, I often heard whispering and the doorknob being wiggled as if someone was trying to get in. At first, then it became a game. The doorknob would wiggle really fast, and I would say, "I'm trying to sleep," and it would stop, and then I got used to the weird noises. It's 13 years later, and in that time, I've had many friends tell me that they heard whispering or tapping on the wall, or someone breathing in their ear. To which I say, "I told you there was a ghost in my house," but it sparked my interest in the paranormal, in which I am an avid believer because of my ghost buddy. I don't know if the purse actually belonged to the ghost, but the house was built in 1940, after the Flapper times. But my mother did tell me that the old man who used to occupy the house had 2 wives who both passed on. Whether or not either of them died in this house, I don't know. The purse may have belonged to one of them. Hello, my name is Kirk. I'm about to turn 18, and I live in New York State. I apologize in advance for the length of my story, but I never get to talk to anyone about these things that happen. I'm looking for answers as to whether or not the house I live in is haunted. I don't talk to my friends about them because I always get the weirdest reactions when I mention them. You know, the kind of look someone makes when they think you're insane. Since I was a little kid, I'd always found the paranormal amusing. My mom believes in ghosts based on her own experiences, which I might say are quite frightening. I have 2 older sisters, and both have related their own personal experiences to me. So, in a way, I suppose I was influenced into finding the supernatural interesting. I live in a 2-family house that my family owns. We used to rent the bottom apartment out to people back in the late 80s to early 90s. The tenants have said that the downstairs apartment is haunted, and a psychic my mom brought over one time said that the apartment was indeed haunted. In one of the rooms downstairs, my great-grandfather passed away. The house has been in our family for a while. Also, my mom's nephew who came over from Ecuador was living with us when I was about 7 or 8. Hard to remember. He died while living here in a car accident in Lake George. Is it possible he has unfinished business because his wife and daughter live in another country? Also, my mom's boyfriend of a long time ago, this is back in Ecuador, which was probably in the 60s, died on a hiking trip. My mom loved him and always insists that he watches over her. That's just some background information, because they could all be possible haunts. The experiences I'm remembering are all recent ones. We moved from our old house in the early 90s and moved to Salem, Massachusetts. After 3 years, we moved back to our house in New York, and after that time, it's the only experiences I remember. My older sisters slept in our redone attic when they were teenagers. I was envious, because they were on a whole different floor of the house. I used to think the attic was cool. Both my sisters have had stories about the attic. My sisters moved out long ago, which gave me the advantage of choosing a room up in the attic, being older and all. I chose the room which was my oldest sister's, because of its size and location in the house. It was the last room, and had stairs in the room going down and leading into the 2nd floor apartment. The first night I slept up there, a good friend of 10 years stayed the night with me. He's the only one I talked to about my experiences with. It was about 2 a.m., and we were lying awake, starting to doze off. He had his Discman with him and was playing a CD with the headphones off of his head, so we could both hear the music. I was lying there, when all of a sudden, I heard the distinct and startling noise of a marble rolling down the stairs that was in my room. It finally hit the bottom of the stairs, and I asked my friend if it was him that did that. I remember thinking, great, the first dang night I'm in here, and something weird has to happen. I definitely would have seen if my friend had thrown the marble down the stairs, but he didn't. By the way, this actually happened one more time before, not happening since. That story can probably be explained easily, but there are other weird ones. In the same room I was sleeping one night, I'm 95% sure I would have closed my closet all the way before I went to bed, because a thing like that would bother the hell out of me, and I wouldn't be able to sleep. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night to a very strange noise. It was a quick and harsh boom mixed with a whoosh sound. I looked around my room to find the source, and my eyes focused on my closet door. The door was open. I sort of stood up and chuckled because it was 3 a.m. I closed the door and went back to sleep. I later analyzed the sound because I remembered when I woke up, what it sounded like was the closet door being pushed hard from the inside and rubbing on the carpet as it opened, which would account for the whoosh. I was never scared, just sort of curious as to whether or not it was insane. The next experience was definitely an odd one. It was the morning. Morning is like 12 noon to me, especially in the summer. And I'd woken up and was getting ready to take a shower. I made my way downstairs and was heading to my mom's room to get a towel. No one else was in the house at this time. My mom was working, and so was her boyfriend. As I was passing through our dining room, I felt something cold hit my right earlobe. Within a couple seconds, my fingers were up to my ear to pinch whatever was on my ear, because I thought it was a bug. I took my fingers away and realized that what hit my ear was a drop of some liquid. It didn't feel like water. It almost felt like oil. It had a strange smell to it, almost like a perfume oil smell. Very confused, I rubbed it in my fingers and looked around the ceiling for the source. But if you think about it, an earlobe is an awkward place for something like that to land on. If it was coming from above, it would have hit the top of my ear, right? But that's not the end. I shrugged it off, got my towel, and went into the bathroom. I took my shirt off and splot. I felt a drop hit my chest. Now this was weird because I was totally in a different part of my house. And again, the chest is an odd place if the drop is falling from above. Before touching the spot, I looked at it. It definitely splattered with some force because it was spread out a little. I touched it and smelled it, and it was the same dang substance. Why is this relevant? One night, I awoke to hear a very disturbing noise coming from the bathroom. Nobody was up at the time, and I heard a very distinct gurgling noise. I walked towards the bathroom to see what it was, when the lights turned on by themselves, and the shower curtain was moving. Remember, nobody was up, the lights were off, and they somehow managed to turn themselves on. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to inch closer to the shower curtain. I had to know if something was behind it. I moved the curtain, and to my relief, there was nobody there. But then the lights turn off once again. I start to get really freaked out and rush to turn on the light. I look across the hallway, and I see what looks like an elderly man in a wheelchair with an oxygen mask on his face. He looked about as real as any living person would. Now, it wasn't like I saw this figure for a long time. I wasn't on meds, and I'm a sober person. I wouldn't even say I was tired. The encounter lasted about 10 to 15 seconds. It was fast, but it was long enough that I could see this man. I honestly felt like the liquid that I felt came from this gurgly elderly man. I found that very interesting, and later, I told my mom about it. She thought I was joking and laughed it off, then grew very concerned after I insisted that this was something I saw. She thought I was having hallucinations and wanted to take me to the doctor, but I urged her that I was of sound mind. Although she did later tell me that something similar happened to her, where she could have sworn she felt the presence of an elderly man, but she never saw anything. Lastly, there was an unexplained experience that happened in my room. One of my cats was sleeping on my bed, and I was sitting in this love seat I have, watching TV. My lights were off, so I couldn't see anything clearly other than the TV. Something startled me when I heard something hit my wall, as if being thrown, like a hammer hitting a wall. I then started to notice that my cat uncharacteristically started hissing at the window and moaning. She's usually a very quiet cat, but something really seemed to bother her, and she wouldn't keep quiet. She kept meowing for what seemed like 5 minutes. I didn't see anything in the window, and the cat for the next week persisted to meow in terror before she just gave up. She never did that ever again, and it was quite bizarre. It really started to scare me. On a separate day, I've heard cabinets opening and shutting. These things terrify me because I still have no explanation for them. Is my house haunted by a timid spirit who wants to know that it's there? Any comments or advice would be appreciated. Hope you found my story interesting. During the summer of 1976, my mom, older brother, and I decided to accompany my aunt and her family to West Virginia and North Carolina to work in the tobacco fields. I was about 11 years old at the time. After a 2-day trip from Texas to West Virginia, we were assigned a house to stay in while we were settled into work. There were several of us, 10 in all, and we were tired from the trip, so everyone just basically picked a spot in a place and readied ourselves for bed for that first night. It was not a restful night. At about 3 a.m., we were awakened by the sounds of a woman crying and wailing in the room with us. Looking around the room, we could see that everyone was accounted for and no one was crying. The sounds increased in intensity and lasted for about 10 minutes. When I say wailing, I mean just that, a horrible, low sound, very similar to some of the sound effects heard in the old Scooby-Doo cartoons. I realize that sounds somewhat funny, but I swear it's true. I'm not sure if my eyes were just playing tricks on me, but in the darkness of the room, it really looked like there was a figure kneeling down. You could see it well enough in the dark to know that it was a gray outline of some figure. Interestingly enough, after the 10 minutes of sobbing, I noticed that this gray cloud ended up disappearing as well. Thankfully, we weren't to stay in that house for very long. Another house, with more room for 10 people, was assigned to us. That was not an improvement. The next house was a 2-story one, located somewhere between Hendersonville, North Carolina, in a small town known as Soul City. It was situated about 200 yards off a road, with a long driveway and a set of railroad tracks that ran along the other side of the road. There was a large white house off to the north of our house, about another 300 yards away. The house had a large open field in front and was surrounded by woods on the other 3 sides, and a shed and an old open water well in back. Spooky enough setting during the day. At night, things would happen, such as lights turning on by themselves, footsteps heard upstairs, when everyone was in plain sight downstairs, the sounds of something heavy being all dragged through the house late at night, after everyone had gone to bed, knocking on the walls, and my brother swears he's seen what appeared to be a black hooded figure at the foot of his bed. I remember I had my window open once while asleep at night, and I could have sworn I heard the sounds of a horse running across the field outside. Nobody in our area owns any horses at all, and you could hear the sounds of neighs. I ended up looking outside and saw absolutely nothing, but there was definitely a horse that I heard. I swear to anyone reading this, these events really happened. I know people often make claims like that, which make it seem like it's fabricated, but I really want to put an emphasis on the validity of these stories. All I have is my word, but I'm telling you, these events are so real. I'm 36 now, an Army veteran, college educated, and I have an interest in ghosts and the supernatural. If anyone has any clues about the house, the one near Soul City, North Carolina, its owners, or perhaps even its history, please email me. When I was in 8th grade, my mother, younger brother, and I moved into a rental home on Grace Drive in Wilson, North Carolina. I'd always been interested in ghosts, but never had any experience. This house would change that fact. As soon as we moved into the home, I had a very uneasy feeling, only in my room. I always felt like someone was watching me from my closet. Also, feeling uneasy, I could not sleep with my door closed and forbid my mother to close her door while we were sleeping. I also started sleeping with my pillow on top of my head in order to feel safe and secure in this room. On several occasions, I felt someone pushing the pillow down hard on my head as I was trying to go to sleep. It was not sleep paralysis because I had just laid down. At first, I thought it was my brother playing with me, to the point where I yelled out his name for him to stop, because the pushing hurt. However, when the pushing stopped, no one was in the room, and I was all alone. One evening around dusk, my mother and I were sitting on the front steps that were located between the bedroom and the home in the living room, where my brother was alone watching TV. My bedroom was located on the front of the house, with only one window. I had a lamp sitting on my bedstand, in front of the window, and beside the bed. I stood up in order to illustrate a point to my mother, now facing the house with my bedroom window in sight. All of a sudden, I saw movement in my window. It was a shadow in the act of sitting on my bed. Once it sat down, the shadow seemed to fade into the shadows of my bedroom. I stood there looking at my window and said to my mother that my brother was in my room and that he needs to get out. I immediately went into the house to find my brother still watching TV. I asked him what he was doing in my room, and he just stared at me like I was crazy, saying that he had not left the living room. Of course, I went to my room to find no one there. We lived in the house for about 2 years, and only when we moved into our new house was I able to sleep with my door closed, but with my mother's door closed. However, this new house was where my mother saw her first ghost. This happened about 2 months after we moved into the house. She said that she was laying in bed one night, unable to sleep because the streetlights in the city were so bright. She said that she looked over to her window and saw an old man standing in her room in front of the window. The old man walked over to the bed and looked down at her and then backed away, only to disappear. She smartly did not tell me the story until I'd been away at college for 3 years. We are assuming that the old man was Mr. Barnes, who we think may have died in the house and was just checking in on the new occupants. That was the first and last incident that occurred in that home. I'm 16 years old and live in a small town in Texas. It's about 28 miles south of San Antonio. When I was in 3rd grade, my family decided to move down here from Corpus. We began living with my grandfather and soon decided to buy property of our own. My mom and dad bought the property located right next to my grandfather's, which just happened to be the entrance to a coal mine that was very active about the 1900s. We built our house right next to the entrance to the coal mine. Our back door opened right on top of the entrance. By the time the house was built, I was about 13 and finally had my own room. One night, I was struggling to sleep and heard footsteps. Of course I was frightened, but somehow I went to sleep. I kept telling myself it was nothing. While I was sleeping, and this part of the story doesn't make sense at all, I had a dream that I was part of a well-known Jewish family in Europe in the Great World Conflict. I saw soldiers take my husband and I to a ditch in the middle of nowhere, where they got rid of my husband. In my dream, I understood German. Next, they got rid of me also. As I died in my dream, I woke up in real life. As I awoke, I heard more footsteps marching. They sounded like soldiers, Germans I assumed. They marched through my kitchen and some by my bedroom door, kinda like they were watching me. This is the first thing that happened to me. It didn't make sense, because I thought they would be dead miners or something. About 2 years ago, I became very depressed, as many young people do, and I tried to off myself. My mother came home from work and found me passed out and throwing up in the kitchen sink. They rushed me to the nearest hospital, where they thought I was going to pass away. I saw my mom crying next to me and became relaxed. I was in total peace. I felt completely happy. Suddenly, I felt two men walking around me talking. I tried to turn my head to see them, but couldn't. I heard them speaking to each other, and one sounded older than the other. They said, "Look, it's so sad she's so young." And the other one said, "Look at her mother." At this point, they quit talking and continued to walk around us staring. Then, the feeling of peace was gone, and I heard two other voices. I kept saying, "Who is that?" And I was scaring my mom to death. Right after that, I passed out, and when I woke up, I was in a hospital room. I didn't tell anyone exactly what it was I heard. I did tell my boyfriend of the time. I'm not sure he believed me. After that, I would hear voices at my house, people talking to me, but there was no one there. I heard them almost everywhere I went, but I didn't tell anyone. After a while, I tried talking back, but never got a response. The voices were never really clear. There were many at one time. It just sounded mumbled. I tried not to tell people about my voices because I was afraid they would not talk to me anymore. I felt I had a gift. They have stopped talking now. I haven't heard them for about a year now. I know it all sounds weird, but it's true. I also live next to a graveyard, which is weird, I know. It's where most of the dead miners are buried. I think they try to talk to me sometimes. There's also one last account I had more recently. I was trying to go to sleep one night in the house all by myself. I looked out into the living room and saw a solid black figure running around. He looked as if he were hiding. He ran behind furniture and walls and really just scared the heck out of me. It was the only time I saw him, though. It was the last of all my encounters. Hi there. I believe that I had a true experience with a haunting. I used to live in apartment 205 in Kingswood Apartment in Fresno, California. A lot of weird stuff used to happen there while my family and I lived there. I am a homog. My religion is not Christianity, although I do not doubt that there is a God. I do believe in Jesus Christ, but I was simply not raised that way. My family on both my father and my mother's sides are shaman. Many do not believe our customs and ways to be valid, but you'd be surprised by how much sense it makes to us. I grew up around shaman all my life, listening to chants and stuff. It's awesome. Well, enough talk. Here's my story. When I was a little girl growing up in California and being in a homog family, I grew up with spirits and ghosts and hauntings all around me. I accept it, for it is real to me, although I've never experienced an actual haunting myself. Being around my family of shaman focused me to acknowledge the supernatural. But when I was 9, I did have an experiment on my own. Our apartment has always been rumored to be haunted. As a child, I never really paid too much attention to it. Weird things happen at night. Things go bump in the night. Dishes rattle. And doors slam. I woke up every night from a nightmare I couldn't remember and crawled into bed with my parents. My sisters complain about seeing dark shadows moving across your walls. In our culture, hauntings happen because it is caused by some or something that is associated with the family or someone in the family. In our case, it was my mother. I remember one time, my mother was cleaning the tub, and I was standing out in the hallway watching her. All of a sudden, the door slammed and the lights went out. I heard the lock on the door click in place, and my mother screamed. I stood frozen in my spot, unable to comprehend what I just saw. I banged against the door, and then it opened. The lights were back on, and my mom was still in the tub. Naturally, she accused me of doing it. To this day, I still don't know what had happened. There was a time that something happened to me, not long afterwards, that scared me so bad I forgot about it until a couple of years ago. I remember it being around noon, and I was off on summer vacation. I just finished the 3rd grade. I was laying on my mother's bed reading a book, given me by a former teacher. I started to have this funny feeling all over my body, more like an awareness that something was watching me, or something was near me. All of a sudden, the bed started to shake. I felt something, hands maybe, holding me down on the bed, and I was unable to move or even say anything, not even a scream. The bed literally shook for a few seconds. It was over in a matter of minutes, but it scared me terribly. I jumped off the bed and ran into the living room. To this day, I've never told my family or hardly anyone. Those that I've told thought I was joking. Was I? Yet the memory is so vivid, and I remember that feeling of helplessness and fright. It was weird. I sort of forced myself to forget about it until a couple years later, when my class was asked to write about an actual haunting that we know about. I don't know, but things are weird. My shaman grandfathers, both maternal and paternal, came to our house to bless our room. They performed their ritual in our room, on my mother's bed. I remember something about someone dying or committing suicide in our closet, but it was so long ago, I can't remember much about it. My mom has been having dreams about a little girl carrying a knife, chasing her through a rice field in Thailand. My grandfathers did this chant thing, and all this stuff, too much to explain, to capture this thing. They've locked her up in 2 bowls that have sealed and chained together. Part of the chain that was used to seal it was made into an anklet brace that my mother wears around her ankle at all times. The trap used to capture it was something that my grandfathers did. To this day, my mother is doing better. No more Chucky-like girls chasing her. The bowls were taken to my mom's father's altar and locked up. When he passed on, it was given to my mother to keep safe. So now, it's in our bathroom closet on the top shelf. Every time we open the door, there it is. Scary. I get the creepiest feelings when I look at it. So, you wonder, what exactly is going on? And what happened? I couldn't tell you, but something did happen, and I've never been able to forget it. Could it be some evil spirit or poltergeist? Who knows? Maybe one day, I'll find out eventually. Being a Catholic, I believe there is an afterlife, heaven, etc., and spirits occasionally visit people here on Earth. One winter, my family and I, mom, dad, and 2 younger sisters, went to visit and help out my grandparents, who had recently cleared some land they owned on the Tennessee River, move into their new home. The land they bought had many legends accompanying it, including stories of gold and ghosts. My sisters and I were very interested in exploring the 25 acres of wooded land that had an old Civil War home place on it. An old country store was located about a mile away, and this was the only neighbors my grandparents had. When we arrived, there was a 15-foot long, 15-foot high pile of cut down trees that had been piled up to make room for the new house. This was a great jungle gym for my sisters and I to play and hide on, being as it was a long way from the house. One day, my mom took my youngest sister on a walk around the woods, while my other sister and I stayed on the wood pile looking into the woods. I saw this black, 4-foot high figure scrambling from tree to tree. At first I thought it was my youngest sister running around, so I called her name. She answered from the opposite direction of the figure that I saw. By that time, I was really frantic, in tears, and running home because I could still see the figure moving extremely fast. It was so fast, I would only see it for about 2 seconds at a time before it went behind another tree. When everyone was in the house, I told them, but my grandpa brushed it off as a bear, even though there aren't any bears in the area. So I felt better. About a week later, after my family and I left, more people were beginning to have experiences, I guess you could say. My grandpa had taken his dog out one night when he had heard a woman's voice faintly yell, "Help me." The dog began to bark, so my grandpa got in his truck and began to circle his property, looking in the ditches for an injured woman. He found no one and went home. About 3 months later, a lady was changing a sign outside the country store around closing time. Extremely scared and shook up, she quit her job because she had seen a quick, black, shadowy figure coming from my grandparents' woods. We still don't know what is living in my grandparents' woods, but other people have seen it, so I know it's not a figure of my imagination. Thanks for reading. One night, about 13 years ago, my brother and I were Christmas caroling with friends around our block. We were about 10 or 11 at the time. After ending the night, my brother and I said goodbye to the last of our friends who had turned in for the night. We were riding doubles on a bike that night, my brother pedaling. We approached the edge of the driveway when he suddenly stopped. We both looked across the street. I said, "Do you see what I see?" He replied, "Yeah." Happening very quickly across the street was a dark shadowy figure, void of prominent features, approximately 7 feet tall. When it began to approach us, we threw the bikes down, and we were able to slide under the electric garage door, still in process of closing. We were able to summon our friend's dad to investigate, but nothing. That night, we rode our fannies home, about 8 houses down. Amazingly, we never mentioned it to our parents, who were waiting in the driveway to take us to the town's candy cane lane. We have since told them about everything, and to this day, when I visit home and happen to walk that corner of the block at night, I am constantly looking over my shoulder and feel as though I'm being watched. Akenesi East Pine Log Road now houses Riley's Whitby Bull Restaurant. This house was in my wife's family from the late 1960s until it was sold to the present owners, operators of the named restaurant. My family and I moved there in 1993 and lived in the house for 2 years after we moved back here from Atlanta. This house was in my wife's family from the late 1960s until it was sold to the present owners, operators of the named restaurant. My family and I moved there in 1993 and lived in the house for 2 years after we moved back here from Atlanta. This house was built in the late 1800s, estimated from the style, and was remodeled in 1914 when indoor plumbing was installed, and this date appears on the tax records, which would be correct. They used the latest remodeling date for effective date. Archaeologists from SC State Highway Department visited the site in the winter of 1994 when the road in front was being surveyed for widening. I took them under the house, and they showed me where the curve marks in the big supporting beams evidenced that the original part of the house was either built before the war between the states or wood from that era, which was recycled into the house. In any event, the home is an old, large, rambling affair of an old southern home that, like I said, is now a restaurant. It's unusual in that it is the Second Empire style with a mansard roof and a large wraparound porch with Doric columns. On to the story. We frequently heard footsteps when no one was there and had strange feelings that we were not alone. I could be in the front room, which I used as an office, and hear someone come down the stairs and stand at the large open pocket doors. When I turned from my computer, no one would be there. I got used to it. One day, I was relaxing in the upstairs bathroom in the old 6-long iron bathtub. It was in the middle of the day. I had some time to relax. My wife was away. The kids were in school. I had no pressing work, so I took a midday soaking bath. I was lying quietly in the hot sudsy water with water up to my neck, stretched out with a washcloth across my face. I heard someone coming down the hall. I slid the washcloth away, opened my eyes, and listened carefully, because I knew I was alone. The footsteps came slowly down the hall, towards the bathroom door, which was at the end of the hall. The footfall stopped at the door, and the old porcelain doorknob moved slightly, like someone had it in their grip, then started to turn slowly in its big square lock housing. It was right near me, because the head of the tub was by the door. I watched over my left shoulder, and then spoke. "Mary Ann?" The turning stopped. I jumped up in a torrent of steamy water and snatched the door open, and there was no one there. No one down the hall. No sounds of anyone running or jumping down the stairs. Just the sounds of dripping bathwater. I grabbed a towel and ran down the hall, down the big hallway stairs, and jumped to the landing. The front door was closed and locked. I could see down the hall to the old Victorian carved door leading out to the back porch. Nothing. I sprinted to the kitchen. Nothing. I looked out into the side drive, in the circular drive out front. No car. Nothing. Doors were locked. There was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. I searched from room to room and found nothing. I never said anything that might spook the family, but nobody likes to be in the house alone anyway. Funny thing is, now that we live in a modern house, built in 1973, across the cotton field from 801 East Pine Lock, we still hear noises and footfalls when no one else is in the house. I've sensed a presence more than once, and a teenage friend of a family told us that he saw a kind-looking old man one night, dressed in white, standing in our foyer. It was late at night, and Tyler was in the library, and from where he was sitting, he could see out into the foyer. The man in white looked at him, smiled and nodded, and turning, went down the hall. He said it was really interesting, but not too scary. My grandparents died when I was 4, and we moved into their house. They were the only people who ever lived in it. I ended up getting their room. When I was in 5th grade, I started experiencing things in my room. My TV would go on and off whenever I would think that I need to turn it on or off. I had to sleep with the hall light on. One night, I thought I saw my mom in my room standing by my closet. When I turned my light on, she wasn't there. Then I thought I saw my dad standing in the same spot, but that time I kept looking at him as I went into the hallway to see if he was still sleeping on the couch, and he was. I was looking at him in the living room, in my room, and when I turned my light on, he wasn't there, but still on the couch. It always felt like someone was watching me. Then, my last experience of seeing something was in the same spot, but just ahead looking at me. He looked like he was from the 1700s. When I tried to tell my mom, she wouldn't believe me. I'd wake up at night not being able to breathe, and my sister would run in. Then my mom started to believe me when she'd hear heavy breathing in her room when it was just her in there. I'd be walking, and it would feel like someone was trying to trip me. So I told my mom's mom, and she gave me a cross to hang in my room. When I put it up, I didn't see anything after that, but it always felt like I wasn't alone in my room. Now, years later, I found out that the guy staring at me from the 1700s looked just like a picture in our living room. He was an old relative. When I still go by the house, it still feels like something evil there, but at our new house, it feels like a household. Now that I'm 21, I think that it was my parents' dad still in the room that I had. That's the only reason. A long time ago, about 20 years or so, there was a car crash in front of my driveway. At the time, I did not live there. At that matter, nobody did. In the car, there were 6 young boys, ranging from 6 to 20. They crashed because there were a couple of drunk drivers who hit them head on. All the young men died in the car. About 10 years later, me and my family moved in a double wide on the lot in front of where the men died. About 1 year later, there was an awful car crash at the exact same spot of where the young men died. The woman was not killed, but she was seriously injured. After a couple of years, I went down to get the mail when I heard a strange noise, like a young boy crying. I was the only one at home at the time. I looked around and seen nobody. The crying became fainter and fainter until I could hear no more. The next day, I went back down to check the mail, and I heard talking. 2 men, about 18 years of age. I looked around and saw nobody once again. I listened to the conversation, and I couldn't make out anything they were saying, but I could hear the voices as clear as day. Soon after, the voices began to fade away. I talked to my grandmother, who lives just up the road. She told me that the accident happened about 20 years ago, and everyone in the car were killed. I asked her what time it was that they wrecked. She said it was about 5 to 10 p.m. Around 7 p.m. is when the young woman wrecked her car. A few years after the woman wrecked her car, another woman broke down on the bridge, several feet away from where the young man crashed. Another time, a couple were driving with a full tank of gas when all of a sudden, their gas tank just went empty, right where everything was happening. There were several more breakdowns and accidents that happened over the years where the young man crashed, and more of my family members have heard strange talking and crying below our driveway. After time, we have moved, and still, there have been breakdowns and accidents at that same location. We think that the bridge and the area around it is haunted by the ghost of the 6 young men. I want to post something that happened to my mother, Marie, my uncle, her brother David, and my aunt, her sister Gail. A little background first, please. Marie was living in Arkansas, David was living in Florida, and Gail was living in South Carolina. Many miles apart, these 3 siblings shared the same dream on the same night and called their mother within 24 hours of the dream to tell her of it. This dream occurred in 1989. The dream starts with the 3 siblings visiting an old farmhouse they lived in as children 30 years ago with their other siblings and parents. The house was empty. Marie, David, and Gail all got out of the car and walked completely around the house, recalling climbing an old oak tree that held a tire swing, recalling the farm area and what used to stand there, etc. When the 3 returned to the front of the house, there on their steps sat their dear old dad. Dad passed away in April of 1974. Shocked to see their father on the steps, they called out to him. Dad stood at the 3 with a malevolent grin. He motioned for his kids to follow him into the house. They followed through the living room, past the kitchen, down the hall, until they reached their parents' old room. He turned and looked each one in the eye and put his fingers to his lips as if to say shh. He then motioned with his hands for them to follow. He opened the bedroom door and they followed him inside. He walked to the closet and walked through the closet door. Now in each person's dream, they were the ones about to open the door. As each reached for the doorknob and slowly started turning the knob, their mother appeared from nowhere, screaming at them to not open that door. They instantly woke up from the dream. I was a teenager at the time this occurred, and I did not see the big deal about following their dad into the closet until we visited my grandmother. My grandmother was telling my mother of how David and Gail both called her after Marie did, saying they had the same exact dream as she had. My mother looked scared, and my grandmother told her they all needed to get into church because Satan himself was using their father's image to lure them into something evil. I asked dear old Granny how she got that from a dream and Grandpa going into a closet. She told me because her husband, their father, my granddad, was scared of closets. I thought she meant he was claustrophobic. She assured me he was terrified of closets. The whole time they were man and wife, she would have to get his clothing out of the closets and lay them out for him. She would have to put things into closets. He refused to open them or go into them. My grandmother believes that Satan used Granddad's image to lure the 3 siblings down a path of evil. I know this isn't much, but I love to hear the story. Within my years, I've had many ghostly experiences, but the most recent experience seemed to scare me the most. Almost every night sitting in the downstairs of my home, I feel a strong presence, each time at a different location within the dining room and the living room. First, you may want to know how my dining room and living room are set in my house. When you first walk into my home, you enter a little narrow hallway, where you then have to go through another door to get into my living room. Then, to get to my dining room, we have a huge opening, and there's my dining room, and my steps to go to the second story in my home. The other night, I was sitting on my couch closest to the 2 living room windows, but something just kept telling me to look over at the window in the dining room. Sure enough, I saw a black mist that looked as if a face was watching me, but then it disappeared. I passed it off if it were nothing, and that I was seeing things, because it was around 11:30 p.m., and I was quite tired. For some odd reason, my shades were semi-open for 5 blades, and then the rest were closed, so no one can see. I then moved my brother to the other couch, and we sat together, and I just could not keep my eyes off the window in the hallway entrance. Within an hour, I was getting finally comfortable. My brother was sleeping. My mother and stepfather were sleeping, and my older brother was home upstairs, with his car parked outside. I gazed at the window, and the black mist was back, but this time, it was more clear and bigger. It seemed more like a body and a face, but turned to gaze out of my window. Then it sounded like someone was trying to open my front door. It's a big steel door, and when it's locked and somebody tries to open it, it sounds as if someone is pushing against it. It happened at least 6 times before it stopped. I held my little brother close to me. Within the next 15 minutes, it sounded like someone was walking in the hallway and jiggling keys. Well, that was enough for me. I woke my brother up and sent him into my room because I had my air conditioner on in my room. But the jingling sound seemed to follow us to right outside my bedroom door, then stop for the night. My mother recently saw the mist and told it to go back to wherever it came from. It then seemed to glide to my basement door and disappear. My home is about 150 years old, and back then, people couldn't afford to have a proper funeral, so they buried people in the walls in the basement or in the floor. We recently had a dirt basement floor and a cobblestone wall, but we had the floor cemented over. My grandfather, whom I can safely say is a ghost expert, senses something in the walls in my basement. Around my house, but mainly in my room, I know for a fact there is a ghost in my room, but she's a sweet woman, and she just seems to watch me until I fall asleep. There are several ghosts in my home, but recently, I feel as if more are residing here. Just the other night I was drifting to sleep in my room, and I heard the sound as if someone was breathing. I held my breath, and the sound was still there, so I turned the TV on. It seemed to just go away. I was scared, and looked towards the mirror, and saw a flash, and then nothing happened. But I saw the woman, and felt comfort. I feel as if she scared the other spirit away. In my grandmother's house, there is an attic, but it's hidden in the ceiling, and you have to pull the straps down. During the war at her home, soldiers were hid in the attic, and rumor has it, one night, the other people found them and killed everyone in the room. But the one young nurse was beaten and then murdered. I had a dream once about a place where there's a dangling light, and you have to walk on beams and then open a door, and there's a little room with bloodstains. I told my grandmother, and she said I described her attic exactly, even though I'd never been in the attic. The woman who was murdered was a beautiful woman, and she is often spotted around my grandmother's house, scrubbing floors and walking. My grandmother's house was remodeled after the war, and the woman comes down the steps and walks, straight turns, and goes out a door, which is now a window. But before there was a wall separating the rooms and a separate door. Recently, my grandma had seen a little boy petting her dogs, saying, "Come on, doggy, come with me." She thought it was my little brother because he had spent the night, but he was downstairs sleeping, and no one else in the house was awake. She knows he's a ghost, and she is comfortable with him. Although I am severely frightened of her basement, which in 1947, a man was found hanging with a grin on his face, and a woman shot in the head underneath him. There were people found suffocated in their beds, random strangers. My grandma says the boy was one of the children found, and the man is evil. She feels that he may harm me. She doesn't like anyone, except for her in her basement. I have many more stories to tell you, but I'm sorry, I'm out of time. I'll contact you later with many more stories. Thank you. Feel free to email me, or if you just want to exchange experiences, thank you.
Although this is a true tale, it's not one of your spine tinglers. just something odd that cannot be explained. It was told to me several years ago by a colleague and happened to her mum, Jean, and some friends. Although Jean lived in Romford, Essex, she regularly went to a Keep Fit class in a small school hall in Upminster. The class had finished, and her friends had piled into her car and drove around the corner, parking near the chip shop, and they all ordered fish and chips, like you do when you've just had a good workout. They were all sitting in the car quietly eating, when one person noticed something odd and nudged the person next to them. Eventually, they were all mesmerized, mouths agape, chips forgotten as their attention was focused on the activities in the churchyard over the road. Quite clearly, they could see a silent nighttime funeral procession of a coffin being carried on the shoulders by 6 pallbearers, all decked out in long black-tailed coats. They silently watched the procession walk from one side of the church and disappear around the other side. St. Mary's Lane, for anyone who lives nearby. Of course, they all asked the other, "Did you see what I saw?" Knowing full well they did. The next day, Jean decided to visit the church, as she just had to know what happened. Maybe someone was buried late last night. However, she got to the church and found the vicar. She worded the question carefully so as not to look like a complete idiot, and was obviously stunned when the vicar told her that no funeral took place last night. She said that from the look on his face it was fairly obvious that he knew why she was asking. But being a vicar, he simply smiled and walked away. Spooky. I've been past the churchyard, as my grandparents used to live just down the road, and it is quite a creepy-looking place. All the stones are really old and crumbly and covered in moss. None of the names or dates are readable. It's one of those graveyards where you can look at it for a little while, and then you kind of shudder and have to look away. I used to think it was my childish imagination, but even these days the place still gives me the creeps, even in the middle of summer. My story has to do with things that happened to me as a child. When I was 6 years old, my parents bought a very old house, probably around 100 years old, and that was back in 1976. It was a very large house, and some of the original wallpaper was still in it. I have always been kind of in tune with the supernatural, and I also have a psychic sense. I'm not saying I am psychic, but I just know things and I can't explain it. Well, anyway, I know that my sister was very afraid of this house. She is 3 years younger than me. She would either sleep with my parents or with me, and she would never cross the long hall that ran through the center of the house by herself. I know that one day I was sitting in the living room and I got this really weird feeling, like I wasn't the only one in the room. I felt like someone was staring at me. Now keep in mind that my mother and sister had gone to the store, so I was in the house alone. At this time, I was about 9 years old. I was sitting on the floor and I just happened to look up. If you are familiar with old houses, you know that some have these glass windows at the top of each door that I guess people used for ventilation before air conditioning was invented. Well, the upstairs of this house had been added years after the original one-story had been built, and the steps that led upstairs went even with the glass window above the door in the room I was in. There was also a small triangle of wood that was missing from the step, and that is where my eyes shifted to. There was something looking at me through that space. I was so scared that I grabbed my dog and ran to the front porch, just hoping my mother would drive up. I don't know what it was, but there was something there. People in the neighborhood were always asking if the house was haunted, and one time an old woman I had never seen before asked me if I knew of the girl that had been locked in her room, in my house, and she had died there. There is also another story that happened in this same house. My uncle was living with us. He was 70 years old, and I was about 10 at the time. One night I heard him calling my father. He was shouting, and that is what woke me up. My father went running into his room, and this was my uncle's reply. "I know you're not going to believe this, and I know I shouldn't be seeing this, but I do. There's a black woman standing in front of the fireplace holding a little girl's hand, and she's wearing a red coat and hat." Then my father said that my uncle's eyes followed something around the room, and then my uncle began to scream again, "No, go away! Don't come near me!" Then they disappeared. My father said that he had never been so scared in his life, because his uncle was being rational about it. Like he knew he shouldn't be seeing something like that, but he did. I knew there was something in that house. Although we moved out when I was 14, I still drive by it to look, and I still get a creepy feeling about it, just from driving by. I feel it in my bones. What do you think? I would really appreciate your opinion. Thank you so much.
In the summer of 1999, I bought a house in a small town in Washington state. I'm a California native, so as you can imagine, I had a difficult time adjusting to the calmer settings. It was almost too quiet for my liking. About 3 weeks after I moved into my new home, an old colonial-styled house, I decided and began looking for a roommate. Soon after I placed the ad, I got a phone call from a very willing young lady who said it sounded like the perfect location for her. I took her name down, and she said she would call me the next day to set up a time and place to meet. I waited all day for her phone call, but it never came. I figured she must have found some other place to stay, but I kept the spot vacant in case she called back. A few weeks later, she did call again, and as before, she told me she would call back the next day to set up a time and place to meet. I faithfully awaited her return call, but same as the first time, it never came. I began to get suspicious as to whether it was a prank caller or a real person of interest. I thought it was odd how she'd given me a name without a number. My attempts to find her in the phone book failed, so without any other place to turn, I gave up on the search. About 3 months later, I was up in the attic storing some Christmas decorations I wouldn't be needing for some time when my eyes fell upon an old stack of newspapers in the corner. I was somehow intrigued by a particular paper lying on the top of the stack. As I thumbed through it, I was quite shocked to read an article printed about a young woman who died in her house, the house I was currently living in, at the age of 22. Even more shocking was the name of the woman. It was an identical match to the woman who called about sharing my home. I couldn't catch my breath. I went down to the local historical library and discovered that this woman did indeed live in the very house I now owned in the late 1800s. My visit to the library occurred close to 6 months ago. Since then, late at night, I've heard crying downstairs in my living room. My aunt and uncle used to live in an old log cabin. We think it was by an Indian burial ground, but it was definitely haunted, and the spirit there was not good at all. One night, my aunt and uncle woke up to find they couldn't move. They were being held down by something, but that's not my story. My 3 cousins all shared the same room. It was the only room on the 2nd level. I hated going up there by myself. I never had to before, but this time I did. I was about 6 or 7. My sisters and I had been playing board games with our cousins up in their room. When we went downstairs to watch movies, I left my shoes up there. When the time came to go, I couldn't find my shoes. I looked everywhere. Then my sister reminded me I left them in my cousin's bedroom. I went upstairs and planned to run into the room, get my shoes, then run out and down the stairs as fast as I could. I ran into the room and picked up the shoes, but as I was turning around, I felt something behind me. I was so afraid to turn around, but at the same time, I wanted to run down the stairs, right out of the house and into the car. So I slowly turned around. There I saw a small little Indian girl, maybe about my age. She was surrounded by a blue and white light. I just stood there until she vanished. I ran out to the car where my parents were waiting, and until now I have never told anyone my story except for my aunt, who also sees things. Later I found out that my aunt and uncle would pray to the Indians to watch over them, to protect them from whatever was in that house. Maybe the little Indian girl was just watching over my cousins. My wife and I had moved to the naval station at Mare Island of Vallejo, California. I was attached to the personnel support office. About 4 months after reporting, I was sent to the Combat Systems Tech School's command to process new students. I hadn't heard about the school's past until my encounter. One day in the fall of 1993, I was typing up a report about 0730 before the other 3 civilians and 1 other sailor got there. The typewriter was next to the door to my office, so I didn't miss anyone coming or going. There also was just that one main entryway into the office cluster. No other exits except for a fire door with the alarm connected. Anyway, someone walked by my door and I thought it was my shipmate, so I asked how he was doing. I got no reply, so I thought he hadn't heard me and I decided to go bug him after I finished my report. I went to his office and found it locked. Then I noticed the light on down the hall. The light was moving ever so slowly and getting closer to me. It was then that I realized that it was actually a translucent figure of a sailor. It terrified me so much that I ended up passing out from a panic attack. One of the civilian computer programmers walked into the hallway at work, noticed I passed out and shook me awake. I told her I saw something in this hallway and she said that I probably was just overworking myself from stress. I also told her that I thought Brian had walked by. She looked at me and said that nobody had moved from their computers since she got there at about 15 minutes to 0700. She did tell me something fascinating though. She said that at times she could have sworn she heard a whistling and a crying sound coming from the hallway. It sounded a lot like a little girl. It was then that I learned that the school was a fleet hospital for the San Francisco Bay Area built back approximately 100 years ago. The night watch detail would find locked doors open and hear footsteps at night. There were stories told about people hearing sounds of a little ghost girl playing ball near the main staircase. I never had the chance to witness her, and the base is now closed, but it was very interesting. As for the sailor, I have absolutely no clue as to what the story behind this guy was. To spare myself the anxiety, I just revert to thinking it was only my imagination, although it felt as real as anything I could ever see. One other experience was shared by my wife, myself, and my mother-in-law at Hickam Air Force Base in Hawaii in 1995. My wife had been flown to Tripler Army Hospital due to complications with her first child. My mother-in-law arrived a day before I got there from my ship. Anyway, we were put up in the guest house at Hickam for a couple of nights before being moved temporarily to an officer's quarter in the corner of the base. It was a well-furnished room and had a pleasant air about it. That was until the night arrived. My wife was awoken that first night where she heard multiple whispers. She then went to get herself a cup of milk in the kitchen of the house when she saw the presence of 2 figures crouched down as if they were praying. They both wore brown robes like they were monks. This whole ordeal must have lasted 30 seconds and they faded away quickly. In the morning, we both got up and discussed what we had felt that night. That's when she told me about what she witnessed. The crazy thing was, while she was experiencing that, I told her that I could have sworn I saw the face of an elderly man just staring back at me in the mirror when I used the bathroom. He had scars on his face and was balding. I'll never forget the sight of it. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling.
This is a story that will always live with me for the rest of my life. My mother and father used to always take lengthy trips over the weekends to visit my grandparents in Ohio when we had lived in Michigan. We would drive about 4 hours, and we usually would get there by the evenings. My grandparents lived in a huge Victorian estate on top of a hill, surrounded by woods all around. The house had 6 bedrooms and was extremely spacious, so whenever we slept over, I got a room to myself on the 2nd floor. At the time, my dad suffered from terrible sleepwalking episodes, and they only seemed to trigger at this house. I can remember one night, I was sleeping in the room and had my window open. That was when I was awoken by soft sounds coming from outside of the window. It sounded like hymns and chanting, as if it was a lullaby. At first, I checked to see if the television from downstairs was accidentally left on, but it wasn't. I was starting to get really freaked out when I went back in my room, because I noticed my dad was walking towards the trail path into the woods. The house lights were shining bright enough so that I could see the woods well enough from the window. In a panic, I ran downstairs and outside as fast as I could and grabbed a flashlight, then chased after my dad into the woods. He had managed to walk so far into the path of the woods that we got to be a mile away, and the further I went into the woods, the darker it got. We just kept getting further and further away from the house, and it was really starting to get cold and scary. I started to call out for my dad, shining the flashlight straight ahead in the now pitch black woods, when I had lost him. For a split moment, I felt someone whisper my name in my ear, and the rustling sounds of leaves behind me, as if someone was walking right behind me. For some reason, I thought maybe my dad was behind me instead, so I turned and pointed my flashlight, and there was nothing there. I kept going, and continued to look for my dad. That was when I once again heard a voice, but this time in a low and guttural voice. I could have sworn I heard the voice say, "Let's play." At this point, I actually thought my dad was playing a practical joke, so then I yelled out to my dad and told him this isn't funny and to show himself. Even though the voice sounded nothing like him, I just kind of assumed, maybe to ease my mind in my panic state. Literally a split second later, I see a cloudy mist and what looked like an orb hovering from the distance of the woods and slowing going in my direction from afar. It then disappeared. I heard my dad's far off distant scream, and I started running faster into the woods to try to locate him. When I finally found him, he had fallen into this well that none of the family had any idea had existed. I quickly helped my dad out of the well, and he had asked me what happened. I brought him back into the house and told him that he was sleepwalking and managed to wander into the woods. The creepiest part of this whole experience was this. He said that while he was sleepwalking, he had dreamt that a woman in pioneer clothing urged him to find her missing son in the woods. She told him to run to the well and he will find him. When my dad told me this, I told him about hearing some soft singing before I rushed into the woods to get him, and that I heard voices and whispering into the woods. A couple days later, fascinated by the well that existed in the woods, we went to go see it in daylight. To my utter shock, we had made a gruesome discovery. We found what looked like human bones at the bottom of the well. We immediately called the police. They examined these bones, and we were able to confirm weeks later that they weren't animal remains, but human remains. We had the bones examined by a professional, and they believe that the bones belonged to a young boy who may have perished hundreds of years ago. My guess is in the early 1800s. I would like to state wholeheartedly that these events are in fact true, from my father's sleepwalking to the dream he had and the bones uncovered. It may sound a bit far-fetched, but I guess you'll have to take my word for it. This event happened in the 1970s, and I'm 70 years old now. This all happened when I was 17. I have a rather bizarre ghost story, or maybe it just appears that way to me, since I've never experienced ghosts before. It was many years ago, when I was 14 years old, and spending a few weeks at our lake home. One night my friend and I decided to spend the night in the den, rather than our bedroom. The den has a lonely view of the lake, and has a wall of windows. It is a very large room. As we were in our sleeping bags, I noticed what looked like a man sitting in the armchair. The apparition was black. You could not distinguish any features, but you could see a bowler hat, or a similar hat, on his head. He just sat there and didn't move, his arms resting on the chair. I was paralyzed with fear. I eventually mentioned this to my friend, or maybe she mentioned it to me first. I just remember that after a long time, we started talking about our late night visitor. We compared notes on what we were seeing, and it became apparent that we were both seeing the same thing. A shadow? I think not, and if you read on, you will know why I'm so sure. My friend and I became so scared that we buried ourselves in our sleeping bags and held on to each other for dear life. We knew we had to get out of there, but we were too scared to move. Eventually we got up our nerve and made a mad dash to the bathroom. Keep in mind, our lake house is quite large and the bathroom was not nearby. We huddled in the bathroom for some time and got up our nerve to make it to our bedroom. This time, for some reason, we didn't run. As we were making our way to the bedroom, we saw another apparition on the living room sofa. This was definitely no shadow. There were no windows in this room, therefore no light except the bathroom light. This apparition was easier to see. It was a woman from the turn of the century. She was dressed in a white dress, possibly a Victorian wedding gown, and lying in the pose of a deceased person. As you could imagine, we hightailed it to our bedroom. When in the bedroom, we sat up with the light on. I'm not sure how much time passed, but eventually, we heard what appeared to be a marching band playing. We looked at the clock and saw that it was after 3 a.m., and therefore highly unlikely that a marching band would be performing in this rather sleepy-like community. Had it not been for this, we would have considered it as teenage imaginations going wild. You can see things, but hearing them is an entirely different story. In the morning, we checked out the house to see if there was any way music could be played by itself in the house. We found an old radio down in the basement, but it wasn't plugged in. We then plugged in the radio, and it did not even work. We asked my grandparents if they had heard anything, and they said they hadn't. When we told them our stories, they just laughed, and almost everybody else we had told this to laughs also. If they don't laugh, they listen and nod their heads, but we can tell they are just being considerate and patronizing us. We are now both 30 years old, born a day apart, and live over 1,000 miles apart. When we are together, we still talk about this and stand by our story and memory. We still agree about what we saw and heard. I have no explanation about this, but I will not sleep alone in this house. I don't even visit often, but when I do, I'm still scared to death. Seabrook, Toddville Road, the former Toddville mansion, which has recently been torn down. The property turned into apartments or condos. Reports of a strange creature roaming the grounds, noises, feelings of being watched, shadowy figures. Actually, this mansion was the List mansion. The story of this place was well known to the people of Seabrook, who lived there at the time. I lived near the List mansion for many years. Several acres of land were bought by a Houston business owner in the late 70s to early 80s, right on Galveston Bay, near the intersection of Toddsville Road and East Meyer Road. Bill List was his name, and for the most part at first, no one knew who he was, only that there was a major construction project going up near the bay. Bill List owned a trailer manufacturing business, and with the success of his business came great wealth. The mansion was a massive undertaking. Built up on several feet of soil, the 3-story brick structure dwarfed the modest home surrounding the property. The brick foundry, where Bill was buying the bricks for his mansion, was unable to keep up production of bricks for the mansion and bricks for other products, so Bill just bought the brick foundry so all the bricks made could go into his construction for project. Month by month, the mansion began to take shape. The stark brick structure was 3 stories tall, 4 if you count the massive garage on the ground level. All the windows on every floor featured wrought iron bars. It was divided into 2 separate sections, with a large glassed-in garden and pool. Catwalks on the 2nd floor crossed from the front of the house to the back part. The rooms were arranged into 2 separate apartments, with kitchens, bathrooms, and living areas. The entire property was surrounded by a brick wall from Toddville Road. The List Mansion, as it was called, resembled a prison, which was not far from true. When construction was completed, me and some friends were in the Kroger parking lot in Seabrook when 2 guys a little older than us invited us to a big party to celebrate the opening of the List Mansion. We talked to them for a few minutes, and then they left. We did not go to the party. For years after that, you rarely saw anyone coming or going from the mansion, even though several families could live there at the same time and never see each other. The guys we saw at Kroger that day never showed up anywhere in town. Then one day, Bill List was dead, murdered, and the whole story came out in the Daily Citizen, the Bay Area newspaper. The List Mansion was built like a prison, not to keep people out, but to keep people in. As it turns out, Bill List had a preference for younger men and would cruise the alleyways in parts of Houston where runaways would frequent. He would offer them a place to stay and drugs in return for his indulgence for the young men. Bill would keep them drugged and locked in the mansion, providing everything for them but freedom. Some would stay, and others would eventually be let go, but it was the final group of guys who figured it all out. They decided that Bill List must die, so one day, they got a hold of a shotgun and waited for Bill to come home from work. Bill never made it up the stairs from the garage before he was shot and killed. The guys who killed him ransacked the mansion, stole Bill's credit cards, and left. Some were picked up on their way to Canada. Others were caught in the Houston area. For years after the death of Bill List, the mansion was up for sale, and yet no one would buy it. Caretakers were brought in to maintain the property, and eventually, a bunch of people at a rock and roll band rented it for a while. I moved from Seabrook in the early 90s. Eventually, the List Mansion was bought by a real estate land developer, and he tore down the List Mansion. In its place was built Suco condos with clay tile roofs. There is nothing left of the List Mansion except the sordid stories of the long residents of Seabrook. These are my memories of the List Mansion. I grew up in a small town, and for about a year, we lived in a haunted house when I was just 2 years old. In other words, I don't remember specific things, just feelings. It all started when my mother and father moved from South Carolina to Kentucky. They rented an old house with a huge basement. This was told to me by my mother. I don't remember much about the house, so this is all secondhand information. They had lived there only about a month when my mother and older sister started to notice things. They told me that I was the focus of the spirit, as it would do things to me or around me. Here's a few of the things that happened to me when I was little. One time, my mother and sister was sitting in the living room watching TV. I had a little wooden rocking chair that I loved to sit in. My father was at work working a night shift in the coal mines. Mom said, all of a sudden, things got very cold, and my little rocking chair started rocking very fast, and the rocking tossed me out onto the floor. Then, the chair fell backwards against the wall, with no one in it by the way, and my mother and sister both heard a very dull laughing. My mother said that the thing in the house would push me, and a few times when she was watching me play on the front porch, would pick me up and drop me down hard on the ground. My mother says that she was terrified to leave me alone. Then another time, my big sister and her best friend were playing with me in the front yard, and my mother said she heard them screaming for her. When she went out in the yard, my sister and her friend was holding on to me and crying. I was trying to go down the little hill into a little field below our house, begging to go play with it. My sister to this day swears that she and her friend saw a big black figure hiding behind a tree and motioning for me to come to it. And what was scary was that I was going. My sister's friend refused to come visit her at her house after that episode. My mother told me that I told her its name. I won't repeat it here, for it makes me have anxiety attacks, and that I lived in a deep dark hole in the ground, down in the field below our house. My mother went looking for a hole in the ground, and she found an old well that had been boarded up, and the weeds grown over it pretty bad, so it was very difficult to see. She didn't tell me if she experienced anything there or not, but she wouldn't talk about it with me. She kept begging my father to move. My mother said it would laugh at her, and she was constantly scared. Finally, one night when my dad was home, something happened that made my dad rethink and take my mother seriously. My parents were in bed, and it was pretty late. My father looked up and noticed the shadow of someone staring at him in the darkness. My dad at first thought it was my sister, so he raised up and asked her what was wrong. The thing laughed, and my mother screamed that it wasn't my sister because the shadow was too big to be my sister. When she screamed, my dad jumped up to turn on the lights, and it laughed again and disappeared. From then on, my dad took what my mother said seriously. After a while, my dad was able to buy a piece of land, and we moved, and according to my mother, not a minute too soon. To this day, my mother refuses to talk about it. I didn't find out about this until years later, when I was watching TV about 15 years old or so. I saw a commercial for cat food with the same name of the thing that had haunted us for years before. I had no idea about this because my mother didn't tell me about it until afterwards. As soon as I heard the commercial and some of the cat food, I had an anxiety attack. When I told my mother what happened, she turned very pale and told me some of the story. Some history of the house after we moved out. There was a man and his daughter who moved into the house. He was a single father, so he had his mother move into the house with him to help him take care of his daughter while he worked. Within 2 years of them living there, the man went crazy and one night killed himself with a gun. The daughter and her grandmother moved out at the night of his suicide and moved away to another state. No one ever lived in the house again. It stood empty for years, and the house started falling apart. The owner had since died a long time ago, and everyone just sort of ignored the old house. My mother never told anyone of our experiences. Finally, about 6 or 7 years ago, they tore down the house in the basement and they built a community fire department on the property. That building isn't exactly where the house was. It stands about 30 or so feet from where the original house stood. Anyway, that is my story. I've had other experiences as an adult, but I will save those for another day. Thanks for listening. I live in a 2-story townhome. It was the middle of July, and it was very hot in Kansas City. I was sleeping on the couch downstairs, as the upstairs is hot in the summer months. I was sleeping, and I remember a low, heavy, dark voice saying I must help Laura, my cousin, understand. I woke up startled by the deepness of the voice. You could even say a little bit scared. My dog, which hardly ever barks, was looking into the kitchen and growling, and then slowly he started to bark. He was watching something, and when I looked in the direction he was looking, of course I couldn't see anything. The light from the outside street lamp was beaming through the window, so it was somewhat light. He started to back away, and followed the presence into the den, and then to the wall that was straight across from me. He was watching something, but of course, I still couldn't see anything. But from the way I woke up, in a startled state, I was somewhat scared to move. Like an idiot, I just stayed still and watched my dog follow this presence that only he could sense. He then started to go to the door, located on the wall across from me, and which opens to my garage, growling at the door. He would back up and then move closer, and then he started to smell under the door. Still, I was too afraid to move. I just stayed there and watched. Within 5 to 10 minutes of this, the presence seemed to have left. My dog stopped growling and was going from the kitchen to the wall, into the door again and again, as if to look for something. Finally, he gave up and just curled up at my feet, which have not moved an inch this whole time, and fell asleep. Feeling now that the presence had left the room, I went to the door, which led to my garage, and pushed on it to make sure the door was closed. Once again stating what an idiot I am, I did not dare to open the door. However, I didn't really have a choice, because that was when the door cracked open just enough that I could see the face and a body of a bloodied lady in a black robe. It appeared for 40 seconds, and I saw her long enough to make out that she had to be a nun. I just remember her face looking so badly bruised and beaten, as if she was hit with a bat or something damaging enough to give her a black eye. I turned away in fright, then opened the door completely to see that nobody was there anymore. It was like it appeared in a flash of lightning, then was gone. Just to give you some background on my house, the door that goes to my garage does not have a lock in it. Yes, this is dangerous, for if my garage door is open, anybody could just walk in, right into my house. Maybe this nun I saw was really a homeless person. Maybe it was someone who was trying to rob the house, but since they saw me, they fled. Nothing was stolen. Everything was in one piece. Feeling somewhat safe that the presence had left, I joined my dog and soon fell asleep. In the morning I awoke, went upstairs to take a shower, and dressed for work. When I came downstairs, I gathered up all my things and opened the door which leads to my garage, and stood there in total amazement. My garage door was wide open. I left the door open all night and morning. I truly feel my spirit guide was trying to warn me, and I was too stupid and too afraid to listen to him. As I drove to work, I thanked him for trying to warn me, and I promised to try and listen more carefully next time. The reality sank in that I could have been robbed or beaten. Yes, today I'm buying a chain lock for that door and installing it right away. In hindsight, I wish I would have been more accepting of the events that were happening to me. If this has taught me anything, it's to stop, slow down, and listen to the ones who are trying to help me. As a youngster, I was playing with my toys in the lounge, and suddenly, I had this great feeling of fright around me. So I went running into my mother, who was washing the dishes. She told me not to be frightened, as there was nothing to be frightened of. So she assured me, and took me back into the lounge to carry on playing. But as she walked back to carry on washing, she saw a figure standing still in the hallway. It looked as though it appeared to be a monk in a brown habit, with his face covered by his hood. All you could see was his feet, which had sandals on. My mother walked towards it, and it disappeared into my mother's bedroom. But my mother always said how how I must have sensed the presence of this ghost. Another time in the same house, it was nighttime and I couldn't sleep, so I was just looking into space when 3 squares appeared on the wall. I thought that it must have been some kind of light shining in from the window, knowing full well that no light normally shines through, as we had blinds and curtains up at the window. I kept on staring at the squares on the wall. They didn't move or anything, but I felt really frightened like in the other story. I must have fell asleep, thinking about the lights on the wall. In the morning, when I awoke, the first thing I did was get out of my bed and go straight to the wall, hoping in the back of my mind that there wouldn't be any kind of marks on the wall where the square was. But I was wrong. Where the squares were, there were deep lined marks, like holes that were pressed into the wall around where the shapes were. They looked almost like claw marks and definitely weren't there before. There is no logical explanation for this story, not that I can explain anyway. It was not possible for any light to come through the curtains, and there were no other kind of lights or anything on in the room or in the house. I've tried to come up with some sort of explanation, and I don't have one, and that happened about 23 years ago. I've had some strange and incredible experiences over the years. Just posted one in the last batch. Some of them I haven't sorted out how to share yet, but the following experiences are pretty strange. My roommate and I were living in a Seattle neighborhood called Capitol Hill. Our apartment building, the Ben Lamont, was built in 1910, and my apartment overlooked a little park area with a long retaining wall in the back. One night, I must have fallen into a deep sleep as soon as I went to bed. When I woke up the next day, I immediately told my roommate about a disturbing dream that a menacing, sinister black figure had climbed out of a hole in the ground, right against the retaining wall. He seemed full of rage and anger, and was coming closer and closer to our window and meant real harm. It was a very real, fearful thing. After hearing my dream, my roommate said she tried to wake me up soon after I went to sleep, but I was out cold. She said she heard something like a gunshot outside in the park and walked through a darkened apartment to the living room's bay window to see if she could see anything. She said she saw a man who was built like a tank, but fitting the physical description of the man in my room to a T. He appeared to be staring up at her. For whatever reason, I don't understand why she did this, considering she thought she heard a gunshot, but she shined a flashlight on him. When she did, she could no longer see him. Although she saw everything else, the trees, the ground, bushes, everything where she was standing was illuminated, but he had vanished. When she covered the light, there he was again. I guess she did this a few times until he really vanished. Very, very strange. Another time I was staying in an artist's loft in San Francisco that was in a really creepy area on Market Street and 6th. I was in bed, just starting to get the semi-lucid feeling, when I woke with a frightened gasp. The only way to describe it is a flash vision. I thought for sure my throat had been slashed with a deep long knife from left to right, and all this blood was pouring. I remember sitting up gasping, knowing it was fatal. Then on the news the next day, chills went up my spine when the anchor person said that someone's throat had been slashed at a hotel on 6th Street, right around the corner from where I was staying. Somehow, I must have picked up on the victim's fear, anxiety, and shock. Not really a ghost story, but still weird. Another time, a friend and I had an interconnecting dream. I dreamt one part, and she dreamt the other. They matched perfectly, and since we both dreamt this right before we were waking up, we assumed we had these dreams at the same time. I think I was about 7 when I first started seeing things in my house and around my neighborhood. The first time I saw something was when my sister and I were sharing a room. I knew that I always felt something in the room, but I never saw anything, so I really paid no mind. Then one day, while I was sitting in my room, I looked up and saw an image by my door. I don't know exactly what it was, but I know that I was scared. Over the next couple of days, I would hear things in my room, like people walking, the doorknob would jiggle, and things would just tip over. When I talked to my mom about these things, she told me not to be scared of them, just tell them to go away. The next night, I was sitting on my bed, and I heard somebody walking around. I did what my mom told me, and told it to go away. It didn't work. The sound became closer, and an image began to appear. At first I was kind of scared, but when I saw what the image was, I wasn't so scared anymore. It was a little girl, about 5 years old, who was lost. She was just staring at me for a while, and then she just sat down on the bed next to me. She was sitting next to me for about 2 minutes, and then she was just gone. For a few years, I wouldn't see anything, just hear things. When my older sister moved out, my sister and I finally had our own rooms. I stayed in our original room, and my sister moved to my other sister's old room. For a couple of months, things were cool, and then my sister woke up in the middle of the night and asked if she could sleep with me. The next morning, when I asked her why she slept with me, she told me it was because she was hearing people talking from the closet. Me and her had to switch rooms because she wouldn't sleep in her room. The first night, nothing happened, but the second night was completely different. I was hearing whispering and footsteps. At first, I thought I was scaring myself, but when I heard someone ask why my sister and I switched rooms, I knew I wasn't imagining it. At first, everyone thought I was making it up, but when I told my grandma about it, she looked at me as if she were surprised. She told me that I wasn't the only one in the family to be able to hear and see things. It was something that actually ran in my family. After that, things started happening more. People would talk to me. I would feel them touch my arm, face, or even feet when I was sleeping. And sometimes I could feel someone sitting at the end of my bed. I think when I really got scared was when I decided to sleep with my light on so nothing would bother me. But when someone said turn the light off, that was it. I ran to my mom's room and fell asleep on the edge of her bed. That was the last time anything happened to me for about a year. I thought it was just something I went through, but when I turned 14, it got bad. Not only was I seeing things at home, but I was seeing them outside occasionally. I learned not to say anything, because when I would, people would just laugh at me. My family and I became aware of a particular area of a supposed haunting in the Jamestown, North Carolina area. We were intrigued by the article and wanted to investigate, even though we are people of faith. The article, which made us aware of the haunting, was in a local magazine and caught my 2 sons' attention after my wife read the article in a restaurant. The article described the following. In the 1920s, there was an accident in Jamestown near a certain bridge underpass involving 2 high school students returning from the local prom. From time to time, Locals have reported driving by the area where the accident occurred and spotting a young woman dressed nicely standing by the roadside, needing a lift. The stories tell of a young woman named Linda entering the car and describing where she needed to be dropped. Upon nearing the destination, she vanishes. Of course, my wife and I are skeptical, to say the least. So, unaware of any peril, or should I say for lack of knowledge or fear, we thought we would investigate with our 2 young sons, of 5 and 8 years. We arrived at the location, which is off the main road into the woods, about 100 yards. There is an old stone-blocked railroad underpass, located next to the now regularly used underpass. Both of the underpasses have been covered with graffiti, in tribute to the stories of Lydia. The old underpass, however, has been overgrown with ivy and weeds, and is relatively secluded to say the least. Nevertheless, we were determined to investigate, despite the spooky nature of the claims. As we entered the underpass, the air became distinctly colder, which we all noticed. We all felt frightened and left after only a few moments. We got in our car and drove home. We thought nothing of the event until that evening. Strange things began to occur at about 2 a.m. Of all things, an old woody doll with a pull string began to speak in a toy box and would not stop. The electric van door opened and closed several times without any provocation. My boys thought someone was in their room. We thought we were frightened from our prior experiences and let our logical minds control. The house still seemed strange to me, and I had difficulty sleeping, even though my male ego would not let me admit my fear. Time went by, and although the supposed haunting events were less traumatic, they nevertheless continued for about a month. It came time for the van to have a regular tune-up, and we took it to the dealership. When my wife returned with the van, the trouble ceased. I don't know what we experienced exactly over that period in 2001, but it seemed real. My wife and I still question the validity of our haunting, but our youngest son still maintains that Megan, as he refers to her, often talked to him and was very nice. Anyway, it's a nice little story we often tell family members who don't think we're lost on cozy evenings. Hope you will enjoy. I used to work at this daycare center that only stayed in business for 2 years. The building that we worked in had many owners and many businesses, but never stayed in business for longer than 2 years. Usually, bankruptcy would follow. Anyway, I had worked there for about a year and had always been scared of the back of the building. There was a long dark corridor that always gave me the chills, and I always felt like I was being watched. I had the early morning shift, so I had to be there at 6:30 and get ready for the kids to arrive. One morning, I had an infant who was only 4 months old and was asleep at the time of the incident. We were in our room, and I was writing out papers for the rest of the day when I saw a toy out of the corner of my eye being thrown across the room. I didn't think anything of it and played it off as my imagination until a week later when another coworker told me what happened to her. She was in the sleep room changing a child's diaper when she looked right and saw a little girl standing there staring at her. She looked back at the child she was changing and back, and the little girl had vanished. There were no children besides the one she was changing in the room with her. It freaked her out, and when she told me, freaked me out, because then I realized that the toy that I saw thrown across the room wasn't my imagination. Neither one of us had another experience, but those two were enough for us. The first time I had a supernatural experience, I was asleep in my room at my parents' house. Now, I knew this house was haunted because in the middle of the night, I would hear something banging on my walls or my doors, and our dog, who slept inside, would bark on and off during one night, and the next night be completely quiet. But on this particular night, I saw an angel. I later found out that there is an old refrigerator under our house. Ask me why, and I couldn't tell you. Anyway, about a month after we moved in, we bought a 6-year-old Shih Tzu puppy. About 2 days after we bought her, my fiance and I were sleeping when he woke me up and told me the dog was on the bed. This, of course, was impossible since she was only 6 weeks old, had short legs, and our bed was tall with nothing around it for her to jump on. He told me that he felt something tugging at the covers around his neck and growling, and when he rolled over it, ran and jumped off the bed. I just passed it off as him dreaming. But about a week later, while he was at work, he works night shift, I was asleep, and I woke up because it felt like something was running from one end of the bed to the other, and back and forth. When I rolled over, it stopped. That kind of freaked me out. Then about 3 months later, I woke up and saw a hand coming out of our closet door with what seemed to be a letter or a piece of paper in its fingers. The hand was small and white. When I gasped, it disappeared. Then, about a week after that, the bed would periodically shake while I was asleep. I later asked my fiance if he ever felt the bed shake, and he told me he did. And when he described how it felt, I knew we were both feeling the same thing. It's a subtle shaking as if we're an earthquake, except we live in Virginia, where we don't have earthquakes, at least not the kind you can feel. It was almost as if there was a big dog on the bed, scratching furiously at a flea, and he also described it the way I would have, which is when you wake up, your first thought is, man, my heart beating that hard? And then you realize that it isn't your heart at all. And just last week, I saw a young woman with brown curly hair and brown eyes peering at me from a crack in the closet door. And last night, the downstairs bathroom door slammed by itself, and the bed shook with both of us on it. Usually, it only shakes with one of us on it. Anywho, that's my story. If you have any insight, please give it to me, and you can put the stories on your site. I've had the special gift of seeing those who passed on to the afterlife, often seeing those who have long departed Earth. It happens periodically, but when it happens, I have some pretty vivid and memorable experiences. This has been happening since I was 8 years old. One of the scariest ghost encounters I had was when I was 23. I was a teacher at that time, and when I first started teaching, it had gotten very late, and I was in school grading papers. I remember it started to violently storm for a few minutes, before it stopped after some time. At this point, it was so quiet. I was the only one in the school at the time. I had left the classroom door open when I heard a loud banging on the school lockers right outside the door. It startled me so much, I flinched so hard. I wanted to make sure it wasn't a break-in, so I went outside in the hall to investigate. That's when I was floored. Standing all the way down the hall near the lockers was a man in blue overalls with a long beard. He was holding an umbrella in his hands and looked so deranged. He honestly looked like a homeless squatter to me. I told him not to move at all and that I'd be calling the cops. that I was armed with weapons, so if he tried anything, I'd attack, which wasn't true at all. I was bluffing, but I needed to scare him anyway. The next thing I know, the man starts charging at me full speed. I run back into the classroom I was just in, slam the door, and hide under the desk. I remember hearing the most intense scream for a second, coming from the hallway. The lights go out, and it's pitch black for a moment's time. I started to hear a couple footsteps. Then, silence. It wasn't until about 2 minutes later, the lights went back on. I screamed out loud, "I'm armed. You need to leave. You are trespassing. You don't belong here," etc. I waited a minute or so under the desk and eventually got out. Still quiet enough to hear mice. I opened the door and head out into the hallway. There was no sign of life. Nobody was there. No deranged, homeless man. Just nothing. The school is pretty small. It's 1 floor and about 10 classrooms. There are, of course, 2 entryways to get into the school, the front and back. I went to check the doors, and to my utter surprise, they had been both locked the entire time. I thought to myself, how could anyone break in? The doors are locked, no windows are open, and all of them are locked as well. Was I hallucinating? No, not at all, because the man looked as real as any person I could see. So, I made sure to check all the classrooms, even open the lockers, to make sure this man wasn't hiding in there. But there was no sight of this guy. I did end up calling the police. They checked out the school as well, and saw absolutely nothing. By morning, everyone was aware of what happened. I think they actually canceled school for the kids that day, because they were worried that a maniac was on the loose. I think they made the right decision. To this day, I have no idea what it was exactly. Of course, since I'm gifted, I lean towards the idea that this was a ghost. If it wasn't, then I'm really lucky I was unharmed. It could have been a lot worse, and I'm honestly thankful that it was just me that evening. I should mention that the school does have a history of oddities and ghostly phenomena. Supposedly there was a rumor that years ago, in the indoor pool at the school, a teacher went mad and drowned a student right in front of everybody. Legend has it that you could hear the moans and cries of a young person in the pool from time to time. One of the school janitors once swore that they saw a blue figure hovering right above the pool. Unfortunately, nobody took him seriously. He actually lost his job and was put into a mental asylum because he had a mental breakdown after seeing that. Anywho, that's my story and the surrounding rumors of this haunted school. I hope this was thoroughly entertaining. I don't work there anymore. I moved to a different state and work as a teacher currently. After what happened to me, I honestly couldn't stay. Thanks for reading. I'm from Dublin, Ireland, and when I was a boy, I forget how old I was, maybe about 14 or 15. I was staying with my parents with my old aunt and my family's ancestral home. There's a very old church just up the road from the house. It's so close that you can take a shortcut across just one field, and you're there. It used to be part of an old Franciscan monastery. Anyway, I was in that church on my own one summer's afternoon. It was a hot day, and though the church was naturally cooler, it was only a degree or so cooler. I remember feeling a little uneasy. All of a sudden, the hackles on my neck rose. I thought my little sister had followed me in, but then the temperature literally nosedived from somewhere in the high 90s to the mid 40s in a matter of seconds. I sensed that someone, or something, was watching me from the choir balcony above and behind me. Something told me that it sure as hell wasn't human. I don't know how, but I knew. I slowly turned and looked up. 3 seconds later, I was tearing down the road as fast as my legs could carry me. What I saw was the semi-transparent, cowled figure of a Franciscan monk regarding me from the balcony. He was barely there, yet details, the folds of his robe, the heavy cross about his neck, and the shaded outline of a face was visible, yet weirdly see-through. I'm now 20, and still refuse to enter that church alone. I've since asked the parish priest about it. He explained that he had seen an apparition a couple of times when he was alone in the church, but refused to comment or speculate further. I still feel funny talking about this because the only people that seem to believe me are the children around here. You described some of the things that have happened in your number 2 list of types of ghosts, so maybe I'm not crazy. We moved to this 120-year-old farmhouse about 4 years ago. When we first moved here, my youngest son was 3. He would ride his tricycle back and forth from the living room to the kitchen, which at the end was the basement door. He would ride his tricycle back and forth from the living room to the kitchen, which at the end was the basement door. I was doing the dishes when he turned to me and asked me to stop laughing at him. I told him I didn't say anything, so he proceeded to go to the living room and back again. When he reached the basement door, he turned to me and said, "Can you hear them, Mommy? They're laughing at me." I left it alone, but I never forgot it. As time went on, little things would happen that really got my attention, like the smell of perspiration when nobody was around. It would only last a minute or two, and it would only be in one spot of the room. I would go to other parts of the room, but could smell nothing until I went back to the original spot, and it would still be there. I would also smell it as if it were just passing by, in front of me, and then be gone. This continued for the next year, and then one day, I laid down with my son for a nap. It was about 1 in the afternoon. I would wait until he fell asleep, and then I would get up, but before I could move, our bed started shaking for no reason. It only lasted a couple minutes. After that, things happened a lot. My 8-year-old started to get smacked in the leg when he was asleep. He would always come downstairs afraid after it would happen. I started getting nudged on my leg at night, like someone was trying to wake me up. I am a very light sleeper, so I'd wake up immediately and look all around my bed in my room, but nobody was there. One night, when I was sleeping, I felt something lay across my legs. I tried to move, but it was so heavy, so I started to kick real hard and crazy, and it went away. Again, nothing was there. My son was 5 when he asked me if I could see the man's work boots standing in my dining room. He would see black things floating by and asked if I saw them. He would describe them like shadows, but the clincher was, when we were all sleeping at 4 in the morning and my dresser started shaking so hard, I thought I was going to fall over. I spoke to my pastor's wife about it, and she said they say a prayer every night that asks the Lord to protect them from any harm or evil. My children and I started including that in our prayers, but we added spirits also. We have never had another problem since, except I do still smell them from time to time. I do still hear footsteps across the ceiling when nobody is upstairs, but that's no problem. I don't mind. My mother, brother, sister, and I moved into an old house in Cambridge, New York in 1995. They had the intentions of refinishing parts of the house to make it more modern. To give you an idea of the house, it was built in 1884, had 4 floors, which consisted of a basement, first floor, second floor, and a full attic. Above the attic there was a window's peak, and access was through the attic by a flight of stairs. Strange things started happening that everyone just brushed off the first week. Every night at 7 p.m. on the dot, the house would fill with the smell of cigar smoke. Nobody in the house smoked cigars. We'd hear voices of adults upstairs and people running around. When we went up, no one was there. We heard knocking on the walls all hours of the day. People were heard whispering. It would get so intensely cold in the kitchen, and appliances would randomly turn on and off. My sister was coming down the stairs when she looked to be pushed from behind, and luckily my mother was at the bottom and saw the whole thing. My mother was never bothered at all. It seemed to target only the children, which were my sister, 11, my brother, 13, and me, who was 15. She did hear things, and she also felt things, but never scared out of her mind. One day, my mother came to me and said she had to show me something. She took me to the basement door and said, "Watch." She opened the door and turned a light switch off. Then she shut the door, waited for a few seconds, then opened the door, and the light was back on, and the switch was up. We then proceeded to do this over and over again, and the same thing occurred, so we duct taped the switch off. We left that night to visit family friends, and when we returned, every light in the house was on, even the basement, where it looked like someone tore the duct tape from the wall. We left the light on. From then on, everyone in the house had seen shadows and felt presences, but my brother was the one who saw and felt the most. One day, he was home alone and said he saw 3 men in the backyard digging by the garden. He watched them for a few moments when one of them looked up at him and all 3 of them disappeared. He said the men looked as real as he did. He woke up one morning with 3 scratch marks down the front of his chest, and he said he didn't feel it, nor did he wake up during the night. My closet doors in my bedroom one night rattled uncontrollably while I was trying to sleep. This creeped me out so bad, I refused to sleep or even go into the room. The room became a used office, and me and my sisters opted to share a room. My sister said she felt something watch her whenever she was in the bathroom, and on one occasion, she said the shower curtain whipped open. I do believe her, because she ran out of the shower screaming and straight onto the front porch. We found out that the house was part of the Underground Railroad. When research was done on the house, it was found that it was also an underground bar during Prohibition. Many people lived in that house and also passed away in the house. A woman by the name of Ann Douglas hung herself in what was my bedroom. And we also know that there was also a shooting outside of the house, around where my brother saw the 3 men. There were so many incidences, but too long to tell all of them. We lived in the house for 5 months before selling it and moving out. We have heard that people have lived there or stayed a short time before moving out. The house is currently vacant. I wonder why. I had many paranormal experiences when I was young. As I grew older, I dismissed them as fantasy of the young mind. As I grew older, they became less, but 2, as an adult, stand out in my mind. One happened when I was in Germany, and the other didn't happen to me. The first time was when I was in Mittenfing, Germany. I was about 23 years old. I was new to the country, military, and looking for a place to rent. We, My ex, an atheist, and I found one. Our apartment was on the second floor. The landlord lived on the first, and there was an attic. The first night we stayed there, I had a dream about a person named Caleb. I could not see his face. All I could see was a shadow behind curtains. He was asking my ex to come with him, and I kept saying no. I had the dream several nights, but I never told my ex my dream. About 1 month after we moved in, I started experiencing phenomena. We had a bathroom with a skylight. I had this unnerving feeling that someone was looking at me while I bathed. Keep in mind that this was an old German house, and showers are hard to come by. I also had the feeling of being watched when I went into the kitchen. Several months passed by, and winter came. We had a lot of snow, and it was piling up. One day, I was in the living room when I heard this sound in the attic, like someone was dragging something across the attic. I dismissed it as snow piling up on the roof and falling. The only problem was, the snow really was falling north to south, roof pitch, and the sound I was hearing was from east to west. I ignored it for about 2 weeks, and the sound got so loud that I had to leave. My ex found me sitting on the landing one day and asked me what the problem was. I told him what I was hearing, and he laughed and told me it was the snow falling off the roof. I told myself, giggling, "You're losing it." Several days went by, and I kept hearing the sound. I did ignore it, but one day, I tried to lay down on the couch when I heard this sign next to me. I left the apartment again, but one night, we had a party, and my ex told people that I was hearing things. They laughed, and I was embarrassed, but I told them open the attic door, which was between the bathroom and kitchen, and see what was up there. They did, and everyone stopped laughing. I didn't really want to see what was up there, but then again, I did. My ex told me there was nothing up there but old rags. He tried to persuade me from looking, but I wanted to see for myself, so I climbed up the stairs and looked in the attic. What I saw took my breath away. There was an old black German baby buggy sitting up there. It was full of cobwebs, and someone pushed it, and I knew what that dragging sound was. It made a distinct sound that could be heard by everyone. I actually felt sick to my stomach. We stayed there for about another month, and nothing happened. Then one night, we laid down to go to sleep when I heard this knocking on the wall above us. 3 knocks. I asked my ex if we had heard that, and this is what he said. I'm going to tell you I didn't, but I did. Well, it was about 2 weeks after that when my ex told me we were moving. I didn't know it, but he was looking for another place. No explanations. We were just moving. As we were moving, I asked him why, and all he said was, "Let's leave this place." I asked him why, and he got really mad and told me we were just moving. Well, we moved, and about 6 months later I asked him why we moved, and he told me that he looked up to the kitchen window, and there was a man looking down at us. I know there was nobody left in there, because I was the last person to leave. He also told me he was experiencing the same things I was, but wouldn't tell me, because he was afraid to scare me. Keep in mind, my ex was an atheist. I felt chills go down my body. The next one didn't happen to me. It happened to my husband. Keep in mind that he is a Gulf War vet with over 20 years active duty military. Brooke Army Medical Hospital in San Antonio, Texas. Where it stands now is not where it used to be. You actually have to go on post to see the real hospital. It was abandoned many years ago. It is barricaded off, but I would like to hear more about this building. My husband went for training last year. He's a reservist now. He stayed in a hotel across from the abandoned building. After a few days he was there, he called me and told me he couldn't sleep in this haunted hotel. He stated he woke up several times to find his stuff from his closet strewn across the floor. He also said his closet was extremely cold. He also told me that there were roaches as big as tanks. I laughed most of it off until I went there. He told me that several soldiers complained about things happening to them, but no one believes them. Well, I didn't believe him until he drove me by the old hospital, and it looked like an abandoned building, barbed wire, and chains with locks. After a few passes by the hospital, he told me I needed to see the hotel. He got me into the hotel pretending I was a soldier. I felt more like a prostitute, the way the CQ looked at me. I will tell you, this place looks as if you stepped into the 30s. I swear they haven't changed the wallpaper since then. He kept telling me that when he looked out his window, the hospital would have lights on and the windows would be open. Keep in mind, this is an abandoned building. He took me to the room he stayed in, and yes, the whole room was cold. I could see the hospital from the window, and no lights. When we left, I looked up at the hospital, and I saw a room with lights on and a window open. I got the creeps. As we were leaving, he drove closer to it, and there was no way anyone could have gotten in there. Firstly, I guess I'm what you call a sensitive. I regularly see things, hear things, and feel things that others don't. I'm usually the first one to point out when something doesn't feel right, and I've been like this all my life. During my first year at university, I stayed at Hillhead Halls, and I had the strangest experiences. For about the first month of being there, it was fine. One day, I was walking by the kitchen, and I felt a huge blast of cold and loud whispering, which really frightened me. Seeing strange things doesn't usually bother me, because it happens quite regularly, but this really bothered me, because it felt so bad. I asked my flatmate if she had heard anything, but she said that she hadn't. Just after the Christmas holiday, I came back to the worst time of my life. Firstly, there was a man walking around my flat. He was very tall, wearing all black, including a black hat or hood, and you could not see his face. I saw him outdoors and inside the flat. He frequently had a black dog with him, which often walked by my bedroom door. My flatmate got really scared of being alone in her room, as she felt there was someone watching her from her door. It was about a week after seeing this man that electrical appliances in my room started to go wrong. My electrical alarm clock, for example, would just start to beep much louder than anything it had ever done before, and did not stop when I pulled the plug out. It has no battery backup. My printer would just print out random rubbish, even if it was not switched on, and light bulbs would blow if you looked at them for a long time. The electrical stuff would only happen in my room. Objects would disappear from my room, reappearing elsewhere in the flat. An example of this is that we lost a bread knife out in the kitchen. Bearing in mind that I don't eat bread much, especially not in my bedroom, we found it on top of my wardrobe at the back about 3 or 4 months after it got lost. At night was the worst. Me and my flatmate would drag our mattress through to my room and sleep there because we're too frightened to sleep in separate rooms. I would have the most horrendous nightmares, which I never got before and have never got since. At night there would be constant bangings, tappings, and scrapings, which sounded like they were coming from the space between the walls. I think about the worst thing that I experienced while living there was getting up one morning and walking to the window at the end of the landing and looking out at the trees that are above the river dawn. On the larger branches, there were hanged people, as in dead, with a rope around their neck, swinging in the wind. They weren't dressed in modern clothing. I wanted to run away and stop seeing it, but maybe I was too frightened because my feet wouldn't move and I found it really difficult to breathe. After this, my flatmate found staying in her room, which overlooked the river dawn, unbearable, and moved into the room next to mine. As soon as that room was locked, everything was fine, until it came to the end of the year, and she moved out. She moved out about a fortnight earlier than me, but I was spending most of my time in the flat above mine. After her moving out, I came downstairs from upstairs to find her door open and light shining through onto the landing carpet. Very bravely, I went to shut the door and switch the lights off, but just as I got there, the door slammed in my face and locked, and I heard the light switch off. I phoned my flatmate to make sure she was home, which she was. I then phoned the people from upstairs and asked them to come down, and when they got to my flat, the room wasn't locked again, but was totally empty and freezing cold. It was the summer, but you could see her breath was white. The next day when I got out of the shower, I found that the bathroom door was wide open, despite the fact that I'd locked the door, and there is no way that the lock could open itself. Also, the bathroom door was very creaky, and I hadn't heard a creak. I went to my room and got dressed as quickly as possible, but I couldn't find the key to my room so I could lock up and leave. I'd left the key in the lock on the outside of the door, but it was gone. I found it in the bathroom sink. Finally, one night, I gave my key to one of the people living upstairs to go and get me a sweater for my flat, as I was too frightened to go down. This person, who was a complete skeptic, came back upstairs completely pale, sweating cold sweats, shaking, and totally out of breath. I don't know what happened, because this person won't talk about it, and has made us all promise never to bring it up in conversation. These all sound like really weird events, but I don't smoke, drink, or do any kind of drugs, and I didn't then, but I swear they are all true. I don't want to experience anything like that again as long as I live. Thanks for letting me share this with you. My friend and I went to Alabama during our senior year in high school to visit my grandparents. Now, my grandparents lived in the middle of nowhere. Little town. You blink, you miss it. Anyway, there wasn't much to do, so one day we went exploring. Down about a half mile from my grandparents' house, at the end of the road, was a huge pasture. It hadn't been inhabited or cared for years. There was a large gate with a no trespassing sign. This made us curious to see what was hiding back there, in the middle of nowhere. We crawled under the gate and started walking. There was a gravel path and nothing else but trees, grass, and insects. We kept going for about a mile until we were in a fully wooded area. This is where the strangeness happened. First off, we stumbled across an old graveyard with only about 3 graves in it. Looked like a family. The tombstones were dated back to the early 1800s. I took photos that I can send at a later date if you'd like. Across from the graves was a waterfall. We decided to sit and take in the sight. While sitting there, we heard horse hooves galloping closely. We turned and saw nothing. A little while later, we heard what sounded like something being swung through the air near our heads. Nothing visible though. It spooked us, and we decided then that we should probably head back to the house. On the way back, we heard the horse hooves again, and this time we ran, got back to my grandparents' house, and replayed our story to my grandfather. This is where it gets spooky. He said that a while back, he stumbled across the waterfall too, and decided to sit and fish at the bank. He heard the horse too, and heard the swinging, which he described as a hatchet or something similar. Only he said that he turned and he saw a man on a white horse, carrying a machete, and appeared to be clearing the fields, but it wasn't really there, like he and the horse were transparent. He said that's when he took off running too. The only thing I can think of is that at one time, someone lived on that land, which is why they were buried there. I can tell you one thing, it spooked me then, but now I just realize that people just stayed there where their home was. I haven't had any opportunities to get back to that area, but if I do, I may go visit them. I moved to Indiana in 1986. I befriended a woman who sold real estate and said she knew of this huge house that was for rent in a small town called Lamb, Indiana. It sits directly across the river from Carrollton, Kentucky, and is halfway between Vevey and Madison, Indiana. The house was absolutely fabulous, made of stone and built circa 1800. It is told that the Native Americans taught a white man how to build the house. It became part of the Underground Railroad during the Civil War. There was a tunnel built from the Ohio River up to the basement wall, where they had knocked a hole in the wall for slaves to enter. My story starts in the fall of 1987, when my mother, my dog, and I were on the first floor in the living room, watching television. My little dog ran upstairs and was running around in circles. I could hear little toenails on the wooden planks. I felt a cold chill, like a burst of cold air, and became puzzled by it. There were no doors or windows open in the house. It was cold out, and we had built a fire in the wood stove. I went up to check on my little dog to see what she was doing, and there it was. My room had a door that led out to nothing. I assumed there was a balcony at one time, but at this time, there was no evidence of one, so the door stayed shut and locked. When I had gone upstairs, I noticed the air was more frigid, and it seemed windy. I went to my room and the door was standing open, and it looked as though a small child had breathed on the window of the door and wrote Amy's room on the window. I think the most interesting experience in this house also happened to be the most terrifying. One night, I'd been sleeping in bed with the door open when I was awakened by what I thought was my dad. I remember the door squeaked open slowly, and I heard a whisper. I couldn't hear it too clearly. All I knew was that it was some sort of talking. That's when I started to open my eyes slowly and saw what appeared to be a nun with an axe on her head, kneeling down and praying in front of my bed. I screamed. My parents rushed into the room, and I told them I saw something. My dad did his best to reassure me that everything was okay, and after I explained what had happened to me, I feel like he was just as creeped out as I was, even though he tried not to show it. Well, that even frightened my dad, to the point at which he told me he couldn't sleep the rest of the night. I ended up falling asleep, and my dad stayed up. He told me he went to the bathroom and turned on the light, when all of a sudden it went out. Needing to use the bathroom, he grabbed one of the flashlights we had. When he shined the flashlights towards the mirror to wash his hands, he looked at the mirror for a second, only to notice an old man's face right behind him. He only saw this for a few seconds, but he couldn't forget the man's face. He had 3 large gashes on the side of his face, like he had been mauled by a tiger. Claw marks. He was a balding man, with gray hair only on the side of his face, and he looked about 70s. Of course, when the bathroom light came on, there was nothing there anymore. The basement had some creepy occurrences as well. You would hear a very young voice, often singing softly, not super loud. In fact, very faint, but a voice was there. When you'd get downstairs and into the basement, you wouldn't hear it anymore, but it was always something you heard whenever you were in other parts of the house. About a year or so later, we had some family staying with us for the weekend, and my cousin set up a large tape recorder in the basement to see if there were any noises. My little nieces and 3 friends bedded down in the living room by the wood stove to stay warm, and we all went to bed. The next morning, one of the little girls thanked my dad for stocking the fire that night because it was getting kind of chilly. My dad hadn't been downstairs all night. My cousin went down to the basement to get the tape recorder, reel to reel by the way, brought it back upstairs, and played it back to us. You could vividly hear a little girl say, "Mommy." My family lived in that house for almost 15 years. This is a wonderfully chilling and rather classic, if that can be said, Scottish tale ghost experience. My mother, who was attending university in St. Andrews, Scotland, was walking home from a party. It was about 11 o'clock on a chilly November night. It should be noted beforehand that St. Andrews was, centuries ago, the religious capital of Scotland, and the ruins of the great cathedral still stand in the middle of the town. Anyhow, she decided to take a shortcut to the dorms. Instead of taking the road, she began to make her way through the soccer pitches. These were surrounded by spinneys of trees. As she crossed the fields, she noticed what appeared to be 3 policemen at the road at the end of the pitch, where she was heading. Though not that close, she could see that they wore heavy clothes, like the Scottish policemen's coats traditionally worn in the winter. She didn't want to be found by them at that late hour, and went to the nearby trees to hide. To her chagrin, they began to move towards the center of the field, though not directly at her. She stayed put. As they came closer, she realized that they were walking on the air, about 3 feet above the ground. Furthermore, they were not policemen, but monks in clerical robes. 2 of them were supporting a third in the middle, who seemed to be wounded. They passed only a few yards away from her, so that she saw them very clearly. Oddly, their feet moved very slowly, but they were moving through the air very quickly. When they came about parallel to her, my mother, mad with fear, ran as fast as she could back to the dorms, clearing a fence that was as high as her, with one leap on the way. A violent wind kicked up against her as she ran, as if trying to blow her back. The next day, she went back to where it happened. At the very spot where the 3 monks had passed near to her, she found 3 black cats eating the carcass of a rabbit that they had just killed. In another note, the mystery as to why the apparitions were floating is easily solved. The ground was leveled in order to make a proper playing field. The monks were simply walking on their own terrain, as it would have been in medieval times, 3 feet higher than the leveled field. My family has had many paranormal experiences. When my mother was a child, they purchased a house near Martins Ferry, Ohio, that had some strange occurrences there. My uncle was in his room asleep, and woke up in the middle of the night to find an old woman in a rocking chair sitting in the corner of his room. He said she told him to get out of her house. My uncle was so frightened, he literally dragged his mattress into my mother's room and refused to ever sleep in his room again. My mother-in-law also saw the woman and can vouch that she was real. My great-grandmother would also see a small black devil-like creature with glowing red eyes outside her window at night. None of my family's pets lived very long in that house either. Their fish were found dead in their tank one morning. All of them. Here's the thing though, the water was somehow boiling hot. My mother's hamster was found dead in its cage too, and I've been told it looked like something had maybe scared it to death from the expression on its face. Also, every night, my grandmother would dream that the house was on fire and they couldn't get out. After living in the house for 6 months, they moved out. The day after they had moved out, the house caught fire and was almost burned to the ground. To this day, my aunt still has ghost experiences. At one of their old houses, they would turn out all the lights, lock the doors, and would come home to find that every light in the house was on. I never felt comfortable being alone in the house upstairs. I would feel like someone was watching me when there was no one else upstairs. And in the house they live in now, they were in bed one night when they heard a blood-curdling scream coming from their living room. They ran into the living room to find nobody there, and all the doors in the house were unlocked when they knew that they had been locked before they went to bed. Also, my aunt was in bed, and someone told her that her baby's daughter's face was covered by her blanket, but no one else was home. I swear this is absolutely the truth. I wanted to share my family's stories with other people, so they can know that maybe they are not alone out there. Hello, my name is Naomi, and I've had several paranormal stories to share. Ever since I was young, I've always been terrified of the paranormal, and I have had terrifying, vivid dreams. As a child, I would frequently awake to see a dark, shadowy figure standing by the doorframe of my bedroom. I would feel a presence behind me when I would walk upstairs at night. At a slightly older age, I dismissed the possibility of ghosts because I figured it was impossible, but later I had a change of heart when I went to this haunted yard. I'd heard many stories about a small yard where strange things had occurred. One night, I thought it might be interesting to go take a look at it and see what all the fuss was about. The yard is almost impossible to find, totally surrounded by trees. If you are able to find it, go there in winter. The snow is always perfect, not a single flaw. If it's a windy night, there will be no wind within the yard. The freaky part about it is that there is an old building which used to be an insane asylum, now abandoned. It's boarded up, but one night we opened it up, and we heard a faint barking of dogs from within, but there were no dogs anywhere nearby. Next to it, there is a small trailer. No one lives in the trailer, but a light and the TV are always on. There is an old swing on the yard. If you watch it for long enough, it will begin to swing slightly. The strangest part is that there are 2 old Native American tombstones. Every time you go back, they've been redug and moved to another location on the yard. I'm not sure if any of this is ghost related, but it certainly is freaky. An incident happened to me this evening as well. I was walking with some of my friends along the railroad tracks in my town. On the street next to the tracks, 100 years ago, there was a man who went insane, killed his family, and was hanged in the courtyard. Anyway, tonight, as we were walking, we all of a sudden simultaneously stopped and looked at each other terrified. We all felt a strange presence brushing against our backs. Later, we were sharing stories about screams people frequently hear coming back from the park. We decided to sit out on the deck of my friend's house, who lives right by the park. We were just sitting around, talking, when we hear the scream of a little girl, as if she was being murdered, coming from across the park. We randomly ran inside. Once inside, we began to share ghost stories. One of my friends believes his house is haunted. He always feels things in his room when he is sleeping. With one particular experience, Back in winter, he would wake up in the morning with claw marks in his shirts and slight scratches on his back. This happened about 6 times. Another time, he woke up and all of his blankets were totally flipped upside down, but looked as though they had been untouched. He talked to his grandmother about it because she is able to communicate with the dead, and she visited their house and told the spirits to leave. Since then, there have been no strange occurrences. I work in a nursing home and didn't believe in ghosts till I was offered a night shift position. One of the girls said that the home was pretty bad with spirits, but I thought because of my age, 19, she was just trying to scare me. I was walking alone after answering a buzzer past the dining room when someone touched my shoulder. I turned around and no one was there. I was convinced it was the other 2 girls, but they were in the lounge and couldn't have got there without me seeing them. Later, we were sitting talking when the door, which is a fire door and doesn't move, was slamming and opening for about a minute and abruptly stopped. We all got out of our seats, don't know why, and then a black figure appeared at the door and just stared at us for about a minute and walked off. The eldest girl went after it, so we followed, and no one was there. We sat down to calm ourselves because we were pretty freaked out by that, when the emergency buzzers started going off simultaneously from one room to 30, but there are patients who can't reach them, and others on medication, so we went and turned them off and checked our residents. We went to one lady who was dying of cancer, and I turned off the buzzer when my coworker said she was gone. We can only think this was her having a laugh, because she was a great lady, or she was trying to let us know she was gone. That also wasn't the first time someone passed away before we were aware of it. I had a coworker once who could have sworn she was talking to an old woman at the clinic that had been at the nursing home for nearly a decade. This coworker had gone on vacation, and this was her first day back. There was a figure laying in bed, in a room alone. She was facing away from my coworker, and she had the door cracked open for a second to see if the woman wanted anything to eat. There was no response, so she figured the lady was just cranky and didn't want to be bothered. A few hours later, she went back to the room, and nobody was there. My coworker asked another why the patient was missing. The other coworker looked puzzled. Did nobody tell you that Miss Noble passed away in her sleep while you were on vacation? My other coworker said, well, then why was there somebody in the room a few hours ago? She found out that nobody moved into the new room since Miss Noble passed away. They tried moving a patient in there for a couple of days, but we would hear him scream bloody murder for no explicable reason. But again, they took him out right away, and way before my coworker returned to work. My coworker insisted that she saw a figure in that room, and that she wasn't tired or feeling unwell. This might end up kind of being long, since I'm going to try to cover a lot of what I experienced in my life. I will start with the first thing that I remember. I was about 4 or 5 years old. I was sitting in my bedroom getting some coloring books. It was summer, and the window was open. I heard this noise, and at first, I couldn't tell where it was coming from. I looked towards the window, and the sound faded. It sounded sort of like a lawnmower. Well, I went back to what I was doing, and the noise just got louder. I realized the noise wasn't coming from my window, but from the other side of my room, where the closet was. I looked over and saw this black orb hovering over the molding of the closet. It was moving in this swaying motion, and the noise I was hearing came from the black orb. I screamed and curled up into a ball. I continued to scream until my mom reached my bedroom. She looked terrified and kept asking me what was wrong. Well, my little brain could only assume it was a black bee, which she didn't find amusing. She said she thought someone was trying to kill me because of how I was screaming. From that point on, I read everything I could get my hands on about ghosts. Nothing happened for many years after the first incident. My father was in the military, and we moved from Atlanta to Minot, North Dakota, my sophomore year of high school. I'm not going to get into everything that happened down there, since it was a daily occurrence down there, no matter where in town I was. In brief, let's just say the blacker than black negative things. Everywhere. Luckily, the people that I normally hang out with saw them too, so I didn't feel like I was going crazy. They ranged in height from being 1 foot to over 7 feet. There was one we nicknamed Split Toes. Keep in mind, there were more than one of them. I lived in Minot for just under 1 year, and I'll never step foot there again. On top of the shadows, there were many other things that happened, ranging from smells to noises to the absolute feel of being chased, the fear. My sister even saw them. Though it traumatized her so badly, she shut down and now says she didn't. Now I know this sounds crazy, but I know there are other people out there that have experienced these things. I know that what happened down there was not an overactive imagination. We all from time to time will wake up with cuts we couldn't explain, or have them appear out of nowhere, sometimes singular, sometimes looking like a tiny clawed hand had hit us, and rarely bite marks. We were told by a friend's mother to wear sage and little leather bags for protection. I still wear one, even though I'm back in Alaska. After Minot, things slowed down a lot. I had a few more experiences with the shadows. After a while, I had enough, though. I yelled at them and told them if they agreed to leave me alone, I would pretend they didn't exist, and it has been pretty much quiet ever since. The last time I had an experience like that was out in Cooper Landing, Alaska, just a few years ago. I left Minot almost 8 years ago. My friend invited me and a few other people to her parents' cabin for the night. We drove out there from Anchorage at around 8 p.m. in the winter. I don't know if you're familiar with Alaska seasons and such, but in the winter, it's hardly ever light out. Maybe a couple hours a day during the time period we went out there. So anyways, we drive out to Cooper Landing in the dark on really icy roads. We finally get out there, and at first sight, this place made me nervous. I was determined to have a good time, so I forgot my initial feeling on the cabin. The night went well. The cabin was set up in a very open layout. There was a wall that went halfway across in the middle of the cabin, with the living room on one side and 3 sets of bunk beds on the other. Come to find out, it used to be her grandmother's cabin before she died. Well, we all decided to go to sleep. My friend and her boyfriend pulled out the futon in the living room and went to sleep. Me and my boyfriend were lying on the bunk bed, where we could look into the side of the cabin where the living room was. We were just talking, and then all of a sudden, we started to hear this noise. It started by the living room, but outside, and worked its way around the cabin. But the noise would continue to come from everywhere it had already been. It was sort of like wailing. It reminded me of what a banshee might sound like. I was really freaking out and asking my boyfriend what the hell that was. He said it was a ghost crying. I looked out to where the living room was, and this thing started to appear, starting at the top and kind of whirlwinding down. My boyfriend saw it, and leapt to the bunk bed directly across and was freaking out. I started demanding he go and turn the light on. It wouldn't stop until he did. Finally he did, and the thing disappeared. My friend woke up and told us things like that always happen out there, and we just needed to get used to it. I was really upset she didn't tell me. Neither me or my boyfriend could sleep till it got light outside. Nothing else happened that night, but I have no desire to try my luck again. Since then, I haven't had any encounters with anything that appeared as a shadow. I've seen ghosts that appear like people look, in color, and they don't scare me at all. I'm not sure what the black things are, and I'm not sure I want to know. I do know that as long as I don't think about them, I don't have any problems with them. Oh, I almost forgot. Oklunta is a really creepy place up there. Not the cemetery, but the village, or what's left of it. I only got to spend about 15 minutes out there, but that was more than enough to feel it out. Very bad vibes out there. And as we were leaving, I saw something back in the trees. As soon as I looked at it, it darted behind a tree. It was dark out, so I didn't know what it was, but it didn't look like a person. And when we were driving back to Anchorage, on the outbound side of the highway there was an accident, and this huge bull moose was on the side of the road dead. But none of the vehicles looked like they had hit it. A moose hitting your car would crumple it like a soda can. Well, that's all I have for this morning. Maybe sometime I'll go more in depth about my experience in Mano, but not yet. I don't like talking about it when it's dark outside. It all started when I was about 5. There was a thunderstorm, and I hate storms, so I went to my parents' room across the hall. After the storm was over, I decided to go back to my room. When I got to the doorway, I saw 2 figures sitting in 2 of my chairs. I had a little table and tea set in the middle of my room, and they were just sitting there. One of them was facing me, and it looked like a pitch black shadow. The other had its back to me. I wasn't sure if it was real, so I blinked my eyes very tight multiple times. The one whose back was facing me slowly turned around to look at me. It was white, kind of fuzzy looking, like the way your TV looks when it gets all snowy in the TV set, and had 2 black holes where the eyes should be, and an outline of the nose and mouth. I think the best way to call it is a static man. I got scared and ran and told my father what I saw. He told me that our grandfather tends to watch over us. He passed away years ago. He even said he saw this dark shadow hovering over his bed one night, although it was pretty dark, so we could barely make out anything. I later found out that an old couple originally lived in the house before my parents bought it in the 70s. The original house is small, 2 bedrooms, and a kitchen, a small living room. It was only 1 story, and when my parents moved in, they said the old man died. They heard voices a few times, but didn't think anything of it. Then, when me and my brothers were born, they built a basement and 2nd story where the bedrooms are. My bedroom and my parents' bedroom are right above the original part of the house. My room used to be the attic until we built the upstairs. I think the ghosts were my grandfather and the old man, but I keep seeing the same ghosts when I go places. I'm never scared though. Also, we've had things fly across the room. Things shatter out of nowhere, hear noises, and I've had experiences where I felt a presence in the room, and then I saw a crease in the couch right next to where I was sitting. I'm not scared though, because I just have a feeling they don't intend on hurting me. It actually makes me feel safer at times. Hi, I've enjoyed your website and wish to share one of my experiences. This is all true, and if you have any comments about ghosts or questions, please feel free to email me, as I'd like to know what it might have been. When I was 12 or so, I had a strange experience. I was playing with my friend in the woods near the Quibbin Aqueduct. This is in Wayland, Massachusetts. We had to take our neighbor's police dog on our adventure, looking for the Indian artifacts. On a hill that was gravelly, I found what I believed to be an arrowhead. After showing it to my friend, I stuffed it into my pants pocket and moved to a new spot with the dog. He began to wind towards some bushes about 20 feet away. I looked in the direction the dog was looking and saw nothing. Figuring it was a rabbit or squirrel, I let the dog off his leash. He began barking and ran into the bushes. My friend joined me, and we called the dog back. He came right away, being well trained. He sat looking from us to the woods and panting. We put his leash back on, and both my friend and I had the feeling of being watched. I reached into my pants to see the arrowhead, but it was gone. I checked the other pockets. Nothing. Then we decided to go home. Both of us creeped out. On our way back, the dog stopped at a tree and looked up, and at least 30 feet up, we saw a piece of bloody fur stuck to the tree. We ran back to the neighbors and returned the dog, not wanting to get laughed at. We didn't tell him about the fur. My friend got her bike and went halfway to me to my house. When I got in the door, the phone rang. It was my friend. She asked if I was okay. I was fine. I told her. Then she'd explained she'd seen someone lurking in the bushes of the only empty house in my neighborhood, and they seemed to be following me. I dismissed it and ate dinner. That night, a storm came. The thunder and lightning woke me up. During a flash of light, I saw a tall, thin figure at the foot of my bed. I think it was a man. He wore all black, a long, odd jacket, and had very long arms. They reached his knees. On his head was a stovepipe hat that was too high and had a wide brim, so his face was shadowed. As I looked at him, too terrified to scream, he raised his arms and pointed at me with the long finger. Another flash of light, and he was gone. In the morning at school before homeroom, I asked my friend to describe the person she had seen the day before in the bushes. She said he was thin and had a weird hat like Lincoln wore. Of course, I was freaked out. I don't know how much later, maybe a month or more, I was doing homework on my bed and heard scuffling in my closet, thinking it was the cat. I opened the door to scoot him out. The cat was not there, but the clothes were swaying side by side. I closed the door and left my room. The next and last time I saw the ghost was at summer camp. I had been put into a room alone, having had a panic attack over an incident in which I had a dream come true. I dreamt a kid got run over by a van, and a storm came and a cabin was hit by lightning, and kids burnt up. That day, we were teamed up and competing for ribbons. One event was the van pull. A team of kids were pulling a van. A kid fell under, and the van went over him. He was unhurt, but the license plate made a dirty mark on his back. I got scared, and then it began raining very hard. Everyone headed to their cabins. It began to lightning, and I lost my mind. I'd confided my dream to my friend that morning, and as she tried to tell the counselor, I was crying and trying to warn the people about the fire I believed to be about to happen. The counselor locked me in her room, alone. A blast of thunder and lightning hit and blew the outside door open. Rain poured in, and in the storm, stood my ghost looking in at me. I screamed and slammed the door shut. Luckily, fire never happened. I never saw the ghost again. I often wonder about it, and as scary as it was, it never hurt me. Please note, I know the story sounds far-fetched, but it isn't. This really happened. Hi, Sam here. I've apparently spoke to a ghost when I was 2 years old. To cut a long story short, I moved to Invicta Road in Charnes, Kent when I was 2 years old, with my dad. A year or so before we moved in, a lonely pregnant woman lived there and offed herself by hanging. Because of the pregnancy in the back room, no one lived there till my dad and I. I slept in the back bedroom. My dad told me that he would often hear me talking to someone at nights in my room. My dad asked me who I was talking to. I said it was the gray lady who sits at the end of my bed. My dad then met my stepmom, and she moved in with us. At nights, sometimes my stepmom and I would sit alone, and she'd hear walking around upstairs and things being moved about. It was so bad, one night, that she went over to her parents' house to get them. They brought their dog over. The dog started growling and barking for no reason. My dad moved me out of the back bedroom to another bedroom when I started to get upset, and not sleepiness. Dreams and anxiety are my main feelings I get. I can't walk through a graveyard without getting anxiety, and I also smell a really musty smell that no one else seems to notice. It's so intoxicating that it makes me feel like I'm suffocating, and it makes me feel sick. Sometimes it makes me wonder whether I still have this woman following me. I was recently staying at a youth hostel in Cornwall, England. The manager warned me jovially when I arrived that there were 3 ghosts in the hostel, all linked to different areas in the building. He added with a mischievous grin that one of them had a particular dislike for the new computer that had been installed and seemed to keep switching it off. He chose to tell me this because the reason I was there was to do some work with that very computer. After an evening of unproductive work on the computer that obviously wasn't working properly, I retired to the small private room I had been given. I dropped off to sleep fairly quickly, but woke up after about an hour feeling cold, the reason for which became clear very quickly. The duvet from my bed was lying in a heap on the floor around my feet. I picked it up and covered myself, but then had trouble getting back to sleep, as the couple in the next room were being very noisy. Eventually, they quieted down, and I started to relax, but before I managed to fall asleep again, the duvet began to slowly slide down the bed, as if pulled from the bottom. I let it move about 6 inches to see what was happening, then got hold and pulled back. Whatever was pulling gave up with relative ease, and I was soon covered again. At this stage, I can remember that rather than being frightened, I felt as if some silly game was going on, and I was almost giggling about the fact that some impish ghost had chosen me for an adversary in its little game. As a result, after a half hour or so, I had no trouble getting back to sleep. It seemed, however, that I hadn't taken things seriously enough and had managed to cause offense. The next time I woke up, it was with a startle, as the duvet began to quickly slide off the bed, again in the same direction towards my feet. This time, I decided that enough was enough and started to feel very afraid. You know what it's like in the dark at night. A simple duvet can seem to offer so much protection and security, and the potential lack of it made me feel very vulnerable. I think I managed to move about an inch before I found myself suddenly unable to move anymore. I couldn't actually feel any force or weight holding me or pressing down on me, but I was totally unable to move my arms or any part of my upper body except for my head. In fact, it felt like it was suddenly made from lead. I was then greeted by an old man's laugh. I had literally heard a very slow guttural sounding laugh, and it sounded far from pleasant. I fought and eventually managed to get my fingers to move slightly. As soon as I achieved this one small movement, everything was fine. The inability to move evaporated quickly, and I was left back in full control of my body. I stood right side up, surveying the entire room, and what I saw next terrified me. There were a pair of red eyes looking at me by the door for about 30 seconds before fading away. Just then, the door opened, and there was a light mist that moved through the door and then evaporated. I screamed, "I'm not afraid of you, and that tonight's rest will be a peaceful night's rest." I pulled the duvet back over myself and surprisingly only felt any kind of fear for a few minutes and was soon relaxing again. Whatever the game was about, it seems that I had won and that my adversary had admitted defeat fairly gracefully. I slept peacefully well for the remaining few hours of the night and woke up perfectly refreshed in the morning. Since I was a little girl, my sisters and I have had frightening experiences with spirits. When I was 6, my family and I moved to a fairly new house, only 8 years old at the time, in West Texas. As far back as I can remember, we had strange things going on in that house. First off, at night, if you were to go through the hallway to get to my parents' room, you would always hear what sounded like a TV. You could hear voices and sometimes music. Most of the time, my parents' TV was off. If you left the room and stood in the hallway again, the sounds would be gone. Secondly, when I would try to go to sleep at night, I would always have that classic "someone's watching me" feeling. I always blamed it on me being a young child. The house was a very scary place to be at night. Wherever you went, someone was watching you. Friends who have spent the night rarely stayed twice. The areas of the house that scared everyone the worst were the hallway to my parents' room and my older sister's closet. The closet always had a feeling of hate radiating from it. I tried to spend a night in there with my scared sister, and it didn't last. I was sleeping on the floor with my head next to the closet, and that just wasn't a good feeling. I went back to my room after she fell asleep. A couple years after we moved in, my younger sister had a frightening experience. Her and I shared a bedroom with our beds parallel to each other, with a nightstand in between us. We were about 3 feet apart. One night, I woke up to her screaming my name. I woke up and asked what was wrong. She told me that, for no reason at all, she woke up and looked over at my bed. Laying at the foot of my bed was a light blue glowing figure of a woman. Her eyes were gone, and her mouth hung open. My sister described her as looking dead. My sister also added that she couldn't see me anywhere on the bed, so she started screaming my name and closed her eyes. When she opened them, I was awake, asking her what was wrong. She told me, and I looked down at the foot of my bed, and my huge stuffed animal that I had there every night was sparking like it had really bad static electricity. I took it off my bed and threw it in my bathroom sink and ran water over it. Being young, I thought it would help. Years later, my family and I moved to southern Louisiana and moved into a gated subdivision. One night, my 2 sisters were mad at me and left the house to go on a walk. I followed them without them knowing. I followed them up to the front gate of the subdivision and talked to them for a minute. They quickly left in a huff, being that they were still angry with me. For what? I don't remember now. I stayed by the gate for a couple of minutes afterwards, and then decided to run to the end of the main street and hide behind some bushes that faced the gate. I waited for my sisters to walk by, and when they did, unaware where I was hiding, stopped remotely in front of the bushes. I heard a younger sister say, "What is Jenny, me, doing, sitting on top of that stop sign? The stop sign is located next to the gate." After that, they walked on. I was a bit confused and was about to chase after them, but then, through the leaves, I saw a shadow of someone running past the bushes I was behind. I could also hear the sound of footsteps. I stood up quickly to see who was there. No one was in sight. After this, I ran to my sisters and told them what I had seen. They then told me that they saw me, or what looked like me, sitting on top of the stop sign. They said I had a very angry, disfiguring grin. After we traded stories, we ran home quickly. Later, my younger sister told me that the ghost she saw in my bed and the ghost she saw on the sign both looked exactly like me. It all began around the 1st of June this very year. The incident took place in my grandmother and grandfather's home. My grandfather had been diagnosed with cancer. In the summer of 1998, I didn't know that those last few months would be the last time I would ever see him alive. During that period of time, I had spent a whole lot of time with my grandparents, and it felt like I had actually gotten a little closer to them both, but particularly my grandfather. At the end of the summer, I left and went back home. Subsequently, about 5 months later, our family received a disturbing phone call. It was from my grandmother, informing us about the passing of our grandfather. He had passed away in the hospital, which was the very last place that our grandfather lived in before his passing. A month and a half after we had been staying there, I noticed that something just didn't feel right. The whole atmosphere had changed. I decided to take the guest room. For some reason, I always got the feeling that I was being watched in the guest room. Then, other little occurrences started to evolve. The very first was, I always felt like somebody was standing over my shoulder. I started to notice scars on my back after I would awake in the mornings. I would feel like touches on my back. My mom and brother both complained about the door handles being rattling and opening and closing really fast. Cabinet doors would fly open, and the pots and pans would all fall out. My hair would get pulled in the night. Diminutive objects would fall from midair, such as paper, hair clips, and coins, and I would hear voices, one of which said "wake up" very loudly in my ear. I would see mists and rays of light shoot past me extremely fast. So fast, in fact, I would hear a whoosh of air. I would notice some of my belongings missing, such as my CDs, jewelry, money, to name a few, usually belongings that I would use around the house. I would feel my bed move, as if someone were to bump into it during the night, flickering lights, and last, but certainly not least, since animals can sometimes see things humans cannot see, my cat would turn her head really fast and just stare at something, which I would not be able to see for a significant amount of time. A little while later, about a month after being there, I saw the unthinkable. After I'd been sound asleep for about 7 hours or so, I woke up suddenly to a spirit at the foot of my bed, and it was my grandfather. I could not believe what I was seeing, but I will describe this to you in full detail. There was no doubt in my mind that this was actually a spirit. He was shadowy like, but his clothing was colored. He would always wave at me, and sure enough, he was waving my direction with a smile on his face. It was plain to see that he was trying to get my attention. He just wanted to see me. I was too afraid to move a muscle, in fear that in spite of everything else that he would approach me. I'd never seen anything like this before in my entire life. I didn't want to tell this to anyone though. I thought that maybe nobody would believe me or listen. About a week later, I was in the kitchen with my mom, and she told me that the guest room was where our grandpa had stayed in before he died, because he was too ill. That explains the reason why that very room felt like the most eerie room in the house. I almost fainted when I discovered that, but I knew that a spirit can travel anywhere in the home, even outside or in back of the house. But it wasn't until a month later that I decided to come out with the news. I first confided in my mom and my brother, and my mother believed me, because she said that before I brought up anything that I'd said. Our grandmother had experienced the exact same thing, that he was at the foot of the bed watching over her and smiling. I had a phone conversation with her, and I let her do all the talking first, and everything that she told me measured up with my experience, and it only happened to my grandmother and I, whom he was the closest with before he passed away. Everyone was wondering why I didn't scream or attempt to run out of the guest room as soon as I saw him, but I was too afraid. Whenever you're that close to something like that, it just takes your breath away completely. I was in my own little calm. It felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't until I started sleeping on the living room sofa that I felt appeased, albeit this has not been my first experience. Ever since the age of 5, my family and I started traveling around a lot, and we would move here and there. I've went to 9 different schools total. I'm 17 now. In previous homes, I've experienced a whole lot. I lived in a haunted house for a total of 3 years. Not only by all of the experiences that I've endured, I've been doing many researches involving the paranormal. I'm really good at picking up on things too, which I've found out. There was this one house that we went into that we were thinking about purchasing, but I felt like something was wrong. There were several rooms in the home that I could just not stop venturing off into. The main ones were the master bedroom and the study. After I left the house, I told my parents that someone from the house must have passed away. So my mom went to go look up the history of the house, and sure enough, the owner and his wife on a trip to California got killed in a car wreck, and they lived in the master bedroom, and the owner spent most of his time in the study. After I was enlightened with that information, I was in disbelief. I still am to this day too. My mom told me that it goes back to her being Jewish and Indian. She said that she can pick up on and see things too. She claims that it's an Indian thing, but I don't know. Maybe it is. Anyways, God bless everyone, and thank you for your time. Great website, by the way. I'm a current visitor. When I was in high school, my family lived in a rented farmhouse in the country. I was 17 and dating a very nice gentleman who had come to visit me for the evening. My mother worked nights and usually got home around 11 p.m. or so. My boyfriend and I were sitting on the floor in the living room, leaned up against the couch watching TV, when the kitchen door opened and the light came on. We both heard a thump like my mother had put her purse on the table, and then the bathroom door opened and closed. We both thought that was odd, because usually my mother would not have turned on the light, because my dad is a light sleeper, and the light would have woke him up, and my mother would have at least said hi to us anyway. My boyfriend noticed that it was getting late, and he needed to get home. We had expected snow, and he didn't want to be caught in a storm. I got his coat and we walked to the door together and stood on the back porch watching the snow fall. As my mother pulled in, my boyfriend made us both wait on the porch as he searched the house from one end to the other. No one was in there other than my sister, upstairs asleep, and my dad, who was sound asleep in the back bedroom. Many other things happened there. One night, me and my boyfriend decided to play the Ouija board to summon the spirit that was residing in the house. I remember it was a blizzard that day, and my entire family except for me were in another state visiting my extended family. We were asking questions about the spirit. At first we asked its name. Nothing happened. Then we asked if we were bothering him. Still nothing. After nearly 20 minutes of continuously trying to get in touch with someone, my boyfriend angrily grabbed the planchette and Ouija board and threw it out of the window. He said he had enough of this make-believe and that he was really starting to get tested. I told him he shouldn't have done that he could really upset whatever was living in the house. My boyfriend mockingly says, "Sure, why doesn't this stupid spirit just possess me if it even exists? Make some real noise." My boyfriend gets frustrated and ends up sleeping on the couch because he was tired of playing games. Later that night, around 3 a.m., I was awakened in the middle of the night to hear my telephone landline ringing. The only problem was, there was no landline telephone here. We all had our cell phones, and they were on silent. Seconds later, I hear loud pounding on the door to my bedroom, and it's slightly opened. I yell out to my boyfriend, but there was no answer. I hear the phone ringing again, but I couldn't locate the sound. Then, everything fell silent. Not a second later, I hear a gargling noise coming from the living room, mixed with prayer. It was coming from my boyfriend's mouth. He was violently whispering in his sleep. What really got me, though, is I went to see my boyfriend on the couch. There was this very dark cloud floating above him for a few seconds. It disappeared, and then I heard my boyfriend choking, so I ran towards him. He was literally pale in the face, almost as if he stopped breathing. That's when I realized he did seem to stop breathing. I frantically shaked him, yelling at him to wake up. I started getting scared, and I cried. This time, my phone went off, and someone was on the other line. All I heard was what sounded like a low voice saying "call," and the phone call disconnected. This was on my cell phone. I then called the paramedics. They arrive. Paramedics were in my house, checking my boyfriend's pulse. That's when he wakes up, delirious, but confused. He asked me what's going on. After talking with the paramedics and my boyfriend, they were convinced that he had a panic attack in his sleep, and they ended up leaving. But he told me something very scary. He said that while he was asleep, he had this odd dream that someone was trying to get him to go to the afterlife with them. There was this hooded figure who said nothing to him. He was just motioning towards the sky, and then all of a sudden, he was in a cemetery and saw himself in a coffin dead. I told him, "This all makes sense because you threaten the spirits." This is 100% true, and all I have is my word. But believe me, these events happened. I can't explain the mysterious phone call. I'm sure that my boyfriend challenged the spirit to make some noise, because it certainly made some noise. This is an incident that happened to me in the Pacific Northwest, Seattle, Washington state area, long ago, in the 1960s. As a young teenager, I was very impressionable. My parents were never active in my life, and I always wanted to feel like I belonged to a group. It didn't matter who gave me the attention, just as long as I got it from somebody. Feeling neglected, I ended up running away from home at the age of 19 so I could join a satanic cult. The cult was pretty serious. We would often meet up at this secluded building in the middle of the woods that was abandoned at night to gather around in circles, drawing pentagrams and praying to evil. We did a lot of drugs and even sacrificed animals as part of our ritual. We would decapitate squirrels and place them inside the pentagram, and other times we would cut ourselves and write our names on the walls with our blood. It was definitely not a good environment for me, to say the least, but at the time, I was thinking of how much of a bond we all had together, the 5 of us. The building itself actually felt very haunted, but because I was so stoned out of my mind, I wasn't sure if it was hallucinations or legitimate spirit haunting this old building. I remember one night, we were injecting each other with needles, and we ended up passing out for a few hours. As I started to regain consciousness, everyone else was completely out, and I swear I saw the presence of an old man in a brown cloak, hood on, and with white eyes that glowed in the darkness of this building. He was there for about 30 seconds, then vanished. He was watching me from the stairs inside the building. We were all in the living room at the time, and there from the living room, you can see the stairs in front of you. The people I was with would sometimes hear voices, evil whispers and laughter so subtle, but quiet enough to hear. I vividly remember another night where we held our bloodied hands together after sacrificing a deer. I could have sworn after 3 minutes of chanting the devil as our leader, we heard the door from the upstairs of the building open and slam twice. We kept going, and I remember one of us blurted out, "If the devil is here, please show yourself." Nothing happened, and we ended up doing drugs again and passed out. The next time, all 4 of us were awakened to one of the cult members convulsing and choking. I was very alarmed by this, panicked, and told the rest of them that we needed help. All of them angrily told me no, leave him be. I yelled at them to help him, that he needed medical help and he would die, and 2 of the cult members proceeded to tackle me and pin me down to the ground to prevent me from doing so. They told me that this is what our Lord wanted to happen, that this was natural, and if he loses his life, the devil will want a new companion. What happened next is something that will always haunt me. I watched this guy die in front of my face, and not one single person gave a crap, except me. They kept trying to tell me that it was natural, that this was supposed to happen. The next thing I knew, the 3 of them were tying me up to keep me from escaping. They told me that I wasn't a worthy member of this cult, and because of my reaction, they couldn't trust me. I told them that I was definitely worthy, that I wouldn't tell a soul, but it was like my words were being ignored. One of the members turns to the other and tells them, "We'll keep him here for the entire night and figure out what to do with him in the morning." So, they ended up tying me up and leaving me alone for the rest of the night at this old abandoned building that looked like an asylum. They had left for the night. They ended up drugging me and I passed out until I ended up awakening. As I awoke, I was still reeling from the shock of everything that happened. I actually gagged a couple of times. They didn't even move the body. I was tied up in the hallway, and I was forced to look across at the body that was still there. The man's eyes were bulging open, wide, and lifeless. Now here's where the paranormal part kicks in. After a few minutes of being awake, I look across to where the body was, and I could see a group of hooded figures in a circle around the body, cloaked apparitions. I blinked a few times, and they were gone. Was I hallucinating from the drugs? I'm not sure, but it gave me yet another thing to be afraid of. Anyway, not long after that, and I don't even know how this happened, but as I was trying to free myself from the rope that had my hands tied up against the banister of the stairs, I managed to somehow free myself. But that's when I heard voices getting closer to the building. It was the rest of the cult, and they were coming back. At this point, the sun was starting to rise, but it was still dark, so I did my best to flee, and I left out the window in the main room and ended up running through the woods. I just bolted and ran as fast as I could. I'd never ran so fast before in my life. It must have been from the adrenaline. Eventually, I was able to pass through the woods until I ended up on the main road, when I saw an auto dealership. I ran into the dealership, told the workers to call the cops, that I was abducted, and that there was a group of terrible people who let a man die at the abandoned building a few miles into the woods. They called the cops, and they eventually ran out to the building. The body was still there, and the group was arrested. They ended up going to jail for 15 years. The building itself was torn down not too long after, and I've never actually been back to the spot. I don't know why I would anyway. I ended up having PTSD for years after this incident, terrible trust issues, but after years of therapy, I ended up rehabilitating myself. This happened in the 1960s. I guess the reason why I wanted to write this story was to warn you that you should never be desperate enough to join a group of people who do terrible things. Never openly trust people without evidence that they are worth it. And of course, never join a satanic worshipping cult. I made my mistake and almost paid for it with my life. Nowadays, I have 2 kids, and I tell them this story to remind them that there are bad people out there, but also that there are spirits that can be summoned, and they can be very evil. Stay away from all of that. It's not a good lifestyle. What I'm about to tell you happened during the summer of 2015. The incident was at a Mayan jungle, 2 hours away from Cancun, Mexico. My friend John was moving for work and decided to drive 1,000 miles from his home in Mexico City to Cancun. To an adventurous girl like me, it rang in my ears as a fascinating road trip. I offered to go with him, as he'd be going through some of Mexico's most dynamic and breathtaking sights. In Cancun, with its beautiful coastline, covered in powdery white sand and deep turquoise blue waters, was not only worth the 1,000-mile drive, but would be the perfect destination to complete my vacation before flying back home to California. Cancun is situated in the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico's southeast. The peninsula is a region covered in deep rainforest and jungles, where the Mayans once erected their great empire. The first leg of the trip was as expected. Great sights, great food, great places, great music, great people. However, the rain and terrain soon started changing as we started going deeper into the jungle. Roads were less illuminated, towns and villages scarier. We had enjoyed the road so much. The next leg of the trip was going to be non-stop all the way to Cancun. The night hit us as we drove through one of the deepest parts of the jungle. The road started narrowing until it became a 2-lane road, with the only light coming from the full moon ahead of us, and the dim headlights from the mid-90s hatchback John was driving. He estimated we would be in Cancun in about 2 hours. It was 2 a.m., and the moonlight could let you appreciate the thick vegetation on each side of the road. John was telling me some more folklore about the region and legends about the Mayans that once lived in the region, when suddenly, the car started slowing down. John would press on the gas, but the car would struggle to go. Shortly, the oil indicator lit up. Something was wrong. But to our relief, we saw lights up ahead and what seemed to be toll booths. We decided we would park by the booths and call roadside assistance. Our relief was short-lived when we realized the toll booths were under construction and they weren't functioning. There was nobody on duty, so we decided to keep going, but about 25 yards past the booths, the car completely stalled. Luckily, the road was well illuminated from the booth sign, and the car stalled right next to a light pole. John gets out of the car to see what was going on. It was leaking a lot of oil. He calls roadside assistance to no avail due to bad signal. He decides to try to fix the car. He goes to the trunk, gets some tools and a bottle of oil, and gets to work. After many attempts, the car wouldn't start, so John decides to call roadside assistance and finally gets through. Unfortunately, they tell him it would take 3 hours to reach us. I told John we are less than 2 hours from Cancun. Isn't there anything they can do? He put his tools away and gets back in the car and tells me there's nothing we can do but wait, to get some sleep and wait for roadside assistance. He then reclines his seat and goes to sleep. I get out of the car instead and start looking at the road, the vegetation, admire nature. A few minutes went by. Something caught the corner of my eye. I look back at the booths, and I can see the silhouette of a man peeking from one of them. I call John, but he doesn't respond. I look at him, and he is fast asleep. I look back at the booths, and the man leaped from one booth to the other. I yell at John that there is a man at the booths. He wakes up and tells me not to talk nonsense. At this point, the man leaped from the last booth and stood in the middle of the road, dressed in a khaki long-sleeve shirt and khaki pants. Pretty normal, but there was something weird about him. His stance was abnormal, arms wide open, lowered with hands open, and that, when I felt a cold shiver down my spine, when I noticed his arms and fingers were too long for his body. I insist on John, and he decides to get out of the car and sees the man standing back there. He looks at me, then at the man again, and yells at him, "Hey." The man shook his shoulders, put his arms forward like a sleepwalker would, and started walking towards us slowly. John and I looked at each other in disbelief and asked me what's up with this dude. We turned back to the man, and he was now about 10 yards away. I could really see him now. He was of heavy build, about 6 feet tall, short black hair, light brown skin, but I couldn't see his face. It was like an empty space. As he drew closer, we saw in horror that he had no face, just flat plain skin with no nose, no eyes, no forehead, nothing. At about 5 yards, he stopped with his arms still forward like a zombie. He had long arms and bony hands with long fingers. The area was well illuminated that we could see him clearly, that there was no mask, and we were no doubt in front of something paranormal or otherworldly. The faceless man tilted his head side to side, and that's when panic set in. I rushed into the car and told John to get in and let's go. He was in shock and took all my screaming to get him back. He rushes close to the hood of the car, and I can see the faceless man walking towards us again. John was getting back in the car when I noticed the oil lamp on the car's hood and yelled at him to put it on. He pops the hood of the car and puts it on. The faceless man had taken 2 long steps and was now 5 feet from when John was rushing back in the car. He turned the engine to no avail. I could see the torso of the faceless man through the driver's side rear window. I was totally panicking. Then the car finally started, and we took off as fast as the car could. We look ahead at the road. we hear what sounded like a hit on the rear bumper. I screamed at John that he is probably hanging off the bumper. John, short of breath, tells me he doesn't think so, as he would feel the weight on the car, and that I might have to get back to the back seat to check. I was about to, when I looked back and see the faceless man standing back there in the middle of the road, fading with the distance as we speed away. In a couple very long hours of shock and silence, we reached Cancun's city limits. We stopped at the gas station to collect ourselves. He had no face. John would repeat this over and over for a while. When we were calm and rested enough to keep going, John turns the car engine and the car does not turn on. We look at each other with horror, but then remembered we were safe away from the scene, and we smiled, slightly in relief. I want to express that we did not see Slender Man. That's an internet creepypasta. The body of the man was like a normal heavy-built guy, just long arms with bony hands. He even had hair. This experience changed my view about risks and scary parts of being an adventurer, but I will continue to have adventures in the deserts, forests, and jungles of the world. I just hope I don't ever run into the faceless man again.
I was reading through several stories today on your website, and one in particular sparked a memory of an experience I had when I was 8 months pregnant with my daughter. I may not have shared this story with you once before, but I don't remember. I remember that night just like it was yesterday. An evening in early 1994, my husband and I were watching TV on the couch when I decided to go to bed. I blew out a candle I had burning on the kitchen table and then headed to the bedroom. It wasn't too long after I crawled into bed that I was abruptly taken over by this unseen force sitting on my belly. My daughter began to move very violently and I felt like I couldn't breathe. I looked out my bedroom door and could see this flickering light coming from the living room. I figured my husband fell asleep on the couch and forgot to turn off the halogen floor lamp we had sitting behind it. I began to scream as loud as I could for him, but nothing came out of my mouth. The harder I tried to scream for help, the harder the unseen force seemed to push down on me. I began to pray. I prayed like crazy, asking Jesus to protect me and my unborn child. I kept looking out the bedroom door, seeing that flickering light, and hoping to see my husband come running in, but he never came. The whole incident lasted for what seemed like forever. But when it was over, just like that. There was no more pain. I could breathe, and my daughter was at peace. That's not the end of the story, though. I got up from the bed and headed to the living room to tell my husband what had happened. No sooner than I left the bedroom, of course, I found him sleeping soundly on the couch. But the halogen light behind it wasn't on. The flickering light I kept seeing throughout the ordeal was the candle on the kitchen table. As I explained in the beginning, I blew this candle out before I went to bed. And I know I did, because I have always been very cautious about burning candles. The candle had somehow rekindled itself and burned all the way down to the wick. Apparently, the glass votive had gotten so hot that it broke and sent flames from the wick onto the table and placemats. The entire top of the table was on fire, placemats and all. I started screaming at my husband to wake up. He jumped off the couch to find me trying to smother the flames out with a kitchen towel. The apartment started to quickly fill up with black smoke. He grabbed the fire extinguisher and put the fire out. After it was all said and done, we talked about what had just happened, trying to make some sense of it all. I was certain the unseen force was trying to kill me and my baby. I thought it was holding me down so that when the fire spread through the apartment, I would die from smoke inhalation, or worse, burn to death. My husband thought that whatever it was trying to warn me, that it was trying to wake me up so that I would discover the fire. But I swear I was not asleep. At some point, I thought maybe it was all just a bad dream. But then it dawned on me. If it was just a dream, how was I able to see the flickering lights coming from the living room, which turned to be flames? What I do know is, had I not gotten up when I did, it wouldn't have been long before the whole apartment would have been filled with smoke and fire, and we all would have perished. Guardian angel or evil spirit? I guess I will never know. These particular experiences occurred when I was around 8 or 9 years old, and it happened to be my first encounter with the paranormal. I grew up in a very religious household, and my parents were strict disciplinarians. Unfortunately, I was subjected to a lot of physical abuse at the hand of my stepmother. My biological mother died when I was only 3 months old, and my father remarried a little while after. She was an absolute witch to me, and to this day, I don't know why my dad even found her to be remotely compatible. She would call me a filthy animal because I wasn't praying enough at times. The first experience I had with the paranormal was also toward the end of my dad's relationship with this woman. I can remember a moment I was crying because my dad had been working construction all night and didn't come home until late night. I'll never forget how she spat in my face, told me that real ladies don't cry about daddy working late nights. I told her specifically that I really wanted daddy, and she told me if I didn't calm down, she was going to throw me into the pantry closet and lock the door, which was this huge empty space that could fit 2 adult-sized humans in. Naturally, as an 8-year-old kid, I revolted. She kept her word and threw me in there for an hour. This is where something creepily paranormal happened. After about 20 minutes in, I could hear a faint whispering of a female lady in my ear. I couldn't make it out, but I'll never forget what it sounded like. It was very soothing, and I felt very comforted. I then felt a breath on the back of my neck, and 2 cold hands touched my shoulder. The pantry closet got a lot cooler all of a sudden, and in my mind, all I was thinking about was the sound I heard from this voice. I ended up curling up on the floor of the pantry and started drifting off to sleep. As my eyes began to feel heavy, I squinted with limited visibility. I turned my head to the opposite side of the dark pantry, when I saw a pair of glowing green eyes in the mouth of someone. The crazy thing was, whatever this thing was, it had razor-sharp teeth, as if they were fangs. I could only see their eyes, and it almost looked like it was slowly opening its mouth, as if it were going to devour me whole. I closed my eyes completely for a few seconds, opened them up again, and it was gone. I'm not sure what the second presence was, but it didn't seem very friendly at all. As for the female voice and the touching, I truly believe that it was my biological mother comforting me through tough times. Well, anyway, I remember I ended up staying in the closet for longer than I was supposed to, and when my dad came home, he had a talk with my stepmother. Thankfully, my dad saw through her lies, and he broke up with her not too long after this incident happened. From that day on, the pantry closet had a reputation for creepy, ghostly activity. The door would randomly they opened slowly and shut at times. If there were items on the shelves, such as cans, they would sometimes fall on the ground. My dad told me one of the scariest things happened to him after he got home from work. It was another late night working. My sister, my brother, and my grandmother were all asleep at the time. My grandma had moved in shortly after my dad broke up with my stepmother to help take care of us. Right across from the pantry closet was the kitchen. My dad comes home and he ends up going into the kitchen to decompress for a moment after a hard day's work. Right then, the pantry closet opened slowly, and that's when he saw something. He swears to this day that thing he saw looked 100% real, and he was not hallucinating. Standing in the pantry was a faceless man in a red tuxedo with horns on his head. My dad froze with fear, blinked his eyes twice, and the figure was gone. Later that night, he actually fell asleep and had a dream that he went to hell and saw his ex, former stepmother. The creepy thing is, the faceless man that he saw in the pantry was holding hands with my stepmom. My stepmom had cuts all over her face. I remember he woke up screaming and never saw the figure ever again in the pantry or had a dream about my stepmother either. Another experience. My stepmother, sister, brother, grandma, and I all slept in one room, different beds of course. It was a normal night, and I just fell asleep as usual, hours later. I woke up for no reason and saw a person sitting in my grandmother's bed. I thought it was just my grandma praying since she would always pray, but then I started to realize that my grandma was sleeping, and this person looked a bit younger. I just stared at whatever that thing was and noticed it was looking right back at me. This wasn't my mom because it looked like an entirely different woman. I've seen pictures of my mom and she was a ginger and had beautiful thick long hair. This figure I saw was bald-headed and looked very distraught. After she looked at me, she looked back at her hands and covered them with her face. I know for a fact that it was a woman because she had feminine features in her face. You could see it clearly in the body of a woman. Not only was she bald-headed, but her face was burned and disfigured. All I did was stare at her. Then, after all that, she suddenly got up, turned away from me, and disappeared. Eventually, I fell asleep again. I woke up the next morning and asked everybody if they were in the room last night. Then I asked my grandma if she had been praying that night. Everybody, including my grandma, said no. That was the first time I ever saw that lady, but from that day on, almost all my relatives that lived in that house have seen the very same woman I have. Only difference, they have been scared. Me, on the other hand, though I was slightly afraid, I had a curiosity about this whole experience.
I attended Harding University in Searcy, Arkansas not too long ago. During my senior year, I stayed a few months in a private dorm in the Patty Cobb Girl dormitories. Many people say that various parts of Harding campus are haunted by the ghost of Gertie, a girl who died by falling from a bell tower on campus back in the early 1900s. She has been known to haunt the old music building, the brick pathway that cuts across campus, and the bell tower, which has since been detached and placed on campus as a landmark. One other thing she is said to haunt happens to be the Patty Cobb dormitories. There is debate as to whether or not it's Gertie or a different ghost entirely, but either way, one thing is for certain. Patty Cobb is haunted. I'd heard about this prior to moving into the Patty Cobb dorms, but I was told a different story about how she only haunts the first floor dorms. I was given a dorm on the third floor. It was a private dorm that had no connecting suites to it. I had my own private bathroom, and the room was not shared with a roommate. At first, I was thrilled with not having to share a bathroom with anyone. Then I started having strange feelings at night. I would find that I would hear noises in the hallway at times. Of course, being at dorm, I passed it off as silly girls wandering the hallways at night. No biggie. But then I started having strange feelings in my room. There were times I would feel as though someone was sitting at the edge of my bed. Sometimes I felt as though someone was standing there staring at me. The doorknob would also jiggle at various points during the night. I normally tried to ignore it, thinking maybe it was an RA doing nightly dorm checks. The university has a strict curfew. But there would be times that it would happen at 3 in the morning, when any sane person would already be out of the hallways and in bed. The few times I opened the door upon hearing it jiggling, there would be nobody in the hallway. The most memorable experience I've ever had was in the middle of the night. I was soundly sleeping when all of a sudden I was awoken by a knock on my door. It scared me so much because it was a very authoritative and loud knock, as if someone was trying to break into my room. I looked inside the keyhole, and I see this old man standing in a security outfit outside of the door. The man looked oddly out of place. The outfit looked Victorian. I wasn't dressed, so I told him just a minute. After about 3 minutes, I opened the door, and the security person was gone. I looked down the hallway at the other end, and see a dark shadow floating down the hallway. I never saw that man again. Eventually, I moved out of that room and moved in with a girl a few doors down. While I still could hear the occasional freaky noises in the hallway at morning hours, the feeling of something being in the room and the doorknob jiggling seized in my new room. I found out later from an older friend of mine, however, that she had lived in the exact same dorm room that I had scary issues in. A few years earlier, she and a friend of hers were sitting around talking. She was sitting at her front desk and felt someone strangle her. She felt a pressure on her neck and even started choking. She turned around to see her friend staring at her with wide eyes. "What happened?" she asked. "I just saw a pair of see-through hands behind you," her friend replied. To this day, she swears up and down that Gertie choked her in her dorm room, the exact dorm room that I had so many freaky encounters in. And people wonder why I get so paranoid being alone in the house at night. Earlier this night, I was rehashing past visits to a cemetery in my hometown in Nukatuk, Connecticut, called Guntown, when I remembered a visit to Iowa when I was 17. So, back in 2000, I went to visit a friend and spent only a few days there. My friend, having been to 13 Stairs, I just recently found out its real name, Pleasant Ridge, many times told me about it, and we decided to make a trip of it. There were 4 of us in total, 3 teens and an adult. My friend told me the stories about bodies being buried in the steps, about the graves being mostly young children, about possible Satanist activities, and the like, before we arrived, so I was prepared. We left a little after 11:30 p.m., arrived there shortly after midnight without any problems finding it. I think there was a gate, but it was open. We parked a few feet from the steps with the car facing them. The moon was out, but it was still fairly dark, so we brought flashlights. We went to check it out only to look around some and take some photographs. It was around winter, so it was cold and windy. We were the only ones there, no other cars in sight at least. We made our way up the stairs and into the cemetery. It was eerie. I kept getting those deep chills up and down my spine that kind of make your body jerk, and a definite feeling of being watched. I know my friends complained of the same and wanted to leave minutes after arriving. One claimed to have heard their name being called and being touched, like someone was tugging on their clothing, and seeing shadows move around the tombstones. I didn't experience any of that myself, but I was weirded out all the same. We walked around a bit, not too far from the stairs themselves, and took some photos of the graves. After about 30 minutes, and it being well after midnight, the others were ready to leave. This is where the freaky thing happened. To our knowledge, we were the only ones there. There weren't any other cars visible, nor people. After having a somewhat disappointing time, in my opinion, we made our way down the steps and towards the car. We had the flashlight on by then and lighting our way, when my friend saw something black on the ground. He rushed back to the car and turned the headlights on, and right at the bottom of the steps in the parking lot was a huge pentacle traced out in what looked like black paint. Look, I'm not crazy, and I know it wasn't there before we climbed the steps. The car was parked so the headlights would light up the bottom of the steps so we could see them. There was nothing on the ground beforehand. By then, my friends were screaming and crying and pulling me into the car. I snapped a photo or two, and then we sped off. I do recall the car stalling once before we left. I waited until I got back home to develop the film, only to find that there was nothing at all on the roll. It was a roll of 24, all of which were of the cemetery, and the roll was completely blank. That irked me. The pinnacle thing was crazy. We weren't drunk or high or anything stupid like that, and I know the four of us couldn't have imagined it, and it definitely was not there when we first arrived. I'm not saying ghosts did it either. For all I know, there could have been some kids there already and decided to mess with us. I heard it gets vandalized a lot. It's just what we experienced that night, and my friends who are from that area were horrified for a few days about what happened, and mentioned some rubbish about going to hell. It's a little hard to believe, and I wouldn't have either if I wasn't there, but I thought it was interesting and felt like sharing. I'd love to go back one day. I'm not sure if this is a haunting or anything, more of a strange happening at a haunted place. Anyway, thanks for listening. I wonder if anyone else ever experienced that. I thought it was strange. I have a sister Janet who's dealt with paranormal experiences over her life. She sent this site to me via email. I in return thought that I would share my feelings and some of my encounters with you. Some of the stories I read from your site were very convincing, while others sounded a bit like a hoax. Although my experiences would sound like the latter to many people, I swear that I believe that all I've seen to be true, although inexplainable. As many of your stories, my experiences also started in childhood. Mine, I believe, may be a result of troubled years, reflecting child abuse and fears of daily trials. Perhaps my apparitions were given a portal because of the fears. I remember as far back as my early adolescence, living in a house that sent a chill in me, and fear to go to the upstairs alone. Now, my very human predator used to always stalk me in the long narrow hallway around the wall from the stairway, which accounts for some of the fear. However, this person was not always present in my home. The feeling was always there. I remember at night I slept in an antique frame bed handed down through the family. I would lay very still, and that bed would shake like it had a vibrator attached. I heard sounds and footsteps. Once when I was a teenager, I was alone in the house. I wanted to wear a jacket that was stored in the third floor attic closet. I went up to the enclosed stairway to the top, thinking of nothing but retrieving my jacket. When I stepped onto the floor, an old wind-up antique Victoria record player started playing, a very creepy song called Fernando's Hideaway. I've hated that song since I was a baby, and my brothers would play it to frighten me and make me cry. I ran out of my house frightened by the song and about 10 blocks to my best friend's house. When I got there, her mother, known as the Gypsy Lady, was having a seance in her kitchen. The table these people were standing around rose off the floor just about an inch. I bolted from there too. To this point, most of my experiences were sound and physical experiences. I had not seen any apparitions. During my second marriage in my late 20s, my husband and I bought an old log cabin, which was hand-built with logs and stone from land it stood on many years earlier. It was beside the Chilisy Creek on old Indian grounds. This is where I began to see apparitions, both frightening experiences and enlightening experiences. Many things occurred. An unseen force put a large dent in a metal cabinet in the laundry room right before my eyes. My little 3-year-old stepdaughter would not stay in her bed. She would crawl under the bed to sleep or hide in a closet. One night, I found her under clothes in a laundry basket in the laundry, just outside of her bedroom. The area of the house seemed to be the most affected. It was here that one afternoon while putting clothes into her washer that I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I was alone in the house at the time. When I looked behind me, I saw a black hooded robed figure. I do not remember a face, nor do I remember this figure being much taller than me, at 5'4" height. I do remember getting very scared. I looked away, and then it was gone. A small bathroom was also off this room. I recall once while taking a morning shower, hearing animal growling and scratching at the bathroom door. These sounds disappeared when I began reciting the 23rd Psalm. One night while I was sick with the flu and spending the night on the sofa, I remember awakening to an apparition copycat that looked exactly like my husband in his pajamas in the bedroom doorway, but he was transparent. This also disappeared after a brief encounter. Our life together in this house was rocky, and I thought perhaps I was losing my mind. I didn't do drugs, and only drank socially. Everything that was happening was very real. One final memory I believe I have, which was as a result of my depression which I was falling into. I'd come to a point that I did not want to leave the house. I also knew in my heart that my husband was having an affair. One night after contemplating ending my life, I sought God through deep prayer and called the 700 Club to ask for the prayer line to pray for me. The same night while I lay in bed alone in my dark room, a light started to shine in the corner across from my bed. It grew brighter, and it was in the form of a bright light ball that floated across the room and hovered at my bedside. I was not frightened and reached up to investigate. I felt a hand from out of the light take my hand, and I heard a mental message saying that everything would be okay. The light then just went away. I was left feeling cleansed, happy, and pure, as if touched by God Himself. I wanted to tell the world that life goes on. I couldn't utter swear words and put down my cigarettes. The cleansing phenomenon unfortunately was temporary, and I slid back into my old ways after a few weeks. The divorce occurred. We moved out of the house, and my life went on. The okay part came a few years later, when I became a mother of my own child for the first time. I went to school and became a registered nurse. I fell in love with the man that I am now married to. That was the last apparition I've seen, until my nursing career took me into some old nursing homes. I tend to always work the night shift. It fits into my lifestyle. One night, while working in a home in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, I saw a strange occurrence. A helium birthday balloon floated out of the residence room, traveled down the center of a long corridor as if being held in the hand of a child. It bounced along, hitting the ceiling at times and floating down, but in a straight line. It moved down that hallway. The balloon took a turn at another residence room and went inside. This resident started screaming to get that out of her room. By the way, it was her birthday. The same nursing home was the place of violence, murder, and unfortunate dread. I have other stories, but this is enough for now. The Willard P. Hall Mansion on Hall Street in St. Joseph, Missouri, is haunted. Willard P. Hall was the lieutenant governor of Missouri during the last part of the Civil War. When the governor died, Willard assumed the office of governor. With the Civil War raging, he moved the state house from Jefferson City to St. Joseph. I don't know why he did that, because St. Joseph was pretty well known to favor the South. After the mansion was used as a residence, it became a rectory for priests who served the St. Peter's and Paul Catholic Church parish next door. As parishes were closed in the Diocese of Kansas City, St. Joseph, one priest took over the St. Peter and Paul Church and the Immaculate Conception Church, a church immediately west, about 3/4 mile away. The pastor leased out the first floor of the house, at that time, to United Cerebral Palsy and allowed me to live upstairs to oversee the property so it would not be vandalized. Most of the walls throughout the house were solid brick and stone construction, yet sounds of large rats could be heard scrambling within those walls. The light switches in the old servants' quarters upstairs, where I lived, were not up and down switches, but to be rotated in a circular manner. Those switches were observed rotating, on their own, turning the lights on and off. Dark shadows frequently covered doorways, eliminating all light outside those particular rooms. Once, when that happened, a loud scream, like that of a wild cat, lion, or tiger, could be heard, and it was ear-shattering. The room on the southwest corner upstairs that was my bedroom became so cold that ice actually formed thick in the corners of the room, and the walls were frosty. Sounds of music, like a very soft harp, was heard on occasion by a number of people. One parish council meeting stopped suddenly when one of the councilwomen, who was wearing a shoulderless summer dress, felt an icy hand placed upon her shoulder, and no one was behind her. And finally, many times, when it was very late at night or very early morning, one could hear footsteps throughout the house, followed by a conversation that always turned into an argument, and then was followed by the soft crying of a woman. The basement of the mansion appears to have been used by either slaves or prisoners, and there's a rumor that there's a cave entrance hidden somewhere in the basement that leads down to the Missouri River, a distance of about 1.5 miles. I never found it. When I called the pastor once in the middle of the night and asked him to come over and experience some of the things going on, the icy room, a darkened doorway, and the sound of a screaming large cat, he told me no way. Do you think I'm nuts? I'll come over first thing in the morning. He never showed up, and I moved. The place is still standing, but I haven't been back. Hello, I live in Newton, North Carolina, and I'm addicted to this site. My story happened about 5 years ago. Me and my sister Melissa lived next door to one another at the time. The house that she lived in had been vacant for about 16 years. The previous owner was, according to the neighbors, a very mean old lady who had been sent to live in a nursing home and refused to allow her home to be sold. It stayed that way until her death. As soon as she died, her children put the house up for sale, and my sister bought it. At first, it was just little things that happened. Melissa and my nephew, he was 3 at the time, were sitting in the living room with no TV on, and he asked her who was there because he heard people talking on the stairs. They were alone in the house at the time. The stairs were a hot spot in the house. When she was pregnant with my niece, she fell or was pushed down 3 times. Her family had went on vacation for the week, so I was left to take care of the animals. Well, 3 days into their vacation, I went over to feed and water, and I heard a horrible commotion upstairs. It sounded like the house was falling apart, so I freaked out and left and didn't return. When they got home from vacation, I told them what happened, and my brother-in-law went to check, and in their bedroom, which was once the previous owner's, and my sister's entire closet, was dumped out in the middle of the bedroom floor. Everything. My sister even remembers a very vivid encounter she once had when she was all alone. She walked upstairs and then walked back downstairs. There was an old rocking chair that she previously purchased and put into the living room after it was discovered that it was an antique. For whatever reason, she couldn't take her eyes off of it, ended up buying it, and it's a really old rocking chair. As she made her way towards the living room, from the distance, she could see a figure that was sitting in the rocking chair. The rocking chair was slowly moving back and forth, continuously without stop. The outline was light enough to make out, and it looked like a shadow, a gray mist, but it was definitely a figure that she could spot. She turned on the light, and it was like it was gone in an instant. Her eyes were not playing tricks on her. She literally saw something, and the rocking chair was still slowly moving back and forth. It eventually stopped, and that's when she heard a loud crash coming from upstairs. It completely startled her. She begrudgingly went upstairs to investigate, and as she went into the bathroom, she noticed that the mirror completely broke by itself. No logical explanation, just the mirror broken. Even though she was terrified, she ended up going to sleep anyway after she cleaned up the mess in the bathroom. But she couldn't even get to sleep. Mainly because her cat Smokey kept staring at the bathroom in the dark. Nothing but moans and groans. It was something completely uncharacteristic for him to do, as he never actually acted out in any way, shape, or form. But this night was particularly creepy for her, and the cat as well. Once, my sister was sleeping in one of the bedrooms, and woke up to an old woman walking across her bedroom floor to the window. She described her, and my mother went to the library to pull old obituaries, and showed the picture to my sister. She immediately broke down in tears because she was looking at the woman she had seen in her room. She immediately started packing and sold the home. The new owners now have similar things going on. Their daughter was pushed down the stairs, and their son has seen a man in one of the bedrooms on numerous occasions. And then he came home one day to find their cat dead at the foot of the stairs. My mom had about 3 years of on and off visitations. She would wake up around 11 at night with a start to see different shapes of grayish white fog, which every time she would think it was smoke and her house was on fire. Sometimes the fog was in a blue arc by her dresser. Sometimes the whole room was filled up with this misty fog. Other times, it was 3 big ovals by her TV. And even sometimes, she had a big oval on all 3 sides of her bed. The one that really scared her was when she woke up to see the fog by the foot of her bed. Then it flew over her with such a force, and went through a wall above her headboard. Mom even walked through the misty fog one night because, again, she thought her house was on fire and she jumped up to get her robe. I asked her if it was cold when she went through it, and she said that it wasn't, and it didn't smell either. She did see one apparition of a boy of about 18 years old. He was standing next to her bed with his head down. Mom said he was grayish looking, and she did not talk to him, but she felt an awful sadness emanating from him. Shortly after that, we had somebody come and clear the house. The woman who cleared the house said that since Mom volunteered at a hospital, she was bringing all sorts of spirits and ghosts back home with her. They sort of attached themselves to her. After that, Mom said the house felt very empty. It's been 2 years since her house has been cleared, and so far, so good. I think we also brought stuff in, because when we were kids, we used to play with the Ouija board in the 1960s. Now I know just how dangerous it is to use one of them, unless you really know what you're doing. But in the 1960s, you really didn't hear anything about the dangers of Ouija boards. It was just plain fun. When the person who cleared Mom's home found a ghost of a man under the stairs in the workroom, it kinda explained why my dad and my sister always felt like they were being poked in their backs by an unseen finger. And us kids always had to go into the laundry room to get pop out of a fridge for supper. We would get the pop and run upstairs as fast as we could. All three of us kids did the same thing. We couldn't wait to get out of that room. I really think that spirit hung around since we dug him up in the 60s with the Ouija board. He's gone now though, and hopefully at peace. A few years back, I was in a car outside Worcestershire State Hospital in Worcestershire, Massachusetts. The building was all boarded up, and I had a vision. This was the first time this happened to me, and it scared the wits out of me. In reading your website terminology, I think it was a residual haunting. I heard blood-curdling screams and saw a man in a striped nightshirt, like the nightgown type shirts worn in the 1800s, and wearing a derby hat. He had dark hair and a mustache. He was levitating near the ceiling of a hallway. It seemed to happen quickly, but the screaming was heart-wrenching. After we left, I was quite shaken. Sometime after, I discovered a website called opacity.us. A photographer posts photos of haunted abandoned mental health hospitals and other old abandoned buildings. He has pictures of Worcestershire State Hospital, including the boarded up building. I came across a picture of the hallway that I saw in my vision. What do you make of this? Was it a residual haunting? I've always experienced spirits or ghost type experiences, usually a friendly or mischievous spirit. I've also felt or connected with loved ones. Another odd experience involved myself and my 3 children. I woke up to one of my children screaming. I got up to check on him, and it appeared he had screamed in his sleep. I went back to bed, and when I did, I saw this creature that looked like one of the gremlins from the movie of the same name. It ran through the living room where my bed was, and through the front door. A few years later, I mentioned this to a friend. My children said that they remember that night and also experienced this. While we talked about the experience, my younger son drew a picture of the exact same thing we all saw. I was floored, as I had no idea that they had all seen this. I originally chalked it up to being half asleep, and perhaps I had imagined it. I just wanted to share this with you. In 1957, my family moved to an old farmhouse in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. I was 7 years old at the time, and as I went upstairs to my new bedroom with an armload of things, a terrible wave of fear swept over me when I reached the top of the stairs. From then on, I disliked that small area at the top of the stairs where it met the hallway. Unhappily, there was no way to avoid it. I had to walk through it to get into my bedroom. Other than that, nothing else happened that I know of until 1966. From my bed, I could see it out into the hallway to that small area on top of the stairs that had always frightened me. One night, towards the end of August, I woke up very, very slowly, only to realize that there was a terrible stench in the bedroom. It was like a mix of rotten garlic, human waste, and rotting flesh. Then I noticed the room was icy cold. Remember, it was August, usually the hottest time of the year in New Jersey. I was lying on my side, facing the doorway, and when I opened my eyes, I saw that the bedroom door was wide open, and a figure stood in the doorway, very close to the spot that had always spooked me. Since no lights were on, all I could make out was the silhouette of a tall, dark figure that seemed to be wearing some kind of long robe with a hood. What truly petrified me was seeing this creature's eyes. They glowed red and stared straight at me. But before I could scream, somehow the knowledge came to me from somewhere, my guardian angel, that if I acknowledged this creature's existence, I would be haunted for the rest of my life. So I pretended to be asleep, which was not easy. And after a while, I felt the cold room become warm again, the dreadful smell disappear, and the figure fade away. We moved out in 1967, and the house was torn down in 1972. I, for one, was not the least bit sorry to see it go. As a child living in our old cotton mill house, raised by my grandmother, great aunt, and her daughter, my cousin, I had many frightening paranormal experiences. I will elaborate on some of them as time goes on, but this story is a recap of many of the things I've experienced living in that house as a young child. I heard the classic footsteps, sounds of papers being crumbled, sounds of books falling when nothing was out of place. Everybody in the family, including myself, heard our names called. Once, I woke up and heard a soft, echoey female voice say deep magic. By way of explanation, deep magic was a facial moisturizer. I once woke up to see a tiny pinpoint of light in my room, which expanded until the entire room was bright as day, and then faded quickly back to darkness. Once I crawled under my grandmother's bed while everybody was outside, something I was not allowed to do, and heard a gruff voice beside my ear say one word, gray. I had then, and still have no idea what that could have meant, but I got the heck out of there from under that bed, and never went back under there again. I had an encounter, a long conversation in the house with a strange unknown elderly woman who called herself Granny Grunt. I saw a little black imp, the shadow of a skeleton, and a handless arm which came up from between the bars of my iron bedspread, and saw blood drip from the ceiling. When I was about 4, I saw a shadowy figure that at the time I thought was the Easter Bunny walk through the living room and disappear into the wall. I now suspect there might have been some sort of gateway in my cousin's room, because much of the activity seems to come from or disappear in that direction. One night, I'd gone to bed early and had a dream that a being, who looked what UFOologists nowadays call an alien gray, was trying to force a full-sized apple down my throat. I awoke, gasping for breath, crying and choking, with that feeling still lingering in my throat of something big being forced down it. My grandmother had an old rocking chair with a woven cane bottom, which creaked loudly whenever you would sit down in it or get up. When my great aunt broke her hip and later died of cancer, for 2 nights in a row, I heard something sit down in that chair, squirm around a little bit, and then get up. I once heard the sound of the chair rocking in the night. Additionally, while my great aunt was in the hospital dying of cancer, I was awakened 3 nights in a row by something banging on the front door. Of course, nobody was there, but my great aunt died 3 days later. Later on, when I was in my 20s, still living in that house, I awoke to see a short woman with her hair in a bun and a white apron over an old-fashioned dress standing by my bed, who quickly vanished. I had many experiences of being in that half-awake and unable to move state, while hearing voices talking and people moving around in the house. Once, while I was in that state, I felt and heard something leap quickly into the bed beside me and lie there, growling menacingly. It vanished, of course, when I was able to fully wake up. I finally got married when I was 28 and moved away. After my cousin passed away, I inherited the house, and my husband and I moved back into it. Strangely enough, I never heard or saw anything in those days we lived there together. The house was totally quiet and peaceful. My wife and I lived in Ringgold, Georgia, and have lived there for 25 years in the log home that we built ourselves, with a lot of help from friends and family. This was about 1983. About 3 or 4 years after we moved into our log home, some strange things began to happen. We would be watching TV when all of a sudden, the TV would go off, and when we found the problem, it was unplugged from the back of the TV. You have to turn the plug on the power cord to unplug the TV, and it was lying on the floor behind the TV. After this happened, we started to hear Indian music and some very low volume chanting in the bedroom when my wife and I would be sleeping. I would see the outline of a body on the wall, like a shadow moving, and it looked as if it was a stereotypical Native American. There was a moment where I went into the bathroom. In the mirror, I saw the presence of some dark face behind me. At times it would get very chilly in the house, even when it was warm outside, but only in one bedroom. We have a big wall clock hanging on the great room wall, and has 3 chimes hanging down from it for the doorbells. When you push the doorbell button, the chime plays a short tune. At times, for no reason at all, the chimes would start to move and ring like someone had pushed the doorbell button, but there would be no one there. Our commodes would flush, and there would not be anyone out there to flush them. We have found human bones in Indian pottery, arrowheads, and lead bullets. We do know that a Civil War battle was fought on our land, and we checked with a university in Alabama. They told us that this was an area that had a Cherokee Indian village back in the 1700s to 1800s. We reburied the bones in the pottery shards, and the strange happenings have not been as frequent as they were. We still live here and intend to stay, and the strange happenings have not been a threat or harmed anyone in any way. This is an account of events experienced by a close friend of mine. I've changed the names to protect the identities of the people involved. These events took place in Manchester, England. I met Charlotte some 2.5 years ago when we both signed up for a course of ice skating lessons. We got on well from the start and stayed in touch afterwards. Charlotte's father had started to suffer from dementia, and her mother was taking care of him at home. Unfortunately, her mother suffered a stroke in November 2008 and was unable to return home. Therefore, it fell on Charlotte to look after her father. Sadly, Charlotte's father died in his sleep in February 2010. This was a big shock as, although 89 years of age, he was very sprightly and in good health. As you can imagine, Charlotte was devastated. One of Charlotte's sisters came up from down south to stay with her in the days afterwards, and while they were arranging the funeral, they both slept in their father's bed. A couple of days after he died, Charlotte had a very vivid dream. In it, she saw her father as a young man in rolled up shirt sleeves and a tank top. He was running down a hill and hot on his heels was a dog, like they were having a race. She said her father looked very happy and full of life. She has never experienced anything like this before and felt it was her father's way of showing her where he was now. I asked her if she recognized the dog. She said her father used to talk about a dog he had when he was young, but she had never seen a picture of it. It was obviously a very profound experience because it eased her grief, in that she'd felt he had gone to a better place. It is now March 2010. I saw Charlotte over the weekend, and she told me what else had been happening. Charlotte, her sister, and her brother-in-law had been in their father's house clearing it out and decorating. Charlotte was in one of the bedrooms and came across an organ her father bought her when she was 16. She plays the piano. Anyway, she sat down and started playing it. The moment she did this, the phone started ringing. Bear in mind, the phone was disconnected some weeks ago. Her sister answered it, but there was no one there. While the three of them were upstairs in separate areas, Charlotte's brother-in-law asked who was making a drink. Her sister replied that they were all busy and that he should make his own drink. Her brother-in-law said that was not what he meant and asked who was boiling the kettle. When Charlotte's sister went downstairs, the kettle had just boiled and switched itself off. No one had put it onto a boil. A day or so later, Charlotte began playing the organ, and once again, as soon as she did, the phone rang, just like before, still disconnected of course. Charlotte said that one night they were sat around talking about their father, and the lights in the room started flickering. This has never happened before. As soon as they stopped talking, the flickering stopped. I told Charlotte that experiences like this are fairly common, and it's her father letting her know that he is still around. The last time I saw her, she was in pieces. After these experiences, although still very upset, she seems very much calmer and accepting. It is wonderful when things like this happen. If only it could be that way for everyone. Hello. I wrote to you a while ago about the house I grew up in, but I had something happen to me back in 2005 that I could never explain. My husband and I were going through the immigration process back in 2005, and while our case was being reviewed by the INS, my husband had to stay in Mexico. This was a very stressful time, and we were facing a lot of uncertainties. So we packed up and moved to his family's house down in Samoa, Mississauga. At the time, my oldest son was only 2 years old, and my mom had driven down with us to help with the INS appointments and to help us get settled into our new home. Well, so when we finally arrived to my husband's family home, we got unpacked and settled in to await our verdict. We would hear from the INS 6 months later. The house is basically two homes together. The building is L-shaped. It has the original house, and then you have to go outside into the courtyard to access the second house. This area had a bathroom and a store, and a supply room for the store, and above this was our apartment. This area had not anyone stay in it for maybe 10 years. This area was like a duplex attached by a door through the living rooms. So we took the left side and closed up the right side. Now, The side we took had an unusual feature. It had a huge bedroom that was divided by a wall and had an open doorway, so it was 2 bedrooms in one. We slept in one bedroom, and my mom slept on the other side. Now, this is a huge home, especially by Mexico standards, but we only shared it with 2 other people, my brother and sister-in-law, because the other family members moved about 10 years before. Nothing about this home seemed scary or creepy, but I did learn that between the 2 houses, 2 of my husband's toddler sisters were buried. I didn't know this until months later, so a few days after we arrived, we were cleaning and unpacking. My husband was down in the store covering for his brother, and my mom and I were upstairs cleaning the bedroom. She got tired and decided to go out on the balcony and sit. She took my son with her so I could continue cleaning. Well, I decided to sit down on the bed, and I was faced towards the window looking out. Well, I could see the door leading to the living room out of the corner of my eye. It was halfway open. While I was sitting there, the door opened up and someone walked into the little bedroom. I heard the door move across the carpet, and I saw out of the corner of my eye someone in a white shirt. I figured it was my mom and thought nothing of it, but then wondered where my son was, and I started to worry why she had left him on the balcony alone. So I called out, and no one answered. I got up and walked across the room and into the little bedroom. I was certain someone would be there, because I had seen someone go in there. Well, I was completely surprised when I walked in there, and no one was in the room. This really startled me. So I walked out into the balcony, and there was my mom and son. I asked if she had went into the room, and Mom just looked at me and said no. And no one but us and my husband were there that day. Another time, I was walking up our stairs to our apartment, and I had a vision flash in front of my face that completely terrified me. I still don't know what it was or why it happened, but it was at night, and I looked to my right at the wall, and there was this horrible face like a gargoyle, just for a second, and then it was gone. The only place I felt really uncomfortable at was the downstairs storage area. I would run past the place. It had a weird feeling to it. Nothing ever happened around there other than that feeling. The other times involved my son. During this time, he developed an imaginary friend. He would call it the baby, or babies sometimes. He would be in the hallway of the kitchen playing and say, "Oh, come see the babies." Or he would be talking, and I asked him who he was talking to, and he would say the babies. I didn't think anything of it until my husband told me about his sisters. Then I felt some kind of uncomfortable with it. One day, we were sitting in the living room, and he comes in crying and tells me that the babies are hiding under the bed. Well, I didn't want to look under the bed, but I did anyways, and of course, there wasn't anything there, but it still made the hair on the back of my neck rise up. The only other thing was one day, my husband and I were sitting on the couch and my son was playing on the rug, and we were just talking, and my son looks over into the corner and says, "Look at that man with the cowboy hat on." Well, we didn't see anything, so we just said, "Oh, is there?" And he continues playing with his truck, and we keep talking. Well, about 10 minutes later, my son looks up and says, "Oh, he's gone." I don't know. We had left 6 months later, and were able to come back to the US, and have just experienced all these stories that have occurred. It was weird, to say the least. Later, I was talking to my sister-in-law, a different one, who had grown up there, and I told her about her experiences, and she got really defensive and didn't want to talk about it anymore. So who knows? Thanks for letting me share. I had recently moved from our old apartment. We were visited there by an unknown presence. A couple of years ago, I'd won some haunted dolls I had bidded on. One was a doll owned by a murdered teenager. The obituary article about her murder was included with the doll. This is the one that I think may have brought on much of the phenomena. My sister heard knocking on my bedroom door from the inside. We live in the same apartment. I didn't tell her that I had the haunted dolls until she told me that. Gave more credibility to it that way. I tried to debunk it by saying that I may have knocked on the door while I slept, but she said no. She heard me up, getting ready for work, getting my clothes on out of the drawers. I didn't hear it from the inside though. It happened one more time the next morning, but she asked the spirit to leave, and then it stopped. But other things started to happen. Our music box mysteriously came to life with a full wind. Even though it was wound all the way down, it wasn't played for over a year. Then again 2 hours later, again at full music without being wound. Kept playing for several minutes. Also, our kitchen faucet moved from the right to the left overnight. It is hard to move it by hand. If that weren't enough, we had to unplug out of the power strip, and neither her or I unplugged it. It isn't easy to unplug. It was kept plugged in for the pump for the inflatable bed, which had a leak in it and had to be pumped up every couple of hours, so we never unplugged it. Our visitor made sure to make itself known. I remember one night I had so much trouble sleeping. I'm an insomniac, so I often wake up many times during the night. I went to fetch myself a snack, so I got up. The living room leads to the kitchen, so I have to walk through there to get to the kitchen. As I'm walking through the living room, I hear a monstrous laughter erupt, a deep voice saying "ha." It creeped me out for a second. Then I brushed it off and proceeded to the kitchen. I'm now sitting down at the kitchen table and can see the living room from where I'm sitting. The only light I had on was the kitchen, but it was dim enough that I was able to see a dark shadow move from one end of the room to the other. It wasn't my sister, because she was knocked out from rest, so I'm going back to my bedroom. As I'm heading past the living room, there was a window, and the curtains were moving by themselves. There was no wind or open windows, and no AC unit on. Nothing that could have made the window curtains do this. A second after this, I feel a pain on my arm, and female laughter, once again this time. I check to see if my sister is up, but she is still asleep. I dismiss it, and say it's just me and my imagination, so I finally get tired enough to sleep when I'm laying down and staring at the ceiling. That's when I see it. A face that looks like a witch, much like the witch from The Wizard of Oz. It appears only for a few seconds, but it really made me paranoid. For some reason, I was able to sleep. How I did so, I can't even say, but I did. When I awoke in the morning, I looked back at my arm, and there was a red imprint of a hand there, as if someone tried to twist my arm. I know it sounds crazy, but I wasn't too afraid, even after all that. I investigate places now and then for people, and I'm very much used to activity. My meter readings some nights were very high in some areas that are usually in the green area on the meter. Many times, I would ask for a sign that it was there, and then it would spike into the red zone. I sort of missed that activity after moving out, but perhaps someday it will return in the new place I moved into. I wanted to share a story with you about something that happened to somebody I knew when I was a young man in Minnesota that always sends chills down my spine. When I was about 12 years old, which would have been 1977. My brother Royce was working in a town named Worthington, Minnesota, about 30 miles from my hometown of Jackson, Minnesota. He worked at a lumber yard called UBC and had a friend that worked at a local grain elevator. The silos for grain elevators in that part of the country rise hundreds of feet into the air and have the capacity to store tons and tons of grain, whether that be corn or soybeans, whatever the silo is being used for at that time. Occasionally, the employees of the elevator climb a ladder on the outside of the silos and get into the silo via an access door at the very top in order to inspect the grain inside, making sure it's not too wet, rotting, or whatever. Inside the access door, there is a catwalk that circles around the entire circumference of the silo. My brother's friend climbed the outside ladder, opened the access door, and lowered himself onto the catwalk that circled the inside of the silo. After walking halfway around the silo on the catwalk, my brother's friend, I don't even recall his name any longer, observed what he thought was an excessive amount of moisture on the surface of the corn, which was what the silo was being used for at the time. So, being an industrious young man, he jumped over the catwalk rail and walked out onto the surface of the corn to roughly the middle of the silo to take a closer look. After inspecting the corn, he decided to just continue his journey across the surface of the corn to get back to the catwalk on the other side of the silo. As the catwalk was a few feet higher than the level of the corn, he had to grab onto the catwalk rail and bounce to get his foot up to the catwalk platform and swing his leg over the rail. As he swung his foot over the rail, he heard a noise behind him. Balancing with one leg over the catwalk rail and one leg on the catwalk platform on the outside of the rail, he turned around to see what the noise was. Much to his horror, the corn that he had just walked across was falling straight down, hundreds of feet to the bottom of the silo, which was cement floor. It landed with a crash a few seconds later. Instead of walking on solid surface of corn, as he had assumed, he had actually walked across a crust of rotten corn that had formed on top of the silo when corn had previously stored in the silo. The remaining corn had been removed from the silo the previous week. He spent a few months sitting on the catwalk, staring down into the depths of the silo, and then silently got up, went out across the access door, made his way back down the ladder on the outside of the silo, and took the rest of the day off. Oh, and the creepiest part yet, when he was heading back to where he was going, he actually saw in the distance a farmer of some sort, but it definitely looked like an apparition. As he was getting closer and closer to the man who was standing there, almost as if he was lifelessly stoned out of his mind, he disappeared. His face looked so rugged, disfigured, and he looked like he was emanating pure evil. He later awoke in the evening in his own bed to a man choking him out in his sleep. He woke up immediately, and the man was gone. The man, the same guy who he saw, the farmer in the fields. He was described as having the most bulgy red eyes he had ever seen in his life, in the face of evil. Something was going on there, and he couldn't quite place his finger on it, but it was definitely demonic of some sort. That farmer was very protective of the cornfields it seemed that he may have raised himself, although I'm not sure why he even appeared in the first place, in the field, or as a possible sleep paralysis or ghostly encounter at night. Nevertheless, it gave me nightmares for a long time. I've known about this Ghost Stories website for a long time, probably since the late 90s. I don't visit the site too often, probably 3 or 4 times a year, but when I visit it, I enjoy it. Anyway, I wanted to share a couple of stories that kind of dawned on me while reading the site today. While I was reading your site, I remembered some of the experience I had at Paris Island, specifically in the rifle range area. Well, when I searched on the internet for Paris Island haunting, I came across this story. This same event in regards to fire which happened to a friend of mine. He was so spooked that he woke me up early for fire watch duty because he couldn't take it. He saw a figure in the mirror in the bathroom. The difference between his story and the story from the link is that he saw the figure in the mirror, but to him, it looked as if he was in the bathroom. The bathrooms were in the large area we call the squad bay. The drill instructor's office was typically there. My friend had me go in the bathroom, but I didn't see anything. I took over his shift and worked mine. I recall hearing sounds like someone was moving in the bathroom. I checked a few times, but I didn't see anything. If I'm being honest, I was hoping that I would, which is why I didn't mind taking a double shift. My second story is an interesting one, because it was an experience we all witnessed. Again, this was in the same barracks where we stayed for the rifle range. We had all entered the barracks after lunch, and we were all standing in front of our foot lockers as our drill instructor, Sergeant Minix, was yelling at us over something. He was standing right at the door that we always used to enter and exit the barracks. We're on the second floor of the 3-floor unit. Well, while he was yelling, there were 3 distinct knocks on the door. It was the 3 knocks that all recruits had to do in order to approach the drill instructor at his office, or when a recruit has to enter another squad bay. By knocks, they were not traditional knocks on the door, but more like hand slaps against the door. As soon as the 3rd knock was heard, he flung the door open. Now, if someone was standing there, they would have had a door to the face. There was no one there, and there was absolutely no possibility that someone could have jumped out of the way or hid. They would have had to run up or down the stairs, or jump over the railing and taken a very high and nasty fall, and would have been obvious just hearing footsteps. Looked up and down the stairs and said, "Must have been a ghost." It was the time of day where all platoons would have returned to their barracks, so it wasn't some recruit falling behind or a drill instructor late. That just doesn't happen. Paris Island is very orderly in everything. Of all the ghost stories I've heard, I've never read or heard one where a room full of people experienced the same thing.
I read many of the stories on your site and decided to tell one of my own. This is the scariest and most unexplainable thing that has ever happened to me. First, I'll give a little background information. I grew up on a farm in rural South Georgia and spent a great deal of my free time fishing, hunting, and exploring, and always doing this by myself, since there weren't a lot of other kids around and I only had a younger sister. I never really experienced any fear of anything, other than being late for dinner, all the years I was growing up, and I can't recall any paranormal experiences other than the one I'm about to share with you. I had a best friend from school that I started hanging out with after we became old enough to drive and got our trucks, which are required for country boys. For the next 2 years, we did most of our hunting and fishing and troublemaking together. After we graduated from high school, we even went to the same local college and continued to hang out. My granddaddy owned a farm in the same county that we lived in, and I would go deer hunting on his land sometimes, but I had never taken my friend there with me. Behind my grandparents' house were several barns, then several large fields, then a large pond with a swampy area, then a large pasture that stretched from one side of their property to the other, property line to property line. This wooded area was immediately behind the pasture and also encompassed the entire back side of the property. The woods were also enclosed on the back and on each side with a 4-foot tall fence, since cows were allowed into the pasture and wooded area at times. You will soon see why all this detail is important. On the 3 sides of the wooded area were large open fields belonging to the neighbors, with each field belonging to a different neighbor. Take note that there are no more trees or woods close by. During the fall of our first year in college, I had scouted these woods and put up 2 deer stands, one on each side of the property on the property lines, but also very close to active deer trails and signs. These stands were no more than 100 yards apart, and about 150 yards into the woods from the pasture. I decided one weekend to treat my friend to a little hunting paradise, although I had yet to see anything other than squirrels all season long. We went to the woods about 4 p.m., with it being dark by 6. I took him to his stand and then proceeded across the woods to mine. Just after the sun went down, I heard my friend whistle loudly, obviously trying to get my attention. I whistled back. He whistled again as though he didn't hear me. Again, I whistled back, even louder this time. There was no response. About 5 minutes passed, and then I heard him whistle again. But he was closer to me than he should have been, but still through the woods somewhere. I found this very strange, since we were supposed to sit in our stands until after dark, and then meet up in the pasture to walk back out to the house. He whistled again and was even closer, and I could tell that he was almost running, and he started calling out my name. He sounded panicked and was coming straight toward me, although there is no way he could know where the deer stand was, since he had never been there before, and I didn't respond to him until he called my name. I climbed down from the tree stand as he approached, and when I got on the ground, he ran up and said, "We gotta get out of here. Something big is after me." Instead of joining him in the rush, I stood there looking and listening. Sure enough, in a few seconds, it sounded like a bulldozer was coming through the woods, but without the engine. I could hear trees breaking and large bushes being shaken and trampled, and it was coming right at me, with the sound becoming deafening, as though it were right on top of us. I started running down the fence headed for the pasture, and realized that my friend had run ahead of me and stopped. When he saw me running, he took off running again. We ran as fast as we could through the woods, with the sound of massive destruction right on our heels. As we broke out into the pasture and got about 50 feet from the edge of the woods, the sound stopped. We continued to run until we were halfway across the pasture and turned to look at each other as we ran, both realizing that either we were no longer being chased or there was just nothing to be torn and crushed in the pasture. We both stopped and turned around, dropping to the ground and shouldering our rifles, aiming to kill whatever was behind us. To our amazement, there was nothing there. The daylight was almost gone, causing the woods to appear as nothing more than a black blob. I told my friend to get up and run for the pond while I guarded the rear. Then he would stop and guard the rear while I ran to him. After meeting up again at the pond, we both walked in silence back to my grandparents' house. We got into our separate trucks and drove to our parents' houses, not mentioning the event until many years later. We still remain close friends then and even today, but we still don't know what happened in the woods that night. I did return to those woods a week later by myself, but in the middle of the day, I walked over the entire wooded area and never even saw one broken branch or bush. I walked in the fields around the wooded area and saw no large or unusual footprints. My friend never returned to those woods with me, even though I returned many times day and night, and never again experienced any strange occurrences or sounds. I know there was nothing physical in the woods that night, but whatever it was, I obviously didn't want my friend there, and he got the point loud and clear.
My family and I took a trip to Tennessee in the summer of '08. We went all over the place, such as Jackson and Nashville. On our second to last day before we left to go home, my family decided to go to Franklin because we had picked up a brochure of haunted places in Tennessee, and so he went to humor me because I was interested in hauntings at the time. This city, not known to most people, is actually the site of the bloodiest battle of the Civil War, even worse than Gettysburg. There are 2 houses that were the main sites. One of them was the Carnton Plantation, which is the setting to my story. The plantation was creepy enough when we drove up to it, without even knowing the history. When I got out of the car, I looked up at the house and noted how beautiful it was. Then my attention was averted to the balcony on the second floor. There, standing on it, was a man. He was clearly dressed in a Civil War uniform, though I quite can't remember which color, and I could clearly see that he had a beard covering his jawline. He stood there with his arms behind him, as if he was gazing out, overlooking troops. Of course, at the time, not knowing any of the history, I thought it was just a tour guide taking a break out on the balcony. I even hoped he was going to be my family's guide. Later, once we were on the tour, I noticed that none of the employees were dressed like 19th century citizens. Of course, then we got the history of the place, and I understood why this place was considered haunted. When the battle itself was both going on, and when it was over, injured soldiers were treated inside of the house. So many, in fact, that there are stains of blood inside of the house that will not come out of the floor. Many soldiers obviously died inside of the house. When we continued our tour upstairs, we entered a room with a door to the balcony. This is where I learned that no one was allowed out on the balcony. This confused me since I'd seen that man out there. When the guide took the group into the room across the hall and began talking, I couldn't pay attention. The closet in the other room kept grabbing my attention because it had a piece of black cloth in it. Finally, I tried to keep myself focused, and it was going well until a gentleman in the group got bored and decided to go out into the hall. I watched him leave, thinking that it was very rude and should come back. For some reason, when he left, I noted that the sun was in a position that didn't cast a shadow of the man's head on the hallway wall. Once again, I turned my attention back to the guide, but the man in the hallway began to wander in the hall, and that distracted me. When I turned to watch the man, there was suddenly a very clear and defined silhouette of a man's head and shoulders with a bearded face that traveled across the wall, then just disappeared. It startled me at first. Then I got excited because I thought I must have seen a ghost. Then I thought, no, I have to be practical about this because that man is out in the hallway. Once the tour guide was done talking, I went outside into the hallway way. The first thing I noticed was that any shadow from the tourists on the wall wasn't that dark or defined. Then I noticed that the way the sun was facing caused the shadows to be cast on a completely different wall. The silhouette I saw couldn't have been from anyone on the tour. Then I noticed that there was an upstairs where I thought maybe an employee could be working. That theory was completely dismissed when it appeared no one was up there. There wasn't any logical explanations for the silhouette. It wasn't until my family returned home a few days later that I decided to research what I had seen. After discovering that there was a frequent spirit there that was called the General, I made the connection. The details from past eyewitness accounts were identical to mine. He stands out on the porch, has a Civil War uniform on, and has a beard on his face. I was, and still am convinced, that I saw the General on that day. This took place shortly after I had turned 16. My dad was working up in Oregon and Washington, but was based out of Rainier. I went up to live with him, I guess, just to do something different. I was used to being around the city type of atmosphere, and it wasn't too long before I grew bored. Not that the Oregon country girls in that area didn't stir my blood. It's just that they mainly wanted to waste their time getting high or drunk, tipping cows, or shooting the passing ships going down the Columbia River, which I don't mind. I just miss the city lights or something. Anywho, I'd been out partying with a friend and drove off the side of a mountain, another story which would take a while to go through, and I thought my dad was probably going to kill me anyway, without benefit of blindfold and a last smoke, so I decided to hitchhike back to Oklahoma. Needless to say, I lacked understanding of just how far I was from Oklahoma. My newfound compadre decided to go along, because he had gotten in recent trouble with his folks and wanted out of town too, so he took off. Somewhere between Portland and the Dells, on I-84, which was only a 2-lane at that spot. We were really tired and looking for a place to sleep. By this time, I'd found out that this hitchhiking thing wasn't for me, and it really should be called a lot of hiking and not enough hitching, or something similar. And what seemed weird was that out in the middle of nowhere, the fences were really well kept, and I didn't want to get caught up climbing one. No houses, no anything. It was simply just nice fences. Anyway, we found a rather peevish looking fence about 3/4 of a mile before a bend in the road. The moon was out and actually lit up the area pretty well. There was about 3/4 of a mile behind us from the last turn in the road, and like I said, about the same in front of us before the next one. We were in a valley or whatever they're called that the road went through, and it was really a beautiful sight. Just as we were fixing to jump the fence, a car came around the bend from in front. Of course it was too far off to see us when it rounded the bend, but we didn't want it to see us climbing the fence when it came abreast of us, like the owners of the land are out cruising in the middle of the night. The sides of the road in that area sloped down at a very sharp right and were gravel, at least on our side of the road, so you didn't have to go far to be below the grade of the road and out of sight of passing motorists. It went down probably 15 feet though, well below the road. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that since. Just as we were sliding down the slope out of sight, I caught sight of something way down the road, just the side of the curve. The lights of the oncoming car caught it, just as it was making the curve. Whatever it was, went down the embankment on the opposite side of the road from us. I asked my friend if he saw it, and he said yes, he saw something. After the car passed, we peeked over the top of the road, and right when we started to climb back onto the roadway, because we decided we didn't want to sleep in that area anyway, we saw what appeared to be 2 guys pushing a motorbike climb up where we saw it go off before. This was still about 3/4 of a mile at least off, down the hill near the curve. We slid back down the slope, out of sight. I really don't know why. Then we kinda just looked at each other. A motorbike? We both looked at the incline behind us. If you pushed a motorbike off the side of the road down this embankment, you'd have a heck of a time stopping it before it went all the way down, and the river was on their side, and even a harder time getting back up. I couldn't imagine trying to get it back up to the road, assuming it didn't go into the river. We both peeked over the top, breathing really quiet and shallow, watching for another couple of minutes, when all of a sudden, it stood up. It wasn't 2 guys pushing a motorbike. It was something that had been on all fours and stood up, and it was huge. At least twice as tall as us, and by the way, we weren't midgets. I almost crapped myself. I started looking around, and the fence, by this time, was looking mighty small. Thinking really fast in that fight or flight mode, and the flight was definitely the way I was leaning towards, I realized that, thank God it had been his turn to carry the backpack, which would slow him down, and had the only food we had in it, and on top of that, I thought I could outrun him. Maybe I wouldn't want both of us. I looked at him, saw the panic in his eyes, and knew he was thinking along the same lines. I knew I couldn't run. I also knew that I had to sense us when it got directly across from us. I pulled out my little pocket knife. I knew that we're going to die, and all I could think of was, Lord, please let it be quick. I peeked over the top again, and it was almost even with us. I might have whimpered, silently of course, but I also noticed that the wind was blowing in my face from his direction. There might be hope. We ducked back down, and we could hear it almost stop right across from us for a moment or two, then start on up the road again. It was almost to the curve up the hill from us from the direction we had originally came from, when another car came around the bend downhill. I thought about jumping out in front of it and yelling for help, but if it didn't stop, then whatever that was would know that we were there. We waited, and it disappeared below the other side of the road, like before when the other car came. This time, it didn't come back up. I don't know how long we waited, but we finally climbed back up and continued down the hill and around the curve. We didn't say a word or breath, anything about a whisper, till we cleared that bend in the road and was a mile or two away. When we called the Dallas, we called our parents to come and get us. We'd had enough of the open road in Oregon. I don't know what that was, but I still think about it sometimes. I've had a few other things happen to me in my life, but that really scared me. My boyfriend and I saw the state park on our way from Arkansas to Illinois and thought we should check it out. We'd never heard of this place or even seen it before. We parked in the parking area and got out of the car to explore the woods. Naturally, I had to use the restroom, so I went to the bathroom, and once I got to the toilet, I had a terrible feeling of being watched, and I truly felt like someone was in the bathroom with me, but obviously, I was the only one. The feeling of this presence was so unbearing and evil that I ran out of the bathroom the second I finished with my pants down. Once I got out of the bathroom, my boyfriend and I started down the path. Within 30 seconds of walking, and still within 30 feet of the bathroom, my boyfriend and I heard a loud footstep, crunching the leaves. In fact, it was multiple footsteps. My boyfriend thought it was a bear or something, because of the heftiness of the steps, so he was searching and searching for a bear, or anything, but he couldn't find a thing. I didn't mention the bathroom to him, but after not too long, I insisted we continue. I know there is something terribly evil in that bathroom. For a while, nothing else odd occurred, and we continued on the path which goes down to level ground, with a large lake on one side. But soon after we got to this level ground area, the sun started settling, and that's when things got uneasy again. We both started to hear something large walking in the leaves again. Sean, my boyfriend, really wanted to see what it was, and at this point, I felt like we were really in danger, and that something else, unnatural, was there. So we barely started to move farther into the woods when Sean told me he saw a shadow or something farther in. Then, I was done. I told him we had to go, and I cannot be here any longer. So, I ran like hell back to the car, and Sean was close behind me. Once we got to the car, I was at the passenger door, ready for him to unlock it. And of course, he tells me that he hears that thing we've been hearing in the sparsely wooded area, directly in front of the parking lot, which is to the very right near the parking lot, and that he has to see what it is. So, I had him throw me the keys, and I got in the car. He got in within a minute, and I asked him if he saw anything, and he said he just saw that a dark shadow moved behind a tree, but nothing else. Needless to say, we booked it off that mountain, and it really seemed like a car was trying to chase us down the mountain. But we may have just been super spooked from the woods experience we just had. But I will note, we were driving at about 65 miles an hour, and the speed limit was way less. I forget now what it was specifically, but I want to say between 30 and 40 max. Plus, it was a mountain road, and very windy, and frankly, difficult to traverse at 65. Also, during the time I was taking pictures, the whole time we were in the woods, nature shots, that was actually the entire reason we were there in the first place, and the pictures were neat. The day ones didn't have orbs, but the night ones all did. and I thought maybe it was from the lake reflection or something. But I took a picture out of the car window at the moon right after we got in the car, and in that photo, there's the moon in like 30 orbs. It's amazing to me. I mean, I've never taken any orb photo ever before, and I took another photo of the moon out my window about 30 minutes after we left the mountain, and only the moon. I did some research to find anything on the area. It seems it was established on an old Indian burial ground, but few findings on much else, and I never found anything on cars chasing you out of this place. Be careful. During the day, the bathroom is really the worst part, and seemingly off the trail, but I just wouldn't go at night. And also, Sean didn't seem to have the feelings as intensely as I did, so if you're the right person, the feeling might not be too overwhelming. I was thinking about my dog last night, as he was put away a few years ago, and the immediate remembrance of a very weird experience me and my dog had in my home in Tallahassee. This home, prior to any construction behind us, was all wooded landscape and ran into Lake Jackson. Within this wooded area were several Indian burial mounds. One day, shortly after I moved there for a new job, I took my dog for a walk, unleashed, back in the woods. I saw those mounds, but really did not know that they were Indian burial mounds. My dog and I both walked over these mounds just being adventurers. When I returned from our walk, my neighbor asked me jokingly if I let my dog run loose back there, and my response was yes. He then stated that I would see a black bird perched somewhere soon in a tree close by, and that this bird would be watching me. I laughingly asked why, and he said that if we walked over those mounds, we would have possibly wakened the spirits, and that the bird was their watchful eye on me. Well, of course I thought this man was crazy, but he was actually a very nice and intelligent man, as I learned later. So only about 2 days later, I returned home from work, and I recall thinking about the black bird Betty told me. So I peeked around the left side of the home to look into the wooded area, and lo and behold, there was a blackbird perched on a tree, staring at me. He would not take his eyes off either. Needless to say, that was creepy. So that very night, I was in my office, and my dog was usually laying in the living room by the fireplace. As I was doing my work in the office, my office chair was budged about 2 to 3 inches forward, with a force that felt like someone actually pushed the chair. I instinctively reached by, looking over my right side, expecting to see my dog. No dog, nothing. So I quickly went into the living room, only to see my dog laying down facing the hallway entrance, which is where my office resided, as well as 2 other bedrooms. And he had his head between his paws, staring and growling at something in the hallway. Talk about getting freaked out. So I grabbed my dog by his collar and tried to lead him down into the hallway, and he resisted every attempt. He was scared, obviously, and he definitely saw or sensed something. I did not see anything at all. As I walked into each room through that hallway, I did not see or sense anything. Then I walked into the bathroom in the master bedroom to find that my candle, which was lit, went out. So that night, I kept all lights on. The following day I came home and looked again for that weird bird. He was not there. So I took my dog outside to do his thing, but then noticed he was limping. Then he fell to his side with pain in the backyard. As I made the observation, I noticed that in his groin area, he had a large tumor-like bulge coming from this area. I immediately took him to the veterinarian, and I recall she had no explanation for it, but prescribed medication to reduce the swelling. Within 2 weeks or so, the swelling went away. Looking back at that, I really feel that the spirit, or whatever it was, made that happen, as my dog was still young and very healthy. After that week of weird occurrences, I never had anything further happen. I never told my neighbor what had happened, as I did not want to look silly or have rumors flying around. But for sure, I can tell you that I know in my own gut that what that neighbor told me came to life. Dogs can definitely sense or see these spirits, as we cannot apparently. Between the bird, the bump on my chair, my dog growling and acting scared, and the bulge in his groin area, all made sense that something was in that house. Never walked in those woods again. I no longer reside there either. This is a ghost, entity, evil demon, spirit, and whatever else was haunting our home, I can tell you. I will never forget what happened as long as I breathe air. We moved into this big house when I was 15. It had been empty for about 10 years. It had old, creaky wood floors and a ton of doors. Everywhere you turned in the house, there was a door. Don't ask, I still can't figure it out. It was a doctor's house. In the very back of the house is where he saw his patients. Yes, some died in the house and his office. Both my grandparents also died there. The very first thought we had activity, about 3 a.m. in the morning, there was someone banging on our front door. My grandfather would get up and no one would be there. This happened all the time. We'd drop our car keys in the glass bowl right when we walked in, and they would be in a different part of the house. Things were always showing up all over the house. It likes to play tricks all the time. So many things happened, I can hardly recall them. All but this one I will never forget in my life. I would love to forget it, but it just won't go away. I was 20 years old and just had a baby. I had my daughter in a bassinet beside my bed. I fell asleep watching Michael Jordan play basketball in the Olympics. My bed had a tall headboard that sat up against my bedroom window. I also had floor-to-ceiling curtains, very heavy curtains. The windows were shut. The curtains were shut too. I was sleeping on my back as I fell asleep to the TV. The TV was still on, and the baby was fast asleep. All of a sudden, I felt a strong man's hand covering my whole face. He was trying to suffocate me. I was in panic mode. His grip on my face and nose was so tight that I couldn't breathe or scream. I was looking up at the ceiling thinking I'm gonna die, right there, right now. It seemed like an eternity, and I was losing my breath. Then, the phone beside my bed rang. It stopped. I jumped so far out of the bed across the room and looked back thinking I was fighting off an intruder, and no one was there. I looked out the window. Nothing. I looked in the mirror, and I had a bright red handprint on my face. It was evil. It was an evil something. I was praying out loud for whatever it was to get the hell out of my house and leave me alone. I've never been that terrified in my life. Never. I looked out the window, and it was pitch black. I got the feeling like something was out there laughing at me, or mocking me. The baby never woke up. It was her father on the phone. I told him what happened, but he thought it was a dream. I know from the start it was as real as I'm sitting here telling you today. Not long after that, my grandmother and grandfather died in the house on 2 separate occasions. I was left in this huge house all alone with my 2 children. They were 1 and just months old. The house was always freezing, no matter how high the heat was on. I would hear talking that I could never make out. Footsteps up and down the hallway, pinching, grabbing. The lights never worked. I changed the bulbs all the time. When I did the laundry where the old doctor's office used to be, I could feel a breath on my neck. I could see shadows of people out of the corner of my eye. It was a living nightmare. The energy was so thick and heavy, even on the brightest day. I was scared to death to be there alone and go home after work alone. I would just sit up with the TV on until I could fall asleep and pray to God that I didn't have to go to pee in the night. I was so scared to get up. The day I moved from that house was the happiest day of my life. I could have stayed there forever in that big house, but I wanted out. I still, to this day, 19 years later, have vivid dreams of what happened. All the things I heard and all the things I saw. I've only told a few people this story. I've seen and felt both good and evil from a very, very young age. My nanny told me I had the gift of seeing and hearing spirits, like I was a light to them. I've had so many experiences I can't count. Most are very bad, but I have a couple that are good. I'm terrified of the afterlife. I pray that God carries me to heaven. If you don't believe, I'm telling you, there are things you can't see, but they can hurt you and make you so depressed you want to die. They can touch you, hurt you, and mock you, and laugh in your face. I know. Here's my story. It will be interesting to see what everyone else thinks of all this. I was at a friend's house listening to music tonight, Saturday, April 12th. He's a drinker, so he was feeling pretty good. He was at the computer with his back to me. I was on the couch directly in front of the TV, which was off. The only light on was right above the computer desk. To my right was the entryway, which was dark, pitch black actually, but I could see the reflection of the room in the TV. He was playing "Oh Death" from "Brother Where Art Thou." Song itself gave me the creeps, when suddenly I looked into the TV and saw a solid black figure of a tall man start to step out of the darkness of the entryway and into the living room. I didn't see anything like clothing or facial features, just tall and solid black. My friend at the same time swiveled his desk chair and pointed towards the entryway where he saw the figure. The figure stepped back into the dark as quickly as it appeared, as though it didn't want him to see it. I looked at him and said, "Did you see that too?" To which he replied, "See what?" He was only being animated during the song, but for sure didn't see anything. I've experienced several things at this house. He has not though, and it upsets him. But what I experienced that evening was the most eerie and frightening thing for sure. I know it wasn't one of his friends, or someone goofing off. It isn't easy to walk into his house, through the front door, and not be heard. The floor is tile. We walked over and turned on the light, and we both looked. There was no one there. I just went home. I couldn't stay there, and I begged him to come with me, but he wouldn't. A few days later when we talked, I asked him if he had ever had any seances or similar things in the house. He had first said no because it was his grandma's house, and he moved in about a year after she had passed. But then he paused, and then he said, "Well, remember when we cleaned out the attic? There was a Ouija board up there." Well, no, I didn't remember, and I told him to get his house cleansed, but he was just laughing at me. I've never been back to his house since that night. About 2 weeks later, he got an unintentional EVP, which is very eerie also. He has a voice-activated recorder and was recording a couple of programs off the computer for a friend at work. He turned off the computer and the TV isn't hooked up anyways, but when he woke up, there were 3 recordings instead of 2 on the recorder. I know he's pretty up on computers, but he didn't make this EVP himself. Actually, it scared him, and he said he wasn't going to listen to it anymore. Even though I'm not sure whether I do in fact believe in ghosts and the supernatural, I must be the Ghost Stories world's biggest fan and relentless reader, and have been a patron of your site for many, many years, at least a decade now. Like I said, not being totally sure whether I do actually believe in ghosts, I've never had a story of my own contribute to your website. However, over the past months, possibly years, certain things have happened in our current rented home. Occurrences in this house that made me think twice, maybe even 3 times about what I actually do and don't believe in. My husband Craig and I have been living in our rented home here in Melbourne, Australia for almost 4 years now. We rent privately and know very little about the house and its history, apart from the fact that we are private renters and the rent has always been almost ridiculously cheap. The house isn't that old, however. It would only be about 15 or 20 years old. We do know, however, that several of the last tenants that lived here, families with children, by the look of the wall drawings in the study and backyard, moved out fairly quick after moving in, which has always puzzled me, as the house isn't in that bad a shape. The neighborhood is okay, and the rent, like I said, has always been ridiculously cheap. Any questionable incident that has happened in this house has either taken place in the lounge room or the nursery. My daughter is now 3 months short of turning 3. I remember one time when my daughter was tiny. She would have been 6 months old at the time. We'd put her to bed in her cot in her room. She's always been a fire alarm screamer, and on this particular day, after screaming for about 10 minutes, she quite suddenly stopped dead. Assuming that she had just fallen asleep, I walked outside into the backyard about 10 minutes later to feed the dog. I looked through her window subtly to make sure that all was calm in her room, when I noticed a very strange thing. My daughter did not look close to sleeping at all. She was in fact staring intently at the ceiling. I watched her eyes move from left to right and so forth, as if she was watching something very closely, but there was nothing there. Not thinking all that much of it, I went back inside and continued on with whatever I was doing, thinking that she was just boring herself off to sleep. A few weeks later, something very similar happened to this again, except this time, it was in the lounge room. Heidi was sitting with me on the couch. The family dog was also in the room, sitting by my feet, as Heidi all of a sudden started staring at the ceiling again, with much the same intensity as before in her room. This time, the dog joined in and was making much the same eye and head movements as Heidi was, as if they were both watching something on the ceiling move from side to side. The dog's hair then stood on the back of its neck, and he started growling, which frightened me, as he is one of the friendliest dogs in the world and wouldn't hurt a fly. Then, being a bit of a wimp, he got up and snuck into the next room and didn't come back for about a half an hour. This sort of thing has happened about 3 or 4 times since then, but nothing besides this has ever happened either. No apparitions or noises or banging. I've sometimes had the feeling, though, that we are not alone here. Nothing like this ever happens when my husband is at home, only when I am alone or with Heidi. A couple of days ago, it happened again. Heidi started off by staring at the ceiling, and then her gaze diverted to her toy basket in the corner of the room. She looked at me, smiled, looked back at the toy basket, pointed, and yelled baby. The word baby doesn't necessarily mean baby to Heidi. She calls newborns babies, as well as toddlers up to about her own age. I asked her, where, Heidi? Where is the baby? There, she persisted. There, baby. I shrugged and looked away again and hoped to dear God that she would stop pointing and looking at that darn toy basket. She did, thankfully, after only about a minute or so this time. What do you honestly think about this? Fluke? Or something more than just imaginative child playfulness? This website has mentioned dark, powerful energies such as imps, and I noticed the creator of this website has seen what could be called imps. Imps are described as devil spirits, who are demons, and small in stature. I've had many experiences throughout my life like the one the web creator had growing up. I don't like talking about them so much, and do my best to keep it dormant, but I did read their story, and I've had an experience with a small black figure that sounds like one of the imps described in that story. Me, my daughter, and my wife all used to sleep in the same bed till our little girl was 1.5 years old. Around the time my daughter was that age, I remember staying up till close to 1 or 2 a.m. watching a long movie. When I was finished, I went to the room and turned on the bathroom light to brush my teeth. Our room was well lit from the bathroom. Since around the age of 3, I've had dealings with spirits as well. So, when I was about halfway through my brushing, I pretty much knew from that feeling I had that something was happening. I looked in the room where my daughter and wife were sleeping, and called from behind my daughter in a fetal position was a small black figure. It looked human, but it moved, behaved, and felt like it was something else. It looked towards me, got on all fours, and scurried across the bed lightning fast. I kinda jumped back, but it disappeared when it hit the floor. The strange thing was, after I got into bed, my daughter, eyes closed, still asleep, did the exact same thing the figure did before I went to bed. Only my daughter stopped with her still sleeping face right in mine, then laid back down and was normal again. Some other things started happening after that, but I don't know if they're related. I hope my story helps you figure out what these things are. My story begins about 3 years ago. I was 27, and me and my husband were expecting our first child. We had been living with his mother, but since I had become pregnant, we needed a place of our own. My parents owned 2 houses, one in which they lived in, and the other right behind theirs. My oldest brother and wife and children used to live there, but he bought the house right next door to my parents. Always wanted to stay close to our family. We're very close. Now that the house behind my parents was unoccupied, my mother asked me to move in. My husband and I gladly accepted. We would have more room and a place of our own. Well, the very next day we moved in, I was about 41 weeks pregnant and needed to go to the hospital to be induced for labor. We had a healthy baby boy. After our stay in the hospital, we returned to our new home. About 4 to 6 weeks after we moved in, I started hearing a noise in the middle of the night, coming from the closet in our bedroom. My husband worked a graveyard shift most nights at the time, so I was alone at night with our son a lot. The noise was that of the closet door opening. I had put a long rectangular mirror on the closet door, those that are about 1 foot wide and 4 feet long. It had 2 hooks that went over the top of the door, so as to hang the mirror. So every time you opened it, it would screech very loudly, since the metal hooks rubbed against the door frame. Well, like I said, about 4 to 6 weeks after we moved in, I heard this very loud screech at about 2:30 to 3 a.m. I woke up and realized it was the closet door opening. It opened about 4 inches. We had 2 chinchillas that slept on the floor at the end of the bed, and I just rationalized it to one of them opening the door with their paw. But I know that would have to take some effort, since the metal hooks over the top of the door made it hard to open, and would make the door get stuck. I didn't really get scared. I just looked, then went back to sleep. About 2 weeks later, again, me asleep, alone, middle of the night. Then the screeching sound of the closet door opening. I woke up, and this time, sat up and looked at the closet door. What just happened? I checked on my baby in his bassinet next to my bed, and he was fast asleep. I looked at the chinchillas. They were awakened too, and looking at the closet door, but had not moved. So again, I felt no fright and went back to sleep. Again, a few weeks later, my husband had a day off, so he was home that night. And again, about 2 or 3 a.m., the screeching noise of this closet door being pushed open from the inside. My husband wakes up and just stares at the door. Now he saw firsthand what I had told him about. The last time this happened was some weeks after that. Again, I was alone at night. I heard the screeching sound of the door opening, only it sounded like it opened a little bit wider than just 4 inches this time. I sat up and looked at the door. The chihuahuas were staring at the closet door as well. This time, they stood up. Then the closet door started opening a little bit further still. That set the chihuahuas off. One was barking at the closet door like there was no tomorrow, and the other ran under the bed crying and howling. Their reaction is what scared me the most. My heart was racing. I put my head under the covers. The closet door didn't open further, but it took me forever to get back to sleep. After that night, I was scared of the closet. I told my husband, and he put a lock on the door. I closed it and locked it every night. I didn't open it again. Only one thing happened after that. About a year later, the closet door became increasingly harder to close. It would get stuck, and I would really have to push to close it completely. One Sunday night, about 7:30 p.m. this time, I again was home alone. My husband was working, and my son was with my parents in the house in front of ours. I was watching some TV, and I didn't like to leave the closet door open anymore. So I walked over to the closet door to try and close it completely. I was really pushing, and I started banging on the door with my fist to try and close it. It was almost closed. Then, while I was banging with my fist, right on the other side of the door there was a loud bang, as if someone hit it with their fist. It was right on the spot I was hitting it. I could feel the vibration against me. I stepped away from the closet door. I tried to stay calm. I'll try to sit down and watch some TV, I told myself. I sat down, but could not keep my eyes off the closet door. After about 30 seconds, I decided I couldn't stay in the house any longer. I left my parents' house in front of mine and left the TV on. Why did that scare me so much? I was fine when the closet door would open in the middle of the night. Was it because I was so sleep deprived from having an infant son that it was so easy for me to go back to sleep? The fact that I heard the banging on either side of the closet unnerved me so much. Thinking back, I remembered when I was 14 and my brother first moved in the very same house with my then 4-month pregnant sister-in-law and her 4-month-old daughter from a previous marriage. I remember shortly after they moved in, her telling me she thought the house was haunted. I asked why, and she told me that at night, she would see the closet doorknob rattle and turn. Oh, it's just her imagination, I told her. Even at 14, I would rationalize everything. I guess it wasn't her imagination after all. I later asked my niece, now 21, if she ever saw anything. She told me she did, which I later write about. This is something completely different to my experience, and I think it had something to do with her and not the house. She also used to tell me that the closet door used to open in front of my brother until he confronted it. Then it stopped. Thank you for taking the time to read my story. I live about 20 minutes from an old covered bridge in Mableton, Georgia. This is one of the places I've been to in the surrounding area and where I had the most happen. In 2004, we went on a last-minute hunt to the bridge. I know you're supposed to be better prepared, but I kept most of my things in the car at all times, just in case. We of course had heard the local legends and wanted to see for ourselves, so we headed down after about midnight. Even then, the traffic on the road was just heavy enough that we were unable to try the chocolate thing with the car, so we parked up the road a ways away at the Comet Trail parking lot. We walked down and took our flashlights with us. On either side of the bridge are orange streetlights, so the bridge is lit up all the way through. One in the group brought her cousin, and I didn't realize at first that he had been drinking, or he would have stayed behind. He got up in one of the bridge's windows and peed into the creek below. After yelling at him to stop, I realized I could no longer see the lights on either side of the bridge. Our flashlights also stopped working, all of them. After the temperature dropped and it became dark the way it did, I told others it was time to leave. We then saw the streetlights turn on for a second, and then in the distance, at the other end of the bridge, two kids dressed in formal attire, standing and hand-holding. Had to be about 30 seconds, but we saw it. We froze, then started back to the car. As we walked out of the bridge, we heard what sounded like little kids laughing, and they actually touched and poked at our backs as we hurried as fast as we could back up the hill. One of our group reported hearing a voice in his ear telling him to run. I have to say it was unsettling, and though I haven't been back to the bridge yet, it hasn't stopped me from going to other places. I've heard voices and gotten pics, and even had things happen at other sites. This one was one of the best ones, because I don't get physically touched by them often. I also believe nothing would have happened if he had not upset the spirits the way he did. I'm very much more careful about who I bring with now. Only one town over from our home stands one of the largest and most ornate railway stations in our state. The owners worked over 20 years bringing it back from neglect in a time gone by, as their second love is antiques. They have decorated it with period pieces throughout, now opened it as an outstanding restaurant. My husband and I often bring friends there to enjoy not only the wonderful food, but for the pleasure of watching them jump as the Amtrak fly by, only feet from the window. There is a very small organ that has been placed on a wall, not far from where we often sit. Several meals ago, our waitress entertained us by telling some people have commented there is a ghost attached to this instrument. One said she saw a very small, frail old lady standing by it, saying this isn't right, indicating dismay as to how our organ came to be sitting in an eatery. The waitress went on to say they never like to work alone when closing up, as there's so many unexplained noises. We enjoyed a meal there today, and as always, our conversation turned into the many thousands of people now gone that pass through these massive arched doors. Out of nowhere, I smelled a very strong odor of ivory soap. Mind you, we are eating fish, no one is passing by, and the other tables haven't changed their patrons. I say nothing, but a moment later, my husband smells it and says how weird it is. Such an uncommon smell today. It lasted for about 3 minutes. There was no explaining the smell. As we finish, we wander through the hall looking at various rail-related antiques and move on to the outside. There's an Amtrak train on the track, but it is going slow. Strange, as they usually are speeding enough for an onlooker to feel their wind as they pass, heading for Boston. It comes to a complete stop at the station. A man in uniform gets out and looks at the front and then under. turning to us. He says he thought he saw someone laying on the track. He walks about, making a full inspection. Then he gets in and then starts going. We see the riders in their seats. But as we watch, he stops again, just down the track, and repeats the inspection again. Strange day. This place should be investigated. This is my second entry and story. This takes place in Rusk, Texas in the 70s. This story comes from an acquaintance of mine, who is really more of a good friend of mine, of my good friends. Mike and Katie were married and had 2 children. One was a 9-year-old boy, and the other was a 5-year-old girl. They moved into a house that had a shotgun-style layout. In other words, you entered into the living room, and there was a straight hallway all the way to the back door, with all of the rooms off of this one main hallway. Mike and Katie took the first door on the right as their bedroom, while giving the children the last door on the left to their bedroom. One night, not long after the move, Mike and his wife were sound asleep when they were awakened by screams of Mommy and Daddy, and turned on the nightstand lamp to find both their children wide awake and terrified. The children claimed to have seen a man with a hat on and a beard peering into their window. Mike immediately got his gun and ran around the back, where he found an empty field and no sign of anyone having been there. At first, they were under the impression that this man had a ladder because the back of the house stood on a steep grade down, and no one could be peering into one of the back windows without a ladder. But the occurrence repeated itself, and finally, Mommy asked the kids to describe exactly what they had seen. Their stories were both told at different sessions and matched completely. What had woken the children was a strange light out the window and someone walking up and down on what sounded like wood boards. They said this man leaned over and looked down into the window, and he had a shotgun in his hands. The couple moved the children to another room, and Mike did some laborious digging into the history and county files in the house. Through newspapers and files, plus some additional info from some of the older townspeople, Mike learned that this house had once been at another location, and when it was moved, it was turned around so that what had been the front of the house was now the back of the house. He also learned that the man who had died at the house had been arrested and died in prison for shooting his wife and her lover in their bed with a shotgun. I've sent in one other story about my mother's house in Illinois, but I have 2 more stories to share. I was raised by my grandparents. Their house has its share of odd occurrences. Knocking sounds from within the walls, an apparition of my great-grandmother, and eerie feelings down the long hallway to the bedrooms. One night, I was around 9 in 1989. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. My bed was facing the doorway, and I could see into my grandparents' bedroom across the hall. The hall is only about 4 feet wide. The only light visible came from a small night light in the outlet at the center of the hall. As I was tossing and turning, trying to fall asleep, I looked out into the hallway and saw a young woman with curly hair, her body glowing faintly. She carried a candle in her cupped hands. She walked slowly and paused for a second and turned to look into my grandparents' room. Being the nervous child I was, I quickly pulled the covers over my head and ignored it, eventually falling asleep. Years passed, and I never saw another apparition. When I was 16, 1996, I was still living there. I grew up in that house, 13 years total, and had moved across the hall, having switched rooms with my grandparents. I decided I would try an experiment. I found a dress similar to the one I saw the apparition wearing, so I decided I would put it on and sort of relive that experience. I have very curly hair, and it was the same length as the apparitions. I put on the dress, grabbed a short white candle, turned off the hall light, lit the candle, and took the path that I had witnessed the apparition take. I took the same route, made the slow walk, paused at my old bedroom door, looked in, and walked into what was now my bedroom. Was what I saw a ghost, or merely a glimpse into my future? Was I seeing myself on some other intersecting point of time? I'm still trying to figure that one out. Next story. This occurred in 1997, while I was at a Native American ceremony in the woods in Nebraska. We had been out in the woods for about a week, living in our tents and teepees. Ceremonies going on throughout that time. I'd heard the stories of spirits who lived in the trees, and being as curious as I am about the supernatural, I was nervous and excited to see what might be out there. For the first few days, things were normal, and I went about my business working in the cook shack, making large quantities of food for the huge number of people there. One evening, after dinner, I was sitting at a table with the aider, talking about the name he had just given me, Star Woman, for my love of looking at the stars for hours on end, when my right hand suddenly went ice cold. My mother was sitting to my left, and I said, "Wow, my hand just went freezing cold." There was no wind, and it was July in Nebraska, pretty hot, even after the sun went down. She said, "Oh, don't worry, that's just a spirit touching you." I can't recall the name for them, so I'll just say spirit. I think it was Wayne Guy, but I'm not sure. Okay, no big deal. Our tent was set up along the perimeter of the tree line, with an outhouse about 50 feet to the right. On several occasions, while walking to the outhouse, I noticed black human forms in the trees. When I'd shine my flashlight on them, they were gone. I attributed this to my imagination. A few days later, a friend who had brought along for the trip was sitting in my tent with me, talking about the day. I was on the left side, leaning back on my arms, with my lantern flashlight next to my left hand, about 12 inches away. It was the kind where you could pull up the body of the flashlight to reveal a lantern. We were talking, and we noticed the light shifting in the tent. There were no other lights, aside from a bonfire on the side of the camp at about 300 feet. I looked at my flashlight, and it was standing on its edge. All we could do was sit and watch it. It stood on its edge for about 2 minutes. Then we decided to leave the tent for a while, because we were a bit freaked out. The flashlight had a rounded head, not a square one. My hand did cause the tent floor to dent in slightly, but my flashlight was nowhere near my hand or the dent I made in the floor. The light was literally standing on one rounded edge. When I mentioned it to my mom the next day, she quipped, "They were playing with you. They must like you." I wasn't really scared, just a bit nervous, considering we were out in the wilderness with no lights. I was intrigued more than anything, considering the nature of the ceremony we were attending. I'm certain the spirits were focused by our activity. I hope to return to that spot in the future. This occurred in Miami, Florida in 1980 when I was 15. I still don't know if this was a paranormal experience, but it was unsettling nevertheless. I was babysitting for the next door neighbors one evening. Their daughter was down for bed, and I was in the family room watching TV. They had a small anchor biter type dog, and it went to the double sliding glass doors that led out into the rear patio and pool area, like it wanted to go to the bathroom. All of the homes in this area had a screened-in patio pool enclosure, and when you opened the sliding glass door to step out into the patio, immediately to your left was a screen door that led into the backyard. Unlike most of the homes in my neighborhood though, the backyard was surrounded by a chain link fence. So I go and open the sliding glass door, which was completely covered by trays for privacy, to let the dog out. The dog steps out, and I immediately hear the crunching of grass in the yard to my left, as though someone is walking in the backyard. Startled, I look to my left, and there is what appears to be a man, adult size, reaching out as if to open the screen door. I immediately slammed the glass sliding door shut, scared out of my wits. I stood frozen in fear in the living room. Silence. After a few minutes, I cautiously peered through the curtain onto the patio. No one there, just a dog sniffing around. I let the dog in, and he did not appear agitated at the least. I never thought much about it after that, until years later. If there was someone there, why didn't the dog bark? If it was supernatural, animals are known to get agitated, yet nothing. My imagination? Definitely not. Nothing like that ever occurred again in subsequent babysitting for that neighbor. When I was young, my grandmother owned a very old rustic country summer home in a small village about 3 hours away from a large city where I grew up. There was nothing particularly threatening about the outside of the house. To a casual onlooker, it just looked like an old quaint house, much like the majority of the houses in the village. During summer break from school, my parents would send me there, since my grandmother always took her vacations there, far away from the busy life in the big city where we all lived. Though I missed my parents a lot, and didn't get along well with my grandmother, I still, for the most part, enjoyed the large garden with its old apple trees, a berry orchard, and a large vegetable garden. The inside of the house had a very different feel to it. First of all, it was definitely very old and somewhat musty, because it went unused for a large portion of the year. In one of the bedrooms where the wallpapers was peeling, you could see several layers of different color wallpaper, which makes me think that the house was owned by many people before my grandmother, though she had for many, many years. Though it had a sink, it did not have a toilet or a shower. Instead, there was an outhouse outside and an outside shower for summer use. There was one room in the house, which was added sometime after the original house was built. It was a slightly newer, open space with many windows, painted in a pleasant pastel color. It was located at the very back of the house. For some reason, my grandmother insisted that this particular room is where I would stay. If you were to simply look at it, you would find absolutely nothing threatening about this room. However, for some reason, I was terrified of staying there. My parents always remarked that unlike the other children, I was scared of nothing. I always slept with the lights off, never had any incidents where I was scared to be alone, and never had any childlike fears such as a monster in the closet, etc. So, my parents found it highly unusual that being 8 or 9 years old, I was absolutely terrified of this room. I would beg my grandmother to let me sleep in the bedroom in the main part of the house, but she always told me that I was being silly and there was absolutely nothing wrong with the room. Yet at night, with the lights off, I couldn't help but hear unusual creaking sounds, knockings, and what sounded like footsteps after my grandmother had gone to bed. Having never been scared of anything, I would pull the blanket almost all the way over myself, except for my eyes, out of which I could see faint black shadows moving along the corners of the room. I tried so hard to convince myself that I was just imagining things, but the extreme uneasy feeling never let up. I felt like something in the room could physically hurt me if it chose to. I told my parents and kept asking my grandmother about the room, but my questions were sidestepped, and I was always told that I'm just imagining things. And maybe it's because the room is sort of isolated from the rest of the house, and that makes me nervous. And of course, I got the usual explanation of it's just the house settling, etc. Since the house had no hot water, they couldn't blame the water heater. Things would go on like this every summer I was there. On a few occasions when I was allowed to sleep in the bedroom in the main part of the house, I felt much more at ease and was able to fall asleep much easier. In the other room, the uneasy feeling would keep me awake for hours, which was highly unusual for me since I never had trouble sleeping anywhere else. Yet, though significantly weaker, the effects of that negative energy permeated the entire house. To wash up before bed, we would heat water in the kitchen and put it in a basin. On numerous occasions, when I was washing my face or giving myself a sponge bath, since the only shower was outside, I had very strong feelings of being watched, to the point where I would do what I needed to do as fast as possible and would turn to look behind me, expecting someone to be there. One particular occasion I remember very clearly. It was broad daylight, and my grandmother went to the local market to buy food, while leaving me at the house by myself. I was about to go outside to the garden when I heard a loud female voice clearly calling my name from the living room. Utterly confused since I was supposed to be the only one in the house, I went to investigate. My grandmother was still out, and I confirmed that I was alone. Then I heard the same voice again, calling out to me urgently from another room. I was really freaked out and almost ran out of the house, but made myself go and see if anyone was there. I saw no one. When my grandmother got back from the market, I told her what happened, and she told me many people imagine someone calling their name when they are home by themselves. Even then, I thought it was an odd explanation, since I never had an occurrence like that before. And actually, I haven't had an occurrence like that in the nearly 20 years since then. Sadly, since I was still a child, I never found out the history of the house before my grandmother finally sold it after she was too old to maintain it. I don't envy whoever owns it now, though. Okay, one of my first experiences with ghosts was when I was about 5 or 6 years old. I was in Texas at my grandmother's house with my brother and cousin. We were sleeping in the living room, and I heard kids playing in the background. Then I heard a man call my name. I thought everyone else was up, and my grandma was waking me up. I stood up and opened my eyes, and there was no one there. It was also silent. I thought it was a dream, but then I heard kids again, and a man's voice started to call my name again. I now knew that this wasn't a dream. I ran to my grandparents' room and told them there was a man calling my name and that there were kids playing. My grandma said I was having a nightmare and to go back to sleep. I got into bed with them and went to sleep. About an hour later, my cousin came into the room, saying that a man wouldn't stop calling his name. My grandma thought it was maybe a coincidence and told us to go to sleep. Nothing ever happened to my brother. A few weeks later, we got a call from them, telling us that they were moving. My grandpa had gotten up about 1 a.m. to let the dog outside. And when he turned around, all of the dog's squeaky toys started squeaking, and there was a woman standing right in front of him, and it wasn't my grandma. They found a house and started moving as quickly as possible. We came down to help them. We lived in Oklahoma at the time, and my grandma told us that there was a family that lived in the house, and the dad and kids all died in the house fire. We never found out who the woman was, though. Thank you for letting me submit my story to you. This is one of the scariest, but I have lots of them. For as long as I can remember, I've been able to feel and see spirits that no one else could. It took me many years to discover what this ability was, and that I wasn't alone. I don't remember my very first ghostly experience very well, but my mother does. She told me the story many times. I was 3 years old, and we were visiting my grandmother at her home in East Boston. I walked into the back bedroom, my grandmother's room, and then back into the dining room and asked my grandmother about the man in our room. She asked me to describe him, so I did. She turned to my mother and quietly said, "She has a gift." She handed me a photo of her and my deceased grandfather and asked me if that was the man. I said yes, but he was skinnier now. My grandfather died of a brain aneurysm, a complication from a bout of meningitis in 1952, 34 years before my birth year. 1 year later, I was 4. We moved into a new home. Directly behind the house was the cemetery. We lived in that house for the next 14 years. There was a very heavy, eerie feeling that surrounded the stairs. Something watched you from the base of the stairs while you were in the living room, or at the top of the stairs. Every so often, there was footsteps and the sounds of someone falling down them. When he went to investigate, nothing was there. The basement was the worst place. It felt like something like a voice grip was squeezing your chest. I could never go down there. I was apparently the only one that felt it. My sister told me after she moved into her room down there that she never quite felt alone, and she'd get this odd headache, then smell something really awful. My dad made sure everything was perfectly safe before she moved everything down. There was no explainable reason for her experiences. I've had experiences outside the house as well, in cemeteries, in other people's homes. Recently, I began to investigate haunted places in New England with my friends. Since moving into my current residence in 2005, though, I haven't had any experiences at my home. We lived in a small farmhouse with a huge backyard, and beyond the fence, an even larger pasture. I was 11 years old when we lived there, and we, the kids, would always explore the backyard, especially at night, and play hide and seek all of the time. One night, in this big backyard, I was alone and looking out at the pasture when suddenly I felt as though I was being watched, and I turned my head to look at the house when I saw a transparent man looking at me, and then he disappeared a few seconds later. My uncle had died when I was 4, so I assumed it was him watching over me, and ventured into the house and went to sleep. A few minutes went by with no strange happenings when I went over to a friend's house and spent the night with her. We had a little bit of a slumber party and ended up sleeping in the living room when she woke me up at about 3 a.m. in the morning, apparently scared out of her mind, and told me she had woken up to go to the bathroom. That made her hair stand on end. Then saw a shadowy tall figure of a man with a pressed suit on, no hands or feet, and some kind of burlap bag over his head with a rope tied twice around his neck. So naturally, I thought she was kidding around, trying to scare me. So I got up and ventured into the direction she was pointing, when I felt this strange sensation, and boom, like magic, he was there. I ran back and told her that I had too seen it, and she ran into her parents' room and got them out of bed, and naturally, they told us there were no such things as ghosts, and told us to go back to sleep. We lay in the living room a long time, just watching this thing pace back and forth, and waiting for dawn so we could finally get some sleep. and about 5 in the morning, the visitor disappeared, and we soon fell asleep. Never in a million years, if someone would have told me this would be the beginning of a 19-year-old haunting, would I have believed them. But that is exactly what happened. Not just to me, but to my friend also. It seemed that this ghost visited us every night at the same time for almost 2 years at first, just pacing the halls, then turning things off and on, changing TV channels and radio stations, swinging things in the walls, just little annoying things that at our age would scare the crap out of you. One of the scariest nights I can remember was one night at my house. We were sitting on the bed eating ice cream when we both got that spooky feeling and fell silent, and we smelled something burning for a second, and then we heard the most guttural scary movie growl I've ever heard in my life. We threw our bowls and ran into the living room, where I felt the need to spoil the beans to my parents. Of course, they told me we were crazy and that our imaginations were great. A few months later, I was still insisting to them that something evil was in the home, and they kept telling me the same thing and began asking me if I needed help like counseling or something, but I kept fighting with them about it. By this point, even my brothers thought I was insane. A few months later, my parents decided to move because I stuck to my story, and they were hoping that if they got me away from my friend, that my imagination wouldn't work overtime. We moved about 65 miles from that town to another farmhouse that was even older than the last one. The same thing was happening, only instead of pacing back and forth, the figure began to float to my bedside, lean its head to the side, and make noises like it wanted something from me. This was a nightly ordeal for a few months, and then it began to start touching me. I could never see its hands, but I could feel the icy cold prickle sensation that came with it, working its way up my bed, to my legs, up my body, and even surrounding my head. Most nights, I was too afraid to move and afraid to cry out, so I laid in my bed, silently weeping. This went on for quite some time too. Then it began to lay in the bed beside me and touch me off and on all night, as though it was testing me to see if I was scared. And trust me, I was terrified. But when 5 a.m. rolled around, proof he would vanish. After a few months of this, in a ton of lost sleep, I finally got the nerve up to throw a pillow at him and yell at him. You know, things like, "What do you want from me?" And he began to put his head to the side, even more, and grunt, as if he was replying, "What?" Remember, the figure always had a pressed-on pinstripe suit and some kind of burlap bag over his head, with a rope that showed to be strung around his neck at least 2 times. So, I never saw a face or even heard him speak, anything other than the grunts it was doing that night. But shortly after my temper tantrum, it left. Finally, a few nights of peaceful sleep, until I was awakened by heavy footsteps in the foyer, going through the kitchen, which was not like him at all, and then the burnt smell again, and I was so afraid that I would hear the growl again, that I remember thinking my parents would surely find me dead in the morning from a heart attack. To make a long story shorter, here's a list of things that happened. After that night, I never saw the burlap ghost again, but strange things and sounds and figures would keep me up all night. It was like an open portal in my bedroom. I would wake up scratched up, heavy breathing in my ears, pressure on my chest, racing black silvery balls across the ceiling, red eyes racing through my room and disappearing, laughter, waking with my arms bruised as if someone had grabbed me, something cold that I always assumed to be a hand, because I felt something like a huge ring hit the bottom of my foot, grabbed me by the ankle, and almost slung me out of bed. A Bible was slung across the room and landed on my bed, is I had taken to the habit of filling my room with religious items. In one night, so much activity in my room that my younger brother was awakened and came in only to turn white and started screaming. And to this day, he will not tell me what he saw. So on to the future. I turned 18, still struggling with this haunting, or whatever you call it, and joined the military, and it still followed me. Even being stationed in Iceland, it was still up to no good, and my best friend, who was also my roommate, would say things like something is not right, and it was doing all of its little tricks again, like turning things on and off. But she seemed fascinated with it, so I told her the entire story, and she didn't seem to mind. She had just wondered what I had done to have this happen to me. Finally, a few years of peace without one thing happening. I'm now 24 and live with my boyfriend in our 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, and nothing. Another year of peace when he tells me one morning that he felt like he was being choked in the middle of the night, and he has some bruises on his arm. I say nothing because I don't want him to think I am crazy, but it keeps happening, and then I wake up, look at the clock, and it's 3 a.m. again, and something is breathing heavy in my ear. I got up and went into our guest bedroom, and nothing, so I fall asleep for what seems like a few hours. But when I wake up, it is only 40 past 3, so I attempt to get up, and I can't move. Something is strangling me and hitting me all over. I struggle to get up, but I can't move. I can't even scream. This went on for about 15 to 20 minutes, and proof the struggle is over. This time, the attack is so severe that I consider calling a team of specialists out to see what it is, but I never did. Shortly after that, my boyfriend and I split up, and I moved to Oklahoma to be with my family, and nothing has happened since. Once in a while, I get a strange sensation, but I don't think about it twice and just keep doing what I'm doing. It has now been about 2 years since anything out of the ordinary happened. There are many more things that happened during this trying period of my life, but for me to write it on here would take a year at least. For those of you who read this and think I'm crazy, I can only say that maybe someday my little brother will tell me what he saw. My fiance had just died in our townhouse. This was in 2002. He had offed himself in the head. I went back later because I couldn't go back there for a while after he had died. Anyway, I went back and I kept feeling a hand brush across my forehead. One night, I was in bed and was about to fall asleep when something grabbed my foot and was pulling it downward. I freaked out. I was the only one in the house. Then, I had a friend come over because I was afraid to be alone because of these things happening. My friend was downstairs and I was upstairs, coming out of the bathroom, and a dark floating figure floated right by me. It almost ran into me and would have had I not stepped back. It telepathically told me it was not here for me and that I had gotten what it wanted, and also will not look directly at me. I somehow felt like I was being protected by God, and the thing was actually afraid of me. I didn't feel scared. Later on in the month, I took a bunch of pictures of the townhouse because I wanted to remember the good times where my fiance had lived and been very happy together at one time. I was planning on moving because the memory of his death was just too much for me, and I always had this creepy feeling there since he had died. After I got the pictures developed, there were 120 photos in all of several different rolls of film of different things, and then the one that I had taken pictures of, the inside of the townhome. Out of all these photos, I'd taken 3 of the exact place where he had died, and only those 3 photos were what appeared to be flames right in the place where he had passed. It almost looked like the portal to hell. Seriously. To this day, I cannot explain those pictures. They were taken with a very expensive camera. No other photos I had developed before or after that had ever had those flames in them like that. Just the 3 that were the exact location of his body when he died. My name is Malin, and I've just turned 21. I live in Sweden. In my parents' house, I've experienced some strange things that I really can't explain. My sister and I have always felt that there is a presence other than us. My parents don't believe in that kind of thing, and have always told us that it's just our imagination. One of the first things I remember is that my father had gotten this stuffed animal that looked like E.T. He got it from his students as a present. I must have been about 4 years old and had recently seen the movie with my sister, and for some reason, I thought that E.T. was the most scary thing I've ever seen, so I didn't like this doll at all. In our basement, there are a lot of different rooms. In one of them, we had a huge box filled with stuffed animals. Every time I went down there, I took the E.T. doll and put it in the bottom of the box, under all the other stuffed animals. But the next time I went down there, the E.T. doll was lying on top of the others again. This happened repeatedly. Every time I went down there, it didn't matter if I waited 2 days or 2 minutes. I of course asked my sister and my parents about it, but they swore that they had nothing to do with it. Of course it could be so that they lied to me every time I asked them, but I find that hard to believe. Anyway, I solved the problem a couple years later by giving the E.T. doll to one of the guys in my class. I constantly heard, and still hear, cracks and other sounds in their house, footsteps, and sometimes voices. They've always been there, and I guess I got used to it, but it took a few years before the next big thing happened. I was 15, maybe 16, and had moved down to the bedroom downstairs. I didn't like sleeping downstairs, but it was either that or a tiny room upstairs. One day, I was sitting in my bed, writing in my diary, when I heard a knock on my door. I was surprised because I was alone in the house and hadn't heard either the car nor the door open. I said, "Come in," but when no one entered, I got up and opened the door, but there was no one there. I thought it was strange, but went back to my diary. I had hardly any time to pick up my pen before I heard another knock. This happened a couple times and really scared me, so I locked the door and crawled under the covers. Then I heard scratching outside and froze, just to hear meow, one of my cats. At first I thought it was my cat who had caused the knocking, but I've never met a cat that can actually knock that hard. Another time I was in the bathroom upstairs. I just finished washing my hands and was outside the bathroom when I remembered that I left my watch on the shelf in front of the mirror. I turned to go get it and took a step into the room when a bottle of lotion literally flew off the windowsill and landed in front of my feet. The window was closed and there was no wind to speak of outside. If the bottle had fallen off the windowsill because it was placed unstable, it would have fallen right down in the cat's litter box, but instead, it flew almost 13 feet. I calmly went out of there, closed the door, and got into my room and locked the door. I've also seen a boy in the basement, a teenager. He's not transparent at all. He looks as real as you and me. I've only gotten short glimpses of him, but I know he has brown hair and a green shirt. For some reason, I most often see him around Christmas and other holidays. I wonder why. Even though some of these things scare me, I've never felt threatened, so I guess whomever or whatever is present in my parents' house doesn't want to harm us. I'm one to be afraid of the dark, but there are feelings I get. Feelings that tell me to get out. Almost a communication from my location. The basement has been home to incidents experienced by me and my slightly older sister. My experience is weird. I went downstairs to retrieve something for my mom, when I was near the stairs, an opaque dark shade of gray temporarily blinded me. Whilst running up the stairs and wiping my eyes, I swore I heard something. My sister heard something too. She was on the downstairs computer once. It had basic features. She swore she heard something whisper something close to her name. My sister sprinted upstairs as well. Finally, my parents' room. I come in on rare occasions, like when the light in TV is on, or when my mom or dad are watching a good movie. My room is on the other end of the hall. I need to pass my parents' room. When I pass their room, I see strange things at the end of the bed. I see dark, almost impish figures. Once, I could have sworn I've seen red eyes. Now, for the sound, it is very creepy, yet inconclusive. I have no idea what the sound actually is. Once, when the family and I were in the living room, I heard a broom sweep in the back of the house. Weird part, there was no broom in the back of the house. Plus, just today, on 3/20/2008, I heard something in my room exhale. I know it wasn't me. That had freaked me out. The feeling. I think I may actually have been touched too. Once, when I was 8 or 9, I was watching a show on urban legends. I felt something run something gently down my back. It was around 10 or 11, but I got up anyway, and I went to the living room where I found my mom. I told her what happened, but she just said it was just the curtains. I lived in a home in North Salt Lake City that my children and myself had many experiences over the years that we never could explain other than the supernatural. My husband, myself, and 2 children lived in this house for over 12 years. There's a family that now lives in the house, and I do not want them to cause any problems by giving them out the address of the house. I will say that the house is located on 5th North. My children attended Jackson Elementary School when they were young and graduated from West High School. My daughter was sleeping and thought she heard her name being called, and when she opened her eyes, there was a man with a beard sitting in a rocking chair, holding a hat in his lap. My daughter's bed was hung from the ceiling with chains, and her bed was 4 feet from the floor. My daughter said the man turned his head towards her and grinned at her. She also said that her rocking chair was even with her bed and was 4 feet off the floor. She told me she pulled the covers over her head, and when she peeked out over the covers, he was gone. My son told me of a man with a beard and a top hat sat on the end of the bed. My son heard his name called, and when he even looked in the direction of the speaker, the man sitting on his bed, the man grinned at him. My son pulled the covers over his head, and when he looked out, the man was gone. I was alone in the house for a few days, and on 2 different nights, I was awoken to the sound of music, violin, and tinky sounding piano. The lights were on in the kitchen and the front room. As I entered the kitchen from my bedroom, the music stopped and the lights dimmed, and as I entered the front room, the lights dimmed. and I found myself standing in the middle of the front room in the dark. I heard footsteps in the stairwell, and when I got to the bottom of the stairs, the lights were on upstairs. I started walking up the stairs, and with each step, the light got dimmer, and about at the 5th step, it was now dark upstairs. I could write about many other things that happened at this house. We never felt anything evil with our experiences, and it was always our own fear that scared us. I believe the house I grew up in was haunted. My family all makes jokes about how it was just all my imagination. There were several different occurrences throughout my childhood, nothing on a regular basis, but frequent enough for me to believe that something paranormal was going on there. I lived in this house from birth until 18 years old. I'm now much older, and I still believe what I saw and felt was real and inexplainable. As a child, I always woke up in the night to get a drink of water or a snack even sometimes. I wasn't overweight, but it was a running joke in my house that I always had to get up to get something to eat at night. On several of these occasions, I would walk out of my bedroom down the short hall and into the living room where we had one of those old TVs that when you turned them off, the colors would dance for a short while and then go out. My parents were early to bed, early to rise, so I know the TV couldn't just shut off. But I would go out, and there would be a human face made from those colors that actually would just swim around when it was shut off. I watched the TV during the day, and it shut off, and always watched to see what the colors did, but they never made the face during the day, only at night, after the TV had been off for hours. The second occurrence that freaked me out completely was on one night. I was standing at the refrigerator, which was on the same wall as the doorway that led down to a small landing, which is where the back door was, and the stairs to the basement were. I always felt watched downstairs, and couldn't stand going down there at night, even with all the lights on. I could do it fine during the day, but at night, it freaked me out. Anyway, the night I'm speaking of, I turned my head to the doorway. The only illumination was the light from the refrigerator, and there was a fully formed person peering around the corner from the side that would have been coming up the stairs. The horrible thing about it was that at first, I thought it was my stepdad, but then I got a look at his face a little closer, and it was his face, but almost evil looking. I swear it had red eyes, but that could have been a misinterpretation of what I saw. I ran back down to see where all the bedrooms were, and I peeked in my parents' room, and he was still in bed. I've never found an explanation of why it could have been his likeness, but I know it was definitely scary. About 2 years ago, my boyfriend Luke and I were at our friend's house. He lived about a half an hour away from us in a small beachside suburb called Two Rocks. To get there from our house, you have to travel down a road called Winero Road. It's a very long winding road and has no streetlights. Lining the side of the road are white gum trees. These stretch on for a few kilometers. A lot of people have crashed their cars on this road. Most end up as fatal crashes. There are quite a few crosses, especially in the white gum area. Anyway, it was about 1 in the morning when we decided to head back home, as we were both really tired after a long day. We turned, as usual, onto Winero Road, and were chatting to each other about what to do the next day, when we reached a high-end death toll area. Luke always slowed down near here, because there's so many windy sharp turns that you have to be careful. As we were driving, I looked out of the window, and to my absolute astonishment, There was an old man walking down the road with a bag in his hand. I pointed this out to Luke, but he just thought it was some weirdo who had one too many to drink. About a minute later, Luke slammed on his brakes and we skidded around, doing a 180-degree turn. We had both just seen the same man, carrying the bag, run out into the road waving his arms. We sat dead silent watching where he had come from, but nothing was there, just the trees and the butte. Not far away from where we had stopped, there was a white cross where an old man had flipped his four-wheel drive and died instantly. On another occasion near the same spot, I saw a young girl, about 17, wearing blue jeans and standing next to a white gum tree. Luke didn't see her, but I can remember that she looked sad, almost lost. There have been a lot of claims from a lot of different people about the white gums on one narrow road, mainly about figures darting out trying to make their vehicles come off the road, or of an old man walking along carrying a bag. We don't travel down that road anymore. They've built up a new road that's more convenient for us. A few other things have happened to me in the past 18 months. I just bought a new kitten not too long ago, and she is always very alert when she's in my bedroom. Usually, she will cuddle up and purr, or go to sleep, but in my bedroom, she can't settle down. A few weeks after we got her, Luke was working a night shift, and I was home alone in bed, because I'm not fond of being on my own in a dark house. I decided that my kitten would stay with me in my room until Luke got home. At about 11 p.m., I just finished watching a movie on the TV and grabbed the kitten and headed to bed to read a book. I was a few pages in when Lottie, my kitten, started trying to hide underneath my arm. At first I thought she was just getting comfortable, but that's when I noticed she was hiding. She then started to walk up onto me, looking up at the ceiling. Her pupils were huge, and her ears were back, and her tail was wagging angrily. I tried to settle her, but she started to follow something along the roof with her eyes. I looked up, but couldn't see anything, so went back to reading, although I was very uneasy. Lottie kept following this invisible thing for about a half an hour. Then she eventually went to sleep under my blanket. From then on, when I'm alone in my room, I always feel uneasy, like I'm being watched. Okay, this isn't the first supernatural type thing that I think I may have experienced, but it is the only one that I know for sure was real. My best friend moved here to Kentucky when I was in kindergarten from Chicago, and moved next door to me when I was about 10. After that, me and her were always together, and always spending the night with each other. Loved her parents to death. That particular night, she had spent the night with me, and it happened to be our other best friend's b-day the next day. Well, maybe about 2 o'clock that day, we went over to her house to ask her dad if we could walk down there, as it was just down the road. Her mom was at work, by the way. I waited outside when the door slammed open and she was screaming, "There's something wrong with my dad." I went in and he just looked like he was sleeping. He had his arms crossed and everything. I'm glad he went peacefully. He was pale, and I touched his arm to wake him up, and he was cold. At that point, I knew he was gone. We ran to my paps, and he came over and called an ambulance. The rest is all just heartache and pain, like that comes with any death. I felt like it was important to tell you all that, because it really is relevant to the rest of the story. Or at least, in my opinion, it has some correlation. Okay, Now on to the creepiest moments. I was spending the night with that same friend, and I asked where the mouthwash was, and this was probably about 3 or so months later. She said her dad had some in his dresser, so I went into his room. I stood there as she looked, and suddenly, we heard this rhythmic knocking all down the side of her house. It was really fast and complicated. We freaked out and ran to her room. I think he didn't want her going through his stuff. Well, that's all that happened for a very long time. The last experience, her dog is chained up in their fenced-in yard, and it was in heat, and my male dog got in her yard and no one was home, so I rushed over there. They really didn't need any more puppies, and opened her gate to get my dog that somehow got in there. And I heard his voice again, very meanly shout, "Hey," so I freaked out and ran again. The main thing I'm wondering about is that knocking. It's really odd. I think about it sometimes, but I mean it shouldn't bother me anymore, but it does. If you have any ideas as to what this is, please speak up. I live in a small residential neighborhood in western Kentucky. My family has resided in our home for 37 years. We're the first home to ever be built on this property, as the same with several other homes in the area. Since day one upon moving into the house, we have been plagued with numerous experiences that, quite frankly, can't be explained. They are loud banging noises that echo from between the halls, strange odors, ranging from the distinct smell of death to a light scent of lilies and roses. Strange shapes of a blackish-gray smoke clinging to the baseboards. Voices that echo through the entire house, ranging from the intensity of a deafening shriek to the softest of whispers. Shadow people walk the house day and night. Strange bluish-green bars of light extend from room to room. Balls of light that chase each other around the ceiling. Full-body apparitions, plain as you and I. Things disappearing, sometimes returning in different parts of the home, sometimes never reappearing. Cold breaths in your ear, an unmistakable touch that chills you to the bone. Several homes in our neighborhood have also stated similar events. Several of the people that have admitted strange occurrences in their homes have been very religious, God-fearing people, with no reason to lie about their situations. Something is happening here. Upon researching our area, it was discovered that back in the early 1700s, this area was an old Indian burial ground. In the mid-1800s, it was decided to put in a real cemetery. The old graves were destroyed, and the remains were disposed of. A new cemetery was started in its place. However, in the 1960s, it was decided to move the cemetery once again due to flooding issues, and a new subdivision was to be put in its place. Being a contractor for our city, my father was offered a reasonable deal on one of the first homes to be put on the land, an offer too good to turn down. Our house was finished on June 14th, 1972. We moved in on June 21st, 1972. It wasn't until recently that my father told us children that he worked for the crew who removed the graveyard. Some of the graves are so damaged by water erosion that they could not be moved, so they were left, and the homes were built on top of them. Even as recently as 10 years ago, less than 5 miles from my home, a family was putting in a swimming pool. While excavating the backyard, several Indian bones were unearthed. The family sold the home and moved. Mysteriously, when several homeowners started asking for copies of our area's records, the record suddenly vanished without a trace. Here are 2 instances in which I experienced ghostly activity. They're not very long stories, but I think they're very interesting. So here goes. I really don't know if you keep up with your website, but if you do, back in 2004, a couple of buddies and I went to Thompson Creek Trail. We started down the trail. My friend and I were at the front of the group. We had flashlights, and we were flashing them at all the really dark areas of the trail. We had passed an old-looking house to our right at the beginning of the trail. Shortly after, there was a curve in the trail, and in the bend of the curve, there was a tree. It was really dark at the trunk of the tree, so I was kind of scared, and I shined my light on it. The image that had projected from my flashlight was of a very tall man and was standing very close to the tree, and a shadow was cast onto the tree trunk. It is a fact that no one was in front of me. My friend had also seen the huge shadow of a man. I've been to a lot of places on your website, and this was the only one where I'd actually seen something, and it scared the living crap out of me. On to my next paranormal experience. For me, I've always believed in the paranormal, though I've never had any experiences of my own until very recently, including the one I just told you about. I met a new friend at school, and he told me his house had spirits in it. He and his family had all something happen to them, i.e., seeing figures, hearing voices, unusual odors, and poltergeists. They even hired a priest to bless the house, and also a psychic. I never thought I would have something happen to me, but me and my mates were watching a movie in his room, and suddenly out of the corner of my eye, I swore to God that I saw a shadowy figure in his mirror, and when I turned my head, it kind of stepped out of view. I thought this was weird, because usually I can tell if my eyes are playing tricks on me, but this time it just seemed different. Another experience I had was when I was on the computer alone, and my friend was downstairs. While I was on the computer, I thought I was hearing many voices, like the background noises you hear in a restaurant. I could hear very faintly. Now, because of these experiences, I don't like being alone in this house. What I want to do next is to actually try to do ghost hunting in this house. So there you have it, my 2 experiences. I hope you thought they were interesting, because they scared and terrified me. I just moved back from Long Beach, California, from Vancouver, Washington. A longtime friend named Alan offered me one of his bedrooms, in which I could stay until I got back on my feet. That night, I felt something sitting on my chest. I remember being too afraid to open my eyes. Whatever it was, it did not move. Then, I opened them and witnessed a flow of whitish-looking vapor protruding out of my chest. It went up above the bed towards the ceiling in shape of stretched-out rings. It looked similar to smoke from a cigarette. It just hovered over the bed in circles, and then began to stretch and exit towards the kitchen, which was next door. I did not dare tell Alan about this experience, because he is such a skeptic. I can predict his very words. "Ernie, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. You must have dreamed it. He says there's no such thing as spirits, or even a god." The very next morning I told Jim, one of the tenants, what I experienced. I just had to get it out of my system. Will someone please hear me out? He had told me that a man named Ron had been staying in that very room, and that, when he discovered that he had some type of incurable hepatitis, he hung himself from the refrigerator door in the kitchen. That really didn't make any sense to me, but he explained that Ron had somehow did this by tying his belt around his neck and then somehow sliding on the floor. According to Jim, Ron received a letter from UCLA about a month later, stating that he was to come to UCLA immediately because they now had a treatment for his type of hepatitis. If he'd only waited one more month, Jim told me that he believed Ron had tried to inherit my body when I was sleeping, as in, tried to possess me. This incident, however, never happened again. I do recall one time waking up at 1 a.m. in that house and hearing a repetitious sound coming from the garage. I looked out the window because the garage had a window, but it was dark. The next day Al was in the garage and I asked him what he was doing in the garage at 1 a.m. He said, "I wasn't in here. Why do you ask?" I told him what I had heard, a repetitious sound from the night before. Then, something made me focus on a small machine that sat on a shelf. I asked Al what it was. He told me that his previous tenant named Ron used to do laboratory work, and that the machine was for polishing rocks. There was still rocks in it. It had a handle that turned. When I turned it, I heard the same sound that I had heard in the morning. I told Al, but he said he must have been mistaken. No one was in the garage last night. It was locked at night, and only I have a key. I said no more. After my brother had died in his home, my family gave it to me to live in. It was an older mobile home. One day, while on my PC, which faced the same wall that my door was on, in fact, my desk was next to the door. My desk is huge, and a bigger desktop than most kitchen tables are. So sitting at my desk, I could see part of the hallway while reading, typing, or whatever on my PC. One day, I just happened to look up at the door, and there came a figure of a man. I could only see his shadow on the emergency door and wall outside my bedroom. He was either bald or had some very short hair. I just sat there and stared for what seemed like several minutes, waiting for him to either come into my room or say something. It finally turned and seemed to go into the bathroom, which was on the other side of the wall, or went in the wall, towards the kitchen and living room area. They're both open, with no wall dividing them. I was there alone, except for my dog Chewy, who is very large, over 160 pounds. I got up to check it out, because from what I saw as a shadow, it didn't look like anyone I knew. I walked by the bathroom peering in, and he wasn't there, so I kept going. When I got into the kitchen, I saw Chewy on the couch, looking out the window at the kids who had just gotten off of the school bus and were walking home. He would have barked, even if he had known whoever the shadow was. He never made a sound. There was no one there, not even in my son's bedroom. I checked everywhere. If he had gone outside, I would have heard the door open and close. The only time my brother ever had short hair was when he was in the Marines. The only other person who had no hair or short hair was my father before he had died. The chemo and radiation treatments for cancer had done that, and both were dead for about 4 years, both dying about 4 months apart. So far, this has been my only encounter with a shadow person or ghost. I never really knew they could or would show up like this. This past year, my daughter who works in a nursing home was telling me they have seen shadow people there too. They seem to be only showing up in this one hall section. I believe she said it was where the patients who weren't doing so well stayed. One patient even complained about being there in that hall. He said they kept bothering him and wouldn't leave him alone. When they moved him to another hall, he quit complaining. He did eventually die several months later. I did see this happen on Ghost Hunters too, where they saw a man's shadow like a figure on a locker. They've mentioned shadow people a few times on there too. Now, I suppose you're wondering if I were scared. For some odd reason, I wasn't at all. I just wish I knew who it was. I know dogs have a sixth sense too, and I still wonder why my dog didn't seem to know he was there. Chewie had never met my brother or my father. Even if he knew them, he would have barked at being excited someone came to visit. Hello. I want to submit two amazing experiences that I witnessed that involved children. Many people believe paranormal experiences by children are hard to explain away because they do not know about the supernatural and have no reason to lie or embellish their stories. The first one involved a friend's son who was about 4 at the time. My hubby had surgery at a very old Catholic hospital, which dated back more than 100 years, and he had been placed in a private room with a private bathroom to recover. We were in the part of the hospital that dated back to the 1940s. My friend and her son dropped by to check up on my hubby. He was sleeping off the amnesia, and me, my friend and her son, were sitting in chairs next to the bed. I was chatting with my friend, and her son was looking across the room into the bathroom, and he started smiling, and he waved. We thought he was waving at my hubby, and his mom told him that Mr. Rob was sleeping and could not see him wave. What he said next stunned us. He said, "Mommy, I'm not waving at him. I'm waving at the lady in the bathroom." The bathroom was empty. She told him no one was in the bathroom, and then he said, "Yes, there is," and again looked over in the direction of the bathroom and smiled, and waved again, and said, "Her name is Karen." We were both creeped out, because he really looked like he was seeing someone, and considering that we were in an old hospital, there's no telling how many people died there. The second one involved my son. When he was about 3.5 years old, he started seeing the babies, as he called them. It started one night when I tucked him into bed. As I started to walk out, he began to giggle and wave at the ceiling. I asked him what he was doing, and he said there were babies, and he pointed to the ceiling. I asked what they were doing, and he said they waved and smiled at him and made funny faces or played peekaboo with him at night. He didn't seem at all scared. In fact, he enjoyed it. I chalked it up to imaginary friends. However, over the course of time it became more real for him and for me. Many nights, he woke me up because he was laughing so loudly and even talking to the babies. He told me once that he never got scared at night because when he felt scared, the babies came to help him go to sleep. In fact, he never cried at night and never came to my room at night asking to sleep with me. Those of you with children this age know this is amazing. He would sometimes insist that I lie down and watch the babies, and he would make me wave and say hello to them. I would indulge him and do it, but again, I really thought they were imaginary. These visits continued for about a year, and finally one night, I wanted to push for more information, so I laid down with him and brought up the subject of the babies, and I asked him how many were there. His answer made me both very happy and sad. He said, "There are 4, and they said they know you, Mommy." The reason this was so shocking was that what my son did not know, of course, was that I'd suffered 4 miscarriages before we adopted him. I was happy that the babies had come to let us know they were okay and happy, and that they liked their adopted little brother so much and took care of him by comforting him when he was scared at night. Sad, too, because I could not see what they looked like, but I believe one day I will meet them. My son continued to see the babies for about another 6 months, and then one day, he told me as he was getting into bed that the babies were finished. I asked what he meant, and he explained they were finished because he was a big boy and he could go to sleep by himself now. He has never even spoken of them again. When I was about 15 years old, my dad became the manager of a pub. I won't say the exact pub, as he does not run it anymore. The pub is located near Sheffield in England and is on a county road. The pub is converted from a farmhouse and barn. To get to the pub, you come off the country road and follow a small track only about a half a mile until you reach the car park. The first night we stayed there, we all slept in rooms as the pub was also a small hotel with about 6 rooms spread over 2 floors. The first night, I stayed in room number 3. When we started to go to bed, the family dog wanted to come into my room, and I laid on the carpet and would not move, even when my dad was shouting at it to leave. The dog did eventually leave to go and sleep in the corridor, but soon after my dad closed his door, I opened mine again to let the dog in. Now, this dog is a Rottweiler with a head as big as a boulder, but the poor thing could not get any closer to me and really did not want to be on its own. I should mention that my parents divorced, and at the time, I only saw my dad on the weekends. So the next time I went to stay there, I stayed in room number 4, just to set the scene. If you come out of room number 4, to the right is an emergency exit with a push bar to open the door, which leads to the fire escape stairs, and to the left leads to a staircase, which leads to my dad's room and a spare room that was not being used at the time for little more than storage. Eventually, around 3 a.m.-ish, I turned the TV off but kept the lights on. My dad started leaving the dog in the pub area downstairs and blocked the door leading up to the bedrooms. I think he didn't want the dogs in the bedrooms, as he wanted to start letting guests stay in the rooms. I was not comfortable at all in the room. I did not want to turn the lights out, and I tried to keep watching TV. Eventually, around 3 a.m.-ish, I turned the TV off, but kept the lights on. My dad had started leaving the dog in the pub area downstairs and blocked the door leading up to the bedrooms. I think he didn't want the dog in the bedrooms, as he wanted to start letting guests stay in the rooms. Anyway, the dog was going crazy, barking non-stop. I was far too scared to go down and see what was up. I then started hearing the emergency exit bar on the door outside my room rattle, as if someone was trying to open it, but they were not pushing hard enough to open it. Then, I heard footsteps really loudly running down the stairs from my dad's room, and I saw shadows pass under the door of my room. I felt relieved. I thought my dad had come down to go and see what the dog was barking at. The next day, I asked my dad what the dog was barking at last night when he went down, and what he said sent shivers down my spine. He said he had no idea. He had never heard the dog and never went downstairs at all during the night. After some research, I found out that a woman many years ago had slipped down those stairs and fell down them, breaking her neck, and she died instantly. There was one instance when my dad's partner, her son, and I came home, and the pub was in darkness. This actually frequently happened as well. The lights would go out all by themselves, and my dad, who previously was an electrical engineer and more than capable of rewiring a house on his own, could not figure out why. Anyway, We come home. I can't remember why the pub was closed, but it was. We just had a quick scan around to check no one had broken in. Don't forget, the pub is in complete darkness. There's no lights. And right at the back of the small restaurant area, we could see a man sat at one of the tables, just staring at us. He was just solid black. Other things started to get lighter. The flowers on the table, for example, and the chairs. But this figure remained solid. We panicked and ran upstairs and stayed in one of the rooms till the lights came back on. It was not a burglar. The next morning, we checked everything, and everything was still in its place, and all the doors locked. The kitchen area of the pub was a big room, which was the old barn, and that was the worst room of the house. You could constantly feel like someone was watching you and walking past you. Whoever was watching felt angry, as if they were annoyed because you were there. No one wanted to be in this room alone. My dad had a few waitresses and bar staff leave because they felt very uncomfortable working in there. Again, after a bit of research, we found out that the farmer who lived in the farm hung himself in the barn, which is now the kitchen. And to be honest, I don't think he left. Objects would constantly go missing. Spoons would turn up again bent out of shape. And get this, the whole kitchen was cold. Even when we had cookers on, we still had to wear jumpers in there. My stepbrother and a family friend were staying in room number 7, the storage room I mentioned earlier. During the night, one of them, Neil, thought that the other, Jim, had gotten up and was leaning over him as if to check he was okay. And to make it a bit more confusing, Jim had thought that Neil had gotten up during the night and leaned over him. They both said that they were half asleep, but through their haze, could see a figure standing above them looking down. A few other things happened, such as a football came rolling down the length of the pub to where me and my stepbrother were sitting. It literally then stepped on the spot, about a foot away from us. No one else was in the house. The back door to the pub was locked at night, but every morning we would find it open, but the lock was still in the locked position. The actual bar that locks into the socket was still sticking out. There is no way it would have opened. The lock was new and undamaged, but this kept happening. This happened about a month before my dad moved out. Anyway, my dad eventually gave the pub up. His partner didn't want to stay there. The dog was never the same. It became a very tame dog, but it did start to get a little better after my dad moved out. Okay, so I've always fancied myself as to be a little in tune with the paranormal. I had an experience this weekend which sort of confirmed this, as my daughter was with me and experienced the same thing at the same time, so I know I was not imagining this. A little history first. My grandfather's sister passed away at the age of 93. She still lived in the house that was purchased by their father, my great-grandfather, in 1903. It is on the historical registry in our town, a very old, beautiful home, which has been in the family since then. She was born and raised in this house, married and lived in this house until the time of her death about a week ago. Her father was killed in a train accident, and her mother also lived in the home until she died. After the memorial service, my daughter and I went over to the house to get the food ready for family, which was coming over after the funeral. We were alone when we walked into the house, and I immediately got a feeling of a presence with us. My hair stood up on my arms, and I really felt like somebody was in the room with us. My daughter looked at me and asked if I felt that. I said that I did, and confirmed it when we both stopped talking and closed our eyes. You could really feel it. We got really spooked, and I told my daughter that if it was someone with us, it was indeed family, and that they would not hurt us. About that time, an overwhelming scent of lilac perfume permeated the air. It was the weirdest thing. My daughter smelled it, as did I, and we just looked at each other in disbelief. It lasted for about a minute or so, and then dissipated. At this point, I was totally freaked out. I called my aunt in Texas and told her what happened. She told me that was most definitely my great-grandmother, as she wore that type of perfume and was indeed a real lady who had tea on the porch every day at 2. It was about 2 when we entered the house. She also said it would make sense to her that she contacted me, as I was the oldest female heir to the family name. I know now that there are things that cannot be explained, but this has really gotten me shaken up. It just makes me wonder what she was wanting to tell me. A side note is that her son has recently mortgaged the family to pay his mother's hospital bills, and they could possibly lose the house. Do you think maybe she was trying to contact me for this reason? Guess I will never know. This happened to me while I was living north of Great Barrington, Massachusetts, somewhere between 1966 and 1969. We had moved there from the Midwest when my dad changed jobs. We're living in a very old house close to an ancient cemetery. The house was 3 floors, not including the basement, enormous, and once had a vandrel all the way around it. The attic was huge, dark and mysterious, all floored with rough floorboard. It had a tiny window near the chimney and a trapdoor in the ceiling leading out to the roof. My parents forbade me and my siblings from going up there and never told us why. My bedroom faced south, the front of the house. It was the only occupied room in that upstairs wing. At that age, I was between 12 or 14 years old. The old house gave me a galloping case of the creeps. Even on the brightest days, parts of the house could be dim and drafty. Winters are very cold and dark there. At that time, the house was heated with forced hot water that came up from the basement furnace. As the steaming hot water traveled its way all over the house, through copper pipes and baseboard radiators, the noise was phenomenal. There were only 4 thermostats for the entire house, so at the far end of any hallway, there would be a sharp cracking, banging noise as the cold pipes and surrounding woodwork expanded with the inflow of heat. In the middle of a cold, dark, windy night in January, the sound could wake you out of a sound sleep, heart pounding and hair on end, as it echoed all over the dark house and up the staircase. Their church down the street had an ancient clock tower that struck every hour, adding to the strangeness. Sometimes, I would awaken with the start in the middle of the night, feeling as though someone was watching me as I slept. It would be a long time before I could go back to sleep. It was on one of these nights that I had a dream about a little girl, standing at the foot of my bed, watching me as I slept. I say dream, because to this day, I'm not sure if I was awake or asleep, having fallen asleep before this happened. She looked to be only about 8 years old, and had long, shoulder-length dark hair that was braided, plaited, and tied with ribbons in a hairstyle I had never seen before. She was wearing what looked to be a pale pink dress, so formal that it looked like some sort of party dress. It was pulled up at each side with large satin bows at her hips and all kinds of fancy laces, buttons, ribbons, and what looked like little puffy sleeves at the shoulders that went down to her wrists. The skirt stood far out, full on either side of her, and went past her knees. It looked as though she was wearing lacy pantaloons, white stockings, and old-fashioned little shoes, like slippers. She held her hands folded, cupped over the other, on her waist. The overall effect would have been very beautiful for a little girl, but what struck me were her eyes. They were large, dark, and looked like she had circles under them. She was so thin, and her face didn't look at all healthy. I could see her cheekbones. She was not smiling. She was very serious and sad. She just stood there, watching me. I was too afraid to say anything. Then she slowly bowed and made a slow, graceful curtsy. It was a beautiful gesture, like something a ballerina would do. She slowly stood erect again, slowly walked to the closed door, turned its knob, and went silently out into the hallway outside my bedroom, closing the door behind her. That's all I can remember. Long after this, I was outside the house, almost directly below my bedroom window, where that massive veranda had once been. There were low-growing coniferous bushes of some kind. I was exploring around when I tripped and turned my ankle. I sat on the ground where I fell, rubbing my ankle and trying to find the rock I'd tripped over so I could dig it out and get rid of it. The rock was large. As I dug away at it with a stick and kept digging deeper, the rock kept going down and stopped about 8 inches under the earth. I dug all around it and realized it was a tombstone, about 18 inches long by about 10 inches across and maybe 3 inches thick. I was able to lift it up and check both sides of it. The surfaces were blank and laying face down under about 4 inches of soil. I left it alone. My parents said they didn't know anything about the tombstone, so I decided I wouldn't tell them about the little girl in my dream either. It was about this time I decided to try and figure out why they didn't want us up in the attic. I went up there when no one was around to try and see what I could find. There was absolutely nothing up there from what I could see by the dimness of the one bare light bulb that switched on with the pull chain just within my reach. I'd also brought a flashlight so I can see into all the corners. Nothing was there. I was about to leave when I noticed something sticking up out of the insulation material that had been put there decades ago for the ceiling of the floor below. I dusted the layers of debris off of it, and stifling a coughing fit, looked closely at what was in my dirty hand. It had once been a hat box covered in rich yellow silk. The remains of a crushed hat in what I now realized was a Victorian style was still inside. It had been richly covered in the same shade of yellow, almost golden silk flowers. It was designed to fit a little girl. I went farther into the corner and found nothing else, but my foot scraped the heavy dust and uncovered something lying flat on the wooden floorboard. It was a round metal circle, with more round metal rings inside of it increasingly smaller diameter to the very center, which was open. It was an open space, about 10 inches across. There must have been more than a dozen of these graduated metal rings, each separately covered in what had once been white cloth and sewn with 4 long pieces of heavy cloth tape from the outer ring to the smallest ring in a large X. I had no idea what it was. I put both things, the crushed hat and the hat box, and the strange ring thing, back where I found them. Sometime after that discovery, my parents were at an antique store in Great Barrington to look at furniture. While they were occupied, I went to a lady who worked there and described to her what I had found in the attic beside the hat. She said the strange ring thing was a set of hoops for a little girl's hoop skirt, and they were common in the mid-1800s. They would have been the era in which the house I was living in was built, I thought. So, something happened to a poor, sick, lonely little girl living in the house back then. No one would tell me about it, and I never learned anything more than what I mentioned here. but she had visited me late one night in my dream and evidently didn't want to be forgotten. We moved back to the Midwest in the summer of 1969 and never came back to Massachusetts. It's been 17 years, but it still happens to this day. It happened on a summer night on the back road connecting Mount Clair to West Milford, known to the locals as Alfie Hill. The area had very few houses at the time, and one house stood out, a brand new gorgeous home right at the crest of the dirt road. The man who lived there built it for his wife, and they had a daughter who was, I believe, around 8 years old at the time. I remember traveling the road, more of a cowpath really, and watching the home being constructed. Once it was finished, it always looked so pristine and happy. But one night, I was coming through this patch, black stretch of land, and saw the mother and daughter in the middle of the road, both in what looked like nightgowns in a mud puddle. I could see them standing there as I approached, and the moon seemed to shine on them alone. When I got to them, they disappeared in front of me. I wasn't alone in the car, so I asked did anyone else just see that, and everyone just sat there, too scared to answer. By the light of day, early, I was crossing back across the hill and saw 6, maybe 7 police cruisers and an ambulance, crime scene tape everywhere, and one covered figure in the grass by the house, and several officers crouched by the road, beside where the mud puddle was the night before. Apparently the man had long suffered from depression and killed his wife and daughter before running to the house and killing himself. The officers said that they speculated he had committed the act the night prior to them being discovered. Still, on summer nights, you can see the girl and her mom looking down into the middle of the puddle in their nightgowns. My husband Steve, brother, and myself were staying in a condo at Sunrise Village in Killington, Virginia, to go skiing. It was in April of this year, and there was a special on the Fox News channel entitled, "Does the Devil Really Exist?" or something of that nature. It must have really affected me, as I later dreamt that my husband and I were before the devil, and he was going to decide which one of our souls to claim. I was making an argument to spare Steve and take me instead. I remember waking up as someone was grabbing my left calf and tugging on it. I looked around and saw my husband was just coming into the bedroom from the bathroom, and he saw my distress as I was waking up and shouting for him to turn on the light as I was waving my hand around me to see if I could detect any cold spots. I enthusiastically read all I can on the paranormal. I vividly recall the hand, fingers and thumb wrapped around my left calf. It was a warm hand, and no, without a doubt it wasn't my husband's. He was in the bathroom, or my sleeping brother on the living room couch. I was sleeping, tucked in with the sheets and blankets tucked under the mattress. I think whatever it was trying to wake me up from a horrible dream. Perhaps my father, who passed away 5 years ago prior. Don't know. What I do know is that my husband believes it was a dream, and he won't accept any other explanation. This infuriates me to no end. I know it was real. Thanks for listening, and keep up the good work on your website. It's great. I've got another experience I thought you might find interesting. In October of 2006, I got orders to move from Earlston Air Force Base, Alaska, to Peterson Air Force Base, Colorado. My ex-wife and I decided to drive because we didn't want to get to the next station and not have a car. We spent the weekend with her relatives in Wasilla, then made the drive to Haines Junction and stayed the night. We really didn't sleep well that night. The room was rather uncomfortable. So we left at like 500 and began the trip to Canada. We took the Alcan, Alaska-Canada highway and pushed into the Yukon Territory, stopped, and had a rather awful lunch, but my daughter, who was a year old, needed to get out of the car for a while. We pulled into White House around 1800 and decided to stop for the night. We chose the Best Western Hotel, mostly due to the military giving us a list of which hotels were best for us to stay in, and that was one. As we were checking in, I noticed a rather cold spot by a cartoony statue of a Canadian Mountie. Mind you, this was October, and things were getting cooler, but not that cold. I believe we had a room on the 6th floor, and let my ex-wife and my daughter get settled, while I brought in the things we needed for the night. While I was making the trips to the car and back to the room, I learned that this Best Western was once a saloon and brothel. I'd mentioned the cold spot to my ex-wife, and she had stated that once she had made the trip to Alaska in 2002. This was 2 years before our marriage, and I did not know her before 2003. That she had stayed on the 4th floor and experienced similar cold spots and orbs. Well, we decided to have dinner, then turn in. We had been in the car for over 12 hours, and we sorely needed a seat after the awful night before. My ex-wife said she had forgotten something in the car, and for me to get it, as she was going to give our daughter a bath and put her to bed. I went out from the restaurant in the hotel, and as I was walking in the entrance to the hotel, I kept feeling cold spots in various places. I also felt like someone had brushed up against me, and like a hand on my shoulder. Of course, no one else was around except the front desk clerk. It got stranger as I came back in after getting what it was. I have since forgotten, and got on the elevator again. I got this feeling like I was being watched, or something was there with me. Now, I was the only one in the elevator, but for some reason, it stopped on the 4th floor, and when the doors opened, an odor of tobacco filled the area. This is a non-smoking hotel, and what can be best described as a wet dog smell filtered through the hallway. When I finally got back to the 6th floor, these cold spots seemed more spread out than before, and I swear I saw some floating orbs in the window overlooking Whitehorse. By this time, it was around 1930 to 2000 at night. Of course, when I looked again, nothing was there. I also heard something that sounded like someone banging pots and pans. Obviously, there was no one there, and you weren't allowed to bring such things into the hotel. I got back to her room and told my ex-wife about it, and she said she had a similar experience in 2002, without the pots and pans banging noise. We slept the rest of the night without any further disturbances, and decided to head out at 6:30. While I was loading the car, it was still kind of dark outside. I swear, I saw what looked like a prospector from the latter part of the 1890s. Of course, when I looked up, he was gone. When I went back into the lobby near that cartoony Canadian Mountie statue, the cold spot really intensified, and when I got to the area where the elevator was, I saw someone out the window, and I thought nothing of it. But once I got closer to the elevator, I noticed that the person was wearing Victorian-era clothing. He passed by the window and disappeared. Again, I told my ex-wife, and she by now was picking up on animal spirits as she called them, and she was telling me it was time to get moving. But she noticed the intense cold spot by the statue as well, and like our trip to Rika's Roadhouse in Alaska back in 2004, she was quick to get out of the hotel with our daughter and get to the car, while I checked out and brought the bags out. Again, I felt something brush against me, and something touched my shoulder. However, this time, the hand felt cold and clammy almost. Of course, I turn around, and no one is there. Just that cartoony Mountie statue. We get out of there okay, without any further strangeness, save for a feeling of sorrow. Then, of course, I found out it was a saloon and brothel from the Alaskan Canadian gold rush of 1898, which could explain several things, but it was the first time I actually feared spirits and ghosts, and that was because of my daughter, who was a year old at the time. Again, my ex-wife and I would talk about this till our divorce. It was probably the first time I've ever felt animal spirits. This is a personal experience that happened to me 2 years ago in Charleston, South Carolina. I'm in the Navy and had just got off the swing shift on base, leaving at approximately 11:45 p.m. from the base. The base I was at is on an old plantation's land, but I never thought anything of it. The part where I worked at was on the water of the nearby river, and the road back passed along the river for about a half mile before turning inland. Fog had a tendency to build up on the river in the fall and winter months, and the fog had rolled across the road on this particular night. As I was driving along the road coming back from work, I saw a man running on the side of the road. This was nothing special on a military base. People run all the time to keep up physical condition, but this was almost at midnight, which I found strange, and he was wearing nothing reflective at all, seemingly wearing all dark clothing. As my car came up on him, he immediately darted out in front of the car at a speed I'd never seen before. I slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. I expected to hear and feel a massive thud as I hit this poor fellow, but as the car passed through him, he vanished without a trace. I got out of the car, brights on, searching with my flashlight for a person anywhere around my car, but I was the only one as far as I could see on this road. It scared the living daylights out of me, to the point at which I started searching inside of the car to ensure I did not have a hitchhiker with me now. After getting into the car, I drove as fast as I could, with interior lights on in the car, to the nearest well-lit area, locked the doors, left the lights on, and called my father to relate the incident. After some 20 minutes of consoling me, I finally got my wits about me to drive home. However, it did not end here. From this night on, something was different about my apartment. There was a presence in that place that I haven't felt the months before the incident. I began to review sitting in the living room alone altogether because of feeling like someone was watching me. Out of the corner of my eye, I would see the bathroom light on, clear as day, but when I looked over, it would be off again. It would feel like someone would sit down next to me on the couch, but I was the only one in the apartment. Finally, one weekend my father came out to visit. Growing up with numerous ghostly and at sometimes demonic experiences, most of which he never talks about, he has become highly sensitive to the paranormal. The first day he arrived, he used the key I left him to get in while I was at work. When I got home, having said nothing of my experiences in the apartment to him, the first thing he asked me was if I ever got the feeling someone was in the kitchen area, peeking over the half wall at the television. I froze in my tracks at this. Over the course of his week-long visit, he said he also thought he saw the bathroom light turning itself on and off, and felt someone else sit down on the couch next to him, as well as seeing a shadow of a man mainly around the kitchen area, who would periodically lean over the half wall like he was looking at what was on the television. but he said he never saw or felt anything or anyone in the bedrooms. I now had a reason for my seemingly unfounded paranoia of being in the living room alone. I continued living with this feeling from the night of the incident, driving home through the following few months until I received orders to leave Charleston, and have not felt the presence of the Running Man since then. When I was little, about 5 or 6, we lived in a big house which was originally 2 cottages, later joined together. Although myself and my sister were young at the time and had no personal experiences, my parents told us stories about what happened there when we moved house some years later, as well as the familiar cold spots, creaks and groans. Some other stuff went on too. One day, my mom was in the downstairs bathroom when she heard a man's cough coming from outside the door. Thinking it was my dad going into the study room, which was opposite the bathroom, she thought nothing of it. When she came out of the bathroom, however, the study was empty and no one was outside. She went back to the kitchen and found my dad where she'd left him, sitting at the table. She asked him if he had come out the bathroom and coughed. He hadn't moved the whole time. Another time, my mom, my dad, and one of their friends were sitting at the kitchen table when they all heard a massive crash come directly from upstairs where my bedroom was. My mom described it as the sound of a wardrobe falling over or a full-grown male adult being thrown to the floor. They rushed upstairs to find me fast asleep and nothing out of place in my room. We even had the fireplace in my room checked in case a stone had fallen down the chimney. Nothing was found, and there was no explanation. Everyone in the house was accounted for. One night my parents were in bed when they heard the sound of a woman gently humming and singing. The sound came from the end of the corridor and continued downstairs, then eventually stopped. Again, this could not be explained. Myself and my sister were asleep, and even if we did get up, we certainly would have walked down the corridor singing. My second story is based in my grandmother's house, a manor house which is around 200 years old. My grandmother has a story which even to this day she swears was true. She was walking upstairs when in front of her she saw a pair of women's shoes on the step above. She looked up to see a skirt, blouse, and before she could see the woman's face, she vanished. My dad's family all grew up in the house, and my uncle mentioned that from his bedroom, he used to hear the sound of gravel crunching outside, like someone walking towards the house. On several occasions, he even recounts seeing 2 big black dogs sitting by his bed. Although I like the house, I always get that feeling of being watched whenever I go over. If I'm sat in the kitchen, I always want to look into the parlor, which is next in the kitchen, with the door always open so you can see in, and I always feel like someone's sitting in there. Even to this day, I refuse to go upstairs by myself, as well as seeing a key moving in a locked door from the inside when no one was in there. Myself and my sister had a weird experience. We were sat outside. The garden is kind of placed on a hill, very sloped, that you could reach by climbing some steps. From where we were sitting, we could just see into my grandmother's bedroom. She had gone out shopping and had left her 2 dogs in her bed. We were just watching them, talking, when suddenly, one of the dogs started barking at the corner of the room at something we couldn't see. She, the dog, then jumped onto the bed and started barking directly at us. Then, at the exact same time, we both saw a white mist, sort of in the form of a hand, move gently over the dog's head. He then stopped barking. My sister and I both looked at each other in surprise. We'd both seen it, but could not understand it. It was daylight, but not sunny, quite cloudyless. There was no reflections on the glass or anything like that, because there was nothing to reflect, no trees or anything behind us, and we quite clearly seen the mist from the inside of the window. While serving at RAF, Middle and Hall, with USAF, 1993-1994, I lived with a roommate from Santa Rosa named Greg. Santa Rosa is located in New Mexico. We both originally lived in the dorms on base, but got special permission from our first sergeants to move off base together. This was due to the fact that we did not drink alcohol, and drunken parties were a constant among our roommates, and in the dorms, in general, 24 hours daily as airmen worked 3 shifts. We were both practical-minded Air Force aircraft mechanics with serious responsibilities, and not given to flights of fancy, and had no previous interest or experience in the paranormal or occult. I simultaneously dated an Englishman I would later marry named Bill. The cottage only had a coal fireplace for heating. Greg did all he could to keep the coal stoked, but the house never warmed, and coal always died out quickly, despite large piles of coal Greg stoked well often. The phone rang at various hours day and night, with a loud, hissing static. There was a faint, but unmistakable sound of someone whispering loudly through the static, but the words were always unintelligible. Calls to the operator to discover where the calls came from were answered that we had not received any phone calls at all during these events as far as the phone company was concerned. The calls simply came from nowhere. Greg worked a night shift, I worked days. Every night, I heard heavy footsteps come up the stairs to the bedroom landing, 4 square feet, and back downstairs after varying lengths of pause. When I was home at night, these heavy footsteps occasionally went into Greg's room. When he was at home, he heard the steps enter my room a few times. 500-year-old stairs creaked very loudly beneath thin carpet when no known humans were using them. The human footsteps could be heard anywhere in the cottage. These phantom footsteps were much, much louder and projected a foreboding emotion to the roommate at home when they occurred. The rocking chair in the living room near the fireplace rocked off of its own accord on a regular basis. Once, Greg and I were simultaneously TDY, or assigned temporary duty, to separate bases for a few months. We locked the cottage down tight as a drum. A friend agreed to check the place from time to time, but as all doors and windows remained locked, he never went inside. I returned before Craig did. Every object in the kitchen that could be moved, such as cutlery, dishes, pots and pans, bread bins, knickknacks, whatever, were taken by someone and all dumped in the middle of the living room floor. Nothing was missing. It was simply transported to the middle of the living room and unceremoniously dumped there. At other times I was TDY, and Greg experienced occurrences more often and more intensely for him when I was gone. However, his worst experience happened unbeknownst to me while I was deep inside the cottage. One night, as Greg went out to his car to go on duty, he saw what are sometimes called a shadow figure, but in much more detail. Greg was not bothered by the unmistakable occurrences in the cottage until he met this thing. It was blacker than black, the outline of a large adult male, about 6.5 feet tall, be his estimation. No facial or other features, except glowing eyes that looked at Greg in such an evil way. Greg said he was scared to death. He claimed without hearing a sound that this thing was unmistakably evil and had ill intentions, to say the least. Greg got in his car, a true British yellow Mini, and sped away as soon as he could. There is a broken down shed directly behind the house in the backyard. Both Greg and I looked into it from time to time, but refused to enter until one day we agreed to go in together. We both experienced an unexplainable strong sense of being watched from up close, though no one else was on the property. The sensation, we both agreed at the time, was an evil one. We both thought we heard heavy breathing, but neither one of us wanted to jump to the conclusion and appeared to the other one to be easily duped by what we couldn't explain. There's a storage area on the side of the house that cannot be accessed from inside the house, only by the door outside the storage area, attached to the side of the cottage. Greg and I both hardly dared to look inside after our first time inspecting the property. There were no electrical lights in the room. There was junk and building materials scattered around, as if someone dumped everything from the ceiling, and materials changed positions from time to time. Occasionally, the taps, faucets in the bathrooms upstairs turned on and off on its own accord, yet both hot and cold tap levers were always in the off position. Every unexplained occurrence was of an extremely strongly sensed nature. It always got our attention, except for the static phone calls and the chair rocking itself. Most activity took place when there was only one roommate in the cottage. Neither Greg nor I had ever experienced anything paranormal before. At least, he had not anything to this degree. Of the photos taken inside and outside the cottage, there is nothing remarkable. No orbs, light streaks, vortices, apparitions, etc. The Englishman I was dating and later married was a complete skeptic, but strongly disliked being in this cottage. He would only state something is wrong with this house, something is strange about it. For his degree of skepticism, that was quite a statement in itself. When a man with a young teenage girl moved into the other side of this duplex cottage, Greg and I decided to warn her, without giving anything specific away about the occurrences, so we weren't planting suggestions in her mind, knowing teenagers are very impressionable. We simply welcomed her, made chit-chat, then told her when she was alone if she was ever uncomfortable or frightened, telling us she was in her bedroom alone when she audibly heard a voice call out for her. She had no history of hallucinations, swore she did not mistake it for a conversation she heard through the walls, which would not have occurred for that night Greg was on duty at the base, and that the voice was male, not matching Greg or myself. Shortly after this, I moved in with my fiancé in a nearby town, largely to get away from the occurrences, and soon lost touch with Greg entirely. The paranormal occurrences in the cottage were constant, in one form or another, and experienced intensely. It carried a heavy pull of fear or, at times, dread or terror everywhere in that cottage that never ever left. Never anything that could be called benign or benevolent. In the summer of 1996, I bought a large home in a nice, older neighborhood. My fiancée lived with her parents at the time she was still in college, and I was living with my parents since I'd just gotten out of the army. We were really looking forward to getting married and having our own private place. The first night in the house felt very strange to me, but I chalked it up to being a newlywed in a new home. As time went by, the strange feelings did not abate as they thought it would. I felt more and more apprehensive especially when I was in the house alone. The house made very strange noises when I was there by myself that it didn't make while Sandy was home with me. Also, I asked Sandy if she heard any strange noises when she was there alone, and she said she didn't. I tried to ignore the noises in apprehension, but it was getting harder and harder from the upstairs. There were just the two of us in the house, and the bedrooms upstairs were only used for storage. The footsteps seemed to pace back and forth in the upstairs hallway. Sandy claimed she never heard any of the sounds and was calling me paranoid and crazy. At first, the footsteps were confined to the upstairs, but eventually they came downstairs and into our bedroom. Whatever was making the footstep noise would come up to my side of our bed and stand there for several minutes before walking straight out of her room. I heard other strange noises in the house, like the sound of an animal growling and scratching noises in the walls. Someone or something knocked on our front door one morning at 3 a.m. so loud that I thought the door was going to come off the hinges. Of course, Sandy never heard anything and accused me of trying to scare her. I began to see small, black humanoid figures darting in and out of the corner of my vision. They would shoot behind furniture or duck into some rooms when I tried to lay my eyes directly on them. I saw them during the night and day and began to see them more often and often. I would often get this odd feeling that someone was behind me, and if I quickly turned around, I could see one or more of those things run away. One day, when I turned around to try and see the little black things, I saw a large, black thing at the other end of the hallway. It was about 6 feet tall, and though I could not make out any features, I could tell that it was a human shape under a cloak, and it did not run away. It just stood there for several seconds to let me get a good look at it, and then it slowly disappeared. I saw that apparition several more times over the next few months, always standing some distance away and just looking at me. I was really getting scared, and it came to the point that I did not want to go home at night. The experiences were taking a huge toll on our marriage. Sandy would blame me for scaring her with reports of things that were not happening in her mind, just to cause trouble in our marriage. She would not begin to convince that I was truly scared and that something was really happening, even if she did not experience it. We stayed married for a total of 30 months before she moved out of the house and filed for divorce. But here's where the story gets even stranger. The day she moved out of the house, the frequency and intensity of the experiences began to diminish. That night, the footsteps did not come downstairs like they always had in the past. I saw the large black apparition only one time after she moved out, and that time it was translucent, as opposed to being completely opaque as it had been before. It also did not stick around as before. Once I saw it, it vanished. 4 months after she was gone, all the activity ceased. The house was quiet and still, and I no longer felt that apprehension I wrote about earlier. I've since remarried, and we live in the same house with our children. I thought that the experiences might return once I brought my new wife into the home, but they didn't. If they had, I would have sold the place. It had to be something associated with Sandy. Maybe she was into the occult or something. I spent plenty of nights with her in our parents' home when they were away, before we were married, and never experienced anything like what happened in the house. Perhaps it was the combination of her and the house that was the problem, but I hope not. If it were, then that means the same thing could happen again, and I don't want my family subjected to that. I'm writing to tell you my story. I was reading Dave's story, and it's so close to the experience that I had that it actually gave me chills. My first paranormal experience happened to me when I was 4 years old. All the experts say that things that happen to someone before the age of 5 is very hard to remember. The funny thing is that I can remember my experience like it was yesterday. My mother, sister, who's 3 years younger than me, and myself. I remember being asleep in my bed and waking up very suddenly. I looked at the doorway and I saw this full-bodied figure. The only thing is that it was completely white. I'm not talking like white, like a white wall. I'm talking white like energy. This figure to me was a child. The reason I believe this is actually because of its height. I mean, it did not have a face or anything like that. It walked towards me and got on my bed. I remember pulling the blanket up over my head because I was so scared, but I actually felt it on the bed. At that point, I ran screaming and crying into my mom's room. Her boyfriend got up and walked me back to bed to show me there was nothing to be scared of. When we got there, it was gone. Now let's fast forward to the age of 17. By this time in my life, my mom had gotten married, not the same guy from when I was 4, and they had bought a house. It was a tri-level with a full finished basement and a sub-basement. From day one, something felt very odd in the house, almost like a very heavy, unwelcome feeling. The sub-basement was probably the strangest. When you would walk in there, you could see spray paint all over the walls. I know that's not strange, but when you stood in the center of the room, you could see that the spray paint was actually covering up what looked like writing on the walls, and it was also on the floor, so that was kind of creepy. We had 2 dogs that both refused to go into my room and constantly would either stare at the wall and bark, or would stand at the stairs and bark up to the 2nd floor or down the stairs to the basement. The longer I lived in the house, the more I began to feel almost alone. It was like I was becoming isolated mentally from everything. In my room, it would constantly feel as though I was being watched. I would hear loud bangs and things sounding like they were hitting the floor, but nothing would be around. All the motion sensor lights around the outside of the house would turn on all at once for no reason. I mean, I actually began to think I was going crazy. Finally, I broke down and told my stepdad everything that had been going on. He looked at me very seriously. I remember thinking, oh crap, he thinks I'm nuts. He began to tell me about how one night, after I'd gotten home from work, he worked 2nd shift and didn't get home till around 1 a.m. We were sitting on the computer playing a game. At the time, our computer was in the front room, and you could see right up to the stairs and onto the landing where the bedrooms were. He said he saw a man walk out of my room. The man he saw was a taller man in a pair of jeans and a flannel shirt. At first, he thought it was me because he only saw the man out of the corner of his eye. But then he asked how I was doing and looked up and realized the man wasn't me. The man turned and walked back into my room. My stepdad ran up the stairs and opened my door, and I was the only one in there, and I was asleep in a pair of boxers. After my stepdad told me this, I was convinced something was going on. One weekend, while my parents were out of town, I invited 2 of my friends over so we could try to catch stuff on film. Of course, we got absolutely nothing. That is, until we tried to go to sleep. We had all decided to sleep in the basement because there was more room there. We turned off the lights and started to go to sleep. My one friend, Chris, was already asleep, and myself and Dave were talking. All of a sudden, the light to the sub-basement turned on, and we could see what looked like a shadow under the door. You could actually hear what sounded like the work boots walking up the wooden stairs. We woke up Chris, and we all stood at the door. We really thought someone had broken into the house. We opened up the door, prepared to beat the crap out of someone, and there was no one there. We walked downstairs and looked around. We checked the windows and everything. The windows were shut and looked like no one was there. There are a lot of things that happened, but it would be like writing a novel to tell them all. I just thought it was kind of creepy how similar my story is to Dave's. This experience happened when I was in my late 20s, back around late 1994 or early 95. I was laying in bed asleep. I felt something touch my face, and I woke up. I was face to face with a smiling old man. He crawled backwards out of my bed and stood there smiling at me. He looked like he was Caucasian descent, in his 80s at least. He had a glowing light all around him. He looked like he was at peace while staring at me. I have no idea who this was. Furthermore, I don't know why I wasn't afraid of him. He definitely looked scary to me, and I had roommates at the time. I don't know why I didn't go running down the hallway to get someone. I just stayed in bed and stared at him. Again, I wasn't afraid at all. It was almost peaceful. He faded away, and I looked at the clock in front of me. It was 3 a.m. in the morning. I stayed up a little while, and then went back to sleep. How do you talk about something like this? I didn't tell any of my roommates when it happened. I was fearful because I thought I would be outed as a crazy person. I did call my best friend, and thankfully she seemed to believe me. I gave her my rocking chair, and she wanted to make sure the spirit was not standing next to it. So yes, I think she believed me. I've thought about it a lot over the years, trying to figure out who this could have been. I told my grandmother. She's Catholic and thinks it was an angel. I've never met my father, and I have no pictures of him, so I don't know what he looked like. But perhaps, maybe this could have been my father? My mother is Spanish and French, and supposedly, my father was of Caucasian descent like the spirit of the old man. So again, maybe it was the father or grandfather that I never met. Who knows? Since then, I've now had a husband and children. I mentioned it once to my husband. He looked at me like I was crazy, and I'm not allowed to talk about it again. Anyway, thank you for reading my story. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's the best I can do to tell you guys. These are two experiences that happened to me about 5 years ago. Here's the first story. My house is 6 years old and has never been lived in by anyone else. This started about 2 months ago. I'm laying in my bed alone, with the door to the hall and the door to the bathroom open. I swear I see the door open a little bit and then go back to where it was. I then see black figures with little or no shape appear in the doorway. Then whoosh, they are gone. I also saw what looked like people I knew, who will stick their heads in the door and then turn and leave. Last night I was asleep when I felt something nudge me 2 times. I woke up to see this black form standing beside me. It stood there for about 2 seconds, then vanished out the door. The most interesting aspect of this all is that these figures have no legs. They are just a black oval shape with no faces or arms. Just a black form. Last night was the first time it really scared me. I felt like it was the Grim Reaper asking me to follow him. Now on to my next experience, which was even spookier, I might add. I was working in a gym at a hotel in Moodsburn near Glasgow. One night, I was getting ready to leave for the night. The route I had to take was down a dark corridor to the main door. This was a walk I had made many times before, and had never any problems. But this night, as I was going along, I felt like I was being watched. As I got to the end of the corridor, I turned to close the door when I saw what looked like a white shape running towards me. Needless to say, I closed and locked the door very quickly and sprinted to the bus stop outside the hotel. The next night, I was working again and decided to see what could have caused it. I went through every possibility I could have think of, from car headlights to interior lights, but nothing recreated what I had seen. About 2 days later, I was looking through the old accident book when I found an entry from 3 years before. A man was running on the treadmill and died of a heart attack whilst using it. What was interesting was, it was the same date and time of when I saw this incident myself, of the running man. This happened to a friend and I back in the mid-1960s, when we were 12 or 13 years of age each, and we were camping with our church group, and while we had some free time, Alan and me as in Mark, decided to do exploring on our own, so we set off towards the perimeter of the park, where we found a fence that we could easily squeeze through, surrounding the park property. And bordering some large open cow pasture land was a grove of trees right smack in the middle of it. We set off across the pasture land towards the grove of trees, and much to our delight, for it was a hot day, we found a meandering stream in the grove of trees that was about 6 feet deep and about 6 feet wide, and it wandered all throughout the grove. But to our dismay, Alan and I realized that we were wearing blue jean pants and a t-shirt, and had not brought along our swimsuits, since we were not planning on going swimming until later, when the springs in the park was less crowded, so we had nothing to wear to go swimming at that time. But Alan convinced me that there was nobody around to see us, and we could go swimming like they used to do in the old days, by going swimming in the nude, or skinny dipping, and nobody could tell we had nothing on. Once we were in the water, and not wanting to be labeled a coward or chicken by my friend, I quickly got undressed, and we dove into the cool water. We swam around in the water for about 15 minutes, when we were startled to see a young boy, about our age, dressed in some dusty old-fashioned looking overalls, and barefoot, staring at Alan and me from the bushes. And even though he probably saw we were both skinny dipping by our clothes hanging from the bushes, neither Alan or me felt embarrassed about it. After all of us were boys, and Alan got bold, but staying in the water, Alan said hi to him. The boy came out of the bushes, but didn't get near the banks, and he just stared at Alan and me for a solid 20 seconds. All we could think to do was ask him if he wanted to go swimming with us, but at this point, I don't think we realized it was a ghost at the moment. We just always thought it was a kid that always hung around this area and just wanted to play because we were playing around. But then, it was like he had simply vanished again. Helen and I did not wear glasses, and our vision was perfect, and we were looking straight at the boy as we climbed out of the stream And like I said, the boy just disappeared before our very eyes. Just kind of blinked out of sight. And Alan and I quickly got into our jeans and looked around for him, but he was nowhere to be found in the bushes. And if he wanted to play with us, why did he disappear? And if he had left the grove of trees, which he didn't, we would have seen him in the open pasture land. And afterwards, we talked about our experience between us, but Alan and I didn't tell anyone of this, knowing that no one would ever believe us. Alan and I both wondered if the boy might have fallen into the stream from the crumbling banks and drowned in that stream many years ago. And as the kids our age wouldn't be caught dead wearing old-fashioned looking overalls, when all the kids we knew were wearing the latest looking fashions, was it even remotely possible that perhaps Alan and me saw a ghost that day? One who was lonely and just wanted to play. I worked at a place called Dowling as a janitor for a year. My shift was overnight, and for 3 months, I worked that shift alone. I never saw a purple orb, but I did spend a lot of time outside. What I can tell you is that after the creepiness of being in a big building all alone wears off, there are still sounds and such that can't be explained by me. Every week, if not every night, doors would open and close by themselves. Me and the others would go chasing these noises, thinking there was someone in the building, but of course, there was no one there, or I wouldn't be writing to you. And the security company wouldn't call to say an external alarm went off, so there couldn't have been anyone there. Sometimes we'd be in the library, and we'd hear one of the counselor's doors open and close. The library was the same room, but divided by office walls from the counselor area. Sometimes the classroom doors would as well. At times, I'd be in the gym and would chase the sound of footsteps. The place does make a lot of building noises. It's difficult to report on anything I heard in the auditorium, the creepiest place in the school, because the roof and heating systems would collaborate with the big empty space to make many mysterious noises that could be too easy to explain away. Plus, the auditorium was creepy because it was always dark until I would clean it, and there were so many access areas, such as backstage or the lighting area above the stage and the several doors, that would really just make me paranoid. Having said all that, I did sometimes get transfixed on the idea that an emaciated naked woman was watching me. I only got that feeling in or around that particular room. It makes no sense to me, but I did avoid it. The band room was also a little creepy. I would sometimes take my lunch there so I could listen to the radio, and the doors within would make noises like they were opening and shutting. There was one definitive time that I also couldn't explain. I went into the library and locked the door behind me because I was hearing so many noises around that door that night. Then, I climbed over the wall to the counselor's area and unlocked that door so I could rush through it when I heard the noise. Sure enough, the library door tried to open because I heard the deadbolt hit the door frame. So I ran to the hall and listened for footsteps, but there were none. I ran to look down both north and south halls along the library. There was nobody, and there was nowhere to hide. I didn't think someone could have gotten away like that, not in that manner anyway, without making enough noise for me to hear it. A similar thing happened one night when all 3 of the overnight janitors were in there. We heard the noises in the counselor's area, so I climbed the wall while the other guys went to the doors, but nobody was there. I want to assure you of 2 things, even though these aren't really the most impressive tales. First, I don't really believe in ghosts. I'm open enough to the idea, I guess, but anytime I heard a noise, I would go looking for somebody because I assumed it was an intruder. There were times we had intruders, and times people who had rights to the building were found. However, there were so many times that we were sure there were noises, and so little chance for whoever was making them to escape, and we still found nothing, that I thought you might be interested to hear the story of Dowling from someone who was there for a long time. The building stopped creeping me out by itself about a week after I was working there alone. I heard voices and chased them, but the air unit, the building setting, and other normal noises stopped giving me the jitters by the time they became normal for me. I don't really believe in ghosts, but I saw the purple orb listed on the website after a night of chasing these noises, so I decided to write this to you, albeit 2 years after the fact. Last thing I want to say, there are 2 creepy stories about the place from a source that I'm not sure I trust, but I'll tell you anyway. One time, this guy saw people in robes walking into the woods west of the building. Another time, a girl was taken advantage of in the auditorium. A funny, unbelievable, but true story from the overnight shift. Ninjas attacked the school one night and put one of the soccer goals in the atrium. The kids did this for their overnight prank. They seriously climbed onto the roof of the school with 2 of the school's regulation-sized soccer goals and dumped them into the atrium. I chased off a bunch of kids when they were trying to get on the roof a 3rd time. They were all dressed like ninjas. My name is Carly, and I used to live in a 100-year-old house on the Eastern Shore in Maryland. This house was on a street with about 10 other houses, all closely related in shape and size, except my friend's. She's my best friend, and the man who had built all the houses in our street lived in hers. They have never had any bad experiences in theirs, up until now. My friend's older sister came back for Thanksgiving, and she woke up in the middle of the night and saw a form of a giant man. The man closely resembled Andre the Giant, even though she thought it was her boyfriend. When she looked next to her, he was sleeping. She really didn't think too much more about it until the next day, where the rest of the family shared that they had been hearing and seeing things too. My house was only a few years younger than hers. My parents bought it at an auction because the whole thing had to be gutted and renewed. As my dad was working on it, he was putting in new windows one day and saw a man. He was crouched down with his face right up against the wall, looking at the window he had just put in. The man saw my dad get up and disappeared. I've had my own experiences too, like we used to hear someone running up and down the halls at night. My room was right at the end, and my bed looked out the door. When the person got to the end, you could hear them turn around and run back. That wasn't too bad though. I also remember going into my room and saw a crowd of people. They were all dark figures with the outline of a trench coat that were so long you couldn't see their feet. They slowly faded away, and I didn't go back in the room for weeks. I would stay in the other guest bedroom. I had a great aunt, and she was a psychic. I loved her. We had the strongest bond you could ever have with anyone. She died of cancer, and it was terribly hard on me. I ended up with some things of hers, like her tarot cards, but most importantly, her angel cards. I'd just gotten these, and I was up in my room playing with them when I pulled up one card that had a picture of a lady on it. This lady looked exactly like my aunt, and she was surrounded by animals. My aunt had a basement full of bunnies, birds, fish. She had 5 cats and 5 dogs. The message on the card said, "A message from your loved one. I'm fine. Very happy now. Don't worry about me, and don't forget about me, but don't let me overtake your life." Then it said goodbye, and I love you on it too. After I read that, I teared up and ran downstairs. I showed my mom, and she couldn't even believe it. I couldn't believe it either, so I got scared and told my mom to take the cards out of my room, just in case. My mom put it on her dresser. They were there for about a week or two, and then they disappeared. My mom never moved them, and neither did anybody else. No one had touched them, and they had just vanished. I'm for sure that was her final message to me. Maybe not forever, but just so I wouldn't worry. It was her proper goodbye. The week before Thanksgiving, my son and I were emptying out a house that was to be torn down and this new one brought in. We were standing by my pickup truck, which we were loading, and he happened to look at a bright light in the sky and said, "Hey, look at that. Is it a plane?" I looked up, and there were no flashing lights, just looked like a wide set of headlights, no other colored lights. I thought at first it was a plane, but no sound for as low as it seemed. It came over slow and headed east, and I thought it would disappear, like over the trees, like the planes that come over do. But instead, it went up, and did so very quickly, until it was a speck that disappeared. I still wonder what it was. Was it a paranormal entity, like an orb or some sort? But maybe something different, like even a UFO. It's hard to say. But back in 1990, my husband and I were talking outside and happened to look at the edge of our 40 acres. There, just above the trees, was a long cigar-shaped object that covered the entire line of the 40-acre parcel. It had flashing lights and looked like windows were along the side of it. It was reported in the newspaper, as a lot of people saw it that same night. It made no sound at all. My son passed away in August 2008, and I've had my grandson say that he sees him in my bathroom. I find that strange. Last week he came to me and his mother and said that there was a man in my bathroom and he needed to put his clothes on. When I found my son, he was naked. My grandson didn't see him that way, the way he passed away. He has told me many times that there are ghosts in my house. We have heard doors open and close, and sometimes the floor's creaking. Like last fall, I'd gone in my bathroom to turn off the lights the kids left on. I called out to him, thinking that maybe someone was still in the bathroom. Finally, I said loudly and impatiently, "Who is in here?" I heard a voice distinctly said, "I am," very quietly and clear. I didn't recognize the voice and thought one of the kids were playing a joke on me. But no one was near the bathroom, which is just off my master bedroom. It didn't scare me. There are other strange things that happen in my house. We hear little kids outside talking. Most of the time, it is indirect, and you can't make out what they say, and other times, something comes in clear. We just think the land is haunted. For a while now, my sister has lived in a house a few blocks away from my parents' house. I live with my parents. I would go over there to babysit my nephew when my sister had plans. Some nights I would sleep over there. Her house always had a creepy feeling to it, a thick feeling to the air. My sister had just had knee surgery and wasn't able to take care of her son, so I was spending the weekend over there. The first couple of nights were fine. I didn't mind at all. But the last night I stayed there, I was in the living room watching TV when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a shadow. Before I say any more, I better tell you the layout of my sister's house. When you walk in, you go to the left and down a hallway. The open doorway to the left leads to the kitchen. The kitchen has another entry as well. The first door on the left is my sister's bedroom. The only door on the right is the bathroom, and the door at the other end of the hallway belongs to my eldest sister, when she's there, that is. On the other side of the kitchen is a set of French glass doors and let out into a game room, an add-on to the house. The doors are always kept closed and locked at night. The only people in the house that night were myself, my sister, the one on the mend, and her son. So anyway, I saw a shadow. At first I thought maybe it was my sister getting up to ask me to get her something, but the shadow simply vanished before I could get a closer look at it. I shrugged it off as me being tired. I lay down to go to sleep. I woke up a couple minutes later. It was around 5 in the morning. I didn't know what had woken me. I was sweating badly, and I felt like someone was sitting on my chest. I was propped up enough to see the French doors, which were across the room from the sofa. What I saw that night is engraved into my brain. There was an old woman outside the doors. She had her hands pressed against two of the glass panels and her face against another. Her mouth was open in a scream. I was scared beyond belief because I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, I couldn't do nothing but lay there. And then the door began rattling. The woman was shaking it. A shadow came out of the kitchen and the woman vanished. The shadow vanished after that, and I could breathe again. I don't know what the shadow was, but it did make the woman go away. I like to think it was my guardian angel. Who knows? That's my story. Anyway, and yeah, it is true. My mother was born in Austria-Hungary in 1908. When her parents immigrated to the US, they left their 3 children behind in the care of their grandparents. It was 5 years until her parents were able to return and bring the children to the US. In that 5 years, my mother became very close to her grandfather and went everywhere with him. She arrived in the US as a 13-year-old, grew up, and married my father. They were a young farm couple living in rural Ohio. One night, my mother awoke to see her grandfather standing at the foot of her bed. He was smiling at her, but did not speak. She relayed that she pulled the covers over her head and then looked again, and he was still there. She then tried to wake my father, but when he awoke, her grandfather disappeared. She had the overwhelming feeling that her grandfather had died. This happened in the mid-1920s, and at that time, international long distance was only a thing for wealthy folks. Her only contact with her grandparents was via mail, which would take a couple of weeks to arrive. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, she received a letter from her grandmother verifying that her grandfather had passed away on the same day and approximately the same time that he appeared in her bedroom. My father attested to the entire happening. This was always our family ghost story that no one ever had a reason to doubt. My parents live on a farm in Sugar Grove. My stepdad grew up here with his family as a child. On Christmas Eve in 1964, his dad went into town to pick up the grandma for the holiday. With him, he took a younger daughter and his younger son. On the way home, there was a terrible accident and everybody died except the daughter. Over the years, the farmhouse was used as rental property until my mom met her husband. They have lived here now for 6 years and have had many experiences with the spirits of this home. I, too, have had some of the same. There are many, many voices that we hear. Marbles rolling down the hallway upstairs. foot noises walking up and down the stairway, clouds of light and dark smoke throughout the entire house, doors open and close, things come up missing, then are returned within days. If you are alone in the house and stand by the sink, you will soon hear a voice that asks you to go away. It will repeat until you walk away from the sink. Standing outside, if you look up into the window upstairs, sometimes you will see a vision of a woman standing in the window. This is believed to be Grandma. I have an 11-year-old daughter that has walked into the downstairs bathroom and ran out, stating there is a man standing at the bathroom sink. He will only turn his head and look at you, and then turn back to the mirror. He hasn't spoken yet. When my parents first came here, they slept upstairs. They had to move to the downstairs room in the winter because no matter what room you are in up there, it is ice cold. We have used electric heat sources to try to generate heat, but it doesn't work. There are also apparitions of faces, white in color, etched into the door of the master bedroom. These appear darker at times and lighter at other times. They appear to be stuck in the wood of the door. It's believed by everyone here that the spirits and happenings of this house are all those family members that were killed in the crash. After all, they all did reside here, and I think they still do. My mother passed away a little over 4 years ago. Since then, we have seen her, usually in dreams, and my father has actually seen her many times in her home. My mother had been sick with congestive heart failure that took a turn for the worst for about 2 years. My dad cared for her day and night. Finally, the last trip to the hospital was supposed to be a routine trip to remove excess fluid. On the way to the hospital, my mother made a prophetic statement to him that she would not be coming home again. When she was given the diagnosis that no further help was available to her and she would be sent home with hospice, she refused and decided to die in the hospital instead of at home because my father had to continue to live there and she did not want him to find it hard to stay at their home. 9 days of excruciating pain from a failing liver and kidneys, and unable to get her breath, she succumbed to death only after the last of our immediate family visited her on that day. It was as if she had waited until she had seen her husband, children, grandchildren, and son-in-laws before she was ready to go. 10 minutes after the last visitor, she breathed her last. Oddly enough, the grandfather clock in my parents' home stopped on the exact time of her death. My father has refused to rewind it. After 60 years of marriage, my father has been so lost. For the first year, she appeared to him frequently with a smile on her face, and one time told him, "I love you deeply, and just want to make sure you are okay." She still appears to him, just not as frequently as the first year. Recently, my sister and father had found a picture she had painted and had a frame to give me for my birthday. My dad saw my mother the morning they gave me the gift and said she was holding a shopping bag with a wooden frame sticking out from it with a huge smile on her face. He said they communicated without talking, and he knew she was happy and proud I was getting the picture. I've seen my mother in dreams, but only one stands out as a possible contact with her. In my dream, I was looking through the picture window of my parents' home and saw her sitting in her chair with my father standing over her, talking and smiling, as if he was catching up on recent events. I went inside the house and she looked at me and smiled. I remember how peaceful she looked and so healthy. I remember saying, "Mama, how can this be? I saw you in the casket at the funeral home." She just smiled at me and said, "Well, sometimes these things just happened." I replied, "Well, I don't care how it happened. I'm glad to have you back. I've missed you." With that, I woke up. One other time, after an extremely frustrating day, I was walking in a corridor and thought I'd heard her call my name. She said, "Susie." I actually said out loud, "Mama?" She was not even there. My sister says she has dreamed of her, but never actually have seen her. My son slept in my mom's bed about 6 months after her passing, and said sometimes in the night, he felt her sit down on the side of the bed. He knew it was her, because he could smell her perfume. My nephew recalled a dream he had the first Thanksgiving holiday after her passing. He said that in his dream, he walked out of his upstairs bedroom, and she was in the hallway. He said, "Let's go get some turkey, Granny." He said she replied, "Now, Mark, you know I can't go downstairs with you this year, but you know I'm here." My family feels that she is around us all the time. I know she is with my father the most, because he is terminally ill and misses her so terribly. I feel comforted knowing she is waiting for his time to cross over. My mother is a current janitor working at Rockford College, and one of the buildings she is assigned to cleans happens to be the Burpee building. There, she and some of the other ladies that work with her have lunch in that specific building every work night. A while back, she told us that during her lunch break, she saw what was a female figure walk past the room they were in. She said she wore a blue dress and had blonde hair. The room has a mirror that faced the only door of the small area. She said, and I quote, "I glanced at the mirror, a habit of doing when you're in that room a lot, and saw this thin, transparent figure walk past the door. I thought it was one of the other girls that was walking by, but it wasn't, until I realized that no one that night was wearing a blue dress or had dyed their hair blonde. I walked out to see if it was a trespasser, but saw no one in the hall. I called security and asked them if they allowed any blonde, blue-dressed girl on the property. They denied doing so, confirming my suspicions that it was possibly a ghost. This is just one of the stories that she has told us during the last 2 years of her encounters with the Burpee ghosts." This just happened to me just recently, on February 8th, 2008, when I took a ghost tour of the Tuang Cemetery in Brisbane, Australia. First of all, I'd like to keep this to myself anonymous. Secondly, what I saw is true, for I did some research to see if anyone else experienced what I saw that night, and, as it turns out, a few people over the years saw it too. It was cold and partly windy that night when I turned up at the ghost of the Tuang Boneyard, Brisbane's oldest and biggest graveyard. There's a lot of strange stories connected to this boneyard, like a vampire. There's only 2 boneyards in the world that got fair dinkum vampires, Highgate in London and Tuang in Brisbane. The Bleeding Grave and Walking Statue. Yes, a wandering statue. Anyway, the tour barely began as our hostess was introducing herself when I saw something standing amongst the trees. It was solid and black. It was standing there watching us. I saw it, but I thought I was seeing things. Excitement that might have sparked off my imagination. But as I walked past this spot, there was nothing there to resemble that figure, but yet it was real, as you and I. It wasn't until a few feet ahead, I heard a weird clang sound right next to me, as if someone was banging in a pot or whatever. I thought it was the signpost rattling, but there was no signpost anywhere. Now that was frickin' weird, I thought as I hurried on, looking behind me. Most of the night I felt we were being followed by something, as I was tailing Charlie. Best place to be on a ghost tour at the end of the line. Things started to get a bit stranger, like the cold wind I felt touching me if there was no wind blowing. The same thing happened again 2 nights later, when I felt something touching my neck in my own home, or seeing things at the corner of my eyes. When I turn around, there would be nothing there. I thought I was ready for the madhouse at one point. I know that I saw something, so I researched it, and as it turned out, others saw that same black figure at the same spot where I saw him or her, whatever the heck it was, and heard the same clanging sound I heard, so I didn't imagine it at all. I hope I didn't. That's my story. I've got other great spine-chilling tales, which I'll put up ASAP, but this was the first experience I had in years, except for the ghost of my dog who came back for a few nights to bark goodbye to us. My name is Tina. I'm 33, and I have a story I would like to share with you and your readers. I've been experiencing strange things for many years now, but I've only been sharing them for just a few people who don't believe always have the need to find something wrong with the ones who do. My mom was one of those people. She would roll her eyes and say I was crazy or I had been drinking. The day she became a believer was one of the most beautiful moments we've ever shared. This is our story. My mom had surgery in her foot and was using a walker to get around. I was at her house helping her with her laundry and such, and had laid my son down in the bedroom down the hall for his nap. Mom was kicked back in the recliner and decided she would also take a nap. All my chores were done for the time. Everybody in the house was sleeping, so I went out to get into the pool. I turned on the baby monitor at the room where my son was sleeping and brought the other piece outside with me. My mom lives out in the country. No neighbors close enough for monitor to pick up any other signals from a phone or another baby monitor. It was so quiet in my mom's house, I could hear the tick-tock ticking of the clock in the room where the monitor was. All of a sudden, I heard a woman's voice so clear and loud. It sounded like she was speaking into the monitor. It sounded like peep, as in P-E-E peep. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe it was just gibberish. That's what I heard. At this point, I start to run to the door to see if my mom is still in the chair in the living room. I got to the door, snatched it open, and there was my mom, still reclined back in the chair with a really strange look on her face. I guess I had a strange look on my face too, because she said, "What? What's the matter? Who's here? Who are you talking to?" I just looked at her and couldn't say anything. She asked again who I was talking to, and I said nobody. Why? She said that she heard a woman talking. She thought she was dreaming. She opened her eyes, and the woman was still talking, so she knew she wasn't dreaming. Having to always have an explanation for things, she then assumed I was on the phone, but looked around and saw the phone and my cell phone were on the kitchen counter. That was when I came in the door, and she knew it wasn't me. I said, "Heard that too?" "Yes," she said, with a very strange look on her face. So I went down to the hall to the room where my son was still sleeping, and looked around. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing out of place. I came back down the hall and told my mom he was fine, still sleeping, hadn't moved an inch. She was a little freaked out, but she started asking me questions about my great-grandmother, who often visits me, and the places that I go. I never met my great-grandmother in person, but I've had many run-ins with her spirit. My mom didn't want to believe that Grandma visits her too, but after that day, she started to believe, not only in ghosts and spirits, but in me too. Thanks, Grandma Daisy. This is a true murder story that happened around the early 1900s in the Woods Memorial Circle, Mapleville, Rhode Island. This story is a more true and detailed story of the one before that my great-grandmother told me about. Catherine was a mill owner's daughter. She was a very pretty, tall blonde. She was engaged to a local farmer, Robert. Catherine, though, had one problem. A man, who some say had mental issues, was stalking Catherine. His name was David. David would send Catherine letters of how much he loved her, and how they could have babies together. These letters disturbed Catherine. He would watch her through the window and follow her wherever she went. One day, Catherine confronted him and told him never to talk to her again. David thought this was like a game, so he proceeded to send disturbing letters and watch her at all times. As a few days went by, he gave up. With this, he had a plan. If he couldn't love her, no one else could. So one day, while Catherine was going to the woods to get water for her family, David followed. First, he stopped at Catherine's fiance's farm. Robert was working on the farm as usual, and David came in from behind and stabbed him in the back with a pitchfork. Then he went off to find Catherine. Catherine was sitting next to a pond under a hemlock tree. David pulled out his knife and stabbed her through the neck. She screamed in pain as David ripped open her body. As she died, David messed with her dying body. Afterwards, he took her organs out, cut off her breasts, and nailed her heart to a tree, covered in blood. David went home and took a nap. He was supposedly awoken by the sound of dripping. He looked around his room, and it was covered in blood. In the middle of the room, Catherine stood there cursing at him. David had gone insane. He wrote his last letter to the police, telling them what he did, where her body was, and all that happened. He drowned himself the next day in a river, his body sprawled out on a rock, broken. Catherine and Robert were buried in a now abandoned cemetery, and David's body was thrown into a pit. During a biopsy, they found a heart in David's stomach. Some people think he swallowed her heart, while others think Catherine put it there. Still, rumors persist that late at night in the cemetery, you could see the couple holding hands as if nothing ever happened. I believe I had a true experience with a shadow person. This is my story. It was maybe 11-ish at night. My boyfriend and myself were watching a movie. The lights were dim in the house. The house is more than 100 years old. From where I was seated, I could see the dining area, which was dark, and the kitchen doorway, which had a dimmed overhead light on, and the light was spilling into the dining room. I noticed a distinct shadow movement in the light from the kitchen, like someone or something walked past the light. I turned my head fully towards the doorway now, and saw a solid black elongated ovalish shape towards the top of the doorway, and it quickly slipped into the kitchen. My immediate reaction was not of fear, but sort of like, okay, what the heck was that? I wasn't alarmed. I continued watching the movie thinking of explanations for what I just saw. Now let me tell you, there are 3 dogs in the home as well as the 2 of us. My boyfriend's 2 dogs were asleep on the floor by our feet, and my dog was by my side on the couch. He's small. He was acting a bit odd, nervous now. Perhaps he sensed it in me. 30 minutes later, he got down and headed towards the kitchen. He had just got his head in the door and promptly stopped. I couldn't see his head and shoulders, just his back end. I saw his neck raise like he was looking up, and then it happened. It took my breath and gave me chills. He started wagging his tail, slow at first, like he was unsure, and then the momentum slowly gained. He never got to a full-on happy to see you wag. Then he abruptly stopped and came back to my side. He would not enter the kitchen. And in case you think maybe he was looking out a window, no, the window was too high up to see anything. My name is Guy, and I would like to share my experience at Lambertville High School. I've been there numerous times. I live about 25 minutes away in Pennsylvania. My friends and I are ghost hunters, and Lambertville is a favorite spot of ours. The first time I visited the school was about 2 years ago, in 2005 and 2006, and I've been curious about it ever since then. I've had many comments about history of this amazing site. I've been through some of the school, not all of it though, because the building is in poor shape. The first time we went, we didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary. Back then, we had no equipment except our eyes and ears and flashlights. We really didn't venture inside until the second trip, but that was during the day and also uneventful. The third trip back to the school was a shocker that still gives me chills to this day. We went on a summer night, around midnight, or maybe a little later than that, and not a smart thing to do, but we didn't know any better. We parked the car out in front of the steps leading up to the school. We were to go in shifts up and into the school. 2 go and 2 stay in the car to watch for cops. We were there for 5 minutes before 2 of my friends came sprinting to the car screaming, "Drive! Drive!" Me and my friend, who stayed in the car, were wondering what was literally scaring them to insanity. What they told us was pretty crazy at first. They said that while they were walking up the steps to the school, they heard the sounds of little children, little girls, giggling and laughing. At first I didn't believe it and wanted to go back to experience this for myself. I'm the kind of person that has to see to believe, but it's the hope of that proof that draws me back to the school. Anyway, that incident was about 2 years ago, and between my friends, it has been just a story with no proof. No proof until now. Last week, May 2008, me and my friends met up again, thanks to school being finished, and decided to go back. We went that night around 10 to 10:30 and stayed there for a good hour and ventured inside. Though we heard no laughing, I'm still a believer. I believe my friend's story and everyone else's stories of little children laughing because I caught it on tape. I recently purchased some equipment to help capture paranormal activity, and the most valuable tool I had that night was my recorder. It's amazingly lucky that I caught anything at all, because I only recorded audio for about 7 minutes of our hour-long investigation. And all but about a minute of the audio has voices on it that were not ours. I also caught the voice of maybe a teacher or student saying, "Does he seem okay?" in a 2-minute long conversation with what I believe is a female and a male that answers a question that I ask. I've showed this tape to my family and friends, and they all hear talking as well, and the laughter seems to freak everyone out. I wanted to make sure that what I was hearing was, well, what I was hearing. When I heard the laughing on the tape, I thought, my God, they weren't joking. or trying to scare us. They really did hear something that night, something that I would like to share with your website, if that is alright with you. I just want to know that there's something other than this life. And that is what draws me to the paranormal. Thank you for your time, and thank you for reading this. If you have any comments or questions, please feel free to ask. I'd love to share these clips with you guys and your viewers. This is in reference to your listing for the Hearthstone Inn, Colorado Springs, Colorado. This place has much more than a little girl. As a housekeeper there in 1999, I was able to experience almost all of the hauntings. In the south building, 3rd floor, the little girl would appear regularly, as well as the man in brown in the main bedroom, also in the southwest corner of the floor. He was harmless and would usually disappear as soon as spotted. On the 3rd floor, I've never felt alone, would often hear the little girl and running and laughing. 2 of the 4 bedrooms on the 1st floor share a bedroom. I learned to prop the door open while cleaning, or I would be locked in. The first time I was locked in, I rattled the door and was screaming for the other housekeeper. I was nearly hysterical when she let me out after about 5 minutes. Also in the south building, 1st floor, there was a bedroom at the end of the hall that used to be under the stairway. The back stairway of this building, when it was a hotel, led outside. Many of our guests reported having the dreams of the woman in this room. I would feel her, but never see her. I would have trouble with the lights and an unwelcoming presence. On one occasion, the owner, David Oxhandler, spent the night in the room on having a very vivid dream of this woman and dismissing it as a dream. He was too shaken to go back to sleep. When he stepped outside to have a cigarette, he turned around, feeling he was not alone, and actually saw her, dressed as just in the dream, floating where the stairs would have been. Rumors she was the victim of a lover's quarrel and was shot on the back stairs. The last one I knew of was in the north building, 2nd floor. One room next to the stairs facing east was never pleasant to be in. The light was very temperamental, flickering and choosing when to be on or off. I would feel a presence on the floor, but really tried to ignore it until one day I was standing near the stairs with several heavy bundles of laundry to take downstairs, when I felt a pressure on the right side small of my back. Just a little shove, and I nearly went headfirst down the stairs, and not of my own volition. Last I hear, the Oxlanders were doing haunted history tours of their hotel. Shortly after, it has been sold to another local organization. Very much worth adding some info to your site, and thanks for the space. My wife and I had several experiences in our apartment over the last 3 years we have lived here. It began with hearing noises and creaks in the building early on, and slowly evolved to seeing shadows in the middle of the night in our bedroom. We both have had experiences where we thought to have seen a little boy in blue pajamas looking at things in our bedroom. 3 major events have occurred, which I'll describe in detail. Event 1. Summer of 2006. My brother was staying over because he is a minor, and our mother was going out of town. We had woken up late to eat breakfast and were playing a game of cards. As we are brothers and there is a significant age gap, we sometimes argue. I was being a little bit of a jerk, picking on a card selection he had made, when our kitchen trash can started to rock back and forth. We were the only people present in the apartment, and we were about 10 yards from the trash can. I investigated the trash can further to find that it was nearly empty and there was nothing that could have moved, so we went to the park. Event 2. Winter of 2007. My wife and I were growing fascinated with the television show Ghost Hunters. We had spent an entire day watching episodes from the second season DVD. Being cocky and joking with my wife over her growing discomfort with the mood the show was setting, I began joking about talking on the ghost of the apartment, saying such things as, "If anyone is here, come here and get me," or "You can't touch me, you're just a ghost, I don't believe in you." Later that night, at 4 a.m., I woke up quite distressed and felt that the apartment was shaking from a significant earthquake. I was sure that it was the big one and rushed to jump out of bed and pull my wife to safety in a doorway. She was in a state of shock as I lifted her out of bed and was scared of an earthquake also. When we finally got to the doorway and calmed down, I explained to her that I thought there was an earthquake but couldn't feel it anymore. She couldn't either. I began to grow very nauseous and leaned on her for support. I told her I wasn't feeling right and I blacked out. As I was blacked out, I heard sounds of people talking very quickly. At first I thought it was my wife, and I tried to tell her to slow down. I felt the sensation of running very quickly while I was hearing the rapid dialogue. I was growing angry when suddenly I awoke lying on the floor with my wife over me. She told me she thought I was having a seizure or something because all of my muscles had lightened, and I was screaming and moaning in a sense of fear. She said that I had also grown pale. All throughout that night, I felt the bed continue to shake. Event 3, soon after Event 2. I was angered by an experience I had felt earlier in Event 2, where I had awoken to what I thought to be an earthquake and experienced what I thought to be a form of being possessed. I researched how to hold a seance to converse with spirits present within the room and invited friends over to help with the conversation. I didn't describe the experience I had felt earlier so that it would not affect my friends' experiences that night. In the middle of the seance, one of my friends began to grow woozy and sway forward when he suddenly stopped it. He said that he couldn't go on and felt like someone was talking quickly to him, and he had felt the sensation of running, identical to my experience earlier. I shared with him my experience, and we decided not to continue. Also, this night, my friend's car got a flat tire while parked in my apartment and only needed to be refilled with air as there was no puncture to cause the flat, as if someone deflated it. Also, another friend was called by his girlfriend within minutes of us ending the seance because she felt something had happened and was worried. He had only told her he was going to see me and not anything about what we were doing that night. The friend with the flat also received a phone call from his aunt about an hour after, whom he speaks with rarely, because she had similar concerns as my friend's girlfriend. How's that for women's intuition? Ever since that last event, nothing else has occurred. This is a personal experience that to this day has left me shaken. There's something wrong with this apartment complex. My experience centered on the apartment we were in, but from other residents, I heard other tales that made me really not want to live there, and as soon as I could get out, my husband and I certainly did. Pond Trail Apartments located in South Lyon. There is a huge tree right directly in front of it. Apparitions have been seen in the little hallway between bathroom and bedroom. The panel in the hallway leading up to the crawlspace had moved on its own. Personal experience was actually in the bathtub and the only one home when it happened. I'm all of 5 foot and that ceiling is a good 8 feet. There was no way for me to get up there. We figured that the only way to move that panel was to be up in the crawlspace. Each crawlspace is self-contained. EVPs have gotten into that apartment of a young woman with an accent saying, "Can't stay too long," and sleep. Both still have. If you leave the apartment door open while taking a shower, you get this feeling that you are being watched. Then look out. You see the retreating figure of what looks to be a young woman. I'd had this happen and thought I'd left my apartment door open, and it was a neighbor, and upon investigation, found my door deadbolt was locked. Numerous pictures of orbs and odd shadows have been captured in this apartment. All still have. Late at night, you can also hear someone walking past the apartment, and when you go to look, there is no one on the walkway. And considering where the apartment is, there's no way for someone to get down it quick enough without hearing the sounds of running feet. Have had an experience of having the front door hit several times while I was to peephole, and no one was there. Stories were also told to me of the laundry room in the same building is also a place of odd occurrences. Feelings of being watched and hearing a young woman's voice. Have felt the being watched part, but considering that the old furnace system is right there in the laundry room, I dismissed it. A lot of my family and husband's family refused to spend the night there just cause the place gave them the creeps. And this was prior to some of these events happening. I've tried to find out if there have been any deaths or murders or anything on that ground, and I came up with nothing. All I know is that the place was just, there was something wrong with it, and I wish I had never moved into it. The EVPs were caught when that building had few residents. I still have them, just have others listen to them from time to time to prove I wasn't crazy with what I heard. The pictures are numerous, and some still make the hair on my arm stand up because of the experiences with them. One night, in October 2008, my friends Scott, Denny, and Steve and I decided we wanted to go ghost hunting. Scott was the only one who had experience with anything, and he had seen things and had things happen to him and other people in his past groups. We started off by going to Peace Church Cemetery and where the murderer Billy Cook is buried. We were equipped with a video camera, me, a digital camera, a digital voice recorder, a heavy-duty flashlight, Scott, and 2 smaller flashlights with the other 2 people. We walked around for a little bit as Scott instructed us to let our senses take hold of us and guide us as they please. If we got an impulse to do something, do it. We all had weird feelings, but eventually realized we weren't going to find anything here. We left, deciding to go somewhere that Scott had experienced before, the Waco Cemetery. Once we got there, we said our opening prayer and made our way out into the cemetery. Eventually, we split into 2 groups, me and Steve in one, Scott and Denny in the other. Steve told me to get a couple of specific things on video. He thought he had seen something he said was best described as a specter, with a head that shaped into a point and a cloaked black body. We walked around for a bit longer, and he told me he had seen it again. We walked towards the area he saw it, and didn't see anything. We met back up with Denny and Scott on the other side of the cemetery, and Scott started talking about the things that had happened to him here. He had been asking questions and talking in general, trying to pick up some EVP. He started talking about what he called the prankster that had slapped him in the face and possibly put scratches down his friend's back. We made our way back to the center of the cemetery where there were no graves, just a patch of grass. We stood around, and Steve told the other 2 about the specter he had seen and where he had seen it. Around that time, Scott said lights out. He took a couple of pictures, and the rest was silent. Then, we turned our lights back on for a few seconds before Scott repeated his order of lights out. This part gets a little blurry. I can't remember if it was before or after we turned the lights back on, but Scott is a big guy, wide and tall. He fell backwards onto Steve, who would have fallen on me had I not moved in time. He had fallen hard. He laid there and just looked confused, and his face was red. His glasses have flown off of impact of the fall. He asked where his glasses were. Then he asked, did I fall? We tried to explain what happened from each of our perspectives quickly, as we were pretty freaked out, since this was our first experience. He had asked a couple more times as the rest of us came to the conclusion that he fell too hard to have just fallen from a loss of balance. I, for one, think he was pushed by some force. Anyway, we got him up to his feet. He looked around and said, we're leaving. Scott was shaken, and that was all we needed to hear. As we walked back to our cars to say a closing prayer, Scott started coughing, which progressed into dry heaving. We had 8 Hardee's before we went to the first place, so we knew that he had something to throw up. We stopped to wait for him, and after he felt better, we proceeded to walk to a space between the cars to say the prayer. Scott began, Our Father which art in heaven. It was interrupted by more dry heaving. Steve said, Scott, are you okay? He nodded and said, Hallowed be thy, and cut off to some dry heaves some more. This time, it was so bad that he lost his glasses and was down on his knees coughing up something that wasn't there. He looked up, straight at me, and gave the most evil glare I've ever seen. I immediately recoiled in fear, with tears forming in my eyes. I asked Scott, Scott, are you there? He got over this fit eventually, as Steve said. Hallowed by thy what? Finish the prayer, Scott. You have to finish it. Scott straightened up a little and hoarsely started to finish. Hallowed be thy name. Again, the same occurrence had just happened, and he just kept coughing and dry heaving. At this point, Scott has regained his composure enough to finish, and says, For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. As we each followed with a thankful amen, he said, Now let's get the heck out of here. I was ahead of him in parking, so I started the car and drove out of the cemetery as fast as possible. We stopped into a church parking lot up the road. Scott got out of his car, and we started talking about what just happened. He claimed to have no recollection of falling or anything after that. That's the story of what happened in Southwest Missouri on a late October night. May you form your own conclusions, and I hope you enjoyed. I've felt the presence of ghosts at some places I've been or lived at. I've never had an experience of seeing a ghost, but I can walk into a place and tell if there's a ghost there. I know if it's a male, female, or child. I've seen dark shadows, but not all have been black. Some are gray, like the color of a rat. One night, a very good friend of mine came over and we started watching a movie and eating pizza. I saw the dark outline of a male child peeking around the corner of the kitchen. I told my friend Dawn, who is very religious, and at first she didn't believe me. I kept seeing the outline of a head and shoulders peeking around the corner. Then, about 5 minutes or so later, we started hearing a scratching noise. I told Dawn that's the ghost. She said it was just a mouse. Then, I heard a loaf of bread fall on the floor. The bread is kept on the counter far back next to the microwave. I got up to investigate. The bread was lying on the floor, but had no holes in it from a mouse. I put the bread back and went back into the living room. Dawn got up to get a glass of soda, and when she went into the kitchen, she yelled. She said the loaf of bread moved across the counter and dropped on the floor at her feet. She started praying. Every time she stopped praying, you could hear scratching noises. She kept praying, and the scratching continued. Then it got quiet. We finished the movie, and as we were talking, we noticed the lid on the pizza box which was propped up, started to slip down. Instead of just falling down, it closed. This was very slowly. Dawn said she had enough and went home. She took the pizza and box home with her. She called me later that night and said that the ghost followed her home because her bread was constantly sliding off the counter, and she actually saw the pizza lid open when it was closed in the box. She said she threw the bread and pizza box off her balcony and prayed really hard. She didn't have any more problems, and our bread stayed on our counters after that. I was at the age of 12 to 13 when my grandmother bought me a rocking chair out of what she said was a yard sale. She claimed that they were very glad to get rid of it, and she never thought to ask why. She brought it home and sat it in my room with my dolls on it. It was an antique, so I was leery about anyone sitting in it. I never experienced any weird activities in it, but my brother at the age of 9 years was sitting in the living room where he could see it and claimed to have seen it rock 3 times. It scared him to the point where he just ran outside to my grandmother, crying and screaming. I was confused, and my grandmother told me to keep it closed and keep my door shut. Later, my aunt said she went into my room to get something, and she also seen it move. I was getting mad, thinking that there was something wrong with my chair, and hid it in my closet. The last person that had seen it move was my little cousin, due to us moving to another location. She agreed to keep it in her room, where she did not stay at the time, but went in and out of there when needed. She was doing her hair in a dresser mirror when she got a glimpse of the rocker moving. Then, to her surprise and fright, a little girl appeared. She said she was very beautiful in an older clothing. She screamed and ran from the room. It took her some time to calm down to tell what happened, and there I was, ready to get rid of it also. The one thing I did find out about the chair before giving it away was that it hated men. Due to my family's curiosity, my great uncle was determined to see it and experience it sliding away from him across the room. He was nevertheless very scared and left quickly. I'm glad I gave it away and didn't think twice, but never had it do anything in front of me. I didn't experience this myself. It happened to my mother a couple of months ago, and she told me about it after it happened. What happened was, a couple of months ago, my mom was prepping for a party in our kitchen at about 9:30 p.m. Me and my brother, who were about 11 at the time, were both at the house at the time. I was upstairs, and he was in the living room. My mom told me that she was washing dishes, and that she looked up at the window in front of her, and she saw someone walk by the hallway behind her. She immediately thought that it was me, because of how tall the person was. She called out my name, and told me to do something for her. After a couple of minutes, she came to look for my brother to ask where I had went. He looked at her like she was crazy, and told her that I hadn't come downstairs for about an hour. She calmed me down noticeably scared, because she thought someone was in the house, but we couldn't find anyone. This happened more than once to my mother, but more noticeable. She was washing clothes, and had to walk through the kitchen, and saw someone poke their head out from behind the counter. She of course thought that it was either me or my brother, but when she checked, she found no one. She called me immediately and told me what had happened, and now we believe that a ghost is in the house, but it doesn't show itself regularly. 2 other things that have happened since then. One happened a couple months after that. Me and my brother had a friend over, and he had gone to the bathroom on the 2nd story of the house. No one was up there at the time, but when he came down, he said that he had seen 2 red eyes down the hall near my parents' bedroom. He immediately ran downstairs, and we told him about my mother's experiences. The other things that happen more frequently now is that our dog starts to growl at something in the hallway. She sleeps in our parents' room, and sometimes she will get up and walk around the room, and then she will stop in the doorway and growl at something in the hallway. But when we turn on the light, there will be nothing there. It has been a couple of months since anything worth reporting has happened, but we believe that it is a friendly ghost and nothing harmful will come of it. Even though I'm terrified of this kind of stuff, reading stories and watching things on TV about it is very interesting to me. I have a story to share. It's still very fresh to me, even though it has happened many years ago that it has taken place. My husband and kids laugh at me when I tell them my story, just because some of the things that went on. They find it more humorously amusing than seriously true. This story took place when I was about 5 or 6 years old, in a house we lived at, in Oregon, Ohio. I really don't even know where to begin. The house was a 2-story home that wasn't huge, but sure wasn't small. I had 2 brothers, and they shared a bedroom with me, having my own bedroom right next to theirs. In their closet was this blue plastic hanging shoe rack that was left when we moved in. It was completely empty, except for a few bouncy balls and a metal jack in some of the pockets. Every day we would check these pockets because whenever we would empty them, there was always more the next day. I never thought anything weird about that. It was cool finding things in there. My room had a door that led to the closet. I never heard anything scary in my room, but one night, my grandparents spent the night. They came from Florida and were visiting us before moving on to other relatives. In the middle of the night, everyone ran into the room because my grandpa woke up screaming. He said the cat had crawled onto the mesh part of the box spring and scared him. Everyone went back to bed and nothing was thought of it. Months went by and summer was here. My brothers and I used to all lay in the hallway upstairs outside our rooms in front of a box fan my dad would put up because it was so hot. Sometime in the middle of the night, my younger brother Mike woke up, I guess to sleep in my room, and began screaming. He said my older brother's Jake's face was on the wall scaring him. Jake had been laying in the hallway the entire time with me and Mike. Still, everyone shrugged it off like the other things that happened and figured he was sleepwalking. I've heard things throughout the night on and off after the last incident, but the last and scariest part of the house that happened to me, and I'm not sure how much time in between this happened, is one night when I was sleeping with my cat. It was sometime in the middle of the night, and for some reason I woke up. My cat also woke up. My cat was tucked under my arm at my side, and all of a sudden, it opened its eyes wide and hissed with its hair standing up on its back. Then it darted out of my room. I didn't understand why the cat acted like this, and seconds later, at the end of my bed was this figure. It was definitely human, but was all white and misty. It had no features or limbs. The only feature I remember is seeing an O-like shaped mouth. It was just standing there, but then looked like it was moving slowly closer. I kicked my feet at it, and nothing happened. I just kicked right through it. I was scared to death and ran into my parents' room and slept there the rest of the night. I thought I heard sounds coming from the drawers in my dad's dresser the rest of the night, but never heard anything or seen anything since. My husband, like I said, finds this humorous, so last year, he bought some ball and jacks and placed them on my pillow, and laughed. I would love to find out if anyone living in that house after or before me ever had any experiences like that. I always wondered why that thing would want to scare us like that. My grandfather was a member of Washington Country Golf Club in Washington County, Pennsylvania. The golf club sits on top of a hill and used to be a very old farmhouse that dates back to the 1800s. He told me stories of him along with a group of friends who spent the night at the clubhouse. Members were allowed to stay there if they wished. It was said the old farmer who lived in the house lost all of his money and the farm went under. After this all happened, the farmer then decided to end it all. My grandfather said that during the late hours of night, you can hear footsteps walking back and forth upstairs. They went upstairs, and no one was to be found. Even in the ballroom, the lights would be seen turning off and on by themselves, as doors were being opened and closed as well. I myself have been in the clubhouse, which is very old, with wooden stairs and floors. I have even seen the bar going across the staircase, where it said the farmer had done the deed. I've heard this story from other members of the club. Whether this is true for sure or not, I don't know exactly. Another story I've heard takes place in Peters Township in Washington County. I've been told by an old football coach whose family lived in the town all their life, dating back to the 1700s, I believe. He tells a story of an old haunted railroad tunnel close to Hidden Valley Road in the area. It's said that many years ago, when the railroad was a busy place, a man was hooking up two boxcars. The boxcars then rolled together, hitting the man in between the two hookups. The man was cut in half from the two boxcars, and many people say that they have walked the tunnel holding hands across the tunnel very late in the night. They said they have seen a man walking at the other end of the tunnel with an old oil lamp in his hand, swinging back and forth. They even say that a train can be heard off in the distance, but no train even came. The story has been known as Boxcar Willie. I've heard this story from many different people in the past. I've seen the tunnel myself one night with two of my friends. We held hands going across the front of the tunnel. We all then saw a very small light at the end of the tunnel. Never went to check it out, but something was there. We all saw this light. It may have been something off in the distance, but I believe it was Boxcar Willie. We all felt something very weird that night. That's why I get the feeling something was out there.
It starts back to when I was a child. My mother and I always had this psychic connection. For instance, I never had to tell my mom what I wanted for lunch. She would just think of a few choices, and I would then walk in seconds later and give her the answer to the question that she never asked. Now, this happened just a few times. I would have washed it off to coincidence, but this happened all the time. Now, as an adult, I get to do this with my children. It's pretty neat. I always had this psychic capability, not asking for it or concentrating on it. It just happens. Well, now with a little background on me, I'll get to the good stuff. When I was about 5 years old, my parents purchased their first house from an older woman whose husband had passed away, and she was moving to Florida. Hence the reason she asked us to keep her cats. From the moment I stepped into the house, I felt watched. This feeling only increased with time, so bad that I used to get dressed under the covers. I remember it happening in my bedroom more than any other room. I didn't feel that way in the bathroom after I took a bath or something. It just seemed to be in my bedroom. Then, the nightmares started. I would wake up extremely distraught, usually having the same few nightmares over and over again. I was terrified of under my bed, so I used to jump from my bed out of my doorway and run to my parents' room on the other end of the house. I would then go to sleep on the floor by their bed. I was never afraid of under their bed though.
I didn't realize how strange that was until I got older. As I would run to their room on many occasions, I would look behind me, and I would swear I would see something chasing me. Now, I guess I left this to an overactive childhood imagination, but I found out more. When I got older, my mother told me that she used to hear voices in the attic, but upon going up there, with a knife in hand, there would never be anyone up there. There was never anyone outside either. She said that she would always feel the presence of an older man. When I was 14, my parents divorced, and I rebelled, and in short, my father got custody of us, and we got the house. My dad is very carpenter handy, so he decided to rebuild the house and increase its size. Not too long after the remodeling of the house, me and my brother were sitting on my dad's bed, with the door shut, and all of a sudden, the door handle started to jiggle, so my brother jumped up and grabbed the handle as it was jiggling, and threw the door open, and nothing. There was no one else in the house, but my brother immediately ran down the hallway to the front door and looked outside to make sure. It's impossible that someone was there. The only original things left in the house are the original foundation and the chimney. I figured after the remodeling was done, whatever was here left. Until recently, about 2 years ago, me, my fiance, my 2 children, and my brother all took the house over. One night, me and my fiance were in bed, sleeping for about 30 minutes or so, and I woke up and saw a dark shadow leaning over his chest. I yelled stop, and then went right back to sleep. The next morning, I didn't even think of it, so my fiance called me from work. He asked me why I yelled stop, and I told him that I didn't know why, that I even forgot about it. Then I told him that I did see a shadow that resembled a short, bald, heavy-set man leaning over his chest. He then told me that he woke up gasping for air, and that the dark shadow was pushing on his chest and pulling him off the bed. Then when I yelled stop, it vanished. My fiancé is not a weak man at all. He's very strong, so I knew something was going on. I felt a presence in the room for a few weeks after that, but I went into each of the rooms before bedtime and told him that he was not allowed in there. Then one night, me and my brother were on the couch talking, and I told him the story, and he was in disbelief, of course. We then both dozed off, and I got woken up to a pale-faced brother who said that he got punched in the chest, and he was having a hard time breathing. I then did the same thing as before, and had nothing happen since. That's the end of my story. Well, this experience takes place almost 30 years ago. It was on a cold February morning. In those days, I would wake up at 4:30 in the morning to get my husband ready for work. I remember making him a fresh pot of coffee, along with his breakfast, and packing him a lunch for the day. He would leave the house for work at 5:30. After he would leave, I would go back to bed, but on this day, I decided to lay on the couch in the living room because I had to be up again to get the kids ready for school. As I was laying on the couch in the living room, I suddenly heard the front door open. It was in the middle of the dark. I jumped to my feet, thinking my husband returned. Maybe he was coming back for something he forgot. As I approached the door, a man, a tall man, walked into the house. I was frightened. I backed away. I froze. Was he going to rob us? I shouted at him to leave, but he just ignored me and walked past me, as if I wasn't there. He was heading towards the kid's bedroom. I immediately ran after him, and just like that, he disappeared. I woke the kids and ran to my neighbor's house. We called the police who came and went throughout the house to make sure he was not hiding. They found no one. I was confused, no doubt, because I did see the strange man walk into this house. He was somewhat odd looking. I described him to the police as a tall man with a mustache. He was not wearing a coat, and I found it odd because it was the dead of winter, and he obviously would be cold. The police were polite and courteous, and told me to reinforce the doors with security locks, and left feeling a little like I was losing my mind. I did not just dismiss it. That night, when my husband came home from work, I told him what happened, and he too was worried, and the next day had deadbolts put in. A few months later, I was preparing a potato salad for a picnic when my elderly neighbor called me to come over her house and change a light bulb for her in her bedroom. I noticed that she had pictures. Some looked real old and spread out on her kitchen table. I sat down and started to look through a few of the pictures. Then I came across the picture of two men, one short and stocky, wearing a bowler hat, the other, a tall, light-haired gentleman with a handlebar mustache. I recognized the mustachioed man immediately as the man I saw walk into my house. I asked my neighbor Phyllis who the men in the picture were, and she told me that it was her father and a friend of his. I told her that the man next to her father looked exactly like the man who walked into my house. She gave me a strange look and said, "Honey, he's been dead for over 40 years, but he used to live in your house. He was a barber, and he used one of the back bedrooms as his shop. The same room my kids shared. Could this have been the spirit of the man in the picture? I do not know." For as long as I can remember, I've been able to see and feel the paranormal. I didn't know what it was at first, and was truly terrified by the feelings I would get when someone came near me. I'm at the point where I'm no longer afraid, but I do have my moments when something sneaks up on me. Almost every home I lived in has been haunted, and I'm not sure now if they were the homes themselves, or if I'm being followed. I feel comfort in my newest home, and I'm always sure that there is nothing there, which I am grateful for, because my son senses them too, and I'm not sure if he can still see them, but he used to be able to. He knows his uncle and grandfather, and they both died before he was born. He knew things about them that no one else told him, and as a baby, he would stare past me and start laughing at air. In time, he was able to communicate what he saw, and the truly significant moment came 2 days before his papa passed away. He went into the room his great-grandfather was resting in, and came out, and told me that there was a man in the chair, and he was there to take Papa home. My son was 2 at the time, and we did not discuss his grandfather's dying to him. We only told him that he wasn't feeling well. I knew for sure then that he was able to see and sense things as well. I've seen my brother-in-law praying beside his parents' bed a few days after he died in a snowmobile accident. He has made a clock on his grandparents' home run when it has no batteries and hasn't worked in many years. Every time someone truly missed him and wanted to know if he was there, they would ask him to make the clock go, and most times it did. I knew in my gut the instant my own father died. No one had to tell me. I had a very uneasy feeling in my stomach the night before he died, and I knew that I needed to go to him, but this feeling stopped me from getting on the plane to go home. The next morning, I knew the instant he died, and I was at my sister's house. The feeling just vanished, and I just knew. I told my sister that I had to go home, and that our dad just died, to which she pretty much told me that I was crazy, but I insisted, and I drove myself home. I don't know how I got home. I don't really remember the drive. I remember getting into my car, and this calm was over me, and I remember pulling into my driveway, and my mother-in-law was standing there waiting for me. I got out and told her that I thought my dad died. She confirmed it, and that is when I lost it. I was 5 months pregnant with my son at the time, and I believe that somehow I was being pushed to stay home, because I'm sure that I would have lost my son if I was with my dad when he died. The stress alone nearly killed me. My dad used to come to visit me. He would turn the lights on and off to let me know that he was there. I could feel him around me. It has been a while since I felt him, but I know he's still around. A duplex I lived in had two spirits. A man, that was not good, and a woman. The woman would unlock doors in the night and turn lights on. The man did not want us there, and I sensed that especially in the basement. A few people saw and felt both, but the woman kept him in check. The only time they really made themselves known, while anyone was awake, was the night that my cousin and I were looking on the internet at pictures of ghosts and demons. All of a sudden, there was a loud crash from upstairs. We raced upstairs, but nothing was out of place. I got a really bad feeling and ran upstairs to my son's room and grabbed him. My husband wasn't home, but I called him to come home. My cousin and I sat in my living room freaking out when I saw the man walk by me, and he was in black with a large brim hat. My cousin saw him too, and he had never previously had an encounter. It was as if he was telling us to stay off those websites because they were not good or something. All I could even remember was the absolute terror in my heart. The orchard I grew up on was haunted by more than 3 spirits. Not all of them are good, and they made it known that we were not wanted either. One spirit had befriended our family and would try to protect us from the little girl who wanted us out of there very badly. I believe that she and the little boy were my second cousins killed in a car accident with my great-grandfather, though no one has been able to confirm that. Walking down the stairs to the basement, the same step always seemed to break, and you would trip. It never actually broke, but 7 out of 10 times, you would trip on that damn stair. I mean, anyone would trip too. Faces would appear in windows. Gunshots would ring out behind our house, and no one was there. My dad even checked for footprints a few times, because the shots were that close. The taps in the kitchen exploded once, and there were the booming noises from within the house, for no reason. I saw the spirit of the cat my dad ran over a few times, and then there were the horses and cows that periodically freaked out over something no one else could see. There was also the drifting odor of the orchard of a dead animal, though it was never in one spot, and there were no dead animals. I used to feel like there was something under the stairs to the basement. It was an old house with old wooden stairs, the kind that had no back, and under the stairs was dirt. I always had a bad feeling about that, and would fly down the stairs as fast as I could, and run them up 2 or 3 at a time. My dad had renovated the house, and my brother and I were fortunate to have bedrooms in the basement. I got locked into my room one night, and we ended up having to take the hinges off to get me out. No lock on the door. When we were moving, I was sitting on the floor in my room packing, when all of a sudden, the mirror on my dresser came crashing down, shards of glass missing me by centimeters. My friend's family rented the house for my dad for a short period of time, and one night, my friend had fallen asleep in the area of the basement by the stairs. The hissing cat woke her up, and she looked to see something clawing out of the dirt. She didn't stick around to find out what it was. A few days later, her brother came bolting into the room she was sleeping in, my old bedroom, and grabbed her arm and demanded to know if she was practicing witchcraft or something. She didn't, because he had 2 perfect bite marks on his wrist, and when they looked at her arm, she had the exact same marks as if they had been bitten by fangs or something. Of course, they left shortly after, but not because of the things they experienced. I didn't find out about any of this until after they moved. An older woman bought the orchard, and when my sister went back to visit a year or so ago, she happened to mention strange things that were happening around the orchard, and asked my sister if she knew anything about it. My sister quickly filled her in about the yellow and green orbs seen floating around the house, strange occurrences, and all the noises. The difference of what she had seen and felt was that she saw a cowboy, and we were told there was an Indian on the orchard protecting our family. Apparently, the land that my great-grandparents had settled on was once a battlefield, and our family had been told the Indian warrior died there in battle. The house we moved into after we moved off the orchard had its own spirit or two as well. My parents didn't believe me until a few years after I moved out, and my mom had been home alone, and the front door unlocked, opened, closed, locked, and she heard footsteps move around the house and up the stairs, and then they stopped. She also heard the kitchen cupboards open and close, and kept calling out to my dad. They lived alone by this time, but no answer. This continued like this for about half an hour. My mom got scared and refused to leave her bedroom until my dad actually came home an hour after that. She blamed him, but it couldn't have been him. He was at work. This was a frequent occurrence, but previously my parents blamed my brother or myself or the other until my brother and I moved out. There was also the time my friend and I thought we would play a trick on my brother and pretend that the house had been broken into. We trashed the house nicely, placing objects around as if they had been thrown or scattered in a rush. We were standing in the kitchen laughing about this whole thing when all of a sudden a hand reached up the window. You would have to be almost 7.5 feet tall to do this. We screamed and ran up the stairs to get the cordless phone. The doorbell started ringing and knocking on all of the windows started. We called the police, thinking that someone was actually trying to break into the house. The police heard the noises and told us to stay upstairs until they got there. My brother and a bunch of his friends walked in at this point, and we started to accuse them when there was another noise outside, and my brother went out to investigate. I saw him chase someone down the street in a plaid coat, and then the person just vanished. My friend and I were hysterical by this time, and the police had just arrived. They brought canine dogs, and the only scent they picked up was my brother's, and that is because he had chased someone out of the yard. The dogs didn't pick up anything else, and there were no footprints anywhere, except the police and ours. My dad came home, and my brother and his friends swore it wasn't them. When the morning came, we all went out to check under the kitchen window for evidence it was my brother, and there was just no way that anyone could have just reached up that way the hand reached up. There was also the time that I came home, and the upstairs extension picked up while I was on the phone. I thought my friend had someone over, or it was a party line. Small towns used to have this, where 2 different residences shared the same phone line. She thought I was trying to scare her, because we could both hear breathing. I snuck to the stairs and saw the shadow of a man. I freaked out, grabbed a knife, and ran out the door. I called my sister down the street to come, and there was no way anyone could have gotten out, but no one was there when it was checked out. There was also the glowing eyes in the bushes up the street. I used to see those frequently at night, and once in a while was brave enough to go and check it out, to see if there was a dog in the bushes, peering out. There never was, and the hairs on my neck would stand straight up on end. I wasn't the only person to see this or feel this way about those bushes. Quite a few houses in the area were haunted as well. I would hear a man's voice in the house where I babysat, and so did the girl I babysat. It was detached and floating in the air. You would feel tugs on your shirt when your neck was turned, and lights in the basement would flick on and off. A friend of mine who was completely skeptical lived in the house previously and had confided in me that she thought something weird was going on in the house. She slept upstairs, and every day she would look in the cubbyhole in the wall, and there was a sleeping bag unrolled and an imprint of a body on it, and every day she would roll it up and put it away, only to find it there in the morning again, or by the time she got home from school. She showed me this one day, which made me uneasy, talking about the babysitting job there when new people moved in. There is so much more, but honestly, I'm getting tired and drained out. If you want to hear more, let me know. My story is not very complicated. My husband, my son who is now 8, and of course me, moved into our current house a little more than 2 years ago. Once when my husband and son were spending a weekend at my brother-in-law's, I told my husband I was afraid of being alone in the house, even though I am reclusive by nature. He said to ask my guardian spirits for help. So, not really expecting anything, I said aloud before I went to bed that I would appreciate my guardian spirits for a sign they were present. Later that night, I was awakened by the sound of the doorknob on the bedroom door being turned. I looked over and actually saw it turning. I was terrified. Nothing came in, and there was no way I was going looking for the doorknob turner. At best, it was an intruder. When my husband came home, I told him all about it, and he told me that I asked for a sign, after all. About a year after we moved in, our then 2-year-old nephew came to live with us. He was very delayed and could only speak at about a 1-year-old level. We made a playroom for the kids in the basement. Josh, our nephew, refused to play down there alone. I didn't blame him. We had to totally run out of clean clothes before I'd go down there to do laundry. It was creepy, not dark at all, but there was always a feeling of being watched or someone standing close behind you. We also heard footsteps down there and water being turned on. That fall, Josh threw one of his little boots down the stairs, and my husband ordered him into the basement to pick it up. Josh reached the bottom of the stairs, turned to look into the basement, screamed ghost in mortal terror, and ran back up the stairs and shot into my husband's arms. By this time, we had named the presence Alex. Josh said Alex had made a very bad face at him. He refused to go down in the basement at all after that. We also had an incident where a broom was totally missing from our house for almost 2 weeks. I searched every inch of the house, including the basement. It wasn't in our house. We thought someone had borrowed it. No one had. Finally, I yelled down into the basement, "Alex, if you have the broom, we need it back." After a couple of minutes, and another good search of the upstairs, I went down to the basement and found the broom leaning against the wall, right by the stairs. I thought I was doing pretty well with the whole having a ghost experience. Sure, I was secretly scared to death, but I kept reminding myself that there are spirits all around us, and Alex seemed to be rather mild and harmless. He even listened to my husband when Mike ordered him to stop scaring the kids, and later to stop coming upstairs. And surely, Alex had as much right to be there as I have. However, I changed my mind after taking a nap in the extra room downstairs. I was awakened with a jolt by the distinct feeling of a hand slapping me in the face. That was it for me. While we were in the car, away from the house, I told my husband Alex had to go, and since he seemed to have some authority, he had to tell Alex to leave. Mike said he'd probably have to talk to a medicine man. Luckily, however, perhaps after overhearing a similar conversation at the house, Alex left on his own. No more noises from the basement, missing household objects, or eerie feelings. In fact, after a while, my husband and I even moved our bedroom downstairs, and we never had a weird experience down there. Josh was more than willing to come downstairs, although he still does talk about Alex occasionally. We did have to move back upstairs, but that only involved a mundane little mouse running around down there. I had a friend in Arlington, Texas whose house had a ghost. Her family called it George, and they laughed about it. There was no malevolence involved. Their house was relatively new, and not particularly outstanding. It was a classic 50s ranch house. Anyway, my friend's room was always chilly, The temperature was about 65 degrees. Her family had ducked people check out the ducts to her room on several occasions. Despite the blazing North Texas summers, where the central heat turned on in the winter, her room maintained this temperature. I had heard all the stories and didn't really know what to think. I spent the night, and that made a believer out of me. First, during dinner, things fell off of shelves in the adjacent den. Her parents laughed and yelled, "Stop it, George." Later, when I went into the kitchen for some water, the reflected view in the kitchen window started spinning. I was somewhat entranced, and then realized that the center of the spiraling image was the figure of a man. The figure was getting closer and larger. I ran into the den before I saw any more. As we went to sleep in the sleeper couch in the den, several books in the shelves opposite the couch slowly pulled out from their position on the shelf and almost fell to the floor. George is one of my fondest memories. My friend and I had other strange encounters after that, including many that didn't involve George. I think that some people are more receptive to energies and have more of these events than other people. I've decided to post my other stories now, before I forget to post them later. The first one I would like to share happened when I was 18. My friend was living with me and my family in our house in Northeast Calgary. We were sitting in our room playing cards. There had been a couple strange things happening the last few weeks, like my TV turning on and off by itself, the volume going up and down on my stereo. Since both of us had always been believers, she's always had experiences of her own. We knew it was the work of a ghost. We were never really frightened, at least not until the night I'm about to tell you about. Anyway, like I said, we were playing a game with a deck of cards. You asked the question and then flipped a card. If it was a black card, the answer was no. A red card was a yes. It was called something like Ouija cards. At first it was just a game. We were laughing and joking around at the answers it gave us, until we noticed a pattern. Every time we got to the bottom of the deck and shuffled them for the next round, the first 3 cards flipped were 666. The first couple of times we just brushed it off as being coincidental, but by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th times, we were scared. We decided it was time to call it a night and picked up the cards. We made sure to check underneath ourselves and under the pillows on our bed to make sure we didn't miss any cards. We hadn't. But after gabbing for a half an hour, I was going to go downstairs to my room. Sure enough, there was a card sitting right in plain view of both of us. We looked at each other a little funny, and then she picked up the card. It was the 6 of spades. I got curious as we went to put the 6th card back with the others and flipped the 2 cards of the deck. Both of them were 6s. We put the cards in the kitchen, and on my way downstairs, I heard the TV go on. I turned to go back upstairs to tell my friend when it turned off again. I went to my room and laid down. A couple minutes later, I noticed the room had gotten brighter. I opened my eyes and saw that 6 of my candles were glowing brightly, even though no one had been in the room to light them. I blew them out and tried to go to sleep. It happened again, but this time they lit, one by one. I ran from my room, noticing it grow dark once again, and slept the rest of the night with my friend. I've never had an occurrence like that again. My most recent experience happened in January 1999. One of our dogs, CB, short for cat bait, had recently been put down. He had been a big part of the family for 15 years. One night, our other dog, Tia, came downstairs to my room. This was extremely odd, since the only time she ever came down was if I had food, or if she was with my mom. But she never came down in the dead of night. I was fast asleep when I was awoken by the sound of her barking at the end of my bed. I told her to go away and to shut up, but she persisted. I sat up and found her jumping at the end of the bed. I asked her if she wanted outside, but that's not what she wanted. She wanted me to get out of bed. Irritated, I did just that. We walked out of my room, and she started barking at the corner of the basement. I thought maybe she had found a mouse or something, but upon turning on all the lights and investigating, I found nothing. She started walking around the basement. If I did not follow her, she would bark. I was getting tired of this game and just wanted to go back to bed, but she just kept barking until I followed her. Finally, she led me into the laundry room and went over to the pile of blankets laying on the floor and started barking and switched between looking at me and staring at the sheets. It then occurred to me that the pile of blankets were one of CB's favorite spots to sleep. I remembered hearing somewhere that animals, especially cats and dogs, had a sensitivity to spirits and ghosts. I smiled and asked Tia, "Is that CB?" Immediately, her tail started wagging, and she went over to the blankets, lay down, gave them one lick, and then went back upstairs. I know it was my little dog who was visiting me that night. I'm just glad that Tia decided to share that visit with me. Since then, Tia shared it with me a couple of times, although I still haven't seen CB's ghost for myself. This story has several parts. It has taken me months to put this together in a way that makes sense and takes all the known facts into account. I awakened suddenly from deep dreaming sleep one night in December or January with the terror that someone was in my room. I've heard that in most people, there is a reflex that literally prevents them from moving when they are in a deep state of sleep, and the frozen, unable to move state described by many upon first being awakened is simply that reflex still working, not fully in sync with sudden consciousness. I'm in a different category. However, I'm a sleepwalker and capable of vigorous movement, even when not awake. To get on with the story, I felt an intrusion in my dream that had nothing to do with what I was dreaming about. It shocked me awake, and I sat up straight in my bed. I was treated to the sight of an apparition standing near the foot of my bed. It was quite tall, over 6 feet I would guess. I couldn't tell if it was male or female, but my sense was that it was female. It had short dark hair, parted in the middle and brushed back on either side, and wore flowing white garments. It emitted no light. What I could see of it was illuminated by the yard's light, shining in the bedroom window. I apparently surprised it, because for a fraction of a second, its right hand was raised to its temple in a gesture that seemed to indicate I was not supposed to have awakened or have seen it. Immediately, it was gone, leaving me to wonder if I had really just been dreaming. It all happened so quickly. In January, I visited a psychic who told me that in addition to the spirit of my grandmother, which I knew about, I had the spirit of a young girl strongly attached to me. She was not able to give me any details as to who the girl might be, and I thought about this for a great deal. For months I pondered whom this might be, and got no enlightenment. Finally one day, the face of a child I used to babysit for many years ago sort of popped into my head, and I knew who my little girl attachment was. She was a tragic little figure, who was a foster child in a home that cared for her, but most certainly did not love her. Even as a teenager, my heart ached for that child, and I told my mother that once the lifeline on her left palm was extremely short. I always felt she would die young. I really didn't know any facts about her, since I lost touch with her foster family after I went to college, but I had no doubt that she was my attachment. A few days after this, I went to another psychic, who told me that the girl had not been ready to die when it happened. It had surprised her. For that reason, she was unable to find the lights that souls are supposed to go to when they pass. He told me that I was the only light she could find, and therefore she had attached to me. But that wasn't a good thing. She meant me no harm, but she was draining me some of my energy, and she needed to move on for her own sake as well. He spoke with her briefly, and told me she was 17, and that her stepfather had caused her death, or at least a great deal of pain while she was alive, which she does correlate with what I knew of the man. Remember, she was in foster care, not living with her mother and stepfather when I knew her, but the man was a convicted child molester. The psychic told me he would go help her to the light, and I presume he was successful. Tonight I was reading some of the articles on the site about why spirits tend to manifest at night, to get a glimpse of someone they loved, perhaps, or to try to communicate, and what the best reaction to an apparition is. And I realized that 1, probably my apparition was my young friend, who I wouldn't have recognized because I hadn't seen her for about 7 years before she passed, and 2, sitting straight up in bed was a good way to scare it off, because it disappeared in the blink of an eye. If I had realized who it was, I would have tried to make things easier for her, but for both of our sakes, I hope there is no next time. In 1975, my wife's parents and her sister Mary moved to the eastern shore of Maryland into a 100-year-old farmhouse. What made them believe there was a ghost was little things disappearing and reappearing in different places, doors locking by themselves, being touched by someone who wasn't there. Things really didn't start getting weird until her other sister Cher and her son David moved in with them. Cher had a little bit of ESP. She could tell when things were going to happen. She would have dreams and funny feelings that would mostly come true. They would hear noises in the attic, footsteps, and things rolling around. Cher would hear someone calling her name at night. She had the bedroom with the attic door in it. Once, my wife felt someone sit on her bed, and Cher felt someone run their fingers through her hair. They were all outside taking photos of each other one time, and no one was in the house. But when the photos were developed, someone was looking out the pantry window. They believed the ghost was not harmful. In fact, it was very helpful. Things that they were looking for would appear. When David was a baby, he had stuffed animals in his crib. Years later, he told us that he was afraid of these stuffed animals because he thought that they were alive. Another thing that happened was when both my wife and her sister Mary got married, both of their wedding photos that were taken in the house never turned out. They believed the ghost was sad to leave them there. In the big foyer, there was a room that had been painted black from other occupants, and whenever they would pass the room that was by a staircase, they felt as if someone was watching them go up the stairs. All 3 sisters felt this presence. I'm now a 48-year-old professional, settled in Canada, and doing very well. In northern England, as a youth, I had many experiences, mainly revolving around the house, which my family bought when I was 12 years old. We were told by the neighbors that 3 families had moved out in the 18 months before we moved in, but the only explanation was that they had marriage problems. Within a year, we heard noises, such as a person banging on the door, or definite and very clear footsteps, which would walk up the stairs if you were upstairs, or down the stairs if you were down. When it first happened, I thought it was my brother, 1 year younger than myself, banging on the door, disturbing my math homework. But when he went down to complain, my parents insisted that I had not been out of the front room for an hour. The very next incident was I was awakened in the middle of the night by a tremendous racket from the bathroom, and I got up and put my trousers on to see what it was. As I left my room, my mother stood at her door, and we each asked the other if we had heard the sound. We agreed that it came from the bathroom and went to look. All that was there was an empty washing up liquid bottle, made of plastic, squashed and lying on the floor. Another night, my mother and I heard a crash, as if metal ladders had fallen outside downstairs living room, but again, there was no source for the sound when we checked. Over the years from age 12 to 18, I became familiar with these sounds, and joked with school friends that we had a ghost called Jack. Some friends were in the house when the footsteps came down the stairs. I heard them, but I said nothing. No one else did. When it happened a second time, I heard it, and so did a young man named Mike, who had never heard of this story. He searched everywhere, It would not accept my reassurance that no one was there. When I left to go to university, I told the next door neighbor, a middle-aged woman, that I was glad to leave. She told me that these sounds were the reason why the 3 families left in such a haste. The neighbors agreed not to tell us because they did not want to put ideas into our minds. A woman who lived there previously was found dead in the bath with her wrist slit. It was thought to be suicide, but I had a vague and reoccurring mental image of a man coming down the curved stairway. A friend later suggested that, perhaps, this man was the old woman's son. Perhaps he killed her and made it look like suicide. Who knows? One piece of advice: never try a Ouija board to communicate with the dead. Leave well enough alone. If experiences happen to you naturally, they are completely harmless, and in some cases, can be helpful. They might happen for a total of a few seconds in your whole life, but do not try to make them happen, because you might frighten yourself. This is my best advice. There are other stories, all true, but they have to wait. This happened while I was holidaying in Florida, at a motel we had stayed at several times. The first time we stayed here, we were in room 12. While in room 12, we would always hear arguments from next door, and the occupants would always check out, usually within 1 or 2 days, never staying longer. My husband loves America, especially Florida. As it happens, I was to have an operation in Florida, and this was a good time to visit. We checked in at the same hotel. My husband wanted the room in which we had stayed in before, room 12. Unfortunately, it was taken, so we had to take the room next door. This motel does not have a room 13, so the room is numbered 14. I did feel uneasy about staying in that room. Let's just say a nagging feeling, an intuition which I always trust. By the way, I come from a long line of witches. The reason why I was so uneasy about this was not because of the number, but from remembering the countless couples that came and went from that room. My husband insisted we stay there, since it was next to room 12, and the happy memories of the last holiday we had there. I gave in, and we checked in. We unpacked our things, and from day one, we had an argument the whole entire time we were there. I thought to myself, maybe it was me subconsciously dreading the operation and taking it out on him. But we would be at each other like cats and dogs, to the point in which I walked out of that room a couple of times. The atmosphere would be charged and depressing, and as soon as I walked out, the sun would lift my spirits. My husband is not superstitious, nor does he believe in ghostly encounters. After having my operation, I would have to be bedridden for a week or so, and heavily under the influence of painkillers. While I lay in bed, I would chase my husband away with my bad mood, post-op blues, so I could be left alone and in peace. The time I had alone in that room would stay with me for a long time. Remember, I'd taken some painkillers for my operation. My husband had drawn the curtains so I could sleep. One afternoon, I dozed off and was awakened by the tug of the bed sheets. I thought maybe I kicked it off, so I tried to pull them up. Once I did, I fell asleep again. Again I was awakened by the feeling of sheets being tugged. I thought it was my husband and woke up shouting at him, but there was no one in the room. I felt the temperature in the room was cold. I shivered and had to force myself in great pain to get out of bed and pull the sheets up. Once in bed, I looked around the room. The strange thing was, it seemed like shadows in the corner, yet it was bright as day outside, and the curtains were drawn, and there were no trees or anything near the window to give off shadows. I stayed awake for hours, waiting for my husband to return. He walked in and got a shock, seeing me all wide-eyed, and thought he had left the air conditioner on, as it was very cool. He walked over and noticed it was off, and blamed that the damn thing was broken. For the whole week while I recuperated in that room by myself during the day, my bed sheets would come off. I would wake up in cold sweats, looking around the room. There was no one there. I felt something brushing my skin and always felt the shadows in the corner. I put it down to painkillers. They were very mild, and my usually happy self became withdrawn and depressed. I noticed that my husband would come back smiling and was trying to cheer me up, but as we stayed longer in that room, it seemed to have an effect on us. He became mean, and sometimes he would jeer at me. I had enough by this time and wanted to leave. The last night we had stayed there, I had not taken any painkillers, as I wanted to believe I was not hallucinating or seeing things. And believe me, I've seen many things and experienced stranger. I was not sleeping well and looked over to my husband, who slept soundly. The funny thing was, he seemed to be illuminated by something. I tried to touch him, but my hand could not move. I stretched out to him. We slept in separate beds while I was recuperating. He was only an arm's length away, and yet I couldn't move. I was sweating now, with a feeling of dread. My whole body felt like lead, and I could only move my head. I tried so hard to move, yet I couldn't. I could really feel that there was someone or something that was in the room with me, but I couldn't even see them. Someone was there near my bed, but not fully visible yet. I started to say something and tried to call out to my husband. He was dead asleep and did not move. As I turned my head to the foot of my bed, my sheets were being tugged off. I really screamed, but nothing came out. I was forcing myself to say something, but nothing came. At the foot of my bed appeared a tall black outline. The figure seemed to be wearing a hooded cloak, but I had a profile view. It had its outstretched arm on my bed. I'm 6 feet tall, and my feet are slightly stuck out over the bed. I tried to move my feet to kick out, but my limbs were like dead weights. The black-garbed figure turned to me and began to walk towards me. At this moment, I was desperately repeating the Lord's Prayer. I'm not religious, but it came to mind. Over and over, and as it began to walk to me, I remember the eyes started to glow red. At this stage, I was turning my head to and from the figure to my husband, as well as stretching my arm out, trying to touch him to wake him up. I remember him sleeping soundly like a baby. As the figure approached, and I was sweating buckets, and repeatedly said the Lord's Prayer, I yelled out, "Stop," and that I worshipped only God, and that I belonged to Him. That's when the figure was no longer there. I blinked a couple of times, thinking it was a nightmare, but I noticed that my arm was still outstretched towards my husband, and he was still in the same position, sleeping soundly. I started crying and busted open a stitch. My husband woke up and said that I just had a very bad nightmare. I said I'm glad that we were leaving that very morning. We still go back to the motel, as my husband loves it, yet I insisted we do not stay in that room. Thanks for reading. I grew up on a farm in Missouri. The house we lived in was built around the turn of the century. It was a big 2-story house with a wraparound porch. I shared a bedroom with my brother on the bottom floor. In the summer of 1975, something happened that had a long-term effect on me. It was a clear moonlit night, and you could easily hear crickets and bullfrogs singing in the night. I was sleeping very soundly when something woke me. I had the impression that someone was pushing down several times on the foot of the bed. I looked up and was startled to see the shadow of a short, plump figure watching me. Horrified, I immediately went for the light, but there was nothing there. The figure I'd seen had no face, but seemed to have a soft glow. It was definitely trying to get my attention. I never went to sleep the rest of the night, leaving the light on and reading. The next night, about the same time, I was awake and witnessed a small ball of light zipping around the room. This time I left the light off and watched the tiny orb for about 15 seconds when it finally zipped out of the room. I talked to certain family members later and found out that apparition that I had seen was probably my great-grandmother. She had died in the same corner that my bed was sitting. In her later years, she began to lose her mind, and instead of putting her in a nursing home, the family decided to take care of her at her home. They hired a male nurse to help her, and at night, the night I saw her, my uncle said she was probably looking for him. The incident disturbed me deeply, and it was years before I could finally sleep well at night. I'm now married and live in another old house, but this one seems to have no past to disturb me. Thank God. In 1999, my husband and I purchased our first home. We had 2 very small children at the time, and soon found out we were expecting our third. We had purchased an old Queen Anne Victorian. It was very large, and all the homes around it were large as well. We had looked at many houses before we purchased the old home. In fact, I drove past the home to go to work every day. I'd never considered buying it, but always felt drawn to it. Things seemed fine. I was alone in the home when I heard what seemed to be a child laughing. I thought maybe our family had come home early, but no one was there. One other time, I was in the cellar getting clothes out of the dryer and heard a child call Mommy. But again, I was alone when this occurred, and none of the neighbors' children were outside. I was lying in my bedroom with my eyes closed and could feel something breathe on me. When I opened my eyes, nothing was there. I have a cat who likes to go outside at night, and one evening, my husband heard her at the door. He opened the door and let her in, or so he thought. The next morning, he saw our cat waiting on the porch for us to let her in. We searched the entire home, looking for the cat he had thought he let in the previous evening, and there was no animal to be found. My daughter, who was 3.5 at the time, would come into our bedroom complaining that the little girl would keep her awake and would not stop playing with the curtains. She would also complain about the man who would whisper by her closet. My mother and I were hanging wallpaper in the family room, which was next to the dining room. My mother was facing the door to the dining area. I had the door to my side. As we were hanging a portion of the paper, we both saw a figure move through the dining room area and into the kitchen. My mother said, "Oh, good, Dan is home. He can help us hang." I called to my husband and asked if he had eaten lunch yet. I got no response. Thinking he could not hear, I went to the kitchen to ask again. He was not there. I called thinking he went upstairs, and still no answer. My mother and I checked the whole house and looked outside for the car. No one was there but her and I. It was a strange feeling. Sometimes lights would go on for no reason. We would hear someone climbing the steps. It was a little unsettling, but we no longer live in the home. We are now building a brand new house. Story that follows is a true account of an 11-year experience that I will never forget. When I was 6 years old, my family moved into an old Victorian home in Pontiac, Michigan. The house still stands today. It has changed owners several times, but is in a state of disrepair. The house had been built in 1892 by a Mr. Newsbrinder for himself, his wife, and children. My parents had purchased the home from Clara, the last living daughter, in hire. I remember moving in that day because even as a young child, I felt a sense of uneasiness. That feeling was soon to be validated. At first, it was more of just an uneasy feeling throughout the whole house. Soon I discovered, though, that the feeling intensified while in my room. It was a large, 4-bedroom home, and us 3 girls all had the luxury of having a bedroom all to ourselves. Mine was in the back of the house, next to my parents' room, and across the upstairs foyer from my other 2 sisters. When alone in my room, I began to feel as though I was being watched. It is a universal, primitive feeling. I'll be sitting at my desk doing my homework, or just laying across my bed listening to my stereo, and I would feel it. I felt that a presence was emanating from one corner of my room, up at the ceiling. I had not seen or heard anything up until this point, but that was soon to change. As I was alone in my room again, one day after school, I heard a voice call my name. It was a male voice, and I thought it was my father. I went into the foyer to answer his call, but since he was not home from work yet, it could not have been him. I went back into my room and soon heard the voice again. I say that I heard it, but it occurred to me several years after the fact that I only heard it in my mind. Sort of telepathic communication, I think. It wasn't long before this voice became an everyday intrusion into my life. It would call my name repeatedly. It would assure me that it was okay, and for me not to be afraid. It also told me to come closer to the corner from where it was coming. I remember now that I would be so drawn to it, and would just stand there transfixed, staring at the corner. I never went close to it. Call it instinct, fear, whatever, but I somehow knew better. As I was staring at the corner one day, a huge void opened up in the corner. It was the blackest black I'd ever seen. I saw nothing in the gaping hole, but it seemed to go on forever, and I would grow lightheaded and lost blocks of time staring into it. Now, I had told my younger sister all about this, but she never saw or felt anything until we actually moved out of the house, but I'll get to that later. I was afraid to tell my parents, and had been warned by the voice that this was our secret, no need for me to tell. The voice began to torment me. Even at night, as I lay in my bed sleeping, I could feel it there in the dark, beckoning. It invaded my dreams, becoming ever more insistent that I succumb to its wish, that I come into the void. It was angry at me, growling insults and obscenities, but I never would give in. Towards the end of the stay in our house, I began arguing back, telling it that I was stronger than it and would not be overpowered. Strangely enough, over all those years, I'd come to accept its presence as a normal part of life for me. No one ever saw or felt it but me. I'd even confided in my best friend Shirley, who would frequently come for sleepovers. I think she slept with one eye in the corner. The day we moved out, I experienced the most intense terror I will ever feel for the rest of my life. I was then 17. I was in my room, packing up the last few items. I felt the familiar goosebumps and tingling of my skin as the hair on my back, my neck, and arms stood up. The voice was at a fervid pitch now, threatening and cursing me. I turned around to face my enemy, stared into the blackness, and was mesmerized to see the most evil eyes I had ever seen come out of the darkness. I could see the whites of his eyes, and the center was like black coal. The whole began to turn, and I heard a deafening roaring sound, not unlike that of a huge waterfall, in close proximity. I dropped what I was doing, ran down the steps, and got into the family car. I left the rest of my things in that room and never looked back. I never heard or saw anything like that again. After we had moved out, my younger sister began having nightmares about something dark and heavy chasing her in our old house. No coincidence, I think. I still get the chills when I think about this. I assure you, this was real. My family and I lived on a farm in Manistee County for 11 years. It is a log home built sometime in the 1860s. We had numerous experiences, such as the older man talking to my toddler in her bedroom, while knocks on the front door in the middle of a snowy night with no one there and no footprints in the snow. Heavy footsteps could be heard downstairs when we were lying in our bed on the upstairs landing. A back door was totally jammed shut, and the only thing my husband thought he could do was cut it open. But on a windless night, it just flew open, and there was a strange odor. We had a neighbor across the street tell us that he heard the piano playing when we were gone. I heard my name called often. We had people house sit because we only heated with wood. They heard noises, saw curtains move, and wouldn't stay there again. We saw a figure in my daughter's bedroom window when we pulled away from the driveway. I had a sunburn on my back in the shape of the barn. Now there were no trees or possible shadows, and we even showed a friend, and at the time, it didn't make any sense. Then our neighbor came and said he saw the barn swaying in the wind. At closer inspection, the main supports in the barn were almost completely rotted away. Was this someone's way of telling us something was wrong? There are more stories, but these are some of the best. I'm not lying. These actually happened, and if you don't believe me, well, I guess you're on your own then. But these did happen. Thank you for reading. I moved into the neighborhood that I live in at the age of 12. I'm 20 now. Ever since I moved in here, I was told of the woods and the strange things that went on in it. Sounds of drums, voices, screams, etc. Needless to say, the woods is creepy, so creepy that I refuse to go there at night. Let me explain. The woods consist of two sections, the front and the back. It's the back part that scares the bejesus out of me. In '98, a girl was killed in the front part of the woods, where she was raped and left for dead in the cold next to the old tractor. A tractor that had been rotting there for at least 30 years. Well, since the girl was killed, there have been some violent storms that have taken their toll on the trees surrounding the area of the death. My friend and I would go to the spot every now and again, until that night. I had a girlfriend at the time that lived on the road across the woods, so to get to her house, you could take the short way, which was through the woods, past the spot where the girl was killed. I'd walk my girl home, and I was returning through the woods, when I felt a sudden cold draft. Now mind you, this is the end of summer, so there was no logical explanation to see my breath during this time of year. I then turned to look over at the tractor, and I felt an overwhelming sense of depression and sorrow that made me feel sick to my stomach. I started to walk towards the tractor, and I could have sworn I heard the crying of a girl's voice say, "Run away." At this point, I started to pick my feet up and walk a little faster, when I noticed a little girl standing from a distance behind the tractor. She didn't look to be more than 6 years old, and looked about as solid and real as anybody I'd ever seen. I froze in sheer terror, knowing that there would be no way that a 6-year-old girl would wander off into the woods unsupervised and by herself, especially knowing the history of these woods. As I got closer to the girl, she ran further away and behind some trees, where she ultimately disappeared. It was not long after that I hightailed my butt back to the house as fast as I could. The next day I told my friend about what happened, so from then on, he walked with me each time I dropped my girlfriend off, hoping to hear or see something. It never happened to me again, but months later, I was talking to a friend who still hung out in the woods, and he told me he was sitting on one of the fallen trees, and he heard a girl crying. He said it startled him, so he went to go and leave. Just as he got up, he heard a louder voice say why. He said he felt depressed, and ran the rest of the way out of the woods. The woods has had a lot of strange things happen to it, like fires that start and go out by themselves, houses adjacent to the woods that had their backyards vandalized, and the sounds of someone knocking on the back doors. Interestingly enough, I found out that there was a forgotten cemetery somewhere back in the woods that had been neglected for years. I don't know what kind of paranormal energies take place in these woods, but I don't want to discover more of it. My parents still live in the same house I grew up in with my older sister. My experiences with ghosts began at about age 8. One night, I'd just gotten into bed and was waiting for my dad to come tuck me in. The lights were still on, and the whole family were upstairs. I wasn't alone or anything. I was wearing a nightgown. Suddenly, I felt 2 hands run quickly underneath my nightgown, up my legs, and over my body. I screamed bloody murder, and my parents came running in. I don't remember if they believed me, but I never slept in that room again. I traded rooms with my sister. Once she had begun sleeping in that room, she would tell us in the morning that someone would sit on the bed and say her name while they rubbed her head. But she never opened her eyes during these encounters. A few years later, I was getting my dad and I some ice cream in the kitchen. There was a new big bag of candy on the counter in front of me. Suddenly, it flew across the counter. I ran and told everyone. They believed me when they saw the candy on the other counter. Another time stayed homesick from school. I was lying in bed watching TV, and I kept hearing what sounded like marbles being dropped in the attic right above my bedroom. I was so scared, I called my mom, and she sent her friend over to stay with me. To this day, the TV in our kitchen turns on and off by itself. My aunt reported hearing music being played in her family room when everyone else was outside. Last weekend, my family gave me a bridal shower at my parents' house. When I got the pictures back, almost all of the pictures have orbs in them. I could not believe it. Whoever it is still there and still trying to be a part of us. It was my first time going to the Gettysburg War site. First, we visited their museum and looked at old clothing and war supplies. Then it was time for the tour of the battle site. It started off regularly, the guide showing us all the memorials and explaining this and that. Then it was time to get out of the car and look out over a field where a charge was made. It was a nice view stretching out before us, and behind us was a slope with a grove of trees to the right. While the guide talked, I noticed sounds of what seemed like a great number of people yelling and screaming down the slope, nearer in the grove of the trees. It was quiet at first, but it got louder, then quiet again. Even the tour guide stopped for a moment to question what those sounds were, and I even asked the guide if there was a reenactment going on down there. He just looked at me confused and said no. Perplexed, I asked if he had ever heard those sounds before while giving tours, and told us that this was the first time he had heard such distinct sounds that sounded like battle cries. There was even a moment where I was standing there, and I could have sworn I saw an extremely faded apparition run across the field for a second, then completely dissolve. Somehow I was the only one who saw this apparition. We then moved on, and as we walked back to the car, I asked my mom later about it. She thinks it was where the Confederate soldiers mustered up their courage by screaming war cries before they went to battle. I've been trying to find stories similar to mine ever since, but I've found none. My name is John, and I've been a Civil War reenactor for about 4 years now, attending living history events and reenactments throughout the mid-Atlantic states. I'd like to tell you about an experience that my reenacting group had at Antietam National Battlefield, Maryland. My company, Company G, 96 Pennsylvania Volunteers, annually has a living history event at this famed Civil War battlefield. It was here that in September of 1862, one day's casualties amounted to 23,000, more killed, wounded, or missing in one day than the casualties in America's previous wars combined. At one point during the battle, one American was injured with every second ticked by. I'd like to note that this was the ground upon which we were camping on. To continue my story, we traditionally take a walk into the battlefield to a small lane known as the Sunken Road. Here, Confederates hunkered down on a road that had been worn down by years of wagon travel, holding off wave after wave of heroic Union soldiers advancing upon them. Eventually, the Union forces swarmed over the Confederates' right flank and fired into the rebels from down the road, driving them off. This is where we annually took a midnight tour, hoping to catch a glimpse of energy left from 1862. Please note that even though the park closes around 10 p.m., the rangers often allow us reenactors to walk around. This is because if we found anyone defacing a monument or even shifting a pebble, that person will be praying for a ranger to come by and save him. So this night, about a dozen of us strolled down the sunken road and eventually came upon a monument located in about the center of the lane's length. We sat down along the banks of the road to relax and take in the atmosphere. About 20 minutes passed with silence and a few pictures taken here and there of us around the monument. Soon, 4 of us, myself included, chose to walk the remaining distance of the road to an observation tower, climb it, take a few snapshots, then head back. So we decided to walk down to the tower, ascend a few flights of stairs, and took a look around. Meanwhile, back at the monument, our captain decided that everyone had better get back to camp, so he sent 2 men to go retrieve us from the tower. No sooner had those 2 began to walk down the road, when the remaining few men heard shoes and heel plates, horseshoe-like plates we wear on our leather shoes, on the gravel and earth down the road. First 2 pair, then 4 pair, then 6, and so on. Equipment could be heard rustling around on the body. Knapsacks, canteens, cartridge boxes. If anyone knows what it sounds like to have men marching on a dirty road with full gear on, it's us. The sounds continually crescendoed until one man sat up, looked down the road, and stirred the other men to listen. Just as they began to sit up and peer into the darkness down the road, the sounds faded away just as quickly as they came in. Another man jumped up, went down the road and looked over the fences and banks, only to find weeds and small shrubs. He figured that if this was some sort of ghost regiment, it may have followed those 2 men who had begun to walk down the road to the tower to fetch us. I also had another story I experienced firsthand during a sleepless night in an old gun mill. We also used to have an annual event at Jacobsburg State Park, Pennsylvania. On the land is the Henry Homestead, including a mansion and a house whose basement was the gun mill. The house now is a museum to the Henrys, and the mill below it is open to see the machinery and processes of old-time gun making. The history of the homestead dates back to the flintlocks. Our event took place very near the homestead, and since it was going to be extremely chilly that night, the caretakers were kind enough to allow us to sleep in the house that night. Little did I know about the death that occurred in the house long ago. A young girl had contracted a contagious disease, one of those terrible, yet common diseases of the old days. She had died, and since it was thought that her illness could be contracted even though she was dead, the viewing of her body was not a traditional one. Her body was placed on a large windowsill inside the house, of a window outlet that protruded onto the front porch. This way, the viewers could stay out on the front porch and peer in through the windows to see her on the windowsill. Of course, nowadays, ghost stories fill the house. So now it was time to go to bed. You could say, more like hit the hardwood floor. Of course, the lucky guy I am, I got a spot directly to the large window and the windowsill. I laid there half the night, listening to each hour tick away on the clock in the next room. Eventually, I had enough, so I moved to a spot further away from the sill. I laid there for some time, and then heard something. The noise was coming from. It sounded like the downstairs. The best description I can give is that it sounded like an older lady mourning, or crying, possibly over the recent death of her daughter. It was not the house settling or creaking. as it continued for what seemed like years. Okay, well, maybe a few minutes. My house also creaks a lot, and it sounded like nothing I had ever heard before. Scared out of my wits, I frantically tapped on the leg of my first sergeant, laying just a few feet away from me. He awoke, and I told him to listen. He heard the sound too, but not even wanting to ponder over it, he nervously said, "Wonder what that was," and quickly laid back down. The sound soon died off, no pun intended. Sleep was pretty much out of the question now, so I laid there another hour or so, until I heard something else. This one is easy to describe. Imagine being outside, and two other people are far away from you having a conversation. You can make out murmurs, in tones and voice, but not individual words. Almost like being underwater, and someone is talking above surface. That's what I heard. Only it seemed to be between a lady and a child, probably a young boy. Again, the sounds came from below the floor in the basement. These didn't last as long, possibly because God answered my prayers for them to stop. That night, I heard every single hour chime by, and every minute crawl past, every second tick by on the clock. Needless to say, the next morning, I wasn't a happy camper. Hope you enjoyed my stories, and yes, they're true. I told them just as I know them. Have a good one. I was in an infantry company in Germany back in 1989 to 1991. We used what is called a Bradley fighting vehicle. It weighs about 51,000 pounds and looks like a tank. We were doing live fire exercises at night, and we finished about 2 a.m. I was driving a Bradley in a convoy of about 10 other Bradleys, returning to the motor pool. The drivers used a large night vision scopes to see by. It's like watching green TV, and the Bradley commanders use that one that attaches to their helmets. While driving, a commander is to stand on his seat so that half of his body is outside of the vehicle, so that he'll have a better view of the surroundings. At about 3 a.m., I saw a man standing by the dirt road we were traveling on. I figured he was one of the German range patrolmen, and that he was just waiting for us to pass. Right after the Bradley in front of me passed, this man walked right out into the dust of that Bradley. I hit the brakes to avoid hitting him. At the exact moment, my commander said watch out, but it was already too late. I knew I must have hit him. I didn't even see him come out on either side. My commander then asked me if I'd seen a man walk out in front of us too. I said yes, and then he said that he had too. But when he turned around to check for a body, there wasn't one anywhere on the road. This dirt road was about 50 feet across, and when we returned to the motor pool, we took a flashlight and checked the whole front end, and found nothing. No blood, no piece of clothing. There was nothing. My name is Heather, and I live in Omaha, Nebraska. I've only seen a few ghosts or spirits in my life. Sometimes I do get the chills though, like someone or something is nearby. The first spirit I saw was when I was younger, about 13 years. My mother told me to go into our basement to get some candles, which wasn't unusual. We spent a lot of time in the basement, playing slot cars and electric trains, and my dad has a workshop down there for models. As I fetched the candles, I felt watched. I scampered back upstairs, startled and panicked, and told myself not to be so silly. I give Mom the candles. I don't remember why she needed them, and felt the nagging, watching feeling again. I opened the basement door, and a round, green-white light was bobbing slowly up the steps, I think about 3 to 4 feet off of the ground. I grabbed my jacket and ran outside to my grandma's house down the hill. I never saw it again, whatever it was, and everyone laughed at me for it, but I remember it clearly. It was green and glowing with a soft white light. Mom laughed and said it must have been a glow-in-the-dark Halloween candy bucket from the size and color, but she couldn't explain how it was floating. My house is quite old, about 80 years, and nothing like this has ever happened again. We're the third family living there, and nothing violent ever goes on. I still get the odd feeling, but it's never been strong enough to make me panic again. The second spirit I saw really floored me. I was 14 and was riding my bike around town since it was a nice summer day, and I ended up on 2nd and 22 in Q, about 3 miles from my house. There's nothing there but cheap houses, and it's not a bad neighborhood, but it's not the richest in the world, but it's not a cheap, run-down area. Just relaxed, second-hand. Nothing violent ever happened there before. It's become a run-down area now, and there was no graveyard, or ancient Indian burial ground, or anything that I, or anyone else knows of. I wanted to go to Dairy Queen on 24th and Q, and I was behind it. As I came to 22nd, I saw a flat field, where I knew there should be houses. It was filled with what I can now describe as short, rectangular tombstones. I saw a woman standing there, dressed all in browns and earth tones. I couldn't even see her face or hands. She had a headscarf on, and her hands were held in front of her, covered by her sleeves. I think she had on brown shoes, but I don't really remember her having feet or not. I'm inclined to think not. I asked her what this was, but she didn't answer. I turned back to the graves, which had vanished and replaced with the things that should have been there. Streets, houses, sidewalks, trees. I turned back to the lady, and she was gone. I had a very chilly, uneasy feeling, and a few dead leaves fluttered by. I rode away, as fast as I could. I once saw a strange figure in the mirror, a girl my age, 13, but with dark brown hair, with thin bangs, and braids past the bottom of the mirror frame. She just startled me, but caused me no harm. The last one I saw left me breathless and thrilled. I was staring out the window to our front window when I thought I saw something in the clouds. It couldn't have been lightning because it wasn't fast enough. It resembled very slow lightning. It was white and long and crooked. I got up and tried to stare out by the light. It was at a bad angle, so I stood up and walked to the front door. As I peered out the glass, I saw a flash of lightning and a giant pair of silvery white eyes, rimmed with blue, which then vanished in a flush. The outside of the window was covered with condensation, like breath, which smelled really sweet, like milk. I wiped it away. I've come to the conclusion that the first three were just random encounters, but the last one was a kind spirit, one that was looking in on me. I haven't seen anything so clearly after age 15, but sometimes I see holes in my vision, weird things. After rubbing my eyes and refocusing, they're gone. And sometimes I can hear odd noises and voices no one else can. I don't think I'm psychic or anything, but I do think I'm a little more sensitive than the people around me. I know, you may not believe this, but it happened. It's true. Thank you. When I was around 5 or 6 years old, I remember seeing a figure of a woman standing outside of my room. The living room was the next room from mine. I always thought it was just light coming from outside the windows in the living room. But when I went up to the light fixture and tried blocking the light with my hand, nothing would happen. The light would still be there. I wasn't scared, because I wasn't aware of ghosts when I was around that age. But as I got older, maybe around 9 or 10 years old, I sometimes would sleep in the living room, on the couch, because my room would get really hot in the summer. Well, as I would lie on the couch, getting ready to fall asleep, I would hear things in the kitchen, like the sound of someone placing a glass on the table. I would sometimes go to see if anyone was there, but nothing would be there. I still hear the sounds in the kitchen sometimes, and when I would be home alone, I would sometimes go into the basement and watch TV or exercise. As I would work out or watch TV, I would sometimes hear footsteps above me, seeing how the TV was right below my room. But what happened to me 2 months ago terrified me. I'm 17 years old now, and it was raining harshly in the middle of April, and I was working on an art project in the dining room, which was the room after the living room. I was home alone at that time. My mother was picking up my sister from work, and my father was working. As I was working on my art project on the table, the lights went out, and as soon as they went out, in front of me, I saw a woman sitting across from me. I couldn't see her clearly, but she seemed to be smiling. About a second later, the lights turned back on. I was so scared, I ran into the kitchen and stayed there until my mother and sister came back. When they finally returned, I told them about what I saw, and my sister kind of freaked out because she hates hearing about things like ghosts and other things related to that. My mother told me it was probably just my nerves, and I've been working too hard on my project. I believe what I saw was real. I don't know what this ghost lady is doing in my house, but she seems to bring attention to me only. This is just one account from over 40 experiences I've recorded in my ghost journal. It was a very unusual day in Chicago, only 4 days to the new year, and in the middle of winter. It was 63 degrees, yet the skies were dark, but there were tons of fluffy clouds. My friend Christine and I decided to enjoy this rare day and go walking around the park. We watched as the clouds seemed to spread across the sky and realized the storm was near. Somehow, the conversation switched to cemeteries. She told me of an old German cemetery that was near the park that she had gone to. They have a section of infant graves from the late 1800s to early 1900s. She knows the babies died in groups around the same times. After hearing this, I wanted to go see for myself. She told me where to go, and as I drove into the cemetery, I pointed to a corner and asked her if that was where they were. She said yes. I'd never been there before. I don't know how I knew. We parked on the road, got out, and looked around. Some of the graves were old and worn, the names and dates hardly visible. The baby section was so sad to see, and we figured there must have been a plague of some sort in the area. It was beginning to get dark, even though it was about 4 p.m. in the afternoon. The cemetery closed at 5, so we wanted to hurry and see everything before they closed and before the storm came. We were walking through the cemetery when it felt like the temperature had dropped 20 degrees in a few minutes. I stopped in my tracks and noticed a familiar smell. The scent became stronger, and I realized it was roses. I asked my friend if she smelled anything. She said yes. I asked her what she smelled, and she said roses. I was bending down to smell the flowers on a grave, which were not roses. I wanted to figure out where the smell suddenly came from. Suddenly, my friend told me to look up, and in the distance was a flower girl. And you guessed it, she was holding onto roses. Both me and my friend were in disbelief. We couldn't even fathom what we were seeing, but yet here was this flower girl holding onto a rose, which had a strong perfume smell. Her attire was in a Victorian-style dress. She looked absolutely beautiful, but it was also really scary because it was in the middle of a cemetery and we were really spooked. Even though it felt like forever, she momentarily appeared and then she was gone, just like that. It must have been about 15 seconds, if that, but we both saw her, and we're not making this up. We're totally sane individuals who actually go out and try to see these things on purpose. I know that sounds crazy to some of you, but we get such thrills about ghost hunting. Anyway, we're not even done with the story yet, because right after, We heard the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard in my entire life. It was a scream right after she disappeared, and I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. It sounded like a human trying to imitate a wolf, as in, a human howling, but in a wolf style. I know that sounds ridiculous, and maybe it could have been a real human being trying to play with us. However, we did not stick around long enough to find out, and we bolted all the way home. I guess the moral of the story is, yeah, you can be interested in ghosts and whatnot, but even if you are interested, be very wary, and just remember, ghosts can't hurt you. If that was real, I have no idea what to say, but if it was a human being, I guess you gotta stay clear of the cemeteries. I'll tell you what though, the roses, the girl, and the scream, they were all very real to us. We did not hesitate to leave, because we did not know what to expect if we stayed longer there. Just remember to be very careful. Ghosts are crazy, but humans can be just as crazy. This happened to my fiance about 37 years ago in Karn City, Texas. He was about 5 years old and was attending a church function with his grandparents at the St. Paul Lutheran Church there. He was running around with two of his slightly younger cousins, having a good time. This function was taking place outdoors. Now, there were actually two church buildings there. A new church had been built, and the older wooden structure was still standing close by and being used exclusively for storage. The church had been collecting clothing and had put it in the older building. Anyway, my fiancé and his cousins had been told to stay out of the churches, but being little kids and the adults having their attention taken up with visiting, the boys decided to explore the old church. They went into the older building and looked into the large room where the clothing was piled on 3 tables. My fiancé said the first thing he noticed was the clothing on one of the tables agitating violently, and he could see a lady who just happened to be transparent, sorting through the clothes that were shaking. All that she remembers of her appearance is that she was a motherly or grandmotherly looking figure with a high-necked dress and her hair pulled back in a bun. She did not pay any attention to the 3 little boys, but they ran out of the room as fast as their feet could carry them. He says that he may have been the only one to see the lady. He thinks the other 2 boys just saw the clothing shaking on the table. My fiancé says that he believes that the only reason the clothes were shaking was because of the ghost. The windows were all closed, there were no fans, and of course, no central cooling system in this old building. And remember that the clothes on the other tables were lying still. They went to tell their grandmother about the situation. Naturally, they got chewed out for being where they weren't supposed to be, and were told that no one was in that building, but they remember it well. This story is one that may or may not scare you. It's more of a mystery to me and my friends. When I was young, me and my cousin were always together and trying to scare each other. It just so happens that there was an old house which my grandfather had built in the early 1900s, which we thought may be haunted. It should be mentioned that I am from a small town in Virginia, and in the early 1900s, it was a pretty isolated town from the rest of the state. My grandfather was a pastor of the local church. Being that the church was very big, and my grandfather's house was, he would have wakes and funerals in his den. The house was very big, and there was plenty of room for people to attend these funerals. Anyway, my cousin and I used to see things through the windows which we could not explain. The house had not been lived in many years, when we would see these unexplainable lights. They were blue in color, and they seemed to go from window to window when we were looking at them. We finally got the nerve to sneak into the house, which probably wasn't too smart. Anyway, we had to enter through the basement in order for my father not to see us trying to get inside. This was very scary because there was no electricity, and we had to try and make it through the dark and up the stairs to the entry of the den. We did this several times, and on some occasions, We heard and seen strange things, and sometimes we didn't. On one occasion we lived in the house, and we heard a tapping on the ceiling upstairs, as if someone was hitting it with a cane. This was very odd, because my father lived in the house as a child, and said his uncle lived with them, and he had a cane. When he needed something, he would tap on the floor for someone to come and help him. This scared the living daylights out of us, but my cousin was a little more courageous than I, and he persuaded me to go up the stairs. When we got there, he asked whatever it was that we were seeing and hearing to leave us alone in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. The sound stopped, and we left the house. My father was a little skeptical about the whole thing, but he felt that there may be some truth in it. He himself now saw a ghostly apparition which he can't explain. This is coming from a man who himself is now a preacher, and I don't think he doubts seeing this at all. I really feel that there is some connection to the noises and sightings with the funerals that were held in the house. There are other occurrences which have happened, but would take a while to tell them all. I've read in other experiences about blue lights being represented with the supernatural. This story may not be that scary to you, but to me and my cousin, we know that there is something paranormal about that house. Myself and a friend recently moved into a house in Belmont, Massachusetts, right outside of Boston. The place is about 100 years old and retains much of the original woodwork, ceramic doorknobs, etc. I even found an old ceramic liquor and med bottle in there. It's a third-floor apartment with an old aluminum speaking tube to the second floor, which leads us to believe this may have been servants' quarters at one time. We never get anything but good vibes from the place, but a few things have happened which make me wonder, and I write asking your opinion. Firstly, the former tenant was an elderly alcoholic who, according to the landlord, used to heat only one room in the house, the dining room, with a space heater. She kept the whole place closed up, according to Miss Richardson, who also tells us the former tenants didn't die, but moved to a nursing home. We aren't sure if we believe her. Well, that room seems to have a door problem. Often when I return from work, all 3 doors to the room will be slammed shut, even the one which is tied open with a string. These are doors which don't close easily, being old and paint covered and wrapped a bit. While we hang out, sometimes doors slam. It happens in fits and starts. One week it happened every day, but it hasn't happened for a while. Granted, there is a breeze in that room, but the manner in which it happens strikes one as odd sometimes. Also, we have both seen a white figure in a long dress, and perhaps a veil, always in the hallway into our place, or in the doorway of the dining room. It is a peripheral vision thing, which leaves one looked at directly. I've seen it standing in the door several times, and I saw it seemingly walk down the hall once. It kind of bounced up and down like a person would were they walking. Mike tells me he usually sees it moving past the door, either coming into or exiting the apartment, and he has used the words wedding dress to describe its clothing. I didn't get that detailed a look, but I've definitely seen the shape. Visitors have seen a similar shape, but hesitate to call it a ghost. Lastly, and this is not so much an experience as a creepy coincidence, when first repainting the place, we decided to do the kitchen in blue and white. I proposed that we paint only the panels on the kitchen doors blue. We haven't done this yet, which both of us thought was a good idea. Later, when exploring the basement for the first time, I found an ancient door of the same style as our other doors, removed from the hinges, and brought downstairs years before. It seems to be the one door from our apartment, which has been taken off the hinges, the kitchen door, and the panels painted years ago, in cracked blue paints. Yesterday, my husband and I toured the Whaley House in San Diego. I think I may have been present to a supernatural occurrence of sorts, but I wanted to ask you about it. Initially, I started out on the first floor, not part of the tour, and I felt a markedly weird sensation in front of the dining area that I can only describe as having a sinking feeling that bordered on nausea. I felt fine walking around Old Town, and coming into the house. I hung out in the dining room area for like 10 minutes, thinking what I was feeling was so unusual, and it dissipated. I felt fine again, so I looked around the rest of the house and felt okay, until I came to the first upstairs bedroom, directly right of the stairs. I again felt that same feeling, and I stood there, just looking about the room, and that is when I think I saw something in one of the mirrors, the mirror closest to the hall. It looked as though thin white smoke was being reflected into the mirror, as though someone was standing next to the mirror with a lit cigarette. I can only describe what I saw as smoke, because it curled. I also smelled a very faint smell of cologne that reminded me of violet water. I made sure it was not me, since I was the only person in that area, and it wasn't. It seemed to blow in through the saddled wooden partition. I was a little weirded out, because I was in disbelief at what I thought to be witnessing, so I called to my husband downstairs to come up. I didn't want to cause a stir, because I was unsure what this was. I even saw the presence of a shadow behind my back, in the corner of my eye. I walked back to the area in front of the room, and looked back into the mirror to make sure that it wasn't a reflection of something outside, like a passing vehicle, but I no longer saw the smoke. I really didn't want to tell anyone about the incident, because I would have winded up scaring everybody, including myself. I've been thinking about it ever since, and been trying to find a logical explanation for it. I've always been very interested in the subjects of ghosts and the paranormal, but never thought I would have a direct experience with them. Although I'm currently part of a theater group that is renovating an old theater, and we definitely have some spectral energy in the place, but that's another story. This story is about the first time I had something strange happen to me. I'm originally from a small island off the coast of Italy. The community dates back to 700 BC, so you can imagine they have their fair share of ghost stories. I was 15 and staying at my aunt's house with my sister. Our grandmother had died 3 years before, and as part of our week-long stay, we went to visit her grave. The experience was unsettling to say the least, and I think I was most affected emotionally by the visit. Trying to remember a woman who I love very much now, reduced to nothing but a picture in writing on marble mausoleum. Although it was a very hot and humid summer day, the cemetery seemed to have an unsettling chill about it, and I couldn't wait to get out of there. However, anyone who is Italian or knows of Italian cemetery visits is that they are family events that take a long time. Feeling very sentimental and depressed and somewhat bored, I couldn't help but look around and read more grave sites. With each name and picture that I saw, I thought more about the people behind them, their lives, and who they have been. The atmosphere seemed more oppressive, and I started seeing flashes out of the corner of my eyes. Nothing definite, but it was almost as if something had passed in front of me very quickly, and the experience left me somewhat disturbed. We left not long after, much to my relief, but still with this heavy, depressed feeling. Later on that night, I had fallen into a deep sleep, but was awakened at 3 in the morning by a male and female voice arguing. I was very groggy, but I immediately thought the voices were strange, because they didn't sound like they were coming from anywhere, in particular at least. They sounded as if they were right in my ears. The room I shared with my sister was directly over a busy main street, and being a summer resort, there is always some activity going on. However, the street this night was totally quiet, with no one in sight. The voices continued to argue in Italian, and though I spoke it, I couldn't make out what they were saying. Also, the intensity of the voices didn't change as I moved around the room. They always seemed to be in my ears, and were continuing to grow in intensity. At this point, I thought it was my cousin and her husband who were arguing from their bedroom. They shared the room with their 2 small children, and I thought what could be so important to be arguing at this hour of night, and why weren't their children reacting? I decided to investigate. As I slowly opened the door, the voices suddenly stopped. Not a cutoff in conversation or a conclusion, but as if someone had switched off a radio. I walked to the room and found the whole family sound asleep. I returned to the room dumbfounded, but found the room was very cold. The day had been extremely hot, and the night had not let up, and I was just in the room a minute before. But I knew the temperature had gone down at least 10 degrees. It was then I felt the same heaviness that I experienced at the cemetery, and a large chill moved right through me. Almost immediately, the room returned to its original temperature. During this whole experience, my sister was asleep next to me, and when I asked her about hearing anything during the night, she thought I was crazy. To this day, I'm not sure what I heard and felt that night. However, I spent many nights in that room over the years and never had a similar experience. Did I touch something or someone? And did they follow me back from the cemetery? I don't know. I never shared this story before, but this seems like the right place to do it. When I was born, my parents rented a portion of a 3-family house. The house was huge and previously owned by an old German woman. Apparently, the house belonged to the same family since the early 1700s when it was built. After the old German lady died there was no one left in the family to take on ownership of the house. Someone new took the house over and rented it out to 3 other families. As soon as we moved in, my parents had odd things happening on a daily basis. The TV and all of the lights in the house would constantly turn on in the middle of the night. One night, my dad had some friends over to watch a football game, and all of the power in the house kept going on and off. His friends were so freaked out that they left. What bothered my mom the most was that all the rooms in the house stayed warm, except for mine. My room was always like ice, and being a newborn, my mother was concerned. She would turn the heat way up, and still my room stayed cold. One night, she heard a woman's voice coming from my room. As she neared, she could hear an old lady singing a lullaby. When she opened the door, the rocking chair was swaying back and forth, and my room was warm. After this occurrence, my room remained warm. This became an ongoing thing in the house. The rocking chair would constantly rock, no matter where in the house my mom moved it to, and oftentimes she would hear a soft voice coming from my room. The lights continued to go on frequently in the middle of the night. As I got a little older, into the toddler years, I can still remember certain things happening. My parents found it odd that I am able to remember things so clearly. I can describe my bedroom in distinct detail, as well as the other rooms in the house. I only lived there from newborn to 2.5 years. One night, I woke up and felt absolutely terrified. I remember climbing out of my crib onto the little table and chair set, and stepped onto the floor and dodged for my parents' room. As soon as I climbed into bed with my mom and dad, I heard my aunt, who was asleep on the couch, screaming. My mom woke up and ran into the living room to see what all the fuss was about. My aunt kept crying, I saw her, over there by the lamp." Apparently, my aunt says that she saw the old lady standing at the foot of the couch by the lamp. When my mom reached over to turn the lamp on, she disappeared. All of my parents' old friends remember the house, and everyone has a story of something that they experienced there. We know that the old lady died in the house, probably in the section where we lived. At first, I think she was angered that the house no longer belonged to anyone in her family. She was harmless and just wanted to make her presence known. We only lasted there for 2.5 years. Sometimes we drive by the house and contemplate stopping in to see how the current owners are making out, but I never had the courage to go back. Here's some spooky experiences that I remember from my childhood. The first one didn't happen to me. It's something that my mother told me about. Her mother died in 1959. A few years later, she remembers waking up in the middle of the night and hearing her mother calling her name. This always gave me the chills, especially if I thought about it at night. When I was maybe 6 or 7, something happened that scared the living daylights out of me. I can still picture it in my mind. A short time after I went to bed, I was lying there awake, and I looked up at my bedroom door, which was closed. There was a window across the room from the door. The curtains were open, and the moonlight was shining through the window, making a square of light on the door. In the middle of this square of light, I saw the shadow of a hand slowly moving back and forth. I was so scared that all I could do was just stare at it. I was trying to scream, but no sound would come out. Finally, I managed to get my voice to work, and I yelled as loud as I could, "Mom!" My mother came running in, and I told her what I saw. I don't remember if she saw the shadow too. Probably not. She didn't see anything outside, and she shut the curtains. Now, there were no trees right outside my window that were close enough that they would make a shadow. Not to mention that this did not look like a tree branch. It was definitely the distinct shape of a human hand. Looking back on this as an adult, I realized that this was most likely not anything supernatural at all, but someone actually trying to break into our house, which, quite frankly, is more scarier than a mere ghost. When I started screaming, the person heard me and ran away. Shortly after the previous incident, I asked my parents if I could move into the room across from that one. Gee, I wonder why. My new room had a little trap door in the closet, leading to an attic of sorts. My parents never used it for storage, as it was too hard to go up there through the trap door, and it most likely wasn't even high enough to walk upright in. When I was about 10 or 11, my best friend and I were playing in my room, and we noticed that the trapdoor was open about an inch or so. We slid it closed. Every once in a while, I'd look up there and find that it was open again. I'd keep sliding it closed, and then a few days later, it would be open. My friend and I naturally assumed that we had a ghost in the attic. I really don't remember if I actually heard anything up there or not. Around the same time, this same friend would occasionally spend a night with me. Several times, we'd be lying in bed and hear the sound of a newspaper or some sort of paper being crumpled up in the living room when we knew no one else was up. We called this the newspaper ghost. Another time, I think I was about 7, I was riding my bike around in circles in the street. This was in a housing development where there was very little traffic. My aunt, uncle, and cousins were visiting, and I recall looking at the bathroom window on the side of our house and seeing my aunt's face looking out the window. Later, I mentioned it to my aunt, and she said she hadn't been looking out the bathroom window, and neither had anyone else. Now, I realized that this could have easily been a reflection of something in the window, but at the same time, it seemed pretty spooky to me. In the summer of '69, I was about 13. We had some relatives staying at our house for about a week. One evening, after everyone had gone to bed, I was still awake. As a child, it always took me a long time to get to sleep. I was always too wound up, I guess. Anyway, all of a sudden, there was this loud crash that came from my closet, like something metal or aluminum falling on the untiled floor. The thing that came to mind was a metal vacuum cleaner hose. There was no vacuum cleaner or any other large metal object in my closet that could have fallen and made such a noise, and even if there was, what would have made it fall off the shelf? I was too scared to get up and look in my closet or go and ask anyone if they'd heard it. Now, this was a small 3-bedroom house in Levittown, Pennsylvania. If anyone is familiar with the houses, if a loud noise occurs in any part of the house, it would be impossible not to hear it all over the house. The next morning, I asked my parents, aunt and uncle and cousins if they heard a loud crash in the night, and no one else had heard it. And by the way, I looked in my closet in the morning, and nothing was out of place. This has always puzzled me. Here are a few things that have happened in the last few years in the house I live in now. Nothing blatantly scary, just weird. I thought I'd share them just for the fun of it. One night, I was asleep, and all of a sudden, I screamed and woke myself up. My husband came running in, and I couldn't for the life of me remember what I had dreamed that had scared me. But I had a vague memory of looking beside the bed and seeing something in the form of a human being, made up of little points of light. There have been a few occasions where I've woken up in the middle of the night and heard a kind of electrical humming that sounds like it's coming from our bedroom closet. My husband said he could hear it too. I could never figure out what's causing it. It sounds like it could be the refrigerator running, except that the kitchen is not right next to the bedroom. And if it was the fridge, wouldn't I hear the noise every night, since obviously the fridge runs all the time? I haven't heard it in over a year. Just as well, it gives me the willies. I want to say that I can sympathize with your situation, although other than apparitions, my experience varies greatly from yours. I do want to share what happened to me with you, but I do want to warn you ahead of time. I used to be a reporter, so I can get lengthy. My first experience happened when I was a child. I was 7 years old and lived a completely normal life. My parents didn't smoke dope or dabble in the occult, so I really had no knowledge of ghosts, other than the traditional Halloween experiences every child encounters. When I turned 7, my family moved from Metro Memphis, Tennessee, to rural Independence, Mississippi. We moved into a house that my father renovated. Rather than trying to draw a diagram that may get scrambled in transmit, I'll try to describe the layout of the rooms involved. The way the home was originally laid out, you walked in the front door into the living room. To the left was the kitchen, open without walls to the living room. To the right was a bedroom door. Straight ahead was a hallway leading to other bedrooms, laundry room, and bathroom. After my father was finished, the front door was added onto a new wing of the house. The living room was enclosed into a bedroom. The bedroom now directly led out into the hall, which now led to the kitchen also, and had a new doorway to the bedroom that previously opened up to the living room. Is that confusing enough? We moved into the house, and I immediately was terrified of my sister's bedroom, the one that had previously opened up into the old living room. I just felt that something was there, and it was watching me. I felt like it wanted to possess me or something stronger than a mere presence. Also, I never found out why, but hers was the only room with security bars on the window. No other family member noticed anything strange in the house. I ended up in the new bedroom, and sometimes at night, I'd hear noises. Being so small, I don't remember exactly what they were, but frequently, I'd see an incandescent, glowing form in the shape of a human walking across my room. What made me know that it had to be a previous occupant of the home was that it would walk from the bedroom I was so scared of, through my room, into the kitchen, the way the house used to be laid out. Once when my grandmother came to visit, my parents forced me to sleep in my sister's bedroom. I was so terrified, but I finally went to sleep. When I woke up, I saw what appeared to be an ectoplasm swirling above my head. I spent most of my childhood years terrified of sleeping. Being a middle child of an older sister and a younger brother, I'd hide my prized possessions, jewelry, money, whatever I thought I didn't want them to get a hold of. Almost every time I hide something, it would disappear and reappear later in a different location. Thinking my siblings had discovered my hiding place, I'd find a new one, each time to have them disappear and reappear once again. The really strange part came later. We sold the house when I was 13 to another girl's family I went to school with. After she'd moved in, I'd asked her one day if she noticed anything weird in the house, and she said no, but her sister refused to go into the bedroom that scared me. Sister's explanation was that someone was watching her, and she was a middle child also. I guess there must have been some connection to middle children. I said something years later about the house being haunted in front of my aunt. She said she'd always had a feeling that something was wrong with the house. I'd appreciate your input as to what you think my experience meant. I had a person tell me one time I was a demon that wanted me, but I'm not even sure. While I lived there, although I was the only family member that had strange experiences inside the house, I wasn't the only one who had strange experiences in the area. In the fall, between the hours of 10 p.m. and 12 a.m., my mother would see balls of light floating in the field and wooded areas, across the road from my house. She would always ask me to come look, but I had enough terror inside the house, and as far as I was concerned, the woods were my only safe haven while at home. So I never looked and never witnessed the lights myself, but both my sister and my mom did. When I was 19, I started dating this guy who was friends with a neighbor from that house I'd lived in. Basically, he lived catty corner from me, with their house backing up to the woods mine faced. My new boyfriend asked me if I ever saw anything strange in the woods. I said no. He told me that his neighbor's kid, who was a friend of his, told him that he'd seen balls of lights in the woods. I then told my boyfriend about my mother and sister's experiences. So apparently, it wasn't just restricted to my family. Another experience I had was when I was in my early 20s, when my grandfather passed away. We'd always loved each other very much, but didn't have a close relationship because of my grandmother, whom I didn't get along with. I was present when he passed away and was devastated. 3 months passed, enough time to allow me to grieve and get on with my life. I was asleep one night and awoke to find my grandfather sitting on the side of my bed. He told me not to be scared, that he had a message for me. He told me I needed to get my life straight, or I was headed for trouble. I remember he held my hand and told me that he was going to tell me what heaven is like, but I'm not allowed to remember what he told me. I remember him being present for a while longer, but can't remember a word he said. Now that I'm an adult and have some time and distance between me and these experiences I had as a child, I'd like to try to discover what these experiences meant, or why I was chosen to have this one. Do you have any suggestions? Also, even now, I can drive by a place or house and tell that it's haunted. Does that mean that I'm psychic or paranormally gifted? Usually I just get kinda jumpy and frightened, but one night, I was out repossessing vehicles, something I did part-time for a while, and my partner pulled up to this house. I was so terrified of that house that I told him he better turn around immediately, or I was getting out of the vehicle and running. Please help me to understand what is going on with me. I'm finally getting to a point I accept it and want to understand it, rather than how I've been so terrified in the past that I didn't even want to talk about it. In 1983, when I was 18 years old, I was severely ill. I woke up one morning and my face was badly swollen. My mother took me to the emergency room. I was placed in the ICU the next day as I went unconscious. It would take a team of doctors over a week to finally diagnose me. It was a rare disease. There was only 2 case histories. They both died from it years before. That's why my doctors had no idea what it was. It was from a sinus infection that had backed up behind my brain. From this, I developed a brain abscess. The night before they would make the decision if I needed brain surgery to remove the abscess, I was lying in my hospital bed, praying that the abscess would have shrunk a little. I felt someone standing beside my bed. I was sure it was a nurse, as it was very late, too late for visitors. When I turned to talk, it wasn't a nurse at all. It was my grandfather, who died 1 year earlier. At that moment, I wasn't afraid. He said to me, "You'll be fine." When I asked if you were sure, he then replied, "Do you doubt me?" I replied, "No." He then said, "Everything will be fine. You will be alright." This part has puzzled me ever since he told me. He said, "Take care of your mother." This was my mother's father, and he simply turned around and walked out of the room. The nurses came in, and I was wondering what happened to my grandfather. They didn't say anybody walked into the room, and they told me to calm down. I swear I knew what I saw. I knew it was my grandfather, but the whole situation was just weird, and it gets weirder. I thought he meant that I would do fine through the surgery, my grandfather. Now here's the kicker. He had brain surgery about 7 years before his own death. Even crazier, the next morning I had an x-ray, and they came to tell me that my abscess was completely gone. First of all, I have no idea what happened. Even the doctors were confused. They wanted to take even more x-rays, and I obliged, and they confirmed no abscess whatsoever. As for my grandfather talking about my mother, I had no idea why he was mentioning her. She was pretty healthy at the time, but it makes sense now. Recently, she has been diagnosed with MS, diabetes, and in September, she had heart failure. In November, she almost died and had triple bypass surgery. Through the years, my family has had many encounters with the spirit world, but this was the most wonderful one. In the summer of 1994, my sister and I moved to Hawaii to live with our father. While we were gone, our mother moved into an apartment to save money. Right away, strange things started to happen. Her 2 cats would never enter the bedroom of the apartment, choosing instead to sleep in the living room. They would claw and bite if you tried to carry them in there, and then run quickly away. Mom only spent one night in the room, and then opted for the living room as well. She didn't see anything, but felt as if there was someone watching her, or that someone was in the room. A few weeks later, she returned home from work to find her disposable razor disassembled on the bathroom counter. Even the twin blades were removed, and the whole apparatus was laid out in a straight row. The next night, my cousin, Stacy, and her husband, Mitch, went to stay over at my mom's with her. They were in from out of town, not going over to ease her fears. She wasn't scared yet. The two of them argued with Mom over sleeping arrangements, and she assured them that they never slept in the bedroom anyway. That night, my mother woke to hear Stacy and Mitch screaming in terror. Mom ran into the room to find Mitch trying to pull Stacy off the bed. She was screaming to get her off the bed, so Mom started pulling too. Once they got her to the floor, Stacy said that it felt like someone was sitting on top of her, and she couldn't breathe. And while it was going on, she said she could see a teenage boy in the corner, laughing uncontrollably. The 3 of them decided to drive to my grandma's to spend the night. Fast forward to Christmas break, when my sister and I came home to visit. Our first afternoon at the apartment, we heard a loud crash from the bathroom. All people and animals in the house were accounted for in the living room, so we went to check it out. Everything from the cabinet under the sink was out on the bathroom floor. It wasn't all tipped over, however. It was lined up in a straight row. After that, Mom told my sister and I about all the strange things that had occurred. My sister and I were thrilled, thought it was really cool. Mom said that we were more than welcome to sleep in the bedroom if we wanted to, so we did. Early the next morning, I woke up and thought I saw someone standing in the walk-in closet. The sun was just starting to come up, and I thought for sure it was my sister playing a trick on me. When I looked over in bed, she wasn't there. Instead, there was a guy, maybe teens or early 20s, with shaggy black hair and no face, in bed with me. He reached out for me, and I literally wet my pants, running into the living room. I woke my mom and sister, who had moved during the night, said she had the creeps, and attempted to tell them what happened. Mom told us to get our stuff, and we left. Later that afternoon, I recited the story to Stacy, and she said the guy I described was the one she saw laughing at her. Mom went to the leasing office a week later and asked to be moved to another apartment. All the leasing agent had to say was that no one had lived in that apartment longer than 4 months. It started some years ago, and I'm happy to say that it's been over for some time now. I'm confident that I'm no longer being followed by Mage, but I would like to share my experiences with you, and if you can provide any insight or better understanding of what happened to me, I would be most happy. Some years ago, I was sleeping over at a friend's apartment. I went to bed and lay there alone with my thoughts until I think I fell asleep. I was awoken by 3 sharp knocks, similar to someone knocking on a solid wooden door, and turned my head to the bedroom door, which was 3 yards away to my right. The door was closed, yet within the doorframe was a figure. To my eyes, the figure was shimmering and vivid with colors, without any real human form, yet to my senses, I was certain that it was a woman, that she was extremely tall, and that she was wearing jewelry. I perceived her with the absolute clarity that my eyes were unable to support. I opened my mouth to yell, but could not. It lasted only a few seconds when the door opened and my friend entered the room. The vision was gone. I said to my friend with a detached calmness that I had just seen a ghost, but this of course was met with indifference. I did not press the matter, as I was already beginning with self-doubt. By the end of a mostly sleepless night, I had managed to convince myself that it was a dream, or at least a product of that period between sleep and wakefulness. Within days, the whole episode was forgotten. Some 6 months later, I was at home with my parents and decided upon an early night. I had a lot on my mind that night and needed some space and some quiet for contemplation. I was lying on my single bed in my small bedroom, lost in thought, when I heard the 3 knocks again. My heart leapt. From my bed, I could see ahead of me, and to the right, the bedroom door, which was open, and the landing is accessible by 3 ascending steps. Through the door, I can see about 3 yards of the landing until the angle of the door frame cuts off the view. There, just at that farthest point, was the same vision, the same shimmering colors. She was much clearer this time, and there was no doubt that my eyes were seeing a woman. She was so tall that she had to bend her head to her left until it was almost resting on her shoulder, like a body hanging without the noose. But she was looking at me. Her eyes, although I couldn't actually see them, were fixed upon me, and there was a malice in them, I had no doubt. Then, in an instant, she came along the landing, down the 3 steps, and right up to my face. So quickly and so aggressively, she brought her face to within an inch of mine. I could make out her eyes and nose, but to this day, I cannot be sure if I saw them or experienced them. I could not separate her emotions from her visage, which seemed to be one and the same in my mind. It is difficult to describe, but I saw her face and features, along with her hatred and despite. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came. Eventually, she disappeared. I've never been so terrified in all my life. Never has fear removed any capacity to utter or to move a single muscle. And yet this was the case. I lay rigid for some time, at least until the room was light from daybreak. I was absolutely sure that I had not fallen asleep, but yet over time, I managed to convince myself that this was indeed the case. This is how I came to terms with it. Over the next year, I saw no more of her, and she was reduced to an entertaining story for friends. Then I married and moved to set up house with my wife. The third, the last, and the unequivocal sighting was during the early days in my new home. It was a bright, warm Sunday afternoon, and I was sitting on a chair to watch a television program, an old episode of Bonanza, as it happens, when I became aware of another presence in the room. I turned to the door behind me, fully expecting my wife to be there, but she was not. As I turned my head back to the TV, to my right was a settee, and, sat in the middle, was the woman again. This time she was sat on the edge of the settee, with her hand forward, cupping her chin in her hands, and her knees were also together under her chin. She was leaning forward in this position, contemplating me amusingly, or mockingly. I cannot decide. There was so much clarity about her features, and the room was bright, which she seemed to reflect. There, in front of me was a woman, about 25 years old, very sharp features, very tall, and very thin. Her bright colors, her hair and her jewelry, reminded me of a punk rocker, although this was not so. I'm sure she was from a long time ago before that era. I was not afraid, and emboldened by the daylight, I simply and calmly asked her what she wanted. There was no response, no answer. She simply faded away, and I have not seen her to this day. Compressing my research into a short paragraph, I went back to the place of the first sighting and asked my friend some questions. It transpired that she was haunted by a spirit many years previously who would disturb household objects. An expert was brought in, who ascertained that they were being haunted by a malevolent spirit who was called Mage. It was not possible to get rid of her, but to hope that she leaves of her own accord. This happened in my friend's hometown, some 300 miles from where I live. My theory is that Mage came with my friend to my hometown and took a liking to me, thereby following me to both my parents' home and onward to my married home. I don't know who has provided the vehicle for her to leave my house, but I hope that she has been gone for good. When I was in my early 20s, a friend and I decided to rent a house together. We found a lovely old house near the Mississippi River, and I was immediately drawn to it. After we moved in, we both began to notice banging on the walls and lights blowing out constantly. The lights we attributed to bad wiring, and the banging, I truly believed, was my friend, and she truly believed it was me. The layout of the house was one we had never seen before. There was a hallway that led from the front living area to the back bedroom areas that was at an odd, slanted angle. I always felt uncomfortable going down this hallway and found myself going around by way of the kitchen. After months, my friend and I decided to take in a third roommate to help with expenses. During the next month or so, after this third roommate moved in, we noticed an increase in frequency to the noises, banging, and lights going out. We also began to notice that every month, and this is really weird, right around the time that all three of us began our menstrual cycles, a very large stain began to appear in the middle of our living room floor. We tried constant shampooing, but it would always reappear immediately. Then after our cycles were finished, the stain would disappear on its own, only to reappear the next month. Our third roommate then became very withdrawn after only a short time of being in the house. She began to go directly to her bedroom and never came out except to go to work. Her personality has also changed drastically. She went from being very funny and outgoing to a complete loner. She would also say very inappropriate, weird things to us. We had known this girl for some time, and her behavior was quite unsettling. She finally told us that she was not comfortable in this house and was moving out, and she did so that very day. Shortly after she moved out, the banging noise began in earnest, and we started noticing our things being rearranged. We began to laughingly and nervously admit to each other that something was not right in this house. However, neither one of us felt threatened by any kind of the weird happenings, and in fact, I personally actually felt almost protected by it. We started to call our ghost George, and would talk to him whenever the banging would begin. We were trying to watch something on TV, and George would start banging or knocking. We would say, "Please, George, not right now. We're trying to see this." And he would actually stop, at least until the show was over. Unfortunately, No matter how much we begged him to stop putting the stain on the floor every month, that never ended. In fact, it got bigger and darker the longer we lived there. One kind of amusing episode happened to us one memorable evening. I decided to let my boyfriend at the time stay overnight with me, although I usually didn't do this. Just as we were dozing off, a very loud bang sounded, coming from the hallway. My boyfriend sat up and asked, "What the heck was that?" Immediately, a knocking began at the far end of the hall and rushed towards my room very fast, knocking louder and louder the closer it came. My boyfriend said, "That has to be your roommate being funny." I just laughed and tried to explain about our ghost, and that I thought he might be angry that I had a male friend overnight. He said that was bull and got up to investigate. Just as he came to the hallway, the knocking began again, all around him. Needless to say, my brave 6'4" boyfriend ran straight out the front door and never came back in the house. Anyway, after a few years, my roommate and I decided we were going to move to a cheaper apartment, closer to where we worked. As soon as we started packing, the noises, and especially the lights going out, began to get really bad. I was even starting to get a little frightened. One day, as we were finishing up packing, we decided to go check in the basement and see if we had anything left down there. While we were down there, we decided to go in the old fruit cellar, since neither one of us had actually looked in it. We found some old fishing equipment. We also found an old shirt box that was sealed with tape and felt kinda heavy, so we brought it upstairs and opened it up. Inside was a bunch of old pictures. Most of the pictures were of a young man of about 25 or 30. In many of the pictures, he was in our house and standing on the porch of the house. There were also some antique glass slides with pictures of him in the military uniforms. We dated the stuff around World War II. We decided to call our landlady, an elderly woman, around 80 years old, to tell her we had found the box. When we called her and told her what we had found, she hung up on us. We called back, and her daughter answered and said that they didn't want that stuff anymore, and we could have it or throw it away. We thought it was very strange, since normally our landlady was a sweet old lady. So we decided that some of the stuff in the box might be worth more money, and we would sell some of it. Some war medals, and even an old stock certificate. That night, I put the box on the kitchen table, and we went to bed. In the morning, we were going to move the last of everything, and as we were preparing to go, I asked my roommate what she had done with the box of stuff. She said she hadn't touched it. We looked everywhere and couldn't find it. Finally, around lunch, we got hungry and decided to cook a frozen pizza. We turned on the oven and immediately began to smell something burning. When I opened the oven, there was the box. Okay, I swore my roommate did it, and she swore I did it. So we left the box on the table again and left to move some things to the new place. When we got back, the box was gone again. This time, we found it immediately in the kitchen pantry, so we kinda laughed it off and put it back on the kitchen table. About 10 minutes later, I walked into the kitchen and it was gone again. I decided the heck with it and decided to just go finish the bedroom closet I had just minutes before been working on. When I stepped up on the chair to wipe off the upper shelves, there was the box. That did it. I said out loud, "Okay, George, we promise not to take your stuff," and put the box back in the fruit cellar where we had found it. We left that day and have never been back, but I've always wondered if the next tenants ever heard from George. I've worked for a domestic violence shelter for approximately 7 years. While I personally have never seen anything, there are always odd sounds and unusual occurrences. Let me start at the beginning. The house is 2-story with an attic and a basement and over 100 years old. I really don't know much else about its history. The local domestic violence center purchased the building, which had been uninhabited for a number of years, did some renovations, and began operating an anonymous shelter for battered women and their children. Over the years, there have been numerous sightings of a young couple. A woman in a long flowing dress can be seen periodically walking up the long staircase. A man in dark, old-fashioned clothing has been seen in the living room and at the top of the stairs outside the attic door. It is usual for all who went into the attic or the basement to feel uneasy and not alone. Recently, the sightings seem to have increased. A church group came over to the holidays to sing Christmas carols to the residents, and a young boy pointed to the ceiling and said, "Look, there's an angel." The only thing seen by the others in the room was a hazy, grayish fog that wasn't in any particular shape. A few months later, one of the employees' daughter was in the living room, alone, working on a school project, and looked up to see a gray, transparent figure looming in the doorway. She screamed, and her mother raced in to see the figure moving slowly upstairs. It was as if the ghost was checking in and didn't mean to frighten the young girl. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of this haunting is that the couple together, fitting the same descriptions of the man and the woman seen in places of the house, have been seen in one bedroom upstairs. To my knowledge, at least 3 residents in the last year have been awakened at night to see the woman sitting on the edge of the bed with a man standing behind her. The couple has been described as comforting and reassuring to those who have seen them in this manner. And these apparitions have seemed to know when these residents were about to face a particular trying experience. One woman was going to court the next day for an order of protection. One lady was facing a decision about the custody of her new little baby. And one woman was about to embark on the dangerous underground trying to change her identity in order to hide from the husband who tried to kill her. All 3 of these women felt as though the ghosts were trying to tell them that everything was going to be alright, and, as it turns out, the dire situations facing each of these women worked out in their favor. I personally find their presence reassuring as well. Women and children who came through the shelter are very often depressed, sometimes hopeless, scared, insecure, and anxious. I think that the fact that they are comforted by these spirits is a sign that these are good spirits who seem to approve of the work being done in their house. They've never tried to scare anyone. Sure, lights turn on and off by themselves, and the dishwasher is forever turning on by itself. Maybe they are just trying to figure out what these gadgets are. I do not know anything about the history of the house, but I assume these spirits were once residents of this house. Based on their actions, they seem to be good and well-wishing. I hope they continue to watch over the shelter and help the current residents. Hi, my name is Tariq, and this is my supernatural experience. It happened to me when I was about 5 or 6 years old. I seem to remember it was quite a sunny afternoon. Nothing particularly unusual about that day. My mother asked me to go upstairs and wake my father, who often took afternoon naps. I remember feeling quite lazy, and I could not really be bothered going all the way upstairs to attempt to wake my dad sleeping. However, my mom insisted, so I did. I was about to walk up the stairs when I suddenly was overcome with fear, as what I had saw made no sense to me. There, at the top of the stairs, was the biggest dog I had ever seen in my life. It appeared to fill the whole space of the landing and was near the height of the ceiling. The dog appeared to be aggressive and was barking and growling so loud that it could have woken the dead. I was so shaken and scared that I just froze in the spot. I shouted for my mom. I said, "Mom, I can't go upstairs," and she told me not to be lazy. I told her no, there was this big dog at the top of the stairs, and it would not let me pass. My mom came out to me, and she said, "Tariq, we do not even have a dog." Of course, this is what I already knew. I quickly told my mom to get over here and see what I was seeing, but by the time she arrived and looked up the stairs, it was gone. This perplexed me even more, and being the age I was, I couldn't even understand it. I started to doubt myself, wondering if I ever even saw it at all, and I trusted and believed in my mother. So if she didn't really see it, maybe I was just hallucinating, and it really wasn't there. Obviously, the dog disappeared, and after a while, I forgot about it, and never resurfaced again. However, these memories came back when I was about 12 years old, and I spoke to my mom about it. Looking back on it, I do believe I saw something paranormal, but any ideas on why my mom or dad could not see it or hear it, and why was the dog being so protective, beats me. I don't know, but it was sure a scary sight. It just sucks that I feel like I was the only one who had saw it, and it makes me crazy. But what can you do? I don't know. I recently had an experience that I can't explain, and decided to tell my story here. In June, my boyfriend Ian, our then 15-month-old twins, of course me as well, we all went to his family reunion. While we were there, we had a wonderful time meeting his family and getting to know everyone really well. We stayed at his father and stepmother's home with the immediate family. One night, while everyone was asleep, one of the girls started crying, most likely from being in a new place or losing her pacifier. I woke up, and still groggy, I sat up in the bed. I looked over to the crib. Next to the crib, there was a little old woman standing there looking into the crib. When I saw her, she didn't scare me, and I thought nothing of it. She looked at me, put her finger up to her mouth, kind of bent down, and whispered, "Shh." So I laid back down and fell back to sleep. Brianna slept through the rest of the night. The next morning, I got up and remembered what I saw. Not sure if I dreamt it or not. I pulled Ian away from the family and asked him if he had a picture of his grandmother. The family had spoken a lot of her the previous day at the reunion, but I had never met her. Ian was very close to her and was very upset at the time of her death. It would have been almost 9 years ago. They found one, and after I saw the picture, I felt this warmth, the only way I can describe it, and it filled my body. It was the lady I saw the night before. I wasn't sure if I should tell anyone, for fear of them thinking I was insane, but I decided to tell Ian. When I told him, he kinda gasped. Like I said, he was very close to his grandmother. I'm glad I told him. Well, later, as we were talking to the family, someone said, "Oh, it would have been so wonderful for her to be here and see all the family together." Speaking of the grandmother, Ian looked at me and asked me to tell everyone what I saw. I'm still new to this family and wouldn't want to be dubbed as the crazy one just yet, so I kept it to myself. Thanks for giving me a place to share this. In 1983, we moved into a home that had suddenly been vacated by the owners. The man had suffered a heart attack at the front door and died. His wife went into serious shock and suffered some emotional distress. After the funeral, her children decided to take her back to Missouri. I'd personally known the couple in 1971, as I had lived in a house on the connecting street. Our backyards were contiguous. Mr. Williams had been the water superintendent for the city for many years. He was an upstanding citizen, a loving family man, and a friend to many people. Shortly after moving in, he got the feeling that Mr. Williams had never really left his home. At night, after everyone had turned in, footsteps could be heard throughout the home. It sounded like heavy footsteps stomping up and down the hall, outside the bedrooms. I would get up and check to see if the children were awake, and would find them sleeping soundly in their beds. Once in a while, doors would open up wide, as if someone was entering a room, and then the door would slam shut. One night, my wife at the time awoke to see the form of a man standing at the end of our bed. He woke up on her side and leaned over a little. She laid there terrifying, knowing that I was very hard to wake up, and that if this were a burglar, I would not suddenly spring into action against the intruder. She maintained her position and just peered through her eyelids. Suddenly, the figure just faded away. These occurrences persisted for about a month. One morning, at around 2:30 a.m., we were suddenly awakened by the bedroom door slamming open with a violent force. We were very tired of Mr. Williams' nightly tirades, and I was running on my last nerve. I got up and decided to try to talk with this confused soul. I addressed him as Mr. Williams and told him that he had suffered a heart attack and had died. I told him that his wife had gone to Missouri to live with his children. I told him that we were paying rent to his children to live in this house, and we worked hard for our money. I started to get angry with him and told him that if he wanted to rant and rave and stomp about the house, he needed to do it when we weren't there, as he was disturbing our sleep. If he continued, we would be forced to move, and his children would have to find other renters. I suggested he go to Missouri, because that is where he would find his wife. After that, we never heard from Mr. Williams again. In August of 1997, I was helping a friend deliver some things for a post-funeral reception that was to be held in the officers' quarters number 1 at Fort Concho in San Angelo, Texas. Fort Concho is the best preserved and reconstructed cavalry fort in America. This is where the Buffalo Soldiers were stationed. It was very early in the morning, and we had to get the key to the building from the curator. We drove to the other side of the parade ground and parked the van. We went inside, and I took some things up to the staircase to the second floor, while my buddy worked on the first floor. I walked into the west bedroom upstairs, and immediately felt like I had just walked between two people that were standing shoulder to shoulder. I was walking into a tremendous field of static electricity. I had a cold sensation, and the hairs on my neck and arms stood straight out. I put the vase down that I was carrying, and found myself compelled to say, "Excuse me." Then I proceeded to the east bedroom. When I entered the room, I saw a little girl out of the corner of my eye, playing on the floor to my left. I placed the vase, and when I turned around, she faded away. A couple of days later, I was again with my friend. We stopped by the house of the lady who was responsible for financing the restoration of Officers' Quarter number 1. My friend mentioned that I had felt a presence and saw a little girl. I told her that I had seen her in the east bedroom, and she told me that a little girl had died in that very room. Maybe it was her parents that I felt in the west bedroom, or just someone else watching over her. A few months later, I had the opportunity to stop by the officers' quarters number 1 when it was open to the public. I was walking around, and a staff member volunteer came up and asked me what I thought of the building. I told her I thought it was haunted, and repeated the story of the little girl. The lady took me into the dining room and pointed to a portrait on the wall. It was the same little girl I had seen upstairs. I would first like to say, I was not a believer in ghosts or spirits. I was in the Navy at the time, and had been just transferred to Japan. My family and I arrived there in August of '91. I felt very lucky because the Navy had just opened Harrio, a new housing complex about 9 miles from the naval base. This meant that my family and I would not have to live off base. My wife and I were taken out to the Harrio to pick out a house. Being newly opened, we basically had the pick of the litter. My wife and I chose a nice 3-bedroom room townhouse in the center of the housing complex. We moved in within 3 days and began to settle down. Nothing much happened for the first month or two. Then one night, my daughter, who was 3 at the time, started waking up at night crying. She would point at the wall and tell me to make the snake lady go away. This happened about once a week. Of course, I thought she was just having bad dreams. We would let her sleep in her bed when this happened. My wife became pregnant at the time, and we were allowed to move into a 4-bedroom house. I was hoping this move would solve the snake lady problem. As we moved into the new house, I assured her the snake lady was gone forever. Boy, was I wrong. It was about 2 weeks before our encounters with the snake lady started again. This time my wife and I could actually feel some sort of electrical charge throughout the house. These encounters intensified, and my daughter started to see more and more apparitions. She would tell me that the snake lady wanted to take her away. I, being a skeptic, thought the electrical charge was sort of funny, but never gave much thought about my daughter's nightmare being real. Then one night, my wife and I were awakened by my daughter screaming at the top of her lungs. We rushed into her room to find her pressed against the far wall, her feet approximately 1 foot off the ground. My wife and I both grabbed her arms, and with one of my feet pressed against the wall, I pulled with all my might. She wouldn't budge. I'm not a small man, 5'10", 191 pounds, and I worked out all the time. I could not get her off the wall. All the while she was screaming that the snake lady wanted to take her away. Scared to death, I started praying in my head. My daughter started to slide down the wall, and she fell into our arms. I don't know what it was, but I believe there is something out there that we don't know about. The next day I blessed every room in the house with olive oil. This seemed to do the trick, because my daughter never had another experience. My wife is Japanese, and she did some investigating of the area's history. Harryo was once an internment camp for the sick and dying Japanese soldiers of World War II. There is a shrine just outside the back gate for the soldiers that died there. And that's what we found out. Thanks for reading. It's funny, really, because I've been reading your site for quite some time and have marveled over the experiences people have had, but never, ever thought I would be emailing you my story. This experience is mainly my 2 friends, but I experienced it firsthand last night. They live in RAF, Royal Air Force Quarters, in Middlesex in England, and have never really mentioned anything before. A couple of weeks ago, Susie and I were chatting about various things when the subjects of ghosts came up. Funny enough, the handprints have come back since Elena was born, said Susie. Handprints? What handprints? I replied. It seems that since they moved in over 3 years ago, they've had various things happen. So she took me upstairs, and there, clear as day, was a set of huge handprints on the wall just above their bed. Apparently, she has tried everything to get rid of them, and they disappeared when she was pregnant. As soon as the baby was born, they came back, and when I saw Susie and Jay last night, they casually informed me that the handprints had moved. By now, I was getting quite spooked out. We went outside for a cigarette, with one of the music channels on the TV playing. When we came back in, the channel had changed to some gruesome true murder documentary. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing on edge at this stage, and it took Susie a good 5 minutes to change the channel back. Also, they've both watched a candle that stood on top of the telly very casually move from the middle and drop off at the end. Things have been moved around, never hidden, and the TV also turns on and off. Susie and Jay were very relaxed about this, and the ghost obviously means them no harm. Last night, it was Susie, Jay, and me, and they told me what happened last Sunday. Apparently, Susie had gone up to change Elena and had set out her pajamas and nappy out in the changing mat in the bedroom. She was bathing Elena and thought that perhaps she could use one of the smaller nappies instead of the big one that she had pulled out. When she went back into the bedroom, the pajamas and the big nappy had been thrown onto the chair, and in a perfect arc were 3 of the smaller nappies on the changing mat. Poor Jay got it right in the neck for that, until he explained that he hadn't been upstairs at all. Again, the hairs on my neck were standing on end, and when I had to go upstairs to use their toilet, Susie had to come with me. We then went out for a cigarette, and as we were sitting there, I saw the shadow of someone walking to the kitchen. Didn't think anything of it until I realized that we were all sitting outside. I told them, and Susie said that she sees shadows out of the corner of her eye all the time. We then went back in, and I was sitting on the sofa next to Susie, talking to Jay, when I noticed that she was staring at something right behind her. I asked what she was looking at, but she said nothing at first, knowing how freaked out I was getting. She then began to tell me that she noticed a transparent man with an axe lodged into his forehead casually move from the room we were in and into the kitchen, then disappear. She had told me that when she was alone in the living room another time, that she also saw a man sitting down at the kitchen table, as if he was writing on a piece of paper, then disappear shortly after. Apparently, they are not the only ones to experience things. It seems that quite a few people in the row of houses had strange things happen, and the couple on end have seen a shadowy figure. She asked me to babysit Elena next week. Must admit, not too keen on having the extra company though. When I was about 10 years old, my family lived with my great-grandmother and me, and my brother had to sleep in the basement. Half was for storage, half was an extra room. So one night, at like 3, I had to walk to the top floor to take a pee. On my way down, I hear the voice of a little girl say goodbye. Then I noticed that same voice, and it said die. I immediately freaked out and ran back into my room, absolutely terrified. There was another incident with my brother. He was in the basement, and he heard the same voice coming up the stairs from it. It said die as well. And he turned back, looked down the stairs, and the apparition of a girl was standing right there, and then materialized and disappeared in an instant. When I was 15, we moved out to New Jersey. When I was 16, I heard horribly violent screaming. It sounded like a woman, and it sounded like it was coming from behind me. 3 days later, my brother, he was 19. He heard the same screaming coming from our bedroom closet. Nowadays, we don't hear any mysterious voices, but we both know they had to be ghosts. And not only that, they had to be evil. And I don't want to experience that ever again. I'm sure my brother doesn't want to either. Thanks for listening. I first became aware of a presence in our home when I was a child of 4 years. When I was 4, my brother was born, and my parents moved him into the bedroom next to theirs. I was moved into my very own room, upstairs. My older sister occupied the room next to mine. It did not take me long to realize that there was something odd about this new room I was in. I would wake up in the night, chilled, with the overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. Sometimes, I caught fleeting glimpses of what looked like a shadow on one particular wall. When I mentioned the shadow to Mom, she attributed it to light play from the moon and other rational explanations. I tried very hard to believe her explanations and to make the shadow sightings go away, but I simply couldn't take the vision of a man in an overcoat, wearing a fedora. I could never actually see this man, just an outline, a shadow, but I knew he was there. I can't even say I felt threatened by this figure. I just felt watched and not alone. I suppose I should describe our family home. It is a large, Cape Cod-style home, built in the 1940s, just after the war. The family that built the home were obviously influenced by World War II, as was the world, I would think, and they built a secret room, which I would imagine was designed to hide the family if war ever broke out on home soil. This room was only accessible via a trapdoor in the kitchen floor, and it led to the secret room in the basement. My dad sealed this room off before I was born, although I know exactly where the trapdoor is. There is also a secret passageway that leads between the closets of the two upstairs rooms. This passageway has been sealed before my parents bought the home. This house was the second built on the foundation. The first was a farmhouse dating back to the late 1800s, which burnt when my mother was a child in the 1930s. The family that originally built the Cape Cod didn't live there long, and it became a rest home for the affluent elderly in the community for many years. My parents bought the home in 1954, and I was born 11 years later. There were other strange occurrences in the house in my younger years, such as doors opening and closing by themselves, and doors locking when there were no locks, and the piano playing by itself. But I'll fast forward to 1974, when my older sister got married. I took the opportunity to move into her larger room, and that is when the strangeness went into overdrive. I hadn't actually even moved completely into the room when the weirdness began. I'd moved my record player into the room, along with a student desk. I was showing the room to a friend one afternoon, when the door slammed shut behind us. When we turned to look at the door, the shade in the opposite window flew off the hinges and landed at our feet in the middle of this room. We both screamed and ran to the door, only to find it locked, and there wasn't a lock on the door. We managed to finally get it open and run down the stairs. My friend would never even go into the room again, let alone spend the night with me. I didn't let it bother me, however, and moved the bed into the room and took up residence. The room always stayed incredibly cold, even in the heat of an Ohio summer. My dad installed triple the insulation into that room to try to help with the chill, but it remained downright cold. There were countless nights when I would awaken to knocking on the walls. Sometimes I would knock back, and it would knock back at me. When I told my parents about the knocking, my dad said it was a tree limb scraping the house. The knocking became so intense that he ended up cutting the tree down, but the knocking continued. My parents installed an intercom system into my room next to my bed, so I could page them when the knocking started. Dad seemed convinced that it was the neighborhood boys throwing rocks at my window. It didn't sound like that though, and the knocking was coming from an inside wall, not an outside one. One afternoon, I was lying on the bed reading, and I got the overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I sat up on the bed and said out loud, "Stop it! There's no such thing as ghosts!" And no sooner had I uttered the words, a figurine on a shelf began to wobble, and then flew off the shelf and across to the bed, hitting me on the forehead. I slept on the sofa for a month after that. My family was even beginning to notice strange things happening by this time. The television would turn itself on and off, or alternatively increase the top volume, without anyone being in the room. Dad said we had a bum set and bought a new one, but it did the same. We had the wiring replaced, but it still happened. My mom declared that if it was a ghost, it certainly wasn't going to run her out of the home she loved. This is true. She still lives there with the ghost. Other things that would happen in the house included radio switching on and off, lights flickering, the washing machine switching on and running a cycle, and of course the shadow wandering around upstairs. It was all beginning to frighten me quite a bit, especially the knocking noises. If the knocking started, I would buzz Mom in the intercom, and she would race upstairs, but as soon as she reached the top step, the knocking would stop. I began to think perhaps I was going a bit crazy. I went away to college, and something strange happened in my old bedroom about a week after I had left. I still had the same clothes hanging in the closet, and there were a few posters still hanging on the wall, but otherwise, it was empty. My mom heard a funny noise upstairs one afternoon and went up to investigate. She checked the first bedroom and saw nothing amiss and went down the hall to my room. She opened the door and discovered that the mirror tile on one wall had exploded all over the place. There were shards of glass sticking in the opposite wall and had scraped across the ceiling like claw marks. My posters hung in shreds. She noticed my closet door hanging open and shreds of glass sticking in the clothes, still hanging inside. She shut the door and waited for Dad to get home from work. He decided that it must have been a freak lightning hit, although the day was sunny and cloudless, and rang the insurers to come out and investigate. The investigator noted that the point of impact seemed to be the upper corner of the wall, where the mirrored tile met the adjoining wall. Oddly, he also noticed that the broken wood in the corner was pointing outward, as if the lightning had been inside the room and went out, instead of the lightning hitting outside and coming in. The insurance company still paid for the damages, although they could never find the point on the outside of the house where the lightning had come in. When I heard about it, I came home to view it, and noticed that the wall in question was the one where I had always heard the knocking. As I said, my mom still lives in the house, and strange things still persist. She keeps the washing machine unplugged, but unless the water is cut off, it still fills up. This is the third faulty washer we've had. The TV still plays tricks too. My dad passed away in the house 2 years ago, and on the night after he died, I was staying with Mom, although I wasn't about to go upstairs ever again. And in the middle of the night, we both heard faint music playing upstairs, bluegrass music, to be precise, which was Dad's favorite, and we reckoned that there must have been a party going on to welcome Dad to the other side. Mom has since sealed off the upstairs and only lives in the downstairs part of the house. My brother has had plenty of strange things happen to him in the house as well, as did my sister, and as a result, none of us want Mom to bequeath the house to us. She can't understand why. Every single night in my home, when I was 4 years old, my parents would come in and put me in bed. Mostly my mother, because my father wasn't home much. I never liked to sleep in the dark, and there were no outlets in my room for a lamp, or none that wanted to work at the time. As I laid in bed, almost every night, I'd look out into the hall, and I would be able to see the hall light on. Almost every single night as I lay in bed, a boy would walk past my door several times and then stop. It was a white glowing type thing that I remember perfectly well. It scared me a bit, but I never got an evil aura off of him. A thing about the boy is that he had died a long time ago, before we had moved in. It scared me all the time to recall it though, even though he isn't bad. I've only slept with the door open once. Since then, my parents got the outlets working. I was sleeping in a different room, but it was across the room the boy had died in. I looked outwards from my slumber, my glasses still on my face, because I always fall asleep watching TV. I saw the boy, and he went into my brother's room. That night, my brother got really sick. I don't know what happened, but the boy had died of a sickness. Another thing that happened. Me and my friends were sitting out on my back porch, and my one friend had brought a Ouija board with her. My other friend suggested that we play. Of course, I didn't want to, because I've had past experiences that turned out bad with those things, with other friends. We sat at the table and put each of our hands on it. Before we started, though, we read something that had said you must finish a question. We thought we would. Beside the porch is a pool. This will fit into what happened as I go. We didn't believe that the board would actually work, though, and so we tried. Even with the past experiences, I didn't think it would. So this is what we did. We tapped our fingers while the thing was moving, so that no one could move it themselves. We did get in contact with a spirit, and we, of course, ended up not finishing a question. Then, we noticed from the pool a mist that started to emerge. I kid you not, it was a ghostly apparition floating above the pool. It lasted for about 10 seconds, and then it faded away. I then decided to finish the question. My friend immediately stopped me and asked me what I was doing. "You're conjuring up evil," she said to me. It was clear that she didn't want to do this anymore, so we stopped, and we never returned to that Ouija board again. In fact, we went out to the fireplace and we burned the Ouija board so that we would never have any bad omens attached to us. Yet another incident occurred. About a year ago, I met up with some different kind of people. Wiccans to mostly say, and I still am Wiccan now. I took it in, because God actually hadn't helped me one slight bit with my life, so I started to believe in gods. I learned some good spells, and some bad. The ones I used most were the exorcism spells for haunted houses around here. My house I knew had quite a lot of ghosts in it, and I decided to get rid of one particular one that would scare the entire family as we slept. At night, if you were to turn the light off in the living room, the room would turn a deep dark blood red, and the windows to the place would disappear. When you looked to one corner of the place, you could see a black figure walking out of it. This is the ghost I decided to rid the house of. It never spoke during anything. It would only appear, and nothing more. My sister and her friends hadn't believed me when I told them of what was going on in the room, and they tested it for themselves. As we did it, they saw exactly what I was saying, and screamed for me to turn the light on. I actually sleep in that room still. The ghost is still there, but it doesn't bother us anymore. When I had tried the exorcism, the ghost had gotten angry and thrown the lamp at me. If not for me dodging it and then grabbing it before it hit the wall, I would have been in trouble. It glared at me and disappeared. You're probably thinking, this is absolute bull, but I can assure you, it was not. And I tell you this, not because I really want you to believe in some fantasy story, but because this actually happened. I couldn't even believe with my own eyes what was occurring. When I returned to the room that night, and from then on, the ghost never came back, or didn't bother us anyway. There are other ghosts in my house, ones that are in the cellar, but I've only heard them, not actually seen them. Anyway, this last event occurred outside of my house. Anyway, one night I was out with my friends, against my parents' will. We had left when they were asleep. It was around 3 a.m. in the morning, and we wanted to see what was around the area. We went up to the graveyard near, and sat down by some of the older graves, deeper into the graveyard. As we were sitting there, I looked up to see a dark and black figure standing by one of the trees. He wasn't looking at me or my friends, but something else. I had been leaning up against a grave. I didn't have much respect for the dead at the time until after this. I turned around and looked up to see a white figure standing there, looking at the black figure. They then turned their eyes towards me. I tugged on my friend's arm, but she didn't reply. She was asleep, along with the two other people that were there with us. I backed up off the grave as the white one glared at me. When I got completely away, they had turned their eyes back to each other and had vanished. Before our marriage, my husband purchased a home built sometime previous to 1870 in the center of a small town in Michigan. It is a lovely house, we still have it, with high ceilings and wide archways between some of the rooms. When we moved in, we had very modern furniture, which really didn't look right in the house, so our friends would bring us antiques whenever they could find them, very cheaply or for free. One friend bought us a very large round antique mirror that he had found in a house his company was hired to tear down. It was the kind with a gilded wood and molded frame with a medallion at the top. The glass, while it had some dark spots and shadings, was in exceptionally good condition. This was back in the mid to late 70s, and we had parties almost every weekend. In the summer when the doors were left open, no one bothered knocking. They just opened the screen and came in. Late one Friday or Saturday evening, shortly after receiving the mirror, I was sitting on a low sofa against the east wall of the living room. Also on this wall was a large archway leading into the dining room, which is where the main entry door that we used was located. There was also a door leading into the living room from the front porch, but no one used this one. The mirror was hung on the north wall, right next to the couch where I was sitting. Everyone else was sitting in the middle or at the opposite end of the room, large room. I was looking to my right and noticed in the mirror that a young man was walking through the archway into the living room and stopped right at the threshold. At first glance, I did not recognize him, so I turned on the couch to look at him directly, and there was no one there. I looked over at the mirror again, and there he was. He was not a big guy, about 5'8" or 5'9", thin build, dark hair, short for the times, and wearing what looked like one of those blue-gray work shirts. I looked towards the archway again. No one was there. I shot off the couch and into the dining room to see if anyone was playing a trick on me. There was no one in any part of the house other than the living room. It made me very uneasy, and I could never sit in that area again. In fact, I moved that couch a week later, and even though the mirror still hangs there all these years later, I tried to avoid looking at it. A couple of years after this happened, I joined the local historical society. I met a wonderful tiny old lady in her 90s. She told me that she had been in my home many times during her youth, and I found out from her that during Prohibition, the people who owned a house would have parties with bootleg liquor. There was an argument late one evening, and a young man was killed by a blast from the barrels of a shotgun at close range in the area of the front entrance to the dining room. I'm not sure if it was him or not, but for 3 or 4 years after that, every night at 3:10 a.m., I would hear slow but steady footsteps on the creaky wood floors walk from the archway through the living room and up to the bedroom door. They always stopped right there, thank God, and I tried to make sure they would come no further by hanging a crucifix on a hook inside of the bedroom door. After a few years, it either stopped or we grew so accustomed to it that we didn't notice it anymore. So, do you think my spirit came with the mirror, or that the mirror just enabled me to see him? I don't know. I guess we'll find out sooner or later. Early March last year, my husband and I had the most terrifying night of our lives. Avid campers, we had never been scared sleeping out in the middle of nowhere in our tent. We went to a campground called Weldon Springs in Illinois, about 45 miles from our home. We stayed at the backpacking area, which at that time of year is isolated except for a few deer and birds. I felt fear the minute we walked into our spot. We had camped in that spot several times before, with no weird occurrences. I felt like we were being watched. I tried to pass it off as dead trees and grass, and a lack of other people around. By evening, sitting around the fire, I was scared. Our friend came along to stay with us, had a sleeping bag with him, ready to camp. Oddly, he decided not to stay. When we got settled in our tent, hell broke loose. We laid there a minute, and I heard an odd stomping noise in the trail leading to our site. It got louder, like it was getting closer. I asked my husband after we discussed it ourselves, and he said he felt an evil presence there. Even though we were absolutely terrified, I told him to take a peek outside the tent, just so we could ease our minds about the situation and prevent our imagination from running wild. This was a terrible mistake. He told me when he looked out that he saw the ghost of a hunter with red eyes staring right at him, and then he floated off into the woods and then disappeared. It didn't last very long, but he could still tell that the man was wearing hunting gear from a different era. It definitely didn't look like the attire you would see today, according to him. He told me that the clothes that he wore looked a lot like the people in the Wild West would wear in the 19th century. My husband even said that it looked as if he didn't want to be seen, like he had the look of pure shock on his face. In a way, I wish I had seen it myself, but I know I wouldn't have been able to handle that. We know that there was something strange out there that night, and we'll never forget it. There is this camp that I know of. It's referred to as Camp Connecticut, and it's a run-down camp. It's called the Run Camp because of its deadly history, where a group of men were once gathered, said to be a cult, and eventually the town had exiled them and were forced to stay at this camp outside of town. When abandoned, the caretaker's daughter was found brutally murdered in the camp, and all members of the camp denied any knowledge or participation in the murder. Whenever I go back to the camp, I've always experienced unsettling events that could be tied to the events just described. Experiences included voices. For example, a young girl screaming, which we thought could have been the young murdered girl. We have seen figures pass among the trees while walking through the narrow paths along the woods. In pictures that I have seen, there are many orbs near the main gate and near the large sign within the camp. Examinations shown not to be a photo error or bad development. There was also this insane experience that my brother's best friend and his friends had. He happened to take a trip here, and while walking the main entrance pathway, he came across a man standing there in all white clothing. They called to him, and there was no response, so they turned to go the other way, and when they did, this presence in the white was standing right in front of them, with eyes that were completely black. As they turned and ran, it seemed as if the presence began to run after them. Anyway, as they got close to the main gate, they turned, and there was no one behind them at the time. They stopped again for a second, and turned back to look behind them again. They recall that about 5 apparitions, all in white, were standing right next to each other, and then they disappeared. It was as if they were letting them know that there were more of these ghosts. They then walked back to the car and drove away. This place is very freaky to even just look at the main gate. I get scared every time I go. I will send our photos as soon as I get my scanner up and running. Thank you. I've been tempted to write about what happened to my family many times, but it seems far too unreal. We were not allowed to talk about this outside the house when I was a child, and my mother only told guests about her visitors when they experienced something in our house. Our childhood home was built in 1898. My parents bought the home in 1974, when I was only 6 months old. The house was very large and had been converted into a double. My grandmother moved into the upper level. Strange things began to happen shortly after my family moved in. My mother had her first experience one night after she had sent my older sisters to bed. From her bedroom door, she could look out and see into the kitchen hallway and into the bathroom. My family had only lived in the house less than a month when my mom saw a little blonde-haired girl walk into the bathroom. All of my sisters have very dark brown hair, and this was clearly a blonde-haired child. My mother panicked and yelled to the little girl, but the door shut. My mom jumped out of bed. In her mind, she was thinking that this little girl was a neighbor's child, that my sister must have snuck in the house. When she opened the door, there was nobody inside the room. My mother nicknamed the little girl Jessie, and I have no idea why. My mother had many experiences in the house, and with the younger children, myself, my younger sister and younger brother, when we were very small, it was as if we were playing with someone else. I don't remember this, but my mom did. But I do remember that in my oldest sister's bedroom in her closet, there was a paneled off section that led under our hallway steps to the second floor. I remember talking to someone that we called the lady under the stairs. I always thought that it was my mom or grandmother, but I later learned that this was not the case. When we told my mom about this, she would not let us play this game anymore. I do not remember being scared at all. My younger sister and I would also go into our hallway and play with the lady on the stairs. I have very little recollection of this at the time. I would have been about 4 years old, and my sister would have been about 3. When we described the woman to my mother, she forbade us from being in the hallway alone. I never took the ghost stories to heart and was very carefree as a child. I always felt safe. However, I did finally have a bizarre experience that I could not explain or rationalize away. My grandmother had a stroke when I was 15, and my mother gave my older sister's bedroom to my grandmother since it was on the first level and was safer for her. She had no control over what she was saying and was rapidly deteriorating. My parents didn't lay any ground rules down for us kids that summer, as things were in havoc, and my brother and I had stayed up all night, watching Nick at Night in the living room. I could see into my grandmother's room, and we also kept an eye out for her, should she use the bathroom or want something to drink. I was just starting to doze off when I thought I saw someone in my grandmother's room. It was a blonde-haired girl who might have been 10 to 12. I have no idea the age. I thought I was seeing things, or that I was just really wiped out, and my mom's stories were starting to get to me. I walked out into our kitchen, and my oldest sister was eating a sandwich, and I told her what I saw. She laughed at me and told me I must have been dreaming. I thought maybe she was right, because I just never believed what my mom had been saying about the girl she had claimed to have seen on several occasions. Now here's where I realized I wasn't a complete nutcase. I said before that the house was very big. Well, my grandmother started screaming, and my sister and I ran into the room. My grandmother was up and headed for the front door. She was screaming about fire and the little girl. We could barely make out what she was talking about, but she kept repeating, "The little girl said I was going to hurt the baby, and I have to go before I cause a fire." That was the most intelligible sentence that my grandma had said in over a month. My sister kept saying, "What little girl?" and my grandmother said, clear as day, "The little blonde-haired girl." My grandmother was 72 years old and short of hearing. She was also 3 rooms away when I literally whispered this to my sister. We woke my mom up because we did not know what to do. My grandma ran out of the house and refused to come back in. She stood on her porch. My parents took her to the hospital, and she was placed in a nursing home because even the mention of our house sent her into hysterics. The baby she was talking about is my younger brother, who is the baby in the family. My mom decided to turn the house into a one-family home again, and had us kids, there were 6 of us, do the work. We did not mind, as we wanted the help, and it was a good way for us not to think about my grandmother all the time. My younger sister and I would be the only 2 sharing a room, but that was fine, as we are very close, and we were excited. Again I was up, and could not sleep, so I went up to the room that would be ours. It had been my grandmother's, and I was scraping wallpaper off the walls with a putty knife. We had started this project the night before, and I was bored, so I went up to get some more done. I was scraping the walls, and had been doing so for about an hour, when I heard a funny noise that sounded like the scraping noise I was making with the knife, but different. It's hard to explain. I thought someone was playing a trick on me, so I began to scrape the wall, and very quickly, I stopped. However, the sound that I heard continued, and it was the sound of scraping, but it was coming from across the room. I do not know if whatever was in the room was mocking me or playing a game, but the scraping kept going on. Whoever or whatever did not care that I heard them. I screamed. I thought it was one of my older sisters. I ran down the front steps and opened the door, and the house was completely quiet. Everyone was sound asleep, snoring. I woke up everyone in the house. I was terrified, and I never slept in that room. I would continue to hear things in that house until I was 18 and moved out. As for our house restorations, my mother began working on the kitchen and back hallway that led to our attic. While doing so, she found where the house had burn marks and was scorched. My mother mentioned this to one of our neighbors, a woman who had lived on our street from the day she was born in the early 1920s. Our house had been burnt very badly and had been rebuilt. At that time, it had been converted to a double. A little girl and her parents lost their lives in the fire. My other sisters had things happen to them too. One of my older sisters was looking out the living room windows. Something grabbed her shoulder and called her name. One more thing, please don't think I'm nuts, but I've not had this happen in any house or apartment I've lived in since. And one thing I did notice is that whatever was in the house is not frightening to me in my youth, but only became frightening when each of us hit a certain age. I have no idea why. This was also something I thought that was so weird. The little girl was never visible upstairs, and the woman was only spotted downstairs once. A neighbor who was alive when the house caught on fire remembered that the little girl's name was Jessica. My mom had been calling her that for years, and had never known what the little girl's real name was, but I just called her that because it seemed right. Hi, I just thought I'd write to you guys to tell you what happened to me when I was about 12 to 13. I'm from northwest England, in a county called Cheshire. I was staying with my father in a small village called Wrenbury. He used to live in a large country house that has been around for many years. I think, but I'm not certain, that the house is in Victorian. I was staying for the weekend. The house does look spooky, but I never felt any kind of presence there until Sunday afternoon, when my father popped out to the local store. He was only gone for about 15 minutes. It was about 9:30 p.m., and I decided that I needed the toilet. There was a downstairs toilet, but that was full of boxes and tools, so I had to go upstairs. I walked upstairs and went to the toilet. After flushing the loo, as the noise from the loo had gone, and I was washing my hands, I heard the sound of a baby crying and screaming. Sound was coming from a nearby bedroom. This scared me a lot, because I knew there was nobody in the house, and it was not coming from the outside, because the house is stuck in the middle of nowhere, just miles of farm fields around. I walked out of the toilet and headed towards the direction of the crying. As I opened the bedroom door, the sound flew past me, but no one was there. It was almost like the sound traveled through me. I was rooted to the spot with complete terror. I then turned to face the sound, which was now sounding like it was coming from one of the other bedrooms across the hall. I don't know why, but I headed to the other room. The crying baby was really loud, and I was sure that someone was hurting a baby. Looking back, maybe that's why I went to see. As I opened the door, I saw something I will never forget. There was a baby lying on the floor, but it didn't look right. Half of its body was stuck in the floor. I could see one of its legs pointing out, and a half of a face. It was wearing old-looking clothes. The sound of the baby was almost deafening, and it looked like someone was hurting it, but no one was there. This was all too much for me, and I ran downstairs and outside into the dark, and just waited for my father to return. I never told my dad anything. This is the first time I've ever told anyone. I thought I was going crazy, because I've never believed in ghosts before. My father no longer lives there now, but I did go back once when he was visiting an old friend that now lives there, but I never went up their stairs on my own again. Well, I just thought that maybe you would find that interesting. Nail me back if you wish. Hope you don't think I'm lying, because it was all very real to me. I'm 20 years old now, and I have access to the internet. I spend my time looking for other people who've had similar things happen to them. Thank you for reading. Many years ago, my family and I lived in a lovely Queen Anne-style home. We lived in it for 13 years, 11 of which we experienced paranormal phenomena. 2 years after we moved in, we had a first of many odd occurrences. My daughter was in the kitchen, and I was upstairs, when I heard her call out that the upstairs toilet must have overflowed because water was running down the outside of the staircase. I ran to the top of the stairs in bare feet, only to feel water on the surface of the carpeting. I looked over the top of the railing to assure her that the toilet hadn't overflowed, and that was when I felt the wetness on my feet, but there were no water pipes in that part of the house. When I got down the stairs, I found the water running in rivulets down the wooden molding. My daughter reached up to turn on the light under the stairway alcove, and as soon as she did, the water stopped. We had to wipe the trom down, and we never found any reason for that activity. Months later, while preparing for bed one night, I heard footsteps running down the attic stairs. The door crashed against the opposite wall, and then nothing. I was terrified, thinking that someone was there. They would have to pass my room to get downstairs, but nothing happened. When we finally went to look, the door was against the wall. We even thought that maybe a ball had bounced down the stairs, sounding like footsteps, but there was nothing. Strangely, when we started to think our house had unseen guests, we were no longer frightened. As time passed, we had many more experiences. I heard a woman crying softly, but pitifully. 2 of my daughters saw images of old-fashioned children, dressed in long white nightgowns and mob caps. A visitor to my house saw the same thing, and asked me who the little girl was. On another occasion, my nephew was spending the night, and thought he saw someone standing at the top of the stairs, in a long white old-fashioned nightgown. My nephew was 16 at the time, and we hadn't told him about the house. My husband thought we were all crazy, because he didn't believe in this sort of thing. My daughter came home late one night, and was just lying in bed, going over her evening, and looked up to see a male figure, suspended over the bed. She watched the image dissolve from the top, as if it were sand falling. There were other things that happened there, although nothing dangerous, and finally, we sold the house and moved down. It was several years after we moved on from the house that we met a family that had lived there years before we did, and had very similar things happen to them but they said their experiences were very frightening and mean-spirited. I sometimes think our guests moved with us because from time to time, we still get very strange sensations in our present Victorian home. I've had quite a few ghostly experiences over my life, all of which have been rather benevolent, except for one that happened a few years back. I was 24, living with my mother, my sister, and my 2-year-old niece. One night, I woke up and looked up into the darkness. This thing flew down from the ceiling, straight at me with its arms out. I can still see it. It looked like a cross between a gargoyle and an alien. It looked so evil. It sounds silly, but I was so terrified that I ran out of my room screaming into the living room to be with my mother. I was shaking uncontrollably, and I sat with her for quite a while before I could convince myself that it was just a dream, and I went back to bed with no further problems. Well, a few months down the road, my sister was at home with her friend, Kelly, who seems to have some sort of connection with the paranormal, like her mother, and she sent her down the hall to get a towel for my niece. The linen closet is down the hall in my mother's room. Kelly came back a couple minutes later, white as a sheet. Now, my sister and Kelly are always talking about stuff like this, but this is what really freaked me out. She said that there was something in my mother's room, and it was a threatening presence. She then went on to describe it. About 3 foot tall, gray, kind of a cross between a gargoyle and something. I'd never mentioned anything to my sister, and the only thing I had told my mother is that something scared me. I'd never described what I saw to anyone. In another related incident, prior to my sighting, my mother was trying to sleep one night in her room, and as she is about to fall asleep, something breathed near her, kind of like a sharp exhale, right into her ear. She woke up the next morning with scratches in the middle of her back, and the freaky thing is, she slept alone, and there were only 3, long, about 6 inches thin, scratches on her back. Needless to say, I'm very happy to be out of the house. I'm not sure if this qualifies as a ghost story, but it was more than an ordinary dream. My cat Johnny, my sweet silver bad boy for 10 years, died at home of aggressive cancer in March. During the month between his diagnosis and his death, I showered him with even more attention than usual. So by the time he passed away, we were closer than ever. On several occasions, including at his grave just before burying him, I invited him to come back and let me know he was okay. A few nights after his death, I was aroused by a dream by the sound of Johnny's meow, coming from the direction of his special spot at the foot of my bed. Coincidentally, his grave is about 30 feet further in the same direction. I waited with a mixture of hope and anxiety to feel him walking up my body to my face, but it didn't happen. Instead, I became aware of something tickling my left ear and tried to reach over to pet him, only to find that I was paralyzed. That's when I panicked, remembering all the scary ghost stories involving a period of paralysis. That was the moment where I woke up, and I suddenly saw something in the corner of the room. It was a dark, small figure, but I couldn't really make it out. It was a dark shadow, even though it was a very dark outline of something. I'm assuming it was a kid or something. It was very terrifying. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like 2 Grim Reapers were standing right behind him. So this humanoid ghost, this figure, this creature, this child, was hunched over and was absolutely mortified himself. And these Grim Reaper type ghosts came to take him away. And just like that, within seconds, they were all gone. I guess you can say that my cat didn't return. In fact, I think a demon actually returned. But I guess that's up for debate. Thanks for listening. After you read this experience, you might think I'm crazy or something, but believe me, it was the most terrifying night in my life. It has taken me a lot of time to get over it. Before I moved out, about a year ago, I lived in a 100-year-old house. It had 2 floors, and my family only lived on the top floor. We barely ever went into the basement, because the floors were all rock, and there were no lights down there. One day, when I was about 15, I had a friend sleep over, and we thought it would be cool if we slept in the basement and told ghost stories. We gathered up our sleeping bags and our candles and went down to the basement. As soon as I entered the room we were going to sleep in, I immediately felt as if we were being watched, and I told my friend that I thought we should maybe sleep upstairs. She just told me to quit being a wimp and to set up my sleeping bag. As soon as we stayed up and talked and laughed, we never did tell ghost stories. I felt more comfortable and fell asleep easily. In the middle of the night, I remember this so clearly because this scared the crap out of me so bad, and I'm absolutely positive I wasn't dreaming. I woke up to knocking coming from one side of the house, and slowly getting louder and closer, and right when it was so near that it was shaking the ground, there was a big crash, and it went away. I sat up straight in my sleeping bag, and my whole body was trembling. After I calmed down a bit, a figure appeared at the foot of my sleeping bag, and I froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't do anything. The figure was of a man dressed in rags that were covered in coal. He stared at me as if he recognized me from somewhere, and then his eyes widened, and he exclaimed with a gasp, "Mary Beth, Mary Beth, help me." He then disappeared with a flash of light. Apparently, my friend had woken up right when he disappeared and saw the flash of light. The next day I told my parents, and they said that they had felt a presence down in the basement earlier. I read up on the history of our house and found out that the mistress of the house was named Mary Beth, and her picture resembled myself. One of her servants had been trapped in the basement and tried to climb out of the coal chute without succeeding, and after being trapped for about 3 days, he died in an unexplained fire accident while in the basement. Thank you for taking your time to read this. Hello, I have another ghost experience for you. In March of 1994, my husband, my oldest daughter, and I, we visited Venice. We booked a room at the ancient Palazzo. We were assigned a room on the 2nd floor, overlooking a canal. The view was accessed by opening the heavy wooden shutters, which opened into the room. These had a metal rod, which fit into a U-shaped hook on the other window. Opening out were double windows, also heavy, with numerous panes of glass. This room had double beds, with a narrow walkway between them. About 3 times during our 2 days there, we would hear footsteps start from approximately the middle of the room, march smartly over to the windows, at which point the wooden shutters would fly open. We would track this phenomenon with our eyes, but saw nothing and felt no fear. The first time we rushed over to the windows to check them, these shutters were so heavy that it felt doubtful that a gust of wind was blowing them open. What's more interesting is that the glass pane windows remained shut and seemed pretty airtight. The catch was not all that easy to work, either. My daughter, then 14, remembers having to struggle with it to open it. Even my logical and mechanical husband looked over the shutters and could come up with no good explanation. The last night we were there, We were tired for the night with my husband and I in one bed, and my daughter in the other. She and I could hold hands in the space between the beds. They were so close together. Right after lights out, we heard the footsteps, this time walking up between the beds to where our heads were. We could hear breathing. We were both too scared to do anything, but we certainly compared notes the next morning. I wanted to ask as we were checking out if the place was haunted, but the only folks on duty that morning didn't speak English, and we don't speak Italian, but we'll never forget the place. About 10 years ago, when I still lived in Pennsylvania, a group of friends and I took a joyride out to the Quaker cemetery, just for a good night scare. It was a chilly, full moonlit November night, and there were 6 of us there, 5 guys, and me, the only girl. It was the perfect setting for a ghost. Now, I don't know how many of your readers have ever been to this cemetery, but to describe the first time I saw the place, I screamed and just about curdled my boyfriend's blood. The crematorium scared me the most. I don't know, something about the way it looks and what it was used for. Anyway, back to that night. 2 of the guys were acting like morons and jumping all over the place and around the markers inside the cemetery. I was angry at their pure disrespect for this old place, and so I tried telling them to stop. But of course, as excited as they were getting, they wouldn't listen. Me and this other guy were too chicken to go along with them, especially because of the way they were acting. They were bound to disturb peace in the cemetery, so we stayed by the car. We kept hearing a fake bird call coming from the trees along the opposite side of the road, and then I started smelling the lilacs. The lilac scent somehow wasn't disturbing, even though it was November and none were blooming. And also, there weren't any fresh flowers placed on any of the very old graves. The fake bird call almost scared the life out of us, because it just sounded so unnatural, and with each chirp, sounded closer and closer. We decided that we really needed to get out of there, so we both sat inside the car, waiting for the others. I got myself in such a worked up state that when I found a quarter on the ground, I swore, "In blood we trust," was written on it, rather than the usual "In God we trust." My friend just laughed at me. The story that I'm about to relate to you took place when I was about 11 years old. I'm 17 now, and most people whom I've conversed with about this matter shrug it off as the hallucinations of a child. It was the fall of about 92 or 93, maybe before, maybe after. I do not honestly remember. I was living with my father here in Texas at the time, because my mother had hauled off to Arizona to take care of her father, who had succumbed to a stroke. My father and I had gone to my grandmother's house for dinner. My grandfather was out of town visiting relatives in another part of the state. My father, my grandmother, and myself were in the kitchen conversing about things that I can no longer recall, because my memories of this occasion are starting to fade and jostle in my mind. My father told me to go wash my hand in the restroom, as my grandmother had just finished making dinner, and we were about to sit and eat. I walked out of the kitchen and into the dining room. As I looked in the general direction of the restroom, which was about 15 feet from where I was standing, I noticed 2 things immediately. The toilet was making strange noises, which isn't uncommon in houses, and there was what appeared to be a man in a shroud, standing in the restroom, with his hands under the faucet, staring at me. I don't remember exactly what my feeling was at the time, except for a bit of fear and a bit of awe at the supernatural. I'm a big reader, and around that time in my life, I was getting into ghost stories and other paranormal phenomena. I then walked back into the kitchen, and my father asked me if I'd washed my hands. Of course, being as frightened as I suppose I was, I told him that I had, and then I proceeded to eat my dinner. But the events of that night have never entirely left me. I'd seen the man in the cloak on at least 2 other occasions since, but those stories are for a later time. Thanks for reading, and good night. This story was told to me by an ex-boyfriend, Mike, when we first started dating. We were still getting to know each other, so when he told me he was very afraid of spirits, I believed him, because it's not the type of thing you'd say if you were trying to impress a girl. I asked him why, and this is what he told me. Mike's first encounter with ghosts was about 10 to 12 years ago, when he and his family, mom, dad, little brother George and Mike, were living in a house in the northwest side of Chicago. This particular house had an attic, which was used to store the items that came with the house when before Mike's family bought it. Nothing too unusual, mostly furniture and such. At this time, Mike was probably 15 years old, and his brother George was probably 9 years old. They were up in the attic one afternoon, goofing around, pretending to be acrobats and wrestlers. Eventually, they got tired, and George collapsed on the floor, while Mike sat in the old recliner that came with the house. The brothers continued talking until their mother called from downstairs, announcing that dinner was ready. The boys had worked up an appetite, so they bolted out of the attic. Mike was the last one out, and as soon as he shut the door behind him, he remembered that he left the light on. Knowing his mother would be mad if he didn't turn it off, Mike opened the door to the attic, took one step in, and froze. The recliner that Mike had been sitting in was slowly turning towards him. Mike tried to command his body to run, but he was so scared he seemed rooted to the floor. The recliner turned enough so that Mike could see the form of a knee, and it was at that point that Mike got the strength to bolt out of the room and down to the kitchen. He told his parents what he saw, and of course they didn't believe him, but Mike refused to stay in the house any longer. He was so upset that his parents made arrangements for him to sleep at his aunt and uncle's house that night. Furthermore, this was the last time Mike ever stepped foot into the house. He stayed with his aunt and uncle until his family sold the house a few months later. Of course, his parents objected to his imposing on his relatives' hospitality, but they were too afraid to force him to come back, fearing he would have some sort of breakdown. The next house Mike's family moved into was still in Chicago, and not too far from the old house. Everything was going fine until one night, when Mike's family had friends over for dinner. After dinner, the adults and Mike sat around the island in the kitchen, having coffee and talking, while year-old George played outside in the backyard with the guest's little boy, Sam. At one point, George opened the kitchen door and ran through the kitchen, past all the adults, and straight into an adjoining bathroom. Nobody thought anything of this until about 10 minutes later, when Mike's dad questioned why George was taking so long in the bathroom. Mike's dad knocked on the bathroom door, asking George if everything was all right. No answer. Mike's dad tried to open the door, but it was locked from the inside. Everyone started getting concerned until the kitchen door opened again, and in came George and Sam. Mike's father asked George how he snuck back out of the bathroom without anyone seeing him. You see, there is no other way out of the bathroom. If George came out, or even opened the door, he would have been seen. In order to get back outside, he would have had to go through the kitchen again. George swore up and down that he had not been to the bathroom at all. He was outside playing with Sam the whole entire time. Mike's father asked him again to explain about the locked bathroom door, but when they checked it again, it was not locked. There were other strange incidents that happened in the house, mostly to Mike, more than anyone else in the family. The last incident Mike told me about was something that happened to him a few months before we met, when he was about 22 years old. One night, as Mike was laying in bed, he woke up with an uneasy feeling. He was lying on his side facing the wall, and he felt as if someone was staring at him. It was the middle of the night, and pitch black in the room. Mike turned over and opened his eyes and saw a black figure standing next to his bed, staring down at him. Mike shut his eyes and screamed for his mother repeatedly. When she came storming in the room, Mike told her what had happened. It seemed as if such occurrence happened sporadically, strangely enough, when Mike was getting to the point of forgetting them. Seems as if the spooks recognize this and remind them of their presence every now and again. I was kinda skeptical when Mike told me the story, mainly because I was just getting to know him. I couldn't tell if he was a habitual liar or something, but the way he acted and the way he told me the stories was enough to make me wonder if he was a spook magnet. We only dated a couple of months, and maybe that was for the best. I might be younger than some of you, but I've had a lot of experiences. I'm 18 years old. About a week after my 10th birthday, my uncle had taken his own life inside my grandparents' house, the one I'm currently living in now. After his death, I would refuse to go down into the basement where it happened. I would always hear unsettling noises, to the point in which I would feel so uncomfortable being in that home. The odd part is, it would only happen when everyone was in bed and I was home alone. As creepy as it was, I still had somewhat of a morbid curiosity to go down there. Though, of course, I could never bring myself to do it. There would be times I would hear very faint snarling and growling sounds. Other times, I would hear weeping. It was very disturbing. Then about 6 months after my uncle's death, my 17-year-old cousin had died in a car wreck. One night, I was so upset over the deaths that I had stumbled down there without thinking about where I had went. I was so overcome with grief of emotions that I was bawling my eyes out. It got to the point where it was too much for me. I was sitting on the couch thinking about ending it all so I could be with them. Just when I was about to, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I knew instantly that it was my uncle. That moment made me realize that it was okay to continue on. That may have been a positive experience, but I assure you, it didn't get better in that basement, in that house moving forward. One evening, I was up in my bedroom. My parents were again fast asleep when I heard a disturbing wailing again coming from the basement. I have a vent in my room, and it connects directly down to the basement. I could hear these cries coming from the vent. I listened closer through the vent, and I could have sworn I heard my name being whispered. Like an idiot, I thought maybe my uncle had returned and wasn't feeling well, so I swallowed my pride and went down into the basement so I could at least tell him that everything would be okay. As I opened the basement door and looked down the steps, at the end of these steps, I saw a figure for a moment's time. It wasn't my uncle. In fact, it was a black misty shadow, and it slowly evaporated. It seemed to be there for a few seconds, then it was gone within a blink of an eye. I then turned around, heard a distinct growl, then ran back up the rest of the steps and back into my room. Sometimes when I walk around the house, I can feel something watching and even following me. It's not always my uncle, but it definitely feels like something evil. It wasn't too long ago that me and my 21-year-old cousin went to go see her dad. Now, this is the cousin that was in the wreck with the one that passed away. Jean, the 21-year-old cousin, had told me that she had felt her sister's spirit with her before. While we were up late at night talking about her, we suddenly felt her presence with us, It was like she was sitting there and listening to us. Then, not too long ago, I was over at a friend's and was going to stay the night. We were in her room, talking about how she thought that maybe she had a ghost living in her house. Of course, I'm sitting there nodding my head. Then I felt something grab my necklace that I was wearing. So we got freaked out and ran to the living room and checked out my neck. Whatever had touched me left a great big red check mark on my neck. Then about 5 to 10 minutes later, it felt like something was grabbing my legs. I pulled up my pant legs, and it had red marks all over my legs. So me and my friend decided to get out of the house and go bowling. Over at the bowling alley, the marks had turned white and disappeared. Well, anyway, when we got back to our house, the marks returned, and I kept feeling things grabbing me and following us occasionally. But the weird thing is, nothing was happening to her, and she told me that nothing like this has ever happened to one of her friends before. I was beginning to think that this bad presence at my home was starting to attach itself to me. So we decided to go to bed. While we were laying there, it felt like someone had come up and sat down on the bed between us. So I looked over, and no one was there. I haven't been over to my friend's ever since. A friend sent me this and suggested that I tell my stories, so here's one of them that I hope you enjoy. I have more if you'd like to hear. I live in Clinton, Illinois, which is a small town. We have a lake, and that's pretty much about it. One night, I was out joyriding in the cemetery with a friend, as I like to do from time to time, and I had to go to the restroom. So, I went to this accessed area that is out in the country. I went to the restroom and then walked through the pavilion to look at the lake. I then came back to my car and then crawled into the driver's seat. I looked up, and there was this little boy ducking behind a garbage can. He had red eyes that glowed like a demon's and teeth that were jagged and white. A black figure that looked like a medium-sized dog was beside him, and it was black. All that you could see was its red eyes. They both stared at us in the car, and I felt fear overwhelm me. I quickly started the car and left. The next day I told my mom about it. She grew up in the area, and she said that they often had Satan worshippers out there, and that rumors were that a little boy was drowned and used as a sacrifice many years ago. My aunt, she says that the little boy was evil, and therefore was put to death in that spot. I've tried to research this, but there are no records of any murder of a child taking place in this area. But I will never go there again, night or day. This is just one of the countless stories that I have. I have some photos too. I don't know if you can use this, but if you can, feel free to. You may also edit if needed. Have you ever stayed at the Holiday Inn? You should, because this story is outrageous. In early of July 1999, I spent a work week there for a regional curriculum camp. I had originally been slated to share a room with other teachers on the first floor. However, the room was a smoking room, and the odor was causing my asthma to flare up, so I was transferred to a room on the 4th floor. Buggered if I can remember the room number. When I retired on Monday night, I had not heard yet of the ghost or any legends. I was awoken 3 times during the night by the phone ringing. I was really ticked because no one was ever there. I vowed to speak with someone at the front desk about it. In the morning I learned about Tanya, the ghost. We all laughed at the story, thinking it was something to amuse tourists. Being WNY natives, we weren't going to be suckered by any such nonsense. I forgot to talk to anyone about the phone and decided not to bother. I fell asleep very quickly that night. I was awakened that night by the sensation that someone was staring at me from the left side of the bed. I have small children. My son often wakes me using the stare method. Now, I might have thought the ghost story was crap, but I wasn't going to test the theory by looking to see what was next to me. I said, "Go away. I'm not going to look at you. I need my sleep." The sensation immediately left me, and I slept the rest of the night quite peacefully. I awoke and went to my morning sessions without anything remarkable happening. However, I had to return to my room mid-morning to fetch some papers I needed for the next session. The curtains were open on the doors leading out to my balcony, which was not unusual. Housekeeping always opened the doors after cleaning. What was unusual was the number of small, sticky handprints all over the outside of the doors. These were no higher than my waist. I shook my head at the poor cleaning job. I was sure that the previous guests must have children with them, and that the maid had failed to clean the prints off the glass. I wonder how hard it was to open the doors and give the glass a good cleaning, and then I hustled off to make my session. As the day progressed, I heard more tales of Tanya, like how she throws the poolside chairs into the pool during the night, etc. We giggled amongst ourselves, like good campers should when hearing ghost stories. None of us was going to admit we believed any of it, especially when our principals were listening. So, I was half joking while I was in my room, getting ready for bed, and said out loud, "Listen, Tanya, I don't know how old you are, but I think you'll enjoy the books in the Falls room. If you can read, you'll really like them. Even if you can't, lots of them are full of beautiful pictures that I bet you'll like to look at. Go there instead of bugging me." I slept like a log, without any interruptions that night. When I went to breakfast the next morning, I told a colleague about my chat with Tanya. I mentioned that it must have worked because I had slept so well. I stopped talking when I saw my colleague's jaw drop and her face go white. I asked her what the matter was, and she took me over to the professor who was leading the sessions in the Falls room. My colleague said to the professor, "Tell us what you found in the room this morning." I listened in stunned silence as the professor described what a mess the room was. Books were thrown all over the place. The display table was in shambles, and her boxes of supplies had been unpacked and poorly repacked. In her own words, she said it looks like a kid went through everything and tried to put things back together, but couldn't manage. The professor had questioned the hotel staff about who had access to the room, and all swore that no one had been in the room after we had left, and that the door had been locked until the staff let the professor in the morning. I apologized when she finished and explained that it had probably caused the mess by inviting Tanya to go there. We all laughed uneasily at that. Some other teachers on the fourth floor admitted the strange things, like the ringing phone, no caller, and the sensation of being watched. Suddenly, we weren't so sure if the story was something just to amuse the tourists. Were the phone calls, stirring sensations, sticky fingerprints, and trash conference room related? There could be logical explanations, like incorrectly routed calls, poor cleaning, and staff mischief. Maybe Tanya was drawn to all of us warm, female, motherly-like type teachers. No male teachers that I know of on that floor, and yes, all of us are moms too. One thing is for sure, I'm far less skeptical of the paranormal than I was before, and I will admit, even to my principal, that something odd happened in that hotel. If you really want to check out the paranormal, then you have to go to the Grand Island Holiday Inn. You can pretend you came here to see Niagara Falls. I've had many experiences with ghosts and hauntings, all beginning around age 3. I'm now 28, and my connection to ghosts and spirits has only grown stronger with time. I suppose I should start with my earliest haunting. I was around 10 years of age. My parents had just divorced, and I was feeling alone and angry. I don't like to sleep with my bedroom door open. When I did, I felt I was being watched. One summer night, the air was hot and humid, and I had no choice but to sleep with my door open to get a cool cross breeze. I remember waking up sometime around midnight or shortly thereafter, feeling I was being watched. When I looked out my bedroom door, I saw a frightening sight. A figure with pure black skin, bright yellow eyes, and a cloak of red, white, and black harlequin-like design was staring at me, its hands on the door jamb, about to enter the threshold of my room. I screamed, saw its eyes widen in shock, possibly, and flee down the hall adjacent to my room. I even saw its robes fluttering after it as it fled. My scream woke my family, who searched the room for the thing, lack of a better word, but found nothing. All the doors were locked, no windows were broken. I shut my door, put up with the heat, and it hasn't returned since. I've been told that the creature was a demon. I also found out that I was depressed at the time, and that may have been drawing it to me. I can still feel its presence when I think about it. I feel very frightened just remembering the experience. Thank you for letting me share my experience here. I wanted to share my own personal experience with you regarding my beloved Nana. She passed away in 1984. I took her death very hard and would go to visit her grave often. After my now ex-husband and I married in 1998, I became pregnant within the year. Since I knew that my ex and I would not stay together for the long term, and since our marriage was so troubled, I found myself up at Nana's grave many times, sometimes just to talk to her and ask her to guide me and to watch over myself and the baby. The first time I went to see her grave, I hadn't been there for nearly 2 years at the time. I was pretty certain of what row her stone was in, but not completely sure. I asked her out loud to help me find her, and so help me God if I'm lying. I ended up parking directly in front of her row. I thanked her and walked over to her grave, placing a single rose on it, and crying. I was about 6 months pregnant with my daughter at the time, and I was very certain that her love for us would get us through the rough months ahead. Shortly after our daughter was born, my ex-husband and I were having major problems, major fights. It was obvious to the both of us that we would eventually split up permanently. We separated when my daughter was 3 months old, and I moved into an apartment with my infant. Shortly after, I could feel my Nana's presence. I never saw anything. I always asked her not to appear to me, as she knew I would be afraid. But her presence was unmistakable, especially in my daughter's nursery. It never frightened me, conversely. I felt very comforted and protected. As a new mother, I took many photos of my infant those first few months. I never noticed until a friend pointed out to me that in one of them, which was a picture of the nursery, there is a vortex on the right, like a solid bar of white light, and to the left of that, an arched mist that almost looks like the shape of a rainbow, but you can see the wall right through it. Also, the picture of the room came out as if I had taken it from on the floor, or close to the floor, and pointed the camera up. I would have never taken a picture from that angle, and I know I didn't. I cried when I realized that the vortex and the light are my Nana watching over her great-great-granddaughter and me. I don't think it's a coincidence, either, that the photo is focused on the rocking chair and the mist is right across it. I should also mention that shortly after my Nana passed away in the 80s, and my brother and I still lived at the home with my parents, that one night I was up reading in bed and walked out into the kitchen. My brother was sitting at the kitchen table, shaken and white as a sheet, almost crying. A second later, my mother walked out of her bedroom, and she was crying. They both professed, at exactly the same moment, that they had seen Nana appear to them and tell them not to worry, and that she was all right. I might add that their bedrooms were on opposite sides of the house. My mother also had a separate incident where she saw my Nana at the end of her bed. She wasn't at all afraid, just comforted. I still visit my Nana just to say hello, and it comforts me to know that someday I'll meet her again. Until then, I guess I'll just be comforted by her presence and know that her ghost is still looming around. And no matter what, I'm always a fan of Nana. How can you not like Nana? She's amazing. I miss you, Nana, but I'll see you again. This incident occurred about 20 years ago in Mishikawa, Indiana, when I was only 9. Our house was built in 1904, so it had the huge solid oak doors in trim. The living room was very long, with ceilings which are 12 feet high. I hope you got the idea of the architecture of this house. The basement was a full one, divided into 2 rooms, and this is where most of the presents seemed to be. I'll get to that later. Back to the house though. The master bedroom was downstairs, with its entrance being oak sliding doors. All of the fixtures were of the early 1900s also, so the living lights were hanging chandeliers, one at each end of the living room. The upstairs had 3 bedrooms, with a landing at the top with a banister guarding the stairs. The stairs were enclosed and curved, and this will be important in a minute. The house upstairs wasn't insulated well, so in the winter it was cold, and in the summer, hot. As a consequence, my 2 brothers and I slept on the pull-out couch downstairs. One night, my younger brother and I went upstairs to get ready for bed, and as we were going down the stairs, I looked back up due to the feeling something was there, and I saw an apparition coming towards us. I screamed and told my brother to look up. He did, and saw the same, so we flew down the rest of the stairs and yelled at our parents to go look for the man. They did, and of course, nothing was there. Now, let me describe the ghost. He was not opaque, he was complete in his form, and he was dressed in Catholic priest clothes. I noticed this because we're not Catholic, but my friend next door was, and I visited her church just down the road. I thought this was very peculiar, but what I thought was even more peculiar was the fact he was holding a gun, and he pointed it directly at us, or so what I thought was a gun. Of course, my parents told us we were young and had very vivid imaginations, and it was nothing. Years later, however, my mother confessed that she knew the house was haunted, and also because when she was the only one home, she would hear something walking up the stairs and on the stairs. We always had German shepherds, and our dog would growl at the ceiling and would never go in the basement. Now, onto the basement. I knew there was a presence here in the back room where the water heater was, because it was much colder, and felt wrong. It felt evil and bad, and didn't want anyone there, because it felt you, and you just had to leave immediately. I want to say that the upstairs didn't have this feeling to it, even though this is where we saw the man. I'm not sure of the history of this house, and soon after this incident, we moved to Florida on my dad's company transfer. I just want to give my opinion on this. After researching different types of hauntings, I feel that this was a replay of some kind, and I was a witness to it. I do feel that there might have been more than one presence, because the evil in the basement was different than the other, and the one in the basement didn't want anyone there. He did other things to give us this feeling. Mostly, the noises were harmless and no bother to us, but it was the basement that we avoided for whatever reason. I would love to hear what you all think of this, and the type of haunting you feel it is. I used to spend a lot of nights driving around in my youth. I was young and reckless, and had no clear direction in life, so I'd often find myself aimlessly driving, late at night. I'd spent a majority of my adolescent years dependent on drugs, and unfortunately, almost succumbed to an overdose. I was harming others, but most importantly, I was on a path to self-destruction. The night before my overdose, I had a creepy paranormal experience that, fortunately for me and those around me, changed my entire life for the better. It was another one of those late night drives. I'd gotten into a verbal altercation with my parents. Words that weren't meant to be said were exchanged, and I ended up running away from home. I took the keys and headed out driving for hours until I ended up in an unfamiliar town. I was starting to get a little exhausted, was 6 hours away from home, and was running low on gas. What happened next will always be embedded into my subconscious for the rest of my life. I pulled up to a gas station in the middle of nowhere. Now, like I said, this area was completely isolated from the rest of the world. It had a last house on the left kind of feel. Until I ended up at the gas station. I'd driven past miles and miles of just cornfields and farmland. Woods all around, nobody in sight. I ended up walking to the gas station and bought myself a pack of cigarettes from the station attendant. He noticed I looked a little confused and asked if I was lost. I said yeah, I was. This was before GPS and cell phones, and I didn't have a map with me. He told me there was a bridge in the distance that was visible from the gas station less than a mile or so away, but said if I crossed it, I could pass another town nearby and find a highway that could take me back home. I thanked him, pumped my gas, and went driving towards the bridge. As I started to make my way through this road, and on my way through the bridge, rain started to pour down, and I could barely see through my windshield. It had rained so much that it almost obscured my vision, and there was no source of light anywhere along the dirt road I was traveling on, except for my headlights. The guy at the gas station told me the bridge was very close by, and even though I could see it in the distance before it started raining hard, it felt like it had been forever before I could see it. Just then, I finally came across the bridge, despite the downpour. This is the part that really startled me. I was driving across the bridge, absolutely nobody in sight, no other cars. It was late at night, 3 a.m., and nothing but trees and bushes scattered around the bridge. I kept driving across this long bridge, and that's when my headlights shined onto this small child who suddenly appeared within my field of vision. All I could remember was that his eyes were glowing, almost like an animal in the night. I was unable to stop in time, and I thought I had hit him. I immediately panicked, stopped the car in the pouring rain, got out to check to see if he was okay, and the kid was nowhere to be found. It confused the hell out of me, because again, what kid would be playing around in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, and in the pouring rain? I didn't even hear a thud, or any noise besides the sound of the rain falling down on my car. At the moment of impact, I looked under the car. It was as if this child didn't even exist. I remember distinctly that the boy was wearing overalls and a hat. It looked like a completely real boy. There was no mistaking that this was a human. Now, I mentioned my recklessness and drug abuse because this incident caused me to turn my life completely around. I was so worried that I accidentally hit a child, and it may have ran off into the woods, that it made me swear to always be alert and never fight with my parents again. This happened when my brother was around 5 years old. It was around 2 a.m., and he went into my parents' room to get in bed with my mom. My mom's bed was right by one of the bathroom doors. The door on the other end of the bathroom led to where the back door was, and the stairs to the basement. He got in bed and was facing the bathroom. He got scared and woke up my mom and asked who the little girl in the bathroom was. He said he had never seen her before. He told my mom that she was just standing there, staring at him. My mom said the way he was talking, like there was really someone there, it really scared her. She said she just rolled over and shut her eyes. She was too scared to even look. I don't think a 5-year-old imagines things like that. While we were in the same house, my mom's cousin was hunting in the mountains and accidentally fell on his gun and killed himself. The family thinks he came back to say bye because it was such a sudden death. A few days after he died, when we were all in bed, a light in the hallway bathroom would click on and off. It was an older house, so the switch made a really loud click when he turned it on and off. My mom would be sitting on the couch late at night, with her back facing the hallway. You can sometimes feel when someone is behind you, and she said she heard me breathing hard and walking up the hallway. She called my name and turned around, and no one was there. At the same time, at her cousin's parents' and sister's house, similar things were happening. His old toys from when he was younger were stored in the basement of his parents' house. One night his electric train turned on and was going around the track. No one knew this was happening to other family members until my mom called his parents and told them what was happening to her. The next day they went somewhere and tried to contact them. They all said they loved him and it was time for him to move on. They think he was trying to contact the family because he died suddenly. After they talked to him, everything stopped. The following happened back in July 1995. Me and a friend traveled around the UK by train. It was about 4 p.m. Then we checked in at a bed and breakfast in Manchester. All double room was occupied, so we got the 2 single rooms, which was located next to each other. We were quite tired after a long day trip by train, so we rest for a moment. Later we went out to eat something, had a beer in the hotel bar, and then headed up to the rooms for sleeping. The time was about 11 p.m. I closed the Vatican blind, turned off the light, and almost immediately fell asleep. The room was pitch dark. Then, after about 2 hours, I woke up and found the room bathed in light. The light almost blinded me. I had a strong emotion to walk towards the window, just like I was enforced to do so, and then I went up. I heard voices and music, like old folklore or something. The voices was only like a murmur, so I actually couldn't hear what it says. It was like being in a full-up restaurant or a pub or something. I was not actually scared, but it was an uneasy and confusing experience. Then, I reached the window and opened the Venetian blind. Everything turned to normal again, quiet and pitch dark. I went back to bed again, and to my surprise, I fell asleep after only about 10 minutes. The morning after, we met up and headed down the stairs for breakfast. Afraid of being regarded as a fool or jackass, I told him it was only a dream. Then, I almost dropped my coffee pot when he told me that the exact same thing happened to him. He has always been quite skeptical to the paranormal things, but I think this experience has changed his mind a bit. I would be very glad if you could give me your opinion. I have apprehension about what really happened that night. I know I was fully awakened, and it can't be my imagination, because the same thing happened to him. As I said in a previous mail, I'm not so good with English, so I hope you understand me. You may publish my story if you want, but you better circumscribe it before. Hi there. My name's Joe. My friend Colin probably wrote you recently about some recent activity. For the past I don't know how many years, I've been able to feel, and to an extent see ghosts. I can sense what they are feeling and what their intentions are. However, for about 3 years, my friend Colin started having sleeping problems. I already knew his house was haunted, but what was haunting it was the spirit of what I think is a 5-year-old child. For Christmas the year before, a friend of ours that lived in Thailand sent us all gifts. However, Colin was the one that received a house that you would leave tokens and gifts in to help ward off evil spirits. Over time, it stopped doing that. Trapped in the house was some kind of creature, like a demon. It was huge, dark, and very menacing. I still don't know how to use all of my abilities very well, but at the time, I sure as hell didn't, but I attempted this anyway. We attempted to destroy the house, and everything in it. It took 45 minutes just to get it to catch fire. During this 45 minutes, I was attempting to immobilize the creature inside the house. After 45 minutes, I was able to trap it, by pure luck. After I trapped it, I was able to see what was being stored in the house. It was a large field, fire everywhere, dead bodies on fire, blood everywhere. It reminded me of what hell would look like when described to you as a child. After that, I was drained. I couldn't do much of anything. I thought I lost all my abilities, but after 2 months they started coming back, very slowly. I knew this only because I was able to see the ghost in Colin's house again. While I was living in Korea, I encountered a few spirits, but they were by chance and left over from the war. That was when I knew my abilities were back to full, but I wanted to learn how to better use them, and I'm not having any luck. Well, to end the story on a bad note, last week my friend Jess asked about any ghost encounter any of us have had. So Colin and I talked about this one. So Jess got curious and wanted to see where it happened. Reluctantly, we took him there. Surprisingly enough, development has been going on in the area for the last 5 years, but at the spot where we destroyed the house, nothing is built. We went to the spot, and I was able to feel it out from residue from when we first destroyed it, but after a few minutes, it wasn't just that. The feeling I was getting became stronger until it made me sick. I almost passed out, and I doubled over dry heaving. It turns out it was still trapped there until that night. Somehow, it got loose. I don't know how or why, but now I have to get rid of it for good, and I don't know how. In 1989, I moved into a government apartment in a small town containing 7 units. The last apartment was occupied by a single mom with a small child and her boyfriend. The previous year, they, man and woman, were murdered and shot to death in their bed, in their first bedroom by the woman's estranged ex. No one wanted to move into the apartment because of the history surrounding the apartment. I was a young mother and had 2 children and needed a place to live, and thought nothing of this. In time, I was told of the strange happenings of the place, and chalked it up to superstition, or small-minded people with too much time on their hands. Things were pretty quiet for me and my little ones for the first few months. Then small things started to occur. Light over the sink area in my kitchen would mysteriously come on in the middle of the night. Being the only adult in the house, and the only person who would actually reach the switch, this had me worried that I had electrical short or something, and promptly had it checked out. Nothing. Perfectly normal. Kitchen cabinet doors would be halfway open in the mornings when I awoke. I scolded my oldest daughter, 7 years at the time, for climbing the counters and getting snacks out, and she told me that she was asleep and she didn't do it. My youngest daughter, 2 years old at the time, was starting to make a habit of getting up in the middle of the night and getting into bed with me. Very unusual for her. She's a hard sleeper. At one point, I was having trouble sleeping, so much so, to the point I went to a doctor and got sleeping medication, all to no avail. I always woke up at 3 a.m. and had a difficult time getting back to sleep. Nothing worked until I rearranged my bedroom furniture and moved my bed from one end of the room to the other. Once, while my oldest daughter was visiting her grandmother overnight, myself and my youngest daughter decided to take a bubble bath together in the late evening. While we were in the tub, I heard jingle bells rattling around in the cup on a shelf not 5 feet from me. All of my windows were closed and no one else was in the house. Couldn't explain it at the time. After 3 years, I chose to move in with a man to a better neighborhood. My landlord chose that time to tell me the complete history of my apartment. He showed me the newspaper articles on what happened, and after reading all of them, I understood all. The ex climbed through the bathroom window and shot them both dead at 3 a.m. and took the child, which was sleeping between the two. Her bed was in the exact position as I had my bed when I couldn't sleep. The mom was a stay-at-home mom and was always in the kitchen fixing stuff for her little child, making homemade cookies, snacks, and such. She always left the kitchen sink light on for her boyfriend when he came in late at night. My daughter always getting into my bed late at night was quickly understood by me. The other bedroom was never used by the child. She always slept with her mother and the boyfriend. No other tenants have reported any activity in this unit. Of course, they didn't have a smaller female children either. Time will tell if this ghost will ever find peace or her final rest. Before moving out, the last night there, I made my peace with her and told her I understood why she did the things she did. I understand she wasn't trying to scare me or my little girls, and I wished her peace. One afternoon of 1995 or 96, I was dusting our bedroom, the master bedroom, in our apartment. Right beside our bedroom was a small hallway leading up to the bathroom into the other bedroom. I remember being in a very good mood. I'd been doing a few changes in the decoration of the bedroom and was now dusting. I was happy with the results, and as I was dusting, I was talking about the changes with my husband, or what I thought was my husband, standing in the hallway. All smiling and happy, I started to tell him, or what I thought was him, "Hey Frankie, look at what I've just done. Isn't that nice?" I advanced in the hallway to bring him in the bedroom, and as I neared him, he disappeared. I nearly jumped. Now, as I was dusting, I happened to turn my head towards the hallway, which was on my right, and there stood a man who very much looked like my husband and who was dressed in modern clothes, a short and a t-shirt. When I saw him, I was sure he was my husband. That is when I started talking to him, and as I was cheerily and happily explaining the changes to him, he had this most beautiful smile of encouragement. He seemed to be happy for me. What a surprise when I realized that I had been speaking to someone or something else than my husband, and when I saw it, it disappeared. It is when this being disappeared that I realized that my husband was lying on the couch and watching TV. He was very surprised when I told him what happened. I live in Australia, and I've been seeing spirits ever since I was about 2 years old. My first experience was just after my grandmother's death. I was visiting her grave for the first time, and then all of a sudden, I started hearing voices. They were telling me to leave, that it was too dangerous for them and me if I stayed, that I had to run and never turn around. It is weird that I remember it. Although my memory is not as clear as my mother's, but I remember most of the details. I know that this is pretty hard to believe, but I give you my word it is true. Although I think about it now and realize that I wasn't scared, at the time I knew that I had to leave, so I told my mom and dad, and we left. My dad didn't believe me, but my mom did. Since then, I've had many experiences with spirits, all of which have been good, except for one. This happened when I was 15. I'd been roped into a swimming carnival, and I can't swim too good, so I was practicing in my pool. The pool is down the very back, and you can't see the house from the pool, as it is behind a shed. I've often seen spirits down the back, but it has never worried me. It was getting late, and I've been swimming for a while, so stopped for a break. Whilst I was standing in the middle of the pool, I seen a baby sitting on the fence that surrounds the pool. I tried to look away, but I was in a trance. I finally stopped looking at it, but it was good, as I was suddenly dragged under the water. I struggled for about 2 minutes before it would let go. When it finally did, I ran inside. I told my mom, and she never believed me, but I've never been down there on my own ever since. My name is Evan, and my friend's name is Scott. We're making a trip to North Carolina for a concert in August of 1996. After the concert, we drove for a long while, finally making it to South Carolina, and were in need of a place to camp, as it was getting pretty late. We found the Kings Mountain State Park entrance, but being almost 2 a.m., the gates was locked. We both got out of the VW camper to see if we could get the gate open. The road was completely deserted, and being at the entrance, we were not even close to any campsites. With the headlights of the camper as our only source of light, a woman appeared out of nowhere. She had dark hair, thin white dress, and was barefoot. She asked us if we were with the wedding party, and we replied that we were not. As quickly as she appeared, she was gone. Scott and I thought it was kind of weird. No evidence of another car on the road, and the fact that she was barefoot in the middle of nowhere at 2 a.m. in the morning. Entertaining the thought that we may have had an encounter with a ghost, we forgot about it. Recently, I was reminded of the incident and thought I'd surf the web to see if there was documentation of some similar experience when I found your site. I was blown away when I found an entry for Kings Mountain State Park and the woman in the white dress. The entry said that she was murdered by the Klan for marrying a black man. I wonder if they were married right before the murder, and that's why she asked us if we were the wedding party. When I was 9 years old, we moved to a house in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. My mom had just gotten remarried, so I now had a stepfather, whom I absolutely despised. About a year or so later, my dad started renovations on the house. We added almost half a house on. There was a 3-season porch, a mudroom, a bathroom, and 2 basement bedrooms. My sister moved out of her bedroom to the new one in the basement. A few days later, I was in my bed. My bed faced the wall by the door, but I couldn't look out down the hall. I had only been in bed for a few minutes. I looked up because it felt as someone was in the room with me. That's when I thought there was my stepfather standing at the foot of my bed. He was wearing what appeared to be a hooded trench coat and appeared as a dark silhouette. Looking back, it didn't really initially terrify me, because I just thought it was my stepfather playing tricks on me as I said. Boy, was I terrified. I yelled, "Ken, get out of here." Suddenly, my mom, who was in her bed at the end of the hall, yelled back at me that he was asleep in the bed next to her. Suddenly, the figure disappeared. I ran as fast as possible into our bedroom. There was my stepdad, sound asleep and snoring right next to her. I told her what I saw, and she just told me to go back to bed. The next morning, at the breakfast table, I started telling everyone. My oldest brother described the man in the hood. He also said he's seen the man in his bedroom at the foot of his bed. His bedroom was in the basement, located right under my parents' room. He also thought it was our stepdad, until it vanished. He just thought he was hallucinating or something, and didn't tell anyone. Honestly, now, I really wish it was my dad. Hi, I'm a 21-year-old student in Chicago, Illinois. I'd like to tell you my story, and if possible, ask for your professional opinion about a few things. I've experienced spiritual and ghostly activity for about 11 years now. I used to be frightened by these experiences, but now I'm quite intrigued. However, one incident stands out in my mind and still bothers me to this day. This is the story that I would like to tell you about. About 5 years ago, I lived in an apartment on the second floor. It was an unusually warm summer's night, so I decided to sleep on the couch, with the sliding door open to let in the breeze. I woke at about 2:30 a.m. to a horrid stench and a strange coolness. Confused, I looked around the living room. I looked then, and directly in front of myself, and I was lying on my right side, with my right arm tucked under my head as a pillow, and I saw a figure. I was frozen with fright as my eyes began to adjust to the darkness, and I saw the figure's face. At this point, I was thinking that someone broke into the apartment. However, this was no person. This ghost had a human-shaped face, but it was a grayish-white color. Its eyes were darkened, and what I remember the most was the huge prominent cheekbones. Furthermore, this thing only had a torso and a head, nothing else. Suddenly, with great quickness, its head descended, positioned its face directly in front of mine, stared at me for a moment, and as quickly as it descended, it pulled its head back to the original position. I began crying at this moment, and that's when I felt a sort of punch on my chest. It then seemed to kind of run off into the kitchen, and then I heard the door slam. I jumped from off the couch, turned the lights on, and checked the door out. The door was locked from the inside, so there was no possible way that someone had broken into the apartment and left through the kitchen door. To say the least, I was badly shaken. I took a moment to collect myself. When I realized my chest hurt, I went to the bathroom and pulled down my pajama top slightly, which revealed a large red mark, as if someone had punched me. This mark eventually developed into slight bruising as the morning came. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. Since this event, several other experiences have occurred, none as frightening as this, thank goodness. However, a cluster of events did occur directly after this experience. For what reason? I'm not sure. I did go to the library and search for possible causes for such an occurrence. The closest I got to a logical answer was something called a night terror, which I'm sure you are familiar with. But I've excluded this as a possible explanation, for many reasons. The only thing I can think of is that I had seen a ghostly entity. As to why there was a stench or a cold chill associated with the experience, I can only guess. Also, I've always been under the impression that spirits cannot harm the living, but I simply cannot believe this to be true anymore. And this is an experience that I had when I was younger. It's a little short. It remains my creepiest ghost story I've ever had. I had to have been 8 or 9 years old when it happened. And yes, it sounds a little corny, but it was truly an unforgettable and authentic experience. It happened to be dark and dreary on this night. It had been raining really hard, and I had no choice but to walk through the rain. The rain just kept pouring down, and all I could think about was how miserable I was from the rain, and just wanted to get to my friend's house faster. I think it was around 10 p.m., and I was walking through the neighborhood park to my friend's house on the other side, when all of a sudden, I saw my dead grandmother appear from out of nowhere. Oddly enough, it was a year to the day of her death from cancer. She just looked as she did before she got sick, though. She looked wonderful. Of course, I wasn't sure if it was really her, so I walked up to her and called out her name. The wind became harsher and the rain fell harder, and as she reached out to me, I could see she was in pain. It was at that very moment that her face changed, and she became scared, and looked as though she needed my help, and it was then that she disappeared. I had to have been 3 to 5 feet away. Needless to say, I ran as fast as I could to my friend's house, and didn't say another word that very night. I was sent to live with my grandparents when I was 3 years old. I loved my grandpa with all my heart, and he and I became very close because he could not work due to a serious heart condition. We took wonderful care of each other. Even at the age of 5, I've always been very responsible due to my grandfather's ill health. One day, when I was 9, my grandma kept me home from school to look after Grandpa because he was not feeling well. About 9:30 that morning, he went to lay down because he said he did not feel well. I went in about 10:30 to take his temperature and discovered his fever to be 103.4. I rushed and called my grandma and mother immediately. In turn, my mother said she was going to call an ambulance, so I was to get Grandpa ready and wait for them. As I did this, my grandpa called me into his room and told me, "Pumpkin, I love you very much and you know this. Even though you are young and in time will forget different things about me, just always remember my love and the way you feel. I promise you this. I'll always be there with you, and you'll always be in my heart." I will always remember him saying this, because that was the last conversation he ever had. I never got to say goodbye, because he fell into a deep coma, and they wouldn't allow me into ICU to say goodbye. He then died on May 26, 1983, at 5:36 a.m. I know this for a fact, because he had given me his watch to hold on to while he was in the hospital, and it stopped at that very second that they pronounced his death. Now, while that is odd enough, the best part is yet to come. 3 weeks after my grandpa had passed away, my grandmother became very ill and was put into the hospital, so my sister, brother-in-law, and myself stayed out at my grandma's house. My sister had a cat that whenever someone came down the stairs, it would run to the basement door and cling to the screen to be let out. Well, one night, at about 11:30 p.m., the cat was sleeping with me on the couch in the basement when it jumped down and ran to the door to cling onto the screen, when all of a sudden, we heard footsteps. Now, the house is locked, my grandmother is in the hospital, and we are all in bed, downstairs. My brother-in-law grabs his baseball bat and tells us to call 911. At first I was very scared and was crying. And then they went upstairs. The footsteps stopped, and all of a sudden, my grandpa was standing in front of me, holding the note I had put in his pocket the day of the funeral. He had a tear in his eye and told me not audibly, but I could see his lips move, that he loved me and would always be there with me. Ever since then, any major life event, graduation, marriage, the birth of my 2 children, anything, I felt this love at one time or another, and I felt a huge sense of calmness. I guess this would be a second account of a previously encountered ghost story. I had the same thing happen to me as in the story below on Denton Road, Ypsilanti, Denton Road Bridge. The story goes that a group of kids were playing chicken near Denton Road Bridge, and one of them proved to be Chicken. His car swerved off the road when they reached the bridge, and they crashed into the river below. Many people claim to see a light come out of the river and chase their vehicle to the end of the road if they stop at the center of the bridge at night. I'm a racer and have a very fast, very built up 1969 Dodge. Once stopped on this bridge simply because we were lost, and a pair of headlights came up the embankment and behind me and started coming up on me very fast. I thought some drunken redneck was out four-wheeling and was going to rear-end me. The car was in gear and running, so I simply stepped on the gas, and the headlights behind me pulled up within a few feet of my rear bumper. I floored it, and the light stayed right on my bumper. Couldn't see a thing behind me because the brights were on the car following me, and they were far brighter than any car I'd ever seen. I had the speedometer buried past 120 miles per hour, and they were 2 feet off of my bumper. I remember the red glare of the brake lights lighting up the road behind me some, and the moon was very bright that night, so I could see the way to the bridge practically, and there was not a car on the road. I was a little stunned, and almost lost the car at the turn. We went back to make sure that no one behind us had got into the ditch. Well, there was nothing. And then I got freaked. Made it back to Windsor in record time. I don't know how to start this, other than saying several years ago, when my children were small, we moved out into the country on the Washington side and lived in a home that I feel has some strange paranormal or ghostly things going on in it. I would have to say that during that time, there was something in there causing all havoc in our home. To make it short, I used to on a regular basis have something come to me, and I'm not sure what, but let me explain what it looked like. I would wake up from a sleep most of the time, but sometimes I was fully awake in bed when it would happen, but for the most part, I would wake up from a sound sleep and notice this lavender-colored smoke, or whatever you want to call it, coming from the corner where my closet was, and it would do different things at different times. It would wrap around my perimeter of my room, and then go to the end of my bed, and separate into 5 different lines, and then dart at me, and then would go away. Sometimes it would wrap around the room, and then come down from above, into 5 different lines. The first few times that this happened to me, I was very frightened, and would wake my husband up, and of course by the time I could wake him up, there was nothing there. He slept very hard. This went on for a whole 7 years that we lived in this home. During that time, my husband also became very mean and violent. Also, in the room adjoining where my closet and my son's closet connect, my son was having these horrific nightmares that we could not wake him up from. We would sit there for sometimes 20 to 30 minutes, trying to wake him up, and he would be begging for his mother or his father, and crying out, asking them to go away and leave him alone. He would describe them as ugly and short, very ugly and mean looking in the face, and they would torment him and scare him and try to hurt him. This was heart-wrenching for me to see him go through this and not be able to wake him up. I would cry right alongside of him when I was holding him, rocking him, trying to wake him up from these nightmares. All of my children used to tell me that in that house, they would see a ball of light sometimes that would move quickly through the home. I saw that occasionally as well. Our television was something quite interesting as well. It would turn off by itself while we're watching it, and then it would turn back on with the remote, and then it would turn back off again. We could play this game for a few minutes, and then it would stop. This only happened a couple of times through the TV. I do feel that there was something evil in that home, because many things went on in that home. What the lavender-colored smoke was, or the ball of light, or even my son's terrifying dreams were, I have no clue. I don't have a great deal about that kind of stuff. I do feel that I have many experiences though, and had some in other homes as well. Who knows, maybe they follow me, but the home in Washington was not a good ghost, if that is what it was. Our family went through some of our hardest times in that home. Can you tell me what the lavender smoke was, or what the ball of light was? I would be very interested in knowing. You could respond to me. Thanks so much. I'm from the Southern California area, so here's how it goes. I was born in the Los Angeles area, but my parents bought a brand new home in the Orange County area. The city of La Palma, to be exact. The house was located on some ranch of some sort, because our backyard faced a very large open but fenced field, with some cattle roaming around in it. Mind you, these are tract homes, as we know it today, and at the time, it seemed like we were living in the boondocks. I mean, looking back at it now, it was a rather very lonely area, but it all had these new tract homes. You know, one supermarket, one library, one hospital, fire station, and police station. You get the idea. What the funny thing was, we were only 4 blocks west of Knott's Berry Farm. That is, if you stand at the main entrance, as you get closer to the park. Anyway, the house was well built, new carpet, plumbing, the whole works with upgrades. But on some occasions, I was very scared downstairs in the family room. I was even scared in my own bedroom. I mean, my room looked like a toy room display, so there was no reason for me to get scared, just out of the blue. I mean, I was playing in my room, and it seemed as if evil walked in the room. I got this incredible feeling of hate towards me, as if I shouldn't have been there. It's happened to me several times in the house, and at 7 years of age, I didn't know anything about the supernatural or paranormal activity. Another occasion was during a Saturday afternoon. My mother and I were upstairs, and suddenly, we heard this slamming and crashing noise, and as we came down the stairs, we saw in the living room my mom's favorite painting smashed on the floor. It looked as if someone broke it in anger. I mean, the frame was just trashed, and the small pictures around the one that got smashed were perfectly hanging straight. The ghost made itself seen again in the late afternoon. This time, my mom was doing some house cleaning, and as she turned to one side, she looked up towards the stairs, and she saw a man wearing a white cream-colored suit in pristine condition, except he didn't have a head. No Hollywood genre or anything like that. I saw the same thing myself. This time, I saw him at night, at the end of the hallway. This was very real, and very scary. Another time, as I would sleep at night, the beds were occasionally kicked very hard. Also in the master bedroom, the sliding glass mirror doors were slamming back and forth, and the dresser drawers were also slamming in and out as well. All these things would happen separately from each other on different occasions. The main boulevard is La Palma Avenue, and the street of the house is Comstock Circle. We lived there from 1970 to 1975, my parents and I. And that is the most scary and terrifying ghost story I have. Thanks for listening. I had recently sent a story about my grandfather visiting me about a week after his death. Well, that was one of the more comforting things that has happened to me. The next story I'm about to submit actually happened as a dream, but to this day, I feel a very strong connection with it. It all happened about 6 years ago. A 10-year-old girl mysteriously vanished from a sleepover at her friend's house. I never met this girl, and although we only shared the same first name, I had several odd dreams about her after her disappearance. One day, about 1 week after the child turned up missing, I woke up early one morning to go to work. It wasn't like any day though. I woke up feeling very sad and upset. I didn't have any idea why I was feeling like this, but something just wasn't right. So, I continued to get ready for work. When I got there, I still had this bizarre feeling that something big was about to unfold. About an hour into my long workday, I forgot about the feeling and went on with my day. A woman I work with came into work about an hour later and then asked me, "Did you hear they found the missing girl?" All of a sudden this feeling came back. I said yes. They found her in a dumpster wearing her blue nightgown. She replied, "Then did you hear?" I then started to cry uncontrollably and said no. She, the young girl, came to me in my dreams and showed me where she was and told me that I no longer had to play with her because it was time to move on and now she could rest in peace. The woman just looked at me in disbelief and really didn't know what to say, and neither did I. I then realized this poor young soul felt compelled to have someone to be with her. Why she chose me, I will never know. Again, we did share the same first name, but other than that, I cannot explain what happened. Most people I tell this story to have a tendency of just looking at me with an odd expression on their face, but I too believe that it was all just more than a dream. I've never seen any ghosts or had any sort of experiences with the supernatural, but my friend, Amber, has. She was friends with this guy named Seth, whose mother was my high school coach. She was telling me about this house Seth's parents bought in Monticello, Florida, about 45 minutes away from where we live. It was a real old house with lots of land around it. This house was a weekend house for Seth's family. One day, Amber was invited to spend the weekend with them. She told me that on the way up there, they tried to warn her not to get scared because there were ghosts there. She thought they were pulling her leg and was laughing and playing along. When they got there, Amber was impressed with the 2-story wooden house. It was built in some old style from the 1800s, apparently. She walked upstairs to her room for the weekend and was given a tour of the house. Upon entering one room, she smelled something sour and bitter. It was right beneath the attic. She couldn't describe it to me, but let me know it wasn't pleasant. Then, she was led to the attic, supposedly the most haunted room. There were old rusted chains and shackles attached to the walls. A long time ago, a slave owner owned this home. The slaves would be punished by whipping and being shackled in the attic, with no food and water for several days. Amber said she had no eerie feeling, and didn't see anything out of ordinary. Later on that night, Seth and Amber were staying up late and playing games. They dared each other to go up to the attic, knowing the stories behind the deaths of slaves in the attics. When they went up the stairs and turned on the lights, they smelled that sour and metallic smell and saw dark stains on the floor that wasn't there previously. Amber said she had never been so scared in her entire life. She thought her heart was going to stop beating because it was beating so fast and hard. She and Seth went downstairs, wasting no time at all. Amber couldn't sleep at night because she was certain she could hear the groans and cracking. The next day, Amber came straight home and refused to come back to the house again. I talked later on with Seth's mother, my high school coach, and she said it was true. She gave more stories about how she'd find things moving or missing, how she smelled cigar smoke when no one smoked. She told me how she would come home at night and all the lights would be on in the house. She told me she had not seen any ghosts or even felt threatened. She actually thought of them as her friends because they would turn on the lights for her at night when she came home. I wouldn't be able to stand it. Weird, huh? It makes me leery of my own house. even though my parents originally built it. I have a few experiences. In 1976, I was living in an old building, and every night I would hear footsteps, heavy ones, walking on the floor above me. I then asked the apartment manager, who lived upstairs, and learned that no one did, and there was a crawl space. He checked it, and no one was there. So on a weekend when I knew no one was in the building except myself, I decided that if I heard the footsteps again, I would not be scared. Then the footsteps began pacing all night. I kept my wits and made plans to leave. I left the building. Second experience, about 1985. I was at work early one day, 9th and Market, and was going into the bathroom. A woman went in before me, not less than 1 foot in front of me, and so when I walked into the bathroom, no one was there, and I looked under all the stalls, and still, no one. Yet there was one way into the bathroom, and the same way out. The woman just looked like a solid body. The same thing happened once again late one evening, when I was going into the bathroom, and I just rushed in just behind her to see her, and when I got in 2 seconds later, no one, not even in any of the stalls. Later I learned that the cleaning staff in the building saw the same thing. They saw the woman enter the bathroom, and they waited for the woman to leave the bathroom, but no one left, and when they went in to find her, she was not there. In 1977, a friend committed suicide. All that weekend that she had died, I was depressed and could not shake the feeling. Then on Monday, I went to my university library, and as I sat there trying to read late in the morning, I hear that someone yelled in my ear, except it penetrated my body, that Holly committed suicide. I jumped and looked around, but people were quiet, and no one was saying anything, and I thought, where did I hear that? And I must be thinking negatively. I became uncomfortable and left the library to shop. When I returned at about 6 p.m. to read, a woman came up to me and said, "We're looking for you this morning. We're talking about you and wanted to tell you that Holly committed suicide." I said, "So this is true what I heard?" I was told to call Holly's husband, and he verified it and said he searched for me the whole entire weekend. The next day, a strange thing happened. In my grief, I meandered my way to work in a different direction, passing a funeral home where I noticed a coffin in a hearse, and my heart and love went out to it. Then, after I got to work, I checked the obituaries for the funeral home where Holly was. It was the same place I passed that very morning, and so I invited a friend to come with me to pay my last respects to Holly at noon. I met my friend at the funeral home, and we were told that Holly had been sent out that morning for cremation. She had been the only one sent out, and she was in that coffin in the morning in that hearse that I passed on my way to work earlier. In 1982, when my father died, I woke earlier in the morning and was calm. Then my mother called to tell me he died. Everyone in my family woke up, and my mother got out of bed, sat by the phone, then it rang, and she got the word. At this time, I could hear people cry. Only the sound came from their body and not their mouth. My brother was in a deep grief and not crying out loud, but I could hear his spirit cry, and he just had a sad look. In 1992, my mother was very ill and in a rehab center. I did not like staying in her house because I thought it was haunted. On this particular morning, it was 5 a.m., and I was typing and printing a letter on the computer. I typed most of the letter, got up and stuck a mug of water in the microwave, and set it for 1 minute. Also, I prepared a plastic cone with filter and coffee in it. Then I rushed back to the computer to print the letter. I added a few lines to the letter, and then began to hear the microwave beep and beep. I ignored it, then the beeping stopped. I got this creepy feeling, but I ignored it, and then I thought the microwave had a timer, and so the beeping stopped because of the timing, not because anyone opened the microwave door. I printed the letter, ran to the kitchen to get the mug of water out of the microwave, and poured in the cone. I found instead that the mug had been taken out of the microwave, and the coffee was made, waiting for me on the ledge of the kitchen counter. Yet I know I did not get up from the computer to make it, because I made a conscious decision to ignore the microwave and finish my letter. My mind worked overtime to figure it out. I grabbed the letter and left the house that morning and told whatever did that it was taking the coffee. I didn't really appreciate it. Other things happened, like the rustling of papers when I was trying to sleep, etc., and I had to leave the house. Sometimes, I've heard other people think that they were not directing their thoughts to me, as what happens with schizophrenics. Enough for now. This isn't my story, or even the story of the person who told me, but I thought I'd share it anyway. This was told to me by the music teacher at my high school. The college he attended, which I won't mention the name, is up north. I'm not sure when it was built, but the main building of the college was a Catholic monastery. There have always been stories around the college that a monk went crazy and killed himself in the monastery. People in the college have reported strange happenings and sightings of what appeared to be a monk. The story that I know comes from a janitor who works at the college. On the weekends, one of the custodian's jobs is to break down the classrooms. This means that they have to stack up all the desks and chairs up against one wall. The janitor had just finished doing this and walked out the door and locked it from the outside. There is only one door into the classroom, and it is the one he had just locked. The windows in the room can only be opened from the inside, and the janitor was the only one in the room. As he turned to walk away from the door, he hears loud crashing and banging coming from inside the room. He immediately unlocks the door and steps inside. What he finds is that all the desks and chairs have been thrown all around the room. Drawers from the teacher's desk were ripped out and papers strewn across the room. There is no way any possible human could have been in that room and done that damage in a matter of seconds, then run out without the janitor noticing. As I was reading your website, I was recalling my own happenings. None were ever harmful to me, but I do sleep with the light on most of the time. I believe I have a following, whether it be the same ghost, or if I have some attraction for them. It started when I was about 4 years old. I had this imaginary friend. I named him Jingles. From what I am told, I do not recall any part of Jingles other than what I was told by my family. I made my friend Jingles so believable that everyone in my family actually started to believe there really was someone named Jingles. I would talk to him, play with him, and of course, if anything was broken or stolen, Jingles did it. If I was good and got a treat, Jingles had to get one too. Jingles remained my friend until I reached first grade and moved to a new home. While in the kitchen with my sisters and mother, a man's voice from the woods called my name. I was about 8 years old then. We all froze with our mouths dropped to the floor and our hearts racing. All 4 of us could not have imagined that someone called our name. I was young, so my mother made a joke about it, and it was forgotten. Throughout my childhood, strange things happened in this house. Images were seen out of the corner of my eye and my family's eyes, but we would just chalk it up to our imaginations. Certain toys would flip in the air, stuff like that. I was scared for the moment, but never afraid to be in the house. Over the years, we have found what I believe to be cow skulls in the backyard. 2 were found, but no one in the street has any cows. We don't know where they came from. This house that I lived in as a child eventually became my home. My sister lived in the in-law apartment below me. She would always ask me what I was doing up there, because she would always, even when I wasn't home, hear jumping and walking around. What makes this so strange is that once I moved out of the house, the noises stopped. After moving out of my parents' house and into my own home about 9 months ago, there seems to be extra guests. I hear voices, but can't make out what they are saying. I often hear a muffled radio sound. I hear running water. The house is always making house noises, but around 4 to 5 a.m., the noises stop and the house is dead silent. Often a cool breeze would find me, even when there is no wind. I can't explain the feeling that I'm not alone. My children, 9 years old and 8 years old, keep saying that they want to move because they think the house is haunted. I don't think moving is going to solve that problem. A little background on the house I own. It is 30 years old and a waterfront property. I found out that the owner of the home died of cancer, not in the house, but has died. There have been 11 deaths around the lake, and they've all died of the same cancer. When I was 9, my grandfather died in the dining room of his house. It was not unexpected. He had been very ill and was bedridden. Shortly after his death, we moved in with my grandmother due to the fact that she was also ill. She was a very unhappy and hateful person. She blamed all life's injustices on my late grandfather and hated him for dying. After we had moved in with her, we realized how serious her illness was and took her to the doctor. She had Alzheimer's. As her illness progressed, my parents could no longer take care of her, so they placed her in a nursing home. Big mistake. She transferred all of her anger from my late grandfather onto my father. During the last stages of her illness, she would repeatedly tell us that she did not want to be buried near my grandfather, that she had spent all of her living years with him, and she did not want to spend eternity next to him. Well, as fate would have it, my grandmother passed away. Funds were tight, and we not only had to bury with my grandfather, but her casket was placed on top of his. We had no other choice, because all of the extra money we had for her funeral was used to care for her in the home. Anyway, on with the story. After my grandmother's death, strange things began to happen. During dinner, the back door would just fly open, or at night, the sheet would be tucked around my body while I slept. We always made jokes that say that grandfather was home, or he was looking in on us. Then, things took a turn for the worse. One night, my father awoke to the sensation of his legs being pressed into the waterbed mattress. Once he was fully awake, he realized he could not move, and whatever was pressing him into the mattress was continuing up his body. He glanced over to get my mother's attention, but could not speak. This entity was now cutting off his breathing. Finally, he thought, "Mom, I am sorry. I had nowhere else to put you." And then it all stopped, as fast as it started. The next morning at breakfast was when Dad told us about his experience. The next night I had a similar experience, but chalked it up to dreaming. I figured that I heard my dad telling us about his experience, and that I was just dreaming based on that. Now, let's jump ahead 9 years. I'm married, and have just given birth to my first son. It was morning time, and my husband already left for work. I thought I would just take a short nap and rest, while that baby was not fussing. So I dozed off to that place between sleep and wakefulness, where you're not fully totally asleep, but resting. The next thing that happens is something that I'll never forget. I began to feel my body being pressed down into my waterbed mattress. I could not open my eyes, but I knew I was awake. I could hear the television and my son cooing. I could not move, and then I began to hear this voice, a horrible, evil voice that not even a word can describe, saying, "You know I love you." This went on for what seemed like an eternity, but was only probably about 2 minutes. Then, in my mind, I thought, "Dear God, what is my baby seeing?" And just as quickly as it started, it stopped. I've not had many experiences since then, and that was just 2 years ago. My question is, was it my angry grandmother or something else? If anyone has any suggestions, please email me. I'm on your website because my boyfriend runs a theater in downtown New York City and has otherworldly occupants. The building has been around since 1897 and was a school until 1978, where a fire killed a little girl. Now, it's an arts community with theaters and artists that occupy the studios and occupy the whole of the building. My boyfriend and a couple other people who run the theater have seen and heard things. I myself have felt the cold associated with presence in a particular room. All my hair stood up on end, and in my gut, I felt we needed to leave the room. These are 2 particular events which solidify my suspicions. I got a call from my boyfriend one night to tell me he was coming home early. In the background, I heard male laughter, like someone was playing a joke on him and really enjoying it. I thought nothing of it. He works with a couple guys down at the theater. When he came home, he told me he had been dumping the evening's garbage. The dumpster is at the bottom of the stairs on the north side of the school. As he was going down the stairs, he saw a figure cut across the room at the bottom of the stairs. He called out, thinking it was the building's handyman. No answer. He reached the bottom of the stairs and deposited the garbage bag and headed back up the stairs to get the other bag of garbage. At that moment is when he heard what sounded like someone dragging the bag he had just deposited. He stopped, turned and called out. The noise stopped. He dismissed it and brought the other bag down. He headed back up, and the same thing happened. This time he did not go back down, but instead called to tell me he was on his way uptown. Later that night, in bed, he told me what had happened. I asked him who was with him when he called me, and he said he was alone. All my hair stood on end. "Who was that laughing then?" I asked. He said he was alone when he called. I think he thought it was my imagination or a bad connection, but now I know what I heard. Now last night, I was at the theater, some fashion show going on there. My boyfriend tells me what happened the night before. He'd spent the night at the theater in a pull-out mattress the guys kept there for late night work. It was around midnight, and he was not asleep. He was staring up at the ceiling, rethinking his day. He heard his name called out. Then the door to the office slowly closed, as if someone was closing it from behind. He responded and peeked out to his desk to see if somehow a cat had found its way into the building, which is ludicrous. One doesn't see cats around there. And of course, he found nothing. All the windows were closed, so no breeze blew in. He said he then heard what sounded like whispering outside the office door. Lots of whispering, stage whisper, of gibberish with some strong hissing sounds, almost like a snake. He called out again and banged on the door. He went back into the adjoining office and went towards the door. He then felt a cold coming in from under the door. He placed his hand in the crack at the bottom of the door and felt no breeze. Then, a scratching sound, fast repetitions, like a dog scratching to get in, started. This was too much for him. He packed up and calmly walked out. He said he was a little afraid to walk back once he left the theater office, afraid of what he might see. I think being a theater, and many actors who love the space, left parts of them when they died. The founder died of leukemia, and loved and lived for this theater company. The little girl who died in the fire also stands my hair on end. Last night, I also found out the other guy who hears and sees things, that he hears that same playful laughter in the theater, just like I heard on the phone that night. Also seen figures sitting at the bar, footsteps heard. And that's my story. Thank you. Hello. I'm writing about a few experiences I had at my home. The home is called Edgefield Manor. First, I want you to know that this may sound like the classic haunting in a big old mansion. Well, believe me, what lives in this house is no Casper. I moved in the fall of '86. The estate is huge, gardens and rooms upon rooms. It was originally going to be condemned. Well, anyway, here's a couple of my experiences. One day, I was in one of the parlors. I got up to turn the light on, and as soon as I did that and turned around, I saw a whitish figure glide across the other hallway. Another thing there is poltergeist activity. Explain this to me. The home has a ballroom. I went inside like usual. The grand piano was in the same place as it has been when I moved in. I walked out for 5 minutes and then came back inside. The grand piano was moved across the floor, pushed to the other side of the room. No indication of any noise. It was just moved. There are many others, and I have pictures. If you want more stories or pictures, just email me. I know this is kind of short, but it's always terrifying. Hi, my story begins in Maine. Our family owns a cottage in Castine. We go there every year. We're going next week, actually. The house belonged to my great-grandfather. The house dates back to the Revolutionary War times. People have died on the front lawn. The house is a 3-floor tower. This is a story about a crazy lady who used to live in that house. She used to scream out of the tower at people. Well, I think I saw her in the tower one night. When my great-grandfather lived in the house, he claimed that he saw it a few times when he would read on his rocking chair in the living room. He said it would walk in front of him. 3 other people in my family saw the same thing. I never heard the story about the crazy lady until I brought up my experience to my parents after we got back from vacation. The funny thing was, this ghost, it was wearing a maiden's outfit. When my dad told my grandfather, he said that I experienced it exactly as he saw it. I've never heard the story until I saw it. I am no liar. I was really never told to believe in ghosts, if they were real or not. This started when I moved to Missouri with my family in 1995. The first home we rented when we arrived, something was very uneasy about it. I not only felt it, but my eldest son did also. One evening, when the 3 sons were in bed and my husband was working late, I was up watching TV late. When I decided to go to bed, I left a low light on in my bedroom. As I was walking down the hallway, past my son's room, there was a blur. I thought it was because my eyes were tired, and there was a mirror on the back wall of the hallway. But as I continued walking, my left eye got real blurry, and I felt a cold chill go through me. There's a basement to this house. I had my washer and dryer down there. I also had my kid's Sega game there. I felt very uneasy every time I went down there. My eldest son heard something pounding on the Sega controllers. He said at one time he saw some kind of figure down there. The figure was bent over, blurry blackish gray, and it had no real face or features. He said it stood there and it was shaking its head. He would be downstairs playing and hear someone coming down the stairs, and no one would be there. My son was very uncomfortable when he first walked in. He said he felt sick to his stomach. When he saw the figure, he felt sick also. We have since moved. Same town. We have moved into another house that has been lived in by many people, but not for long periods of time. Someone told me that the reason nobody stays in this house very long is because it is haunted. Again, me and my eldest son have been the ones noticing everything that has been happening here. I hear feet scooting across the floor at night, but no one is there. My son has seen a bright light flashing in the corner of his room. It is in the upper corner of his room, where no lights shine on the wall. I've also seen this myself. He has also seen 3 lights, spinning lights, beside his bed. There was also a time that he felt his bed shake. My son has cancer, and he had been going through a time that he could not sleep. It was right around the time that he felt his bed shake. We do not have an uneasy feeling about these experiences. They are quite comforting. I had an uncle. He was killed on a head-on accident when he was riding a motorcycle, and he was hit by a drunk driver. This was around maybe 20 years ago. I think of him very often. I was just wondering if it was him that was there with my eldest son and me during this time that he, my son, is going through this cancer. We aren't scared of his cancer, even though it's rare. My uncle was a very spiritual man. I feel that this is his way of letting us know that my son is going to be alright. We will get through this year, and his cancer will be done. I have 2 other sons, and they've not experienced anything. Neither has my husband. I told him, and felt foolish. I felt he thought I was crazy. To start my story, I've had these experiences for a good part of my life. It started long before I was born, in a house that has been in my family for almost a century. My oldest brother Mike, he was around 3 when he saw the presence of my great-grandmother in a corner in the attic during a visit to see our grandmother. This house is an old 2-family home with a basement and an old apartment attic that had been dismantled in the 50s. My family moved into the house in the late 80s. Since the house has been in my family for almost 100 years, the house has seen many losses, and a lot has occurred inside the home. The attic had a very high spooky factor to it, I guess you would say. The house had a very spooky feeling to it all over. A lot of 2-family houses, built in the 1900s, in the New England area. I've been told had a door that led into the living room. The door was for coffins to be wheeled into the living room, so the wakes could be done in the home. Knowing this always freaked me out. The doorway had been covered decades before my family moved in, but the eerie outline was still there, on the living room wall. Now that I give you a feel of my old home, I'll explain my happenings. I lived in the house for 10 years. I have 3 older brothers. My oldest brother, Mike, heard and saw a lot happen in the house. He didn't always tell the rest of us, for I guess reasons of his own. I started having things happen 7 years after we moved in. When I was younger, I thought they were just nightmares. June of 96 for my birthday, I received a dog. August of that summer, my parents were staying in our summer home, and my brothers and I were home. My oldest brother Mike and I were lying on my mother's bed when all of a sudden, my dog went wild. She went from a dog that never barked or growled into an attack dog. She started barking and growling at the wall, and when we pushed her towards the wall, she cried and whimpered and shifted herself back towards us. I, being brave, stood in front of the wall and tried to beckon her towards me. She just barked and kept at her growling. My brother Mike and I were convinced we weren't the only two watching TV and left the room. My brother and I kept what happened to ourselves, and later that night, my brother Joe came home and slept in my mother's room. I slept in the living room, and my brother Tom was watching TV in the room with me. At 4 a.m., Joe and I heard my mother's sliding bedroom door open and shut 3 or 4 times. The dog started going nuts again, and Tom jumped up and ran to see what was going on. Joe sat straight up in bed, terrified by what he had seen. That night, 3 of us slept in the living room. Mike and Joe and I have heard voices of 2 men talking to one another. I've heard the doors open and shut, and when I went to see who it was, no one was there. Mike, he once saw what he thought was Joe. Joe looks just like my uncle, who had died in the house. Mike said hello to the figure and went to his room. When he came out of the room to talk to what he thought was Joe, the figure was gone. And when he finally saw Joe again, Joe told him that he was just getting home from work and hadn't been home since that morning. Mike had slept on a bottom bunk of a bunk bed he had in his room. Joe used to sleep on top, while long since then, slept on the couch in the living room. Mike swears he could hear someone shifting on the top bunk, even when none of us were sleeping on top. Mike would hear 2 men conversating on the top bunk, but he could never understand what they were saying. These are just a few of the experiences we've had. My mother, father, Tom and I, we all moved out of the house in 97. Joe and Mike still live there. They still experience things happening at the house. I lived with them from November 98 till July 99, and I had no experiences. I visited them 2 weeks ago and stayed overnight. I slept by my grandmother's on her pullout, and something almost jumped at me. I can't even explain what happened. It was pitch black in the room, and my mother was next to me. I turned my body and opened my eyes, and it almost a flash of light, but with a dark figure behind it, leaped at my face and disappeared. I got so startled, I started crying. I think that whatever was in that house has followed me, or something is new in my home. When I leave my room sometimes, or even when I'm sitting in my room, my stereo will turn on, and my Jewel CD will come on. Last time I came in the room, the song Adrian was on. If you know Jewel, it's a song about a young girl who is a child who becomes disabled. I have no pictures or sound bits to share, just what me and my brothers have experienced. I know it's long, and some of my things may seem a little wild, but what I'm typing is nothing but the truth. I don't really know where to begin with my story. I told very few people about it, for the fear they might think I'm crazy. I'm glad to have found a place where I can talk about it freely. I'm 26 now, and have not experienced anything like this since I was a small child, but it changed my life forever. When I was around the age of 3, I was still sleeping with my mom and dad. There were several things that happened around this time. I will start with the worst first. One morning, I'd just woken up, and I turned over like I always did, But this morning, I saw the most horrifying sight that no 3-year-old should have seen. Laying next to me was this terrifying demon. I know it was a demon because of its eyes. It had a human form of a woman and was nude. It was about 10 feet tall, had thin bony fingers, and the darkest eyes. It was like you could almost see through them. You could just feel the pure evil. It had the most wicked smile on its face, like it was taunting me. I stared at it for a few seconds, and then turned back, hoping I was dreaming. Then, I felt the bony finger poking me in the back, as if to say, "Hey, you." I turned back over, and it was still there, grinning that sickening grin. I watched it get up to go to the window, which was closed and about 20 feet off the ground. It turned and gave me one last grin and went out the window. It was also around this time that I awoke one night to see 3 demons. They seemed to be like children. They were standing in the doorway, laughing the kind of laughter like I've never heard before. This was the same room where I'd seen the other one. At the age of about 7, I awoke one night to see a Grim Reaper standing by my bed. Needless to say, these things have disturbed me all my life. I also saw my grandfather and his past child after he had died, but that was a peaceful sight. I have not had any other experiences since I was a child. Oh, they've always been noises that I could not explain, but nothing like before. It was like the experience did something to me. I've never had normal dreams, not as a child or as an adult. Always strange dreams and nightmares, like I have some way of knowing when a spirit is near or a house is haunted. Some people call it a gift, but I just wish I could understand it and what happened to me as a child. Thank you for letting me share my story. And this is a true story. And this happened to me when I was 8 years old. I'm now 28, with 3 kids of my own. It happened in my hometown of Soak Village, Illinois, which is known to be a place that Indians pass through using South Trail to get to other destinations. At least, that's what the official story is. There are others, like myself, who believe more. We believe that Indians actually settled there, if only for brief periods of time. There's always been talk of bones being found when a pool is dug up or a garden was put in, but most say it's just that. Talk. Not me. I believe it. I also not only believe, but know that the ground the Soak Village is residing on is sour, cursed, beyond anybody's wildest dreams. And I have many stories to support that belief. But for now, I will start with my first story of proof. It was a cold, normal night in the season of autumn, cold enough to keep you inside your house and snuggled under a blanket. I was doing exactly that. An 8-year-old can only do so much during these times, and I chose to do my homework so I could read later. I'd been listening to a Rick Springfield album on 8-track. I was playing it on my 2XL robot toy. This was a toy that you could put 8-track cartridges in that was made by the company to be a sort of trivia game. You'd play the cartridge, and it would ask you questions and tell you jokes. It had 2 big red robot eyes that flashed red when you were correct. It had 3 buttons you could push to answer your questions. 2XL could also play normal 8-track music, and of course, its red robot eyes flashed in time with the music. So it was doing exactly just that on that cold autumn night, flashing its eyes to Rick Springfield, and I was quite contented. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor of my house and faced north, along with my bed. I had a window north of me and east of me. Of course, It was dark outside, but it was so warm inside and so very comforting. Every now and again, I'd look up from my homework and just look out into the darkness. No reason. It was just something I did. Well, this was the last time I ever did that again in that house. As I was sitting there, all of a sudden, I felt instantly cold, and every single hair in my body was raised. My blood felt like it had ran cold and decided to just stop pumping through my body. My heart was racing. I was perfectly terrified, and I didn't even know why. Yet, my 2XL was suddenly stuck, and it kept playing the same verse from Rick over and over. Hole in my heart. And its eyes weren't flashing anymore. No, they were just burning bright red, blood red. Then I felt this magnetic pull, like something was pulling me to my right. I turned my right head and looked out the east window and saw something that haunted me for the rest of my life. Sitting just barely outside my window, levitating, was the most horrifying image I'll ever see in my life. A creature about 2 feet tall, but sitting Indian style. His skin was snowy white, and you could see the outlines of his bones because he was that skinny. He wore some sort of white cloth draped sideways on his body. This is why I later named him Gandhi Monster. My young mind thought his skinny body and his white cloth looked like the real Gandhi's did. This creature's head was too big for his body. His two horrible, big dark eyes were piercing my soul as he stared at me. He opened his mouth and grinned a grin at me that haunted my dreams for years. His mouth was full of long, snarly, razor-sharp looking teeth, dripping with blood. I don't know how a mouth could fit so many nasty teeth into it, but it did. I watched as the blood dripped from his teeth and slid down his chin and onto his white cloth diaper shorts. He raised his hands and reached for me. The fingernails were at least 4 inches long, gnarled looking, and sharpened to points, also dripping with blood. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run, but I was locked into place by his piercing eyes. I couldn't breathe. I felt as if my brain was being scrambled and my soul was being raped. His grin became larger, and he opened his mouth wider. He kept looking at me as if he knew me, as if he had been waiting for me. He started to lift his arms, and it looked as if in seconds he would actually be inside my room and not just outside my window. All traces of reason disappeared, and my mind snapped. I still don't know how I did it, but I managed to tear my gaze away and leap off the bed and out my bedroom door, screaming with every inch of my soul, all in like 2 seconds. I could feel him pulling me. I could feel that horrible stare penetrating my back as I screamed down the hallway to my mother. Of course, when her and my father and younger brother came back, it was gone. But they knew I saw something, and they did not try to tell me it was my imagination. They comforted me and taped up all the windows in my room. They actually had to pull down all the shades and seal all sides with duct tape. I couldn't even sleep in that room for almost a year. My brother even remembers coming into the room with my parents afterwards. The Gandhi monster was a story we didn't often tell, but it always brought fear to speak of it, to us and to others. My parents never spoke of it again either. As I grew up, I tried to face my fear and sleep in that room, but never did I sleep with my back to a window. Never. 18 years later, I moved to Florida with my own little family, and I found peace within myself, but I'll never manage to forget that creature. and I will never sleep or sit with my back to a window. And I will never forget the one thing I heard it say to me in my mind as I was running out of my bedroom door. Someday, I'm coming back. Hey, I'm in my mid-teens, and I've experienced ghostly encounters. The one that really freaked me out was when me and my family moved to Scotland. For a few months, we lived in chalets. Me and my older sister shared one on our own. A few weeks after we moved in, we began to feel uncomfortable and felt as if we were being watched there, and there was also a threatening atmosphere. We told our parents, and they said it was just because we were next to the graveyard. A few weeks later, I was lying in my bed with the door open when a tall, dark figure stood, leaning over me. I didn't think at that particular moment, but it wasn't until my sister asked me if I felt somebody was in my room the previous night. We started to talk, and she too felt as if somebody tall was leaning over her. I then started to sleep in my sister's room, and the figure didn't return, so I moved back into my own room. But then again, the figure returned this time. It was kneeling beside me. The next morning I told my sister, and again, she felt the presence of a tall man. Our dad told us that the large house next to us was where the Vikers used to stay until the house was sold. One night, my mom came in, and she was holding 2 necklaces with crosses on it. Me and my sister aren't religious, so her mom thought it had something to do with that. So we went to bed, holding the crosses. That night, it was very uncomfortable in both rooms. After that, we haven't felt the presence of the tall man. The figure that visited did so on a few occasions. Each time, it felt as though it was getting closer and more angry. When the crosses were given to us that night, the figure seemed very angry. Its face was literally pressed into mine, and it felt as if he was gritting his teeth at me. My sister also had this very uncomfortable, menacing figure who was pressed into her face. All you could do was hide under the guilt, closing your eyes really tight, and hope you'd fall asleep quick. Since that last visit, nothing has returned, and we've since moved then, and nothing. We don't even use the crosses anymore. Other things that we didn't think of as being connected at the time now do seem connected, such as the chalet that Mom and Dad were in, although the same, was different in feeling. Because Mom and Dad's chalets always had a comfy feeling, yet ours didn't. Whether it was because there was just me and my sister alone in there, and it was our imaginations or not, we don't know. Although in Mom's and Dad's chalet, there was only one more person over there. From the moment we stepped into the chalet, it was always cold, even with the heaters on. Plus, there was often a bad smell wafting around, a lot like fish, rotten. This was only in my bedroom, possibly me, my sister says. Also in my room, there was a strange noise of scratching, as if someone was sketching or writing. This noise accompanied the presence of another figure, smaller in stature and of the female sex. My sister also felt the smaller presence, but not the noise. She only came once, very different, not menacing, quiet in nature, and much older. She was almost a comfort. But it's still not nice to be watched over at night by ghostly figures. It's strange, because we didn't actually see anything, yet you get so much from these feelings, the sex, age, angry, happy, etc. Plus, we get almost exactly the same feelings. But is it just our imagination? Are we certifiably insane? Are we demented? No, we definitely feel we had a visitor. Previous to this experience, My sister had not really believed in it, ghostly visits and such, but now, I think she has had a change of mind. Me, myself, I've always believed. My mom's granddad often visits, a kind presence, bringing good luck, such as when she was having problems. He visits to let us know everything will be okay. He often visited when we were babies, watching over our cots. Our dad also saw what appeared to be him. Whenever he visits, we know him by the distinct smell of putty. He used to repair windows. So really, we are used to the visits, although my sister had never experienced any until now. Unfortunately, it wasn't a happy experience, one not to forget. Happened to surf onto your website, and I just wanted to let you know that I saw Resurrection Mary in Justice, Illinois, back in October of '92. After getting off of work at 3 a.m. from a chemical plant, Whitco Corporation, near 51st and Central in Chicago, I was driving by that particular cemetery at about 3:30 a.m. on my way home from work. Driving by, but initially not thinking much of the sight, as there was a nightclub with women of ill repute nearby. I saw a woman in a light blue or white palm dress standing by the trunk of what looked like a black park limousine at the front SW Cemetery driveway off Archer Avenue to the cemetery. I slowed down quite a bit to get a better look at the odd sight, but then drove off. I thought it was probably a prostitute with her John. However, looking back at my mirror, maybe a second later, the woman and the limo were gone. Let me reassure you that there was no way that I would have missed the limo driving off in that second that it took me to look back in the mirror. They weren't on the road or in the cemetery because I looked for taillights. The cemetery gates are pretty large, and it would have taken a great effort and time to open both of the cemetery gates for the car to get through. I did not think much of the incident until a few days later. I was talking with some of my employees that lived in the area near the cemetery. Two of my employees mentioned that I'd probably seen the ghost called Resurrection Mary. I didn't much believe in ghosts until that incident, and I'm still somewhat skeptical, but I cannot fully explain what I saw that night. That incident is still vivid in my memory, and kinda creepy to think about it, to this day. Ever since I can remember, I've always had an interest in ghost stories. That is why I'm writing you this letter. No, I don't have a ghost in my house. A friend of mine told me about this place at least 10 months ago. I was so amazed at this story, I asked if he would take me to this place. No one really ever goes there. I guess because it's so creepy and dark looking at night, but during the day, it is okay. Nothing strange happens. Well, first, before I tell you more about this place, let me tell you the story of why it is so unusual. The city is called Lake Forest, California, and they call it Canyon Creek, I guess, because it is nothing but canyon and wide open spaces of nothing but rocks and wildlife. The story goes back 30 years ago of a lady who was in her 40s. Nobody knew what her name was. She lived alone with her two Great Dane dogs. She was very rich and owned all of the canyon, which is like miles and miles of land. This lady never married and had no children. It was just her dogs and herself. She lived in this trailer park home, and it was not a pretty house by any stretch of the imagination. Well, about 6 years later, the story goes that a police officer got a call about the lady and her dogs. The officer went to the lady's home and knocked at the door, and no one answered. The officer ended up breaking down the door, and what he found next was horrifying. It is said that the officer found the lady dead. Nothing was left but her decaying body, and her bones were visible. Worst of all, laying right next to her were her dogs. They had both died as well. Now, on to the paranormal part. People who have never been to this place don't know what to expect if they come into this place. It's unpredictable. Sometimes, when you go back to the area where she passed, you'll notice paranormal phenomena. Other times, you won't. A man was driving alone on the canyon by himself one night, and the story goes that he saw the presence of the lady standing at the side of the road with their 2 dogs. The man did not stop at all to give the lady a ride. He just kept going. This other story was told by my friend. My friend told me that his ex-girlfriend and her boyfriend went up there one night to check it out. They stopped where the lady's house was. They were only there about 15 minutes away when they were just talking and listening to music. Then, all of a sudden, they heard a knock on the side door of the driver's seat. They both turned to look, and they saw the lady standing there, knocking on the window. She was dressed in all white and covered in blood. They also saw the dogs nearby as well, far off into the distance, appearing as silhouettes. They sat there in shock for 3 minutes, horrified by what they just saw. For some reason, the lady was still knocking at the driver's side of the window, but in reality, it was really not that long. They both said that she must have been there about 40 seconds. After that, my friend said they never returned back there. That was not the only story that happened to anyone. There are far more. What I would like to know is who is this lady and why is she doing this? There's something more to why she has to haunt people who have done nothing to her. Maybe it is because she does not want anyone on her land that she loves so much. What could it be? Here's my email address. If you have any questions, please feel free to get a hold of me. I would like at least some kind of feedback on this story. Please, I beg you. I'm so confused, and I'm scared. Please let me know what is going on. I find this intriguing.
2 years ago, I moved into a rented house. It has a big forest as most of its backyard. It also has a pretty big sized shed. When I first moved in, I just always felt like I was being watched. There was this little knob that must have been in the shed when we moved in because we had no idea where it came from. I don't know if that is somehow related. Also, the blinds on the shed would always just be open a little bit, no matter how many times we fixed them. When I told my friend, she suggested we camp out in the shed to see if anything was actually haunting. We got together, me and 3 other friends, to stay the night there and try to get some proof. We had a table, chairs, and air mattresses set up in the shed. We had cameras, video cameras, EVP recorders, and Ouija boards. I know, not the best idea. We also had my sisters inside the house with a walkie-talkie that could reach us. The whole time we were in the shed, we all had a very strange feeling like we weren't the only ones there. Nothing happened for a while, until it grew dark. That's when all of it happened. First, we tried to just talk it out loud and see if we got any responses. Nothing was really responding. Throughout the night, we took flash pictures. We decided to try and use the Ouija board. It was glow in the dark, so we turned off all the lights and recorded the session. Nothing really picked up besides answering the question, is there a spirit with us, with yes, and it moving the oracle to goodbye. We got this all on video. We then decided to try and use the EVP reader. My friend had brought one flashlight and used it to flash to communicate with the voice being heard. The ghost communicated a lot using this type of communication. From this, we were told that it was a boy about our age and he died at this spot before the shed was being built. While we were doing this recording, I was taking flash pictures. One I took of my friend, you can clearly make out a figure crouching over her. After we did the session with the EVP reader, we decided to record us summarizing what had happened. During that video, one of my friends said she saw a shadow walk past the window outside the shed. We all kind of brushed it off, not wanting to believe it. A few seconds later, my sister called us over the walkie-talkie, asking if we were the ones walking around outside. When we looked back at the video, after that night, we heard footsteps coming closer and closer to us. In the video, the lights sort of flicker as if someone walked in front of the light right next to us. We got really freaked out after my sister told us, and we went into the house for a little bit. After a little break, we went back out. When we went in there, my friend felt someone playing with her hair. We all weren't anywhere near her. We all felt an eerie presence, so we went inside. In my room, we felt an evil presence, and when we played the Ouija board again and again, we picked up something, but not a lot. It told us that it would kill us. We went to bed for that night. When we woke up, we all decided to go to the beach for the day to get everything off of our mind. With everything locked up, we left. When we came back, we checked on the shed. The chairs were flipped over, the table was moved to the corner of the room. The knob that I mentioned before was taken out of the drawer and put on the center of the table. The drapes were cut, blinds open, and paper shredded. We left a piece of paper in there just in case something would be written on it. It was torn to pieces and crumpled up and thrown in the corner. When my friend went to retrieve it, she was scratched bad up her leg. The Ouija board was opened up and in the center of the room. It had dirt all over it like it was dragged across the ground. There were handprints all over the air mattress made from dirt. We have pictures of it all. Nothing really happened for a while after that. Until now, things are starting up again. Doors opening, electronics being messed with, strange noises. Just the other day, me and one of my friends, who was there the night of the shed, were playing the Xbox Kinect. We had it on the body tracking tool you can use to recalibrate your sensor. We were not standing in front of it yet. There was a body figure sitting on the couch, tapping its feet and moving its arms. We have pictures and videos of this. One last thing. We also have been hearing this strange thing that we think is somehow connected to this. Every day, me and my friend hear a growl followed by a knock. We will hear from them at different times, but around the same time. A lot. More stuff has happened, but the important stuff has been mentioned. We were just wondering what kind of ghost we were dealing with, how to get rid of it, if it can harm us, etc. Creepy house and shed. My family and I moved into a cute yellow house back in 2009. It was quite perfect for our family of 7, except I was living with my grandfather. I visited on weekends and summers. Anyway, I was 11. Everything was normal at the time. Nothing out of the ordinary was happening, but we all knew that would come in time. It was about a year later that weird things started occurring. I noticed that something was off about certain parts of the house. My bedroom, for example, especially freaked me out. It didn't have electricity in it. The house was old and had bad wiring. I had to sleep with the window open just to get some airflow. I slept one night in that room with my cousin Erin. She was fast asleep, but I couldn't sleep at all. Then I felt like I was being watched. Now, our windows were really up off the ground. You'd have to get a ladder to break in. I turned and saw a giant shadow move across the room and out the window. I didn't sleep in that room again. But that was just the beginning. A few months later, I learned we had a friendly spirit that resided in our living room. The whole family felt safe in that room, and thinking it was the former owner, we named it Mr. Thompson. He would do the usual, opening doors, moving things, appearing at times even. but he wasn't the shadow I saw. One night, while I was eating and talking on the phone, I noticed a figure in the window. It was tall, slender, and walked in a stooped manner. It was outside and slowly walked across the window and disappeared. I was a little spooked, but not concerned. Now, we had a shed outside past the garage. My sisters and I did not feel right about it at all. My youngest sisters were toddlers at the time, and they refused to go near it. They said there was a scary man in it. I remember one time my sister Christina was going to jump off it in an attempt to break her leg. I, of course, was going to videotape it. She backed out and started to get down, but suddenly rushed forward. In the video, you can make out a face and hands behind her. We didn't go near it again. A few weeks after that, I was in my sister's room to sleep. And we were all half asleep when our noisemaker went flying across the room. No one touched it. At the time it was thrown, it sounded like someone was growling. A few months later, before we moved, my sister Christina and I were lying in our bed, wrestling and giggling. I suddenly had the urge to look out the window. Again, our windows are 8 feet off the ground, and what I saw stood taller than the window. It had its hands pressed up against the glass, looking in. It had slits for a nose. I couldn't see its eyes. It also had horns spiraling backwards, and it was looking at me. I screamed, and Christina bolted. That's when the knocking began. Whatever it was kept tapping at the glass. We didn't feel safe in our home anymore. Turns out, some punk Satanist teens had some rituals in this shed. I looked up the house history later on. It was a crime case of breaking and entering. Pictures shows the signs they had painted and such. We moved 3 months later. I'm sorry this was so long, but I felt the need to share it. Thanks for reading. The presence in the shed. When I was a younger child, I was completely sure that there was something living in my shed. We live in a fairly nice neighborhood, but our house had a somewhat sketchy past. The former owner was a drug addict and frequently invited his friends, also drug addicts, to come over and get high. Years after he went to prison and we moved in, we'd still find needles scattered around the backyard. The house was in horrible condition when my parents found it, and was very cheap. My dad owns a company that builds houses for a living and decided he would buy it as a fixer-upper. The house was 1,000 times better by the time it was done, and is now just as nice as the other houses on our street. However, for many years, he left the shed in the corner of the backyard alone. The shed was a dingy little thing, painted in an off-white color that was almost all peeled off, revealing half-rotten planks of timber underneath. The window was smashed to pieces and there was no lighting installed. Basically, it was the kind of place you'd expect something creepy to happen. Still, we stored all our stuff in there, and whenever I wanted to get my bike or outdoor toys, I'd venture to get in there. Even as a very young child, the place made me feel very uneasy. My skin would prick, and often I would dart in with my eyes half closed, grab whatever I wanted, and bolt out. It had a very weird feel to it, as if there was something in there that wanted you to leave, and strangely, a little sad as well. Even just looking at it from my balcony made me shiver. My siblings felt the same, and my little sister wouldn't even go near the thing. My mother asked my father several times to fix it up, but for a while he declined, not citing any particular reason. I often wonder if it was because he sensed something as well. The experience that to this day makes me steer clear of that shed happened when I was 10, a few years ago. It was in the early evening when I went in to get my sand buckets, intending to play in the sand pit until my mother called me. I was young for my age. The buckets were at the far side of the shed, and so I couldn't just grab at it and leave it as I usually did. Hesitantly, I wandered in and got my buckets. I turned around and the door was closed. I swear to God, I did not close that door. I would never have, considering how scared I was of it. I started to panic as the door doesn't open from inside the shed. Stupid design. I pounded on the door, crying and shrieking, but nobody came out to let me out. I continued doing this for about 6 or 7 minutes as it got darker and I was terrified. Suddenly, I felt something behind me. I could feel it shifting, and I thought I heard it make grunting sounds, low, but somehow sounded painful, like someone was in intense pain, but too weak to make much noise. I couldn't turn around. I was frozen like a rabbit in terror. Then the noises were all around me and sounded alternatively young and old, female and male. I had been frozen still, but I started trying to bang the door open. I was too scared to look behind me into the dark. I clutched at the window, but it was still broken and I cut my hand a little. The groaning gave way to crying and what I think were words, but I couldn't understand it at all. Looking back, it sounded German or some other similar language. I was hysterical at this point and screaming at the top of my lungs. Finally, the door swung open and my dad pulled me out. He was furious, asking why I hadn't called to him and why I was hiding from him as he looked in and hadn't seen me. I guess he assumed I was hiding in the corner or something, because he was the angriest I'd ever seen him. He dragged me inside where my mom and siblings were gathered around the table. My mom's eyes puffy and red and my brothers and sisters looking scared. Turns out, I had been there for an hour or more. It felt quite short to me, but that doesn't really startle me because when I get panic attacks, time is a little fuzzy. What scares me is they couldn't find me at all, and my dad had peeked in the window I was standing right in the view of. They should have been able to see me, but they didn't. Of course, they didn't believe me. My mom balked when I said I heard a voice, but as I went on, I think she chalked it up as some extreme fright hallucinations from being locked in and didn't investigate. I never went back into that shed after my dad renovated it. Seeing it now makes me feel literally sick to my stomach. It's oddly less of a scary feeling now than a very, very sad feeling though. I know something horrible happened in that shed, though what exactly, I have no clue. I would like to know, but I doubt anything will ever reveal itself. The story I was about to tell you is not mine, but my sister's. She worked as a photo shoot staff for different universities. During this time, she had so many student friends. One of them was a girl who died from choking during the photo shoot before graduation day. On that night, she had to extend her working hours in the school just to finish arranging each of the photos for different colleges and courses. Around 7 p.m., all of the students on that department had left. She was gone. While sitting on a big table with piles of pictures, her computer at the other corner of the room opened automatically and the graduation song played. She was horrified to think that she was alone in the room and she never turned on the multimedia player. She then went to the computer and turned it off. She went back to her desk and continued with her work. After a while, the computer again turned on itself and played the graduation song. This time, she ran out of the room and went to the guard station, reported the incident, and went home. At the house, she realized that maybe the ghost who played the graduation song was actually the girl who died that day. Since the building was old and had done so many renovations over the years, there was this haunted elevator for which the faculty and the admins closed and banished the students to use because of the hauntings. It was said that once you entered the elevator, the lights will automatically turn off and you will be then touched by cold hands. Some of the professors have been known to faint even in the elevator. The reason for the hauntings was a student who died of suffocation. It was Saturday around 6 p.m. She had used the elevator when the power switch had turned off. She was trapped and cried for help. No one rescued her at all. Sunday, no classes. Monday morning, she was found dead and suffocated. Another haunting was the day before the bar examination. All the students were gone because at 9 p.m., the judges will roam the whole place for any possible leakages. meaning they can't be out at that point in time. The night guards were the ones to check the whole building. Unfortunately, a new night guard was assigned to check the farthest building. He opened the lab room and noticed a student at one corner, somewhat typing on the computer. The guard from the door said, "Sir, we need all the students to evacuate before all the judges come." The student continued on what he was doing. "Sir, please, rules are rules." No response. Worried that the student might get irritated and as a result the security guard would get fired, he called for his coworkers on the radio to get them to help him escort this creepy student out of this room. While waiting for the colleagues to come, hoping that he can convince him, he stepped into the room and closed the door. From a distance he said, "Sir, don't get me wrong here, but I will lose my job if the judges found out that you were still here. I need you to step out of the room and continue with your project tomorrow." Again, no reply. He tapped the student's shoulder. Finally, the student stopped typing and faced him, but to his astonishment, that made him faint, is that the student had no face at all. Every night before the bar exam, when the night guards roamed the building and saw a particular student wearing a blue shirt, they would never try to talk to him or force him to get out of the room. They knew it was him, the apparition, the ghost, the entity. Thank you for reading. Until then. Room 314. When I was in college, I went to a university in the Philippines called Ateneo de Manila University. The university was run by Jesuit priests and was fairly new when you compare it to the Ivy League schools in the USA. The land where the university now stood was apparently either a prison camp or a war hospital during the Japanese occupation of the Philippines back in the World War II days. Now, the fact that may or may not have anything to do with the story, I only know what me and my roommates have experienced. It was summer and I was dorming in Servani Hall with 3 other girls, Michelle, Kat, and a girl who didn't really attend the university but was just there for summer classes and therefore I can't remember her name. For the sake of the story, I will call her Summer Girl. Michelle, Kat, and I knew each other pretty well after having lived in the same dorm for the past few terms. We usually lived in Aliso Hall, the girls' dorm, but during the summers, we had to make do with living in the 3rd floor, the boys' dorm. This is how we ended up in room 314, actually. From the beginning, there were some strange occurrences in room 314. It wasn't really any big deal in the beginning. Doors simply closing by themselves, people getting freaked out because things were moved, and those kind of things. Freaky, but it gets worse from here on out. But there were 2 occurrences that really marked our summer experience that particular year. The first one involved Michelle. Her bed was by the door, and the wall of the door had wooden window jalousies. The jalousies at the bottom half would not close. One night, while Michelle was studying French, she suddenly bolted out of her study desk and ran outside. Kat and I looked at each other in surprise when she did this. Upon her return, we asked her what made her bolt like that. According to Michelle, the reason that she did was that while she stared off into space while studying, she had seen someone through the open jalousies walking very slowly in a long white nightgown. The pace of the person's walk, as well as what Michelle referred to as she, was wearing made her curious, and that's why she ran out. Ken and I asked her then what she found outside. Michelle replied that there was no one outside, but she was sure she had seen that person in a white nightgown walking slowly. She even went next door, she said, because at the rate the person was walking, she would have just been the next door. But when she opened the door to the next room, no one was there wearing a white nightgown. We never did find out what that thing was, but I remember Kat, Michelle, and I praying that night for the unrestful souls. The second incident in room 314 was even scarier. This time it involved me and Michelle. One night, I was experimenting with my new curling iron. I had a mirror positioned on my desk, and I was curling my hair. From behind me through the mirror, I could see New Girl sitting on her chair in front of her desk, studying or reading at least. Next to New Girl's bed, Michelle was again across me, sitting by her desk studying. As I curled my hair, I could see New Girl from her back in my mirror. A few moments on, I thought I heard her crying as well as reading a letter or something like that. The thought, should I approach her and comfort her, crossed my mind, but then I thought, I shouldn't be so nosy after all. I don't even know her at all. So that decided, I continued curling my hair and eventually got tired of doing so and started to strengthen my hair again. She was still crying then. As I turned around to talk to Michelle, I suddenly glimpsed New Girl sleeping on the bed next to Kat's. In the split second that I thought I'd seen her through my mirror crying and reading, there was no way that she could have gotten to the new bed from the chair that fast. I suddenly realized that the person that I've been seeing in the mirror was not New Girl. I glanced at Michelle and she told me I saw her too. I jumped from my bed and Michelle and I ended up sleeping in the same bed that night. When Kat saw us lying in the same bed the next day, she asked what had happened, and we told her. She said that New Girl had gone to sleep the same time as her. I was curling my hair and seeing that girl in the mirror for a good 20 minutes, and all that time, it wasn't her. From that time on, we resolved to pray for the restless souls in our midst before going to bed at night. I think we helped them because we had an uneventful rest of the summer in room 314. Thank you so much for reading, and may you post your comments below.
Welcome to the end of the video. That's right, this is the end of the video, so leave a like, leave a comment in the comment section below, and write 21 to let me know that you got through 21 hours of extravaganza of a video. Also, happy July 4th to everybody in America celebrating it. Let's celebrate the freedom of uploading videos to YouTube, and the longest video I've ever done on my channel. So it took a lot of effort, guys, so please, I appreciate your shares. Sending it all the way to whoever needs to on social media, Twitter, Facebook, wherever you see fit, share it and like it. Tell people that I do ghost stories, and, leave a like, leave a comment, engage with me. Let me know you're still active. I've got 35,000 of you guys, so let me know that you're enjoying the stuff. If you're not enjoying the stuff, let me know anyway. I appreciate your subscribership, and I'll be done after I'm finished with this recording. I don't know what I'm saying. Love you anyway, guys. See you in the next video.